Chapter 1 Cutie. Scrubbing. The sun was scorching hot, without a trace of cool breeze. The earth was baked to the point of smoking. The villagers in Linjiang village who were usually the most capable of suffering were now afraid to come out to work. Lin Feng, however, didn't mind the heat and sat alone in the yard playing with sand. He filled the sand into a small bottle and then poured it back into the sand pile with a silly smile on his face. Lin Feng was the village cutie, in his 20s, but his IQ was only at the level of a 3 or 4-year-old child. Usually there was no one to play with him, so he had to play in the sand alone. At this time, a woman's nice voice came from the house. Lin Feng, come over and rub your sister's back. The weather was too hot, so Li Kaiyun took a bath. She was a doctor in the village. Her husband had died a year ago and she was now running the health center by herself. Today, Lin Feng's parents had something to do in the city, so they left him here and asked her to help look after him. Lin Feng bounced into the house with the bottle, closed the door. Li Kaiyun was sitting in front of the bathtub, naked, already almost washed, just missing rubbing his back. Lin Feng now only had the IQ of a 3 or 4-year-old, equivalent to a small child, and she didn't mind being seen by Lin Feng or anything. Lin Feng rubbed his nose, obediently closed the door and came over to rub Li Kaiyun's back. Without rubbing a few times, Lin Feng became greedy. He picked up the vial he had just filled with water and sprinkled it on Li Kaiyun's white back, giggling as he did so. Sister, is it cool? Li Kaiyun looked back at him, revealing a few helpless smiles. It was still really silly. It was at this moment that a discordant voice rang out. Shameless thing, how dare you talk to little cute in broad daylight, fooling around in the house. Open the door. This sudden bang startled Li Kaiyun. She hurriedly put on her clothes and opened the door, only to see a middle-aged man was standing outside the door with a very lewd sneer on his face. What are you doing here? Seeing this uninvited guest, Li Kaiyun didn't have much goodwill. The man's name was Nyo, the village accountant, a womanizer, and a famous hooligan in the village. Li Kaiyun was pretty and a widow, so he often came over to harass her. So Li Kaiyun hated him. Nyo, however, didn't care and directly pushed Li Kaiyun away and entered the house, then locked the door. If I don't come in, how do I know about your scandalous affairs? I said, what are you closing the door for in broad daylight? So it's with this little cutie. Ghosting. Your taste is also special enough. Even the little cutie. Do not mind. This is no man for too long. Cannot help it. Not still have me it. He. Saying that, his hand touched to Li Kaiyun's chest. Take away your claws. Don't touch me. I'm warning you. Nyo, don't talk nonsense. Li Kaiyun opened Nyo's hand. What's wrong with touching? Little cutie. Why can't I touch it if I can? I was just outside the door listening for half a day. You let little cutie rub you. If this gets out, you'll stink up the street. Nyo with a bad smile, coldly threatened. He's like a child. Why are you so dirty in your heart? Nyo's shamelessness made Li Kaiyun feel disgusted. There's just the three of us here, and he's still a little cutie. Who would believe you when you say this? If you obey me today, I'll pretend nothing happened. If you don't obey me, I'll call out people now. Look at the people in the village. Believe you or believe me. He had been salivating over Li Kaiyun for a long time, but never had the chance to get his hands on her. Today he finally had a chance. How could he let it go? Now in this situation, no matter how Li Kaiyun explains, she can't say anything. He believes that today he will be able to force this beauty to give in. He reached out and grabbed Li Kaiyun's white arms and pushed them towards the bed. Nyo, let go of me. If you keep doing this, I'll yell for someone. Li Kaiyun struggled while threatening. You shout all you want. Let the whole village know that you're with little cute. Ghosting. Anyway, I'm not afraid of being embarrassed, but you can't see anyone in the village. Besides, it's not like you haven't been slept with by a man. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's a matter of a few minutes. After I finish, I'm sure I won't say a single word about it to anyone else. Nyo's strength was very strong. Li Kaiyun couldn't break free at all, and was pressed down on the bed in the twinkling of an eye. Nyo was so excited that he let out a shameless cheap laugh. Although Lin Feng was a little cute, but seeing this scenario also knew that it was not right. Immediately running up, she pulled on Nyo's clothes and yanked him hard. Don't bully your sister. You're a bad person. Don't bully your sister. Nyo was on a roll and was immediately enraged when he was yanked by Lin Feng. Get lost, you paralyzed. You stinking little cutie. Don't delay me. Nyo kicked Lin Feng in the stomach, directly knocking him on his back. But Lin Feng was very resistant to being beaten, immediately getting back up and once again pulling on Nyo's clothes. You're a bad person. You're a bad person. Let go of your sister. Nyo was completely furious. You paralyzed. Get lost. He punched Lin Feng in the face. This punch Nyo used full force. Lin Feng was hit with a face full of gold stars, his nose and mouth flushed with blood, and he lay on his back on the ground, directly fainting. Thing. Had to come up here looking for a beating. comfortable this time. Nyo Air was very pleased with himself, disdainfully glaring at Lin Feng who was lying on the ground, turning his head and continuing to beat Li Kaiyun up and down. However, he didn't see that the blood that Lin Feng had spilled out flowed towards the vial just now. The moment the blood came into contact with the vial, the originally dull vial flashed with a demonic light. With that, an old voice resounded in Lin Feng's consciousness. I am the Shin Nong medical immortal. If you get my immortal family's treasure, you will have a destiny with my immortal family. Now I will pass on my life's aptitude to you. If you get this opportunity, you should hang a pot to help the world, and benefit the living beings. The ethereal voice kept coming. Lin Feng felt like he was dreaming. Ever since the car accident a year ago, his consciousness had been muddled, and at this moment, his consciousness suddenly cleared up. He reopened his eyes, and Li Xian's pleas for help and Nyo Air's treacherous laughter came from his ears. Li Xian's clothes had been ripped off most of the way. She was in critical condition. Lin Feng didn't have time to think about it and directly jumped up. Nyo Air suddenly felt a powerful force grabbing the back of his neck collar. The force was so strong that it was as if he was caught in a vice. Lin Feng was turning into a little cutie. Before, he was a famous strong boy in the village, and now that his sanity was restored, his strength was also restored. Nyo Air hurriedly turned his head, saw that Lin Feng was up again, and broke into a rage. You thing, what a piece of dog plaster. How did you get up again? You're the thing. Lin Feng cursed back. Hearing this, Nyo Air was stunned. It wasn't like a little cutie could curse out. You, what are you cursing me for? Nyo Air frowned and looked at Lin Feng with an incredulous expression. Nyo Air, you're the one who's a thing. Do you hear me this time? Lin Feng repeated it word for word. At this moment, his eyes were calm with a sharp edge, completely different from earlier. Chapter 2, Miraculous Vial. Faced with Lin Feng's sudden transformation, Nyo Air's brain was obviously a bit unable to react. Stinky little cutie, you're looking for death. Nyo Air swung his fist and once again hit towards Lin Feng's face. However, this time he couldn't take advantage of it. Lin Feng grabbed Nyo Air's arm and backhanded him on the chin. Nyo Air didn't even expect the little cutie. Lin Feng still had the ability to fight back. Being hit solidly, a wail that changed tone came out of his mouth and 2 teeth flew straight out. Before he could make any reaction, Lin Feng pulled his collar and yanked him off the bed. A flying leg kicked him in the stomach, directly sending him 2 meters away. Just now, Lin Feng had been punched and kicked by Nyo Air, and now he was returning both. You. Nyo Air was completely dumbfounded. He felt the back of his head was warm. When he wiped it with his hand, it was all blood. Just now Lin Feng's kick had directly cracked his head. You, get up and fight again. Lin Feng stomped on Ernyo's chest, directly stepping him back to the ground. Behind her, Li Kaiyun also came back to her senses and looked at Lin Feng with a shocked face. Lin Feng's current appearance. Where did he still look like a cutie? Lin Feng, you. Lin Feng turned his head to look at Li Kaiyun. Are you alright, sis? I'm fine. Li Kaiyun didn't know what to say. Looking at this, it seemed like Lin Feng had really turned back to normal. Who would have thought that a stupid child would be able to recover? Nyo Air similarly saw it and cursed in his heart. What bad luck. Originally, he thought that today he had encountered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and would definitely be able to get Li Kaiyun into bed. Who would have thought that little cutie, Lin Feng, had suddenly returned to normal? Damn, it must have been that punch. I should have known better. Now that it's over, there's nothing he can say. He definitely couldn't beat Lin Feng, who had returned to normal, in single combat. So he took advantage of Lin Feng's surprise, struggled up from the ground and rushed to the window, directly jumping out of the window to escape. Lin Feng was just about to chase after him, but he was stopped by Li Kaiyun. If the two people made a scene on the street and startled the villagers, it wouldn't be good. She remade the bed that she had just messed up and found the 2 teeth that Nyo Air had been knocked out. These are Nyo Air's teeth. Take them and return them to him. What had just happened had made both of them a bit embarrassed. Lin Feng didn't say much and took the 2 teeth. Sister Kaiyun, I'll go back first. If Nyo Air comes to harass you again, just tell me and I'll help you teach him a lesson. After saying that, he turned around and left Li Xian's house. After leaving the front door, Lin Feng threw Nyo Air's 2 big yellow teeth into a pile of cow dung. This kind of scums things. He felt like dirtying his hands even if he held them for 1 more minute. His house wasn't far from here, just a few steps away. At this time there was no one at home. Lin Feng went back to his room, sat on the Kong and searched his memory. At this time a vial appeared in his mind, the very one he had played with before. Other than that, there were a lot of memories that didn't originally belong to him. Lin Feng moved his mind. The vial appeared in his hand. With another movement of his mind, the vial disappeared out of thin air and returned to his mind once again. So magical. Lin Feng repeated his attempts a few times. His heart snickered and he began to carefully observe the vial. Originally the vial had no color, but now it had turned lime green. There were 3 ancient and mysterious runes engraved on the vial. Lin Feng searched his consciousness and learned that the 3 runes represented water, wood and earth. The 3 abilities of the vial. The wood spirit pattern could catalyze plants. The water spirit pattern could repair plants. The earth spirit pattern could mutate plants. He shone the light into the sunlight and realized that there seemed to be some liquid in the vial. These liquids were sticky and thick, making him unconsciously think of something. Lin Feng licked his lips and couldn't wait to try out the ability of this vial. He quickly ran to the garden and came to the cucumber rack. Wood spirit pattern, he exclaimed softly in his heart. The vial flashed with a green light and the liquid in the vial instantly changed from transparent to lime green. Lin Feng poured out a drop of spirit liquid from the bottle and dripped it onto the roots of the cucumber seedlings. Wow! The cucumber seedling leaves shook and instantly grew like crazy, increasing in size several times at a speed visible to the naked eye. The rows of small yellow flowers were filled with cucumbers in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Immediately picked a cucumber and jerked off the burrs on it, put it in his mouth and chewed. A refreshing fragrance hit him, making him feel relaxed. He had never eaten such a delicious cucumber in all his life, and he was surprised to find that the wounds on his face were also rapidly getting better. The cucumber that was ripened by the wood spirit liquid was not only delicious, but it could also heal wounds. Without time to think more, he ran to the cherry tree at home again. The tree had already died, but his family had raised it for many years and didn't want to saw it off. Now it was just the right time to try out the effects of the water spirit tattoo. Snap! A drop of light blue water spirit liquid dripped into the soil. A few moments later, the cherry tree that had originally withered and faded, the old skin quickly fell off and was replaced with new skin, and tender green new shoots sprang up, completely regaining its vitality. Without stopping, Lin Feng ran back to the house. He came to a pot of daffodils that he kept at home and dripped in the earth spirit liquid. As the lavender spirit liquid dripped in, the daffodil flower shook, and the original white jade-like leaves grew a few golden threads in the blink of an eye, which was very nice to look at. This vial is really powerful. Lin Feng was overjoyed. With the magical vial in his hand, he would be the divine farmer himself in the future. Just when he was happy, there was a ringing at the door. Lin Feng's parents had returned. He immediately put the vial away and went out of the room. There was a van parked outside the door. 2 people came down from the van one after another. One was Lin Feng's mother, Guo Chunlan, and the other was the driver. Immediately after that, a beautiful girl with disabled legs was helped down from the van. This was her sister, Lin Shui. A year ago, the car accident in the Lin family had resulted in 1 death, 1 stupidity and 1 disability. Lin Feng's uncle died on the spot. Lin Feng was knocked into a cutie, and his sister, whose legs became disabled, was now confined to a wheelchair. The last one to come out was Lin Feng's father, Lin Jiangwo. In the past, his body was very tough. Today, he didn't know what was wrong, but he was helped down by the driver, and he looked very weak. Lin Feng was shocked in his heart and hurriedly went forward and spoke. "Mom, what's wrong with my dad?" This cry made the 4 people present all freeze and look at Lin Feng unanimously. "Son, you." Lin mother heard that Lin Feng's tone was obviously different from before, and when she looked at him again, she regained her vigor. At this moment, she froze directly in place. "Mom and Dad, my brain is back to normal." A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Ever since he turned into a little cutie. After that, his parents had suffered a lot for him, and now, all that suffering had finally come to an end. Lin's mother's eyes were wide open and she was trembling with excitement. She walked up quickly, grabbed Lin Feng's arm, looked at it carefully for half a day, determined that Lin Feng had really returned to normal, and hugged Lin Feng and cried loudly. The sister sitting in the wheelchair also cried. Even Lin's father, who was in very bad shape, was very excited. Originally, the Lin family had a son and a daughter that people envied, but as a result of that car accident a year ago, the family fell straight to the bottom, and the son became a little cutie, and the daughter became crippled. In order to give the 2 children treatment, the couple sold their house, borrowed all the money from friends and relatives, and saw all the human feelings. Unfortunately, this amount of money, or a drop in the bucket, the 2 children's disease did not improve much. Now that Lin Feng was well, the family's year of sorrow and despair, at this moment, finally had the hope of change. After the whole family was happy, Lin Feng sent the driver away and helped his dad into the house. The family went to the county town today to see his dad, in order to be able to earn money for his 2 children to see a doctor. Lin Jiangwo borrowed a large sum of money and contracted a piece of land in the village to grow early watermelons. In these years, the market of early ripe watermelon is very good. If you can catch up with the market, you can earn a lot of money for the 2 children to see a doctor. Both husband and wife are full of expectations. However, the couple did not expect consecutive years of rising market, so that a large number of melon farmers want to come to catch up with the market. As a result, A large number of early watermelon listed together. In order to be able to sell the watermelon, melon farmers compete to kill the price. Malicious competition. The price directly diving plummet. In previous years, the hot early watermelon. This year, no one asked for. Lin's watermelon quality is not outstanding, and no channel, but also no one to buy. Many watermelons have rotted in the ground. Looking at this field of watermelons, Lin Jiangwo even have the heart to die. If the watermelons cannot be sold, the already difficult family will be even worse. Anxious, Lin Jiangwo fell ill. His throat was so swollen that he couldn't even speak. To go to Li Saiyun's health center to see. Lin Kaiyun said, the disease is very serious. She cannot see this. You have to go to the county hospital. If the disease is delayed, Lin Jiangwo may become mute. This scared Lin's mother. Lin Jiangwo is the backbone of the family. If he collapses, the family will completely collapse. So she hurriedly hired a car to go to the county hospital. After a checkup, the doctor said the problem is not big. Go back to rest. Relax. Should be able to good. But in the face of this sad situation, Lin Jiangwo how can be good? Now he can't even speak. He can only use his hands to gesture. So the mother and sister both cried again. They had never felt that life would be this hard. If he had been in the past, facing such a difficult situation, Lin Feng would have felt powerless as well. But it was different now. He had the divine inheritance in his hands. These problems were trivial. He had a flash of inspiration and thought of the cucumbers that had been ripened with the spirit liquid. He quickly ran to the garden, picked a few and came back, washed them with cool well water and brought them to his dad. Dad, cucumbers clear heat and relieve fire. Eat two to cool down. Lin Jiangwo rushed back and was a little thirsty, so he picked up the cucumber and ate two. As he was eating, Lin Jiangwo's face suddenly turned red, as if he was having a hard time. Jiangwo, what's wrong with you? Lin mother looked at him anxiously. Lin Jiangwo didn't respond, but quickly climbed to the edge of the bed and violently spat out a mouthful of black blood. Chapter 3, Does cow dung taste good? Blood. Lin's mother directly sat on the ground in shock. Lin Shui was also as pale as dirt. Your father might not make it. Hurry and take him to the hospital. Lin mother shouted with a pale face. Lin Feng was also startled and hurriedly picked up his dad on his back and ran outside. However, without running out a few steps, he heard Lin Jiangwo speak. No need to go to the hospital. Dad is fine. Lin Feng froze and stopped in his tracks. His dad was actually able to talk, putting his dad back on the bed. At this time, Lin Jiangwo's face had gotten better. Lin's mother hurriedly came up to check. Jiangwo, what happened to you just now? Just now I suddenly felt like throwing up, so I threw up. After I threw up, I felt a lot lighter all of a sudden. This throat doesn't hurt anymore, and I can even speak. It must be that the medicine I took is working. The level of the doctor in this county is high. Lin mother turned her worries into joy. Lin Jiangwo and Lin Shui did the same. They all thought it was the medicine from the hospital that had worked. Only Lin Feng knew the real reason. Mom and Dad, I'm going out. Lin Feng casually put on his straw hat. Son, where are you going? I'm going to the field. The reason that made his dad sick was the watermelons in the field. A heart disease needed a heart medicine. If he could sell the watermelons, his dad's heart disease would naturally be cured and his body would be able to heal completely. Coming to the melon field, Lin Feng carefully checked it. There were indeed quite a few watermelons that had rotted in the ground, which was indeed a pity. This year, his dad had quite the idea of taking a gamble and planting a large area. If all these watermelons rotted in the ground, it would indeed be a huge blow to his dad. Lin Feng planned to sprinkle all these watermelons with wood spirit liquid to ripen them. There was very little spirit liquid in the vial. It could only condense a little bit every day, so he had to use it sparingly. If he used too much at once, the effect would be too fierce and it would be a bit of a waste. He drew a jar of water from the machine well at the head of the field and put a drop of spiritual liquid in it. Then he used a spray bottle to spray it on the watermelons. In a short while, he had watered a large area of watermelons, and the tank of water blended with the spiritual liquid was finished. Lin Feng wiped his sweat and sat down in the shack to rest. It was at this moment that a cold laugh came from the side. Ha ha, see, the watermelon cannot be sold. This time Lin Jiangwo completely finished. When my father wanted to use this land to grow medicinal herbs, he had to fight with my father. Now it's good. I told you to fight with my father. Deserved to die. Keep your voice down. Lin Feng is sitting there. Another voice cautiously reminded. He's a little cutie. He doesn't know anything. What are you afraid of? If it wasn't for this little cutie, and that crippled sister of his, Lin Jiangwo wouldn't have taken this risk. It's a pity about that Lin chick. She's quite pretty, but she's become crippled. Otherwise, I could have considered marrying her as a wife, but now she doesn't deserve me. Lin Feng quietly listened to the words of the two men, his fists unconsciously clenched. The young man who spoke was called Wang Kuan, the son of the village chief, a very bad person. The one next to him was his girlfriend Chen Jing. all the way around. They thought Lin Feng was still a cutie, so they said bad things about his dad in front of him. Lin Feng turned his head to look at the two. The two also looked at Lin Feng. Wang Kuan was happy. He hadn't teased Lin Feng a lot during the time that Lin Feng had become stupid. All of this Lin Feng naturally remembered as well. Lin cutie, come here. Wang Kuan was wearing a bad smile and hooked his hand at Lin Feng as if he was calling a dog. Lin Feng wanted to go up and violently beat up Wang Kuan, but on second thought, this dog dong still treats himself as a little cutie. Then he would play this guy in turn. So he put on a silly smile like before and ran up. Hey, you called me. Wang Kuan with a bad smile, found 2 coins from his pocket, a $1 one and a 50-cent one, and threw them together on the ground. Lin little cutie, these 2 coins you pick up one. Pick up which one? Which one will be given to you? Next to her, Chen Jing watched with great interest, wondering what Wang Kuan was going to do. Lin Feng let out a giggle and bent down to pick up the 50-cent coin. This one looks good. I want this one. Wang Kuan laughed out loud and said to Chen Jing next to him, See, look at this little cutie. Can't even tell the difference between money. We usually often play him like this. Chen Jing covered her mouth and laughed softly, thinking that it was very interesting. A person in his 20s, which coins are worth money can't tell the difference. It's really stupid enough. Seeing that Chen Jing was happy, Wang Kuan was even more excited. Looking around, no one was next to him, so he suddenly came up with an even worse idea. He reached out and pointed to a pile of cow dung next to him. Lin cutie, did you see that one? Lin Feng looked over and nodded. I'm telling you, that thing is especially delicious and sweet. Pick it up and take a bite. Chen Jing next to him pulled him, as if saying again if it was a bit too much. But Wang Kuan didn't care and continued to tell Lin Feng, you just have to take a bite. Turn around and I'll buy you candy. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. Wang Kuan, you're so damaging. You repeatedly bullied me before. When I was a little cutie, ate a lot of losses from you. Just now you even cursed my dad and humiliated my sister. Today I'm going to make you return it with interest. Thinking about this, Lin Feng continued to have a silly smile on his face. Really? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Eat it, it's absolutely delicious. Wang Kuan said with a smile on his face and a serious face. Lin Feng reached out and picked up the cow dung. Behind him, Wang Kuan was already laughing. Chen Jing next to him also had a look of anticipation on her face. The dissuasion just now was actually just a twisted gesture. The fact that the two could mix together meant that they were both all the way. Lin Feng slowly picked up the cow dung and leaned it towards his mouth. Just when it was almost to his mouth, he suddenly slapped the cow dung in his hand towards Wang Kuan's face. At this moment, Wang Kuan was having a good laugh and didn't have any defense against Lin Feng. A pile of cow dung directly slapped on his face. Wang Kuan, is cow dung tasty? Since you just said it was tasty, then you can eat it first. Lin Feng pressed the back of Wang Kuan's head with one hand, and with the other hand he pressed the cow dung dead center into Wang Kuan's mouth. Chen Jing, who was next to him, was splattered with cow dung and screamed, losing her face. How could Wang Kuan not expect that cutie? Lin Feng would come with this. His face turned green with anger. He forcefully spat the cow dung out of his mouth and let out a wild roar. Lin Feng, I have to get you killed today. He swung his fists up and rushed towards Lin Feng as if he was crazy. He had the heart to beat Lin Feng to death right now. However, although Wang Kuan was the same age as Lin Feng, he usually drank and lusted and had long been emptied out of his body, so he wasn't a match for Lin Feng at all. Within a few hits, he was knocked to the ground by Lin Feng. In this year, Lin Feng had been teased by him many times, so Lin Feng didn't treat him politely, and gave him a brutal beating that made him cry and roll all over the ground. Lin Feng, you're finished. My father is the village chief. If you dare to hit me, I'll make sure your whole family gets out of Linjiang village. Then I'll see how you'll make my whole family get out of Linjiang village. Don't let me down. Since Lin Feng dared to make a move, he wasn't afraid of Wang Kuan's threats. After violently beating Wang Kuan, Lin Feng stopped. At this moment Wang Kuan was as wretched as he could be. There was cow dung everywhere on his face and body. His body was emitting a smoky stench and his fancy clothes were full of dirty footprints. Chen Jing, who had just followed him around, hid far away. Although Wang Kuan still didn't understand how Lin Feng wasn't stupid anymore, he knew that today he was considered to have suffered a dumb loss. First he made Lin Feng eat cow dung, then he was beaten up by Lin Feng. If this got out, everyone would also say that he owed it to him to get beaten up, so he could only admit it. Lin Feng, you've got guts. Wait for me. He got up from the ground and fled with Chen Jing in his dust. Originally, he wanted to act like a pussy in front of this new girlfriend, but he didn't expect to lose a big face instead. Looking at Wang Kuan's fleeing back, Lin Feng revealed a disdainful smile. Chapter 4 Village Flower Zhou Qingqing. Lin Feng made a few more turns in the melon field. This time, he used diluted spiritual liquid. The effect was estimated to be seen only tomorrow. He was not in a hurry. He turned around and walked towards home. Back at the entrance of the village, a girl's angry voice came from not far away. "Chan Airdog, you rascal!" Lin Feng was startled. This voice was incomparably familiar to him. It was the village flower Zhou Qingqing. The village flower had let someone bully her? He hurriedly ran to the village. He only saw a roguish youth running towards him. Behind him a very pretty girl was chasing after him, her fair melon face red with anger. But she was running too slowly to catch up, and was about to cry with anger. The youth in front was smug. Dare to bully the village flower. This is something Lin Feng has to take care of. When the youth had just run up to him and was looking back, Lin Feng stretched out his foot and directly tripped the youth. Grip! The youth fell on his ass and cursed. "Lin Feng, you're blind. There's nothing wrong with you sticking your foot out. Chan Airdog, what did you do that was so bad? Hurry up and tell me." "It has nothing to do with you," Chan Airdog said in a bad mood. Halfway through his sentence, he stopped. This Lin Feng wasn't a little cutie. Why? How come it's better? At this time, Zhou Qingqing also caught up. Chan Airdog wanted to get up and continue to run, but Lin Feng sat on his back with his butt and pressed him down dead. Zhou Qingqing came up and kicked Chan Airdog. "Ching Ching, what's wrong with you that she's so angry?" Lin Feng was curious. He actually lifted my skirt." Zhou Qingqing huffed and pointed at Chen Ergu. Today she wore a floral skirt, revealing her long, white and straight legs. Chen Ergu was a gangster in the village, usually idle and overly energetic. When he saw Zhou Qingqing's beautiful legs, he directly couldn't control it and lifted her skirt. Lin Feng was furious. He thought about Zhou Qingqing for so many years, did not have the heart to lift her skirt. This dog even dared. Chen Airdog was so angry that he cursed, "Lin Feng, you little cutie, what are you meddling with? I didn't lift your sister's skirt. What you're lifting is my sister's skirt. You're speechless now you know. This is something I'm still in charge of today. How dare you molest the village flower?" After saying that, Lin Feng grabbed the waistband of Chen Airdog's pants and started to undo it. Chen Ergu panicked, pulling the waistband to death. "Lin Feng, what are you doing? What for? You'll know soon enough." Lin Feng gave a bad smile. Zhou Qingqing next to him also froze. Chen Ergu's strength couldn't even compare to Lin Feng's, and in the blink of an eye, his belt was ripped off. Immediately after that, the shorts were also ripped off. "Qingqing, didn't he lift your skirt just now? Now that I've stripped him naked, you hurry and look back." When Zhou Qingqing saw the naked Chen Ergu, her pretty face directly turned from red to black. She shouted, "Both of you go to hell," then covered her face and ran away. "Zhou Qingqing, I was kind enough to help you out. Why are you cursing even me?" Lin Feng threw down Chen Airdog to go after Zhou Qingqing, and in the process, he also threw his shorts onto the roof. "Lin Feng, you wait for me. I, Chen Airdog, will remember this account." The butt-naked Chen Airdog couldn't go after Lin Feng. He could only climb onto the roof to get his shorts back. For a moment, he attracted a lot of onlookers and ridicule. "Zhou Qingqing, why are you dog-biting Lu Dongbin? By a small river." Lin Feng finally caught up with Zhou Qingqing. "I know that you helped me, but why did you strip his pants for me to see? Disgusting." Zhou Qingqing was ashamed and annoyed. "I was in a hurry to help you out, so I didn't think that much. Next time I'll pay attention and do it in a different way." "Okay." Lin Feng came over to Zhou Qingqing's side with a cheap smile on his face. Zhou Qingqing gave him a big blank stare, but it looked like she wasn't angry anymore. "Aren't you stupid? When did it get better?" "Just shortly." He. Zhou Qingqing was the village flower of Linjiang village. Although she was a country girl, no matter her looks or temperament, she was no worse than a rich white beauty from the city. That was why all the young men in the village missed her. Lin Feng was naturally no exception. After turning around by the creek, Zhou Qingqing went home, and Lin Feng also went home. The next morning, Lin Feng woke up early and went to the melon field. After a night of growth, those watermelons that had been sprinkled with spiritual liquid had obviously grown a circle, looked very watery, and sold several times better than ordinary watermelons. Cutting one and tasting a few bites, the flavor was crisp and refreshing, sweet and juicy, very tasty. This time the watermelon will not worry about selling. Lin Feng drove his family's tricycle to pull a carload of watermelons with the intention of rushing to the county town to sell them. Just after arriving at the village entrance, he found Zhou Qingqing standing by the roadside waiting for the car. "Qingqing, where are you going?" "To the county town to buy something." "Come on up. It just so happens that I'm also going to the county town." Zhou Qingqing was still a little embarrassed, but was enthusiastically pulled onto the car by Lin Feng. "The shuttle bus in the town is broken and slow. You might even get seasick. It's better to take mine." Zhou Qingqing didn't refuse anymore and took Lin Feng's car and came to the county town together. Zhou Qingqing came to the big shopping mall to buy daily necessities. It was very crowded. Lin Feng also stopped his car here and started yelling, "Those from the south, those from the north, come and see the watermelons. Ah, the big watermelons from the newly opened garden. Crisp and sweet, absolutely delicious." However, after half a day of shouting, a price is not even asked. Not far away from a few competitors there is basically no one. Watermelons were indeed not selling well this year. Zhou Qingqing quickly finished her shopping and went out to see Lin Feng hawking nearby, so she walked next to him. Qingqing, why didn't you go back? The noon shuttle won't arrive for a few more hours, so I'll sit with you for a while first. Yesterday, Lin Feng helped Zhou Qingqing teach Chun Ergu a lesson, and today she drove her over, so she was embarrassed to throw Lin Feng back alone. When Lin Feng heard this, he was overjoyed. Then you sit in the car. Don't get a tan. It's fine. I brought an umbrella. Zhou Qingqing opened the parasol and sat next to him. Zhou Qingqing was white and pretty, and was very eye-catching wherever she went. As soon as she sat here, not much later, people started to come over to ask for watermelons, and stole a few glances at her from time to time. Dude, how do you sell this watermelon? $3 a caddy. I go. So expensive. This year the watermelon rotten street. 50 cents a caddy cannot be sold. You this watermelon why so expensive? Yes, you're just like robbing. A big mom was also a little dissatisfied on the side. This watermelon of mine is different from others. If you don't believe me, you guys taste it. Don't pay if it's not good. Lin Feng casually cut open a watermelon, instantly wafting out a refreshing fragrance. It smells pretty good. I wonder how it tastes. The youth and the big mom each picked up a piece of watermelon and ate it. As soon as the watermelon was in their mouths, both of them stared wide-eyed in unison. You don't say. This watermelon is quite delicious. That's right, it's quite delicious. The youth finished off a piece of watermelon in a few bites and took another piece. Big Mom also quickly ate a piece. Before long, there were a few more pieces of watermelon rind on the ground. A large group of people quickly gathered over on the street where people were coming and going. One is to watch the fun, the other is to look at the beauty. This watermelon is indeed good. It is indeed worth $2. Give me two. Give me two as well. No, come four. The big mom and the youth tasted it and thought it was delicious, and paid out money one after another. The others also followed one after another after tasting them. More and more people gathered around, and the number of watermelons in a tricycle decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. A few other watermelon sellers were dumbfounded. How did this kid sell the watermelon? But also so many people to buy. They threw down their own watermelon stand also came over to try to find out. After waiting in line for half a day to buy one, after tasting it, they immediately felt that their watermelons were simply incomparable. Make way! Make way! It was at this moment that three killer youths squeezed out from the crowd. Some of them wore undershirts, some were bare-chested, with cigarettes dangling from their mouths. Their bodies were tattooed with dragons and tigers, and they were walking with shaking heads, so at a glance, they were not good birds. Coming to the front, the leading red-haired youth patted the watermelon. Does this watermelon keep ripe? Chapter 5, Leaving in the Round. Keep it cooked. Lin Feng didn't look like they were good and replied lightly. Open a few whole and taste them. The youth narrowed his eyes and pointed at the watermelons in the car with his cigarette-clipped hand. Lin Feng cut open two. The three youths flung their cheeks out in a frenzy and ate up the watermelons in the blink of an eye. Brother Long, this watermelon is not bad. It's good. It's much better than the trashy watermelons from those stalls. The three youths ate the watermelon while their eyes darted around. The red-haired youth in the lead quickly saw Zhou Qingqing under the parasol, and his eyes instantly lit up. I go. There's a pretty girl here. It's not scientific that there can be such a good-looking girl in this Thai place. The red-haired youth was not in the mood to eat watermelon anymore, and with a cheap smile came over to Zhou Qingqing's side. His body was covered in the smell of smoke, and his mouth had a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Zhou Qingqing subconsciously ducked. What are you afraid of? I just want to get to know you. It's not like I can eat you. The other two youths also surrounded them, with the same cheap smile on their faces. You're such a pretty girl. It's too bad to sell melons here. Go with my brother. Guarantee that you'll eat good food and drink hot water. You don't have to suffer here with this hangman. You see brother this shawl dragon handsome or not? Go with brother. Brother take you to have a quickie. Let you see what is a real man. The red-haired youth reached out and was about to pull Zhou Qingqing's white arm. However, he was pushed away by Zhou Qingqing. I don't know you guys. Stay away from me. Hearing their filthy words, Zhou Qingqing got a little angry. A chick, you kinda don't know how to appreciate me. It's your good fortune that I've taken a liking to you. Don't be ungrateful, or else you'll offend me and make your whole family's chickens and dogs restless. The red-haired youth saw that soft didn't work and started to come hard. Lin Feng took a look and immediately jumped out of the car and came in front of the three, coldly blocking Zhou Qingqing behind him. Three of you. The watermelon is finished. Pay the money. What did you say? The red-haired youth grinned his mouth in surprise. I said pay for the watermelon. You're new here. Right. I don't want to ask you for money is good. You still dare to ask me for money. Don't want to mix up is it? The yellow-haired youth next to him pointed at Lin Feng's nose and said angrily. At a glance this is a newcomer. Otherwise he wouldn't dare to ask for money from us even if he borrowed a few guts. Let me tell you, we never pay for food in this piece. If you want to continue selling melons here, remember the rules here. Otherwise, the green-haired youth drew out a throwing stick and smashed a few watermelons with a snap. See this watermelon? This is what you'll get. Your head will be smashed for you, and the car will be lifted for you. Looking at these three hooligans dancing and jumping up and down in front of him, Lin Feng let out a cold laugh. I'm sorry, I don't care who you are and what rules you have. If you eat my watermelon you have to pay. That's my rule. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You kid is quite social. The three youths glared their eyes like cows. Their ferocious looks were obvious. Give me the money for the watermelon right now. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Lin Feng said in a cold voice. He knew that it was useless to reason with this bunch of self-righteous fools. Violence was the only language they could understand. This has lived long enough. Brothers, teach him how to do things. The red-haired youth waved his hand, and the other two youths wheeled their fists towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was already physically strong and had received the inheritance. These three hooligans were no match for Lin Feng even if they were bundled together. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Feng easily dodged a few punches thrown by the three and then started to counterattack. Ah! Ouch! Asterisk 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 asterisk. The miserable screams of the three people rang out one after another. The red-haired youth lay on the ground covering his cheeks. The yellow-haired youth covered his stomach and fell on all fours. The green-haired youth clutched one of his legs and shrunk into a ball. These three guys were all battle scum in front of Lin Feng. They were taken down in one move. Big brother, the point is a bit hard. Just now, the three guys were still very horizontal. Now they were woken up. Retreat first, we'll settle the score with him later. The three people got up from the ground and wanted to run, but Lin Feng was in front of them and blocked their way. All three were startled. Kid, I advise you to be a human being and let us go. Otherwise you don't want to be in the future. The red-haired youth still wanted to threaten, but he hadn't finished. Lin Feng smacked him in the face with a big mouth, directly sending him spinning in place. Why are you so full of crap? Hurry up and give me the money. Lin Feng had an impatient face. You dare to hit my big mouth. Slap. Another slap. The red-haired youth took several steps backward and almost didn't fall. You. Slap. You. Slap. Every time the red-haired youth tried to open his mouth, all he got was a big mouth. The other two youths involuntarily shrunk their necks every time they heard a slapping sound. In the end, the slapping sounds rang out. The red-haired youth's cheeks swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, swelling up like a pig's head. This time he shut up completely. Lin Feng turned his head to look at the remaining two youths. I'll just ask you guys one thing, pay up or not? Otherwise you two will end up like him. The two men shivered in fear and hurriedly nodded their heads. Give. We'll pull out the money right now. The two people hurriedly pulled out their pockets, yet they didn't pull out a single penny. These three guys were usually net freeloaders and rarely carried money in their pockets, and they didn't bring any today either. Big brother, I'm really sorry. It's really not that we don't want to give. We really don't have any money with us today. The green-haired youth cried and looked at Lin Feng with some embarrassment. Why don't we send it to you tomorrow? Lin Feng threw him to the ground with a slap and drank. Playing tricks on me. Right. The green-haired youth was beaten to the point where his eyes were starry. He was completely scared and hurriedly begged for mercy. Don't fight. Don't fight. See if this will work. He shivered and pulled out a cell phone from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a look at it. The latest model Apple phone. Big brother, this cell phone is first pledged to you. I'll send you the money later. Do you think it's okay? The green-haired youth was holding the phone, trembling, afraid that Lin Feng would suddenly slap him again. It's not stolen goods, right? Definitely not. This was given to me by a boss. It's only been used for a few days. Lin Feng grabbed the phone and inspected it. Sure enough, it was a new cell phone that hadn't been used much. He had been stupid for a year and didn't have a cell phone. He was lacking one right now. You're quite sensible. I'll take this phone for now. You guys can roll. Fine. We'll roll. The three people turned around and were about to run, but they were immediately stopped by Lin Feng. Stop. The three people stiffened and turned back. Big brother, you're backtracking again? The green-haired youth asked with an ugly face. Didn't back out. But you guys misunderstood me. I said to let you roll. I didn't let you leave. Roll. Literally, leave as round as a watermelon. The three men's faces instantly turned blue. To let them roll away in front of so many people. This was too humiliating. They clenched their teeth in anger. If you don't roll, each of you will be slapped 100 times. Your choice. Lin Feng knew in his heart that the reason why these three bastards were lowering their eyebrows at the moment was not at all because they had realized their mistakes and reformed. Rather, they had succumbed to violence and temporarily compromised. And in their hearts, they were definitely very defiant and thinking about how to get back at themselves. If he didn't have the strength, right now he and Zhou Qingqing couldn't say how they were bullied by the three of them. In the future, they would also continue to do evil and bully others, so there was no need for him to be even the slightest bit polite to such people. My patience is limited. I'm going to count to 3. If you guys don't roll, I'll roll for you. Let me make a move and you'll definitely regret it. 1, 2. The 3 men thought. A good man does not do anything beforehand. Get out first, then turn around and settle the score with Lin Feng. So they fell to the ground with a thud, rolling out of the crowd in front of the crowd's eyes. After that, they rolled and stood up and fled rampantly, and in the blink of an eye, they were nowhere to be seen. The surrounding crowd resounded with a cheer. These 3 punks, without much strength, were assholes with many dirty tricks. The merchants here were harassed by them. It didn't feel worth it to fight with them, so they suffered a lot from them. Lin Feng taught them a hard lesson and gave the crowd a breath of bad luck. Everyone was incredibly happy in their hearts, so they were more willing to buy Lin Feng's watermelons. Not long after, the cart of watermelons was completely sold out. When Lin Feng did the math, he had sold more than 10,000 in this morning. He was so happy that he went directly to the mall and bought a refrigerator and an air conditioner, then pulled Zhou Qingqing back home happily. When he arrived at the door of his house, Lin Feng jumped out of the car and tried to move the refrigerator and air conditioner down. When he heard the sound of arguing in the house, he hurried into the yard and found 4 people sitting in the house, all with bad faces. Chapter 6. I can have a brain-damaged license. I say Lin Jiangwo, don't blame me for falling down the well. I originally thought you could make a lot of money this year, but the result is that you are this unlucky person. Really unlucky. A good year, but the watermelon can't be sold. I have no choice but to come with you to ask for money. You're screwed, but don't drag me into the water as well. You hurry to pay back the money. Although Lin Jiangwo's voice is better, but the heart disease is still there. By the people to call the debt. A rush. The body began to be uncomfortable again. Lin's mother was a little angry at the side. Village chief, your words are really too hard to hear. All from one village. Do we want to not sell our watermelons? Wang Changue snorted coldly. If you think this is called hard to hear, then I have something even harder to hear. You say your family, a little cutie, a disability. It was already difficult. His body is also not working. I see your family, cannot live for long, so this money I definitely have to ask for it back. Your family because of the treatment and planting melons, owed a butt of debt. I do not care what other debtors do. My family's money, you must pay me back, otherwise this cannot pass. Facing the other parties so aggressively, Lin mother was also not polite. Wang Changue, you are too snobbish. My old Lin is not well now. You come up to force the debt. You are driving us to death. Besides, it was agreed that we will pay back the money in the fall. It's only summer now. You come to ask for the money. How can we have the money to pay back? Then I don't care. Wait until the fall. Your family's debtors all come to ask for money. At that time, where there is still my share. Wang Changue sat on a chair, crossed his legs, and turned his words around. But then, I also know that your family does have difficulties. If this money you really can't pay back, I'll give you another road. You also know that my wife has been dead for several years, and the family has never had a woman. Originally, your family's girl, I wanted to give my son as a daughter-in-law, but unfortunately, now that she has become disabled, she is not worthy of my son. However, to me as a wife, it's still fine. I'm not that demanding. She is now disabled with both legs. It is a burden for you guys to stay with her. Marry me. You know my conditions. Even if I can't cure her legs, I can still let her be clothed and fed. It's better than suffering in your family. If you guys don't think it's enough, I'll give you another $300,000 for the bride price. This way, not only do you not have to pay back the money owed to me, but you can also pay back other people's money. A disabled girl, inside and out together. I've given you guys the equivalent of $400,000 in dowry. I'm considered enough. Lin's father was originally quite calm, but after hearing Wang Changue's nasty thoughts, he directly became angry and reached out to grab the crutch next to him and beat him out. Although his own daughter was disabled, she wasn't a tool to pay off her debts, much less to be Wang Changue's concubine. Lin mother pulled Lin Jiangwo while reaching out and pointing towards the door. You get out! You get out! Lin mother was trembling with anger. She had heard some rumors about Wang Changue before, saying that this man was immodest and had dealings with many unsavory women. She didn't quite believe it at the time. After all, Wang Changue was at least a prominent figure in the village. Now, she has finally seen Wang Changue's shamelessness. Not only did he fall down the well and take advantage of people's danger, but he also coveted his own daughter. Shameless to the extreme. Wang Changue sat in his chair unperturbed. I'm leaving? Where am I going to go? Debt repayment, heaven and earth. If you don't marry your daughter to me, then you will pay back the money. If you don't give the person also, and don't pay back the money, then we have to have a good talk. My Wang Changue's account is not so easy to renege on. His voice steeply raised a few points. his eyes also became sinister. At this time behind him, there were 3 people standing. One was Chen Erdog, one was Nyo Er, and the other was his son Wang Kuan. Nyo Er and Chen Ergo were both village gangsters, being caged by Wang Changue, usually following him in and out, serving him as a horseman. Seeing these 2 hooligans around him, many villagers were in awe of him. Nyo Er had been beaten up by Lin Feng earlier and went home to deal with it. Looking at one side of his swollen face and his leaking teeth, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. So he went and encouraged Wang Changue to come to the Lin family to collect the debt. His son Wang Kuan and Chen Ergo had also just had a conflict with Lin Feng, especially his son Wang Kuan, hard by Lin Feng stuffed a mouthful of cow dung, couldn't swallow this bad anger, and learned from his father to add to the story. Of course, the whole process was reversed by him, all said to be Lin Feng's fault. Wang Changue was so furious that he went on a rampage and came directly over to force the debt with the Lin family. The 3 of them came along too. Nyo Er was worried that he didn't have a legitimate excuse to retaliate against Lin Feng, and when he saw the situation, he immediately jumped out. He glared his eyes out and pointed at Lin's mother and yelled, "I'm telling you, I'll give you 3 more days, either hand over the person or pay back the money, otherwise, I, Nyo Er, will be the first one to say no. What kind of a person I am? You're all clear about it. Piss off the old man and the house will be lit for you." His words could be described as overbearing. Normally, he had been in and out of the village, rampaging for many years, and his intimidation kung fu was still okay. Lin's mother was a woman after all, and her face turned ashen at his words. And just then, Lin Feng's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. "Who's pretending to be in my house? It's so blinding." As soon as the words fell, Lin Feng walked in through the door. The 4 men were all startled and turned around to see Lin Feng standing behind them. "Nyo Er, are your teeth okay? Those 2 teeth of yours? Let me throw them on the cow dung pile next to the health center. If you want them, you can probably still find them now." When Nyo Er heard this, he gritted his teeth in anger. "Lin Feng, don't be complacent. I'll make you look good sooner or later." Facing Nyo Er's threat, Lin Feng sneered back. "Don't think that just because you look like a pair of panties, you can just act like a pussy. Whether you can make me look good or not, I don't know. Now get out of my house right now or I'll make you look good immediately." Wang Changue on the chair stared at Lin Feng with a frown on his face. "Debt repayment, heaven and earth. You came back just in time. Hurry up and pay back the money. Don't talk nonsense." Wang Changue said in a deep voice. "Pay back the money? Within a month, the money with interest to return you guys." "No, it has to be returned today." Wang Kuan shouted. "There's no money today." Lin Feng smiled. "If you don't have money, take your sister to cover the debt." Now that he had a helper, Wang Kuan's bottom line was a few times stronger. Lin Feng looked at Wang Kuan coldly, with a few killing vibes in his eyes. "Wang Kuan, haven't you heard the saying, these days, the one who owes the debt is the father? You can say goodbye and discuss. I'll give you guys a penny, otherwise I'll be forced to be anxious. I'll be sure of this father. If you want money, no, if you want to take a life, from now on, you'll have 2 fathers. One is Wang Changue, and the other one is me." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Changue was turned blue and exploded, yelling at the 3. "What the are you 3 looking at? Give me a good lesson on him." They were just about to move. Lin Feng also roared out, "Are you guys sure you want to make a move? I can have a brain damage certificate. It's not a crime to beat you all to death." This voice directly subdued the 3 on the spot. After the accident, Lin Feng was sent to the hospital for an examination and was identified as having a first-degree brain disability without any criminal capacity. The whole village knew that the certificate was in the drawer. "Wang Changue, let me tell you, I'm not good with my brain. Don't think that if you follow a pair of shrimp soldiers and crab generals around you, plus a son of a turtle, you're the Dragon King. In fact, you're just the turtle prime minister next to the Dragon King. The 4 of you together are not enough for me to fight alone." All 4 of them didn't dare to move. Wang Kuan, Nyo Er and Chen Erdog had all fought with Lin Feng and knew that Lin Feng wasn't easy to deal with. The 3 of them, even if they all went together, it was still a bit hard enough. Wang Changue was even more useless when he was old, so their arrogance just now, all of a sudden reduced by 7 points. Chapter 7 Selling Flowers Online. "What are you looking at? Go on instead." Wang Changue was a little bit unable to get off the stage, but he still wanted to save face and shouted, "Dad, this kid although rampant, but this is after all his home. You are the village head. How can you generalize with him? We are here to ask for money today, not to beat people." Paul Linjiang village head, cannot beat people in other people's homes? Spread out to look like we are too bullying. A month later, if he does not return the money, we will then look for him to settle the score. Is not too late. Yes, village head, this kid may have been stupid for too long, not knowing what's going on in his house. This kind of big words dare to say out loud. Let's wait and see his joke. Well, Chen Ergu followed suit. He had jumped very high before, but just now when he took a look at Lin Feng's aura, he was instantly a bit abashed again. Seeing that both of them didn't dare to go on, Nyo Air also naturally subsided. Wang Changue gasped and calmed himself down, narrowing his eyes and staring at Lin Feng. Your family owes $400,000 or $500,000 in external debt in order to give your siblings medical treatment. This year in order to grow watermelons, you borrowed more than $200,000. The house you live in now is lent to you by other people to live in. A month to pay back $100,000. Do you go and sell your kidney? That's not for you to worry about. Lin Feng said in a cold voice. Very good, young man with backbone, then I'll see how you pay me back. Wang Changue stood up indignantly, glared deeply at Lin Feng and left the Lin family with the remaining 3 people. After they left, the couple and Lin Shui had a sad face. Although Wang Changue was aggressive, what he said was true. Right now the Lin family owed hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. They really couldn't pay back the money. Lin Feng comforted for half a day, but it didn't do much good. He had to take out the money from today's sale and move the refrigerator and air conditioner in from outside again. Where did this money come from? Guo Chunlan looked shocked. Lin Feng smiled. Earned from selling watermelons. A cart full of watermelons sold? All sold, not a single one left. Impossible. You just pulled a cart of watermelons out and sold them all for a few $1,000s. How could you have so much money? Lin Jiangwo didn't believe it at all. Yeah brother, where the hell did you get this money? Lin Shui also looked surprised. I didn't lie to you guys. This is really what I earned from selling watermelons. If you don't believe me, ask Zhou Qingqing. She went with me. The 3 people looked at each other, still somewhat incredulous. Lin Jiangwo had just pulled out a cart of watermelons a few days ago, and as a result, after days of selling them, half of the cart was unsold, and they were all thrown out by the roadside in the end. I didn't expect his son to finish selling a cart in one morning and make so much money. If the watermelons at home could sell so well every day, it would be a big profit. Not only would he be able to pay back all his debts, he would also be able to save up a large sum of money to give Lin Shui a cure. This happy, Lin Jiangwo instantly refreshed. Heart disease directly healed a big half. Lin's mother was also very happy and went to the kitchen to fry 4 dishes. Lin Jiangwo took out his white wine barrel and poured a glass of wine. It had been a long time since he hadn't drank since he couldn't sell the watermelon. Jiangwo, you're still sick. Don't drink. It's okay. Today my son sold all the watermelons. Happy, drink a little. It's okay. Just when the family was happy, a discordant voice rang out. Okay, I'll allow Lin. Still have the heart to drink it. Not that you are dying. See, this is fine. As the words fell, a dozen middle-aged men walked in. These were the Lin family's debtors. Just now, Wang Changue had asked Nyo Air and Shun Ergue to go around and inform these people, saying that Lin Feng had promised to pay back the money in a month. These people weren't as shameless as Wang Changue though, but like him, they all thought that the Lin family was completely finished this time and were afraid that their money would go down the drain. As soon as they heard Lin Feng promise to pay back the money in a month, they all immediately came to collect the debt. This food isn't bad. Why don't we sit down and have a drink together? I can't get this money back. How can I be in the mood to drink? Hurry up and talk about asking for money. Lao Lin don't blame us for being snobbish. Our money is all hard-earned money too. Since you guys promised to pay back the village chief, then we'll pay back our money together too. Yes, my son will get married next year. The new house has not yet bought it. Now how expensive to get married. The luster of the hundreds of thousands of dollars. This money if you do not pay me back, my son's wedding will not be able to get married. My side is the same. My son bought a house in the city. The monthly payment is very expensive. My own body has been sick. Are not willing to go to the hospital to see a doctor. If you do not return the money to me, I can only come to your home to live. I am not picky. Your home to eat what I eat. Lin father put down his wine glass and hurriedly compensated with a smile. Lin mother and Lin Shui also hurriedly made way for these people to sit down. Lin Feng coldly looked at these people and listened to their cries of poverty. This time his family's debtors had all arrived. You guys stop talking. After a month, I'll return all your money. You can go back. Everyone looked at Lin Feng incredulously. Lin family boy, we've all heard. Your brain has recovered, but you have to take some responsibility for what you say. Don't be too young and impetuous. This hundreds of thousands of foreign debts, what are you going to pay them back with? This won't bother you to worry. Everyone can testify. After 1 month, if I can't pay you back, the money owed to you, I'll double it for you. If I can't pay it back in 2 months, I'll quadruple it. I'm young and strong. That is, I'll go to ask for a lifetime of food. I can also pay back your money. The crowd was dumbfounded. Crazy. This child is really crazy. A rush of words all dare to say. It will not be the brain is not good. Right. Otherwise how would it be full of talk? What is your family? There are mines. A month also hundreds of thousands. Not on also doubled. You go to rob a bank. Son, don't talk nonsense. What is the strength of our family? Can pay back so much money a month? Even if the melons can be sold, they can't be sold in a month. It's impossible to come up with so much money. Lin's mother was also very anxious and hurriedly came over to pull Lin Feng, and smiled at the crowd. You guys don't take it seriously. He's talking nonsense. Mom, don't worry about it. I'm sure about this. He arranged his mother to the side and continued. I'm not joking with you guys. You'll come get the money in a month. Now you can disappear from my house. The group looked at each other with different expressions. There were those who wanted to laugh, those who were angry, those who were baffled, and those who were waiting to see the joke. At this moment, a middle-aged man stood up. Lin Feng, dare to put out this word. You kid has some ambition. Uncle Joe, I admire you. If you kid can really pay back all our money within a month, I'll marry my daughter to you. When these words came out, the scene was in an uproar. Old Joe, this kid said big words when he got excited. Why are you on top of it too? The man who had just spoken was called Zhou Jianjun, precisely Zhou Qingqing's father and the richest man in Linjiang village. Inside the village, outside the village, in all the villages, the people who went to his house to propose marriage simply kicked through the threshold. So the moment he said this, all the villagers were nonchalant. I'm very sober. With this kid's family, if he can pay back hundreds of thousands of debts in a month, I'll ask you who can do it. Not to mention doing it. You wouldn't dare to mention it. If he does it, this will definitely be a character in the future. My daughter should be married to this kind of person. If he can't, it's pure bragging rights, and I won't be able to lose anything. Then can your daughter agree? A villager snickered. Marriage matters, parents' orders, matchmakers' words. Besides, Lin Feng's personal conditions aren't bad. How could she not agree? Zhou Jianjun's gaze went to Lin Feng. Uncle Zhou, so many people are present. Words must count. Lin Feng stood up somewhat excitedly. What kind of words are these? I, Zhou Jianjun, am also a man of honor. As long as you can do what you say, I will naturally keep my word. Am I not as good as a child like you? Zhou Jianjun's reply was loud and clear. Then after a month, you'll be waiting for me to propose marriage. Lin Feng originally just couldn't look at the snobbery of these people and wanted to get rid of these people quickly. I didn't realize that there would be unexpected gains. After sending the people away, Lin Feng quickly finished his meal and returned to his room to check out the mutated daffodil. He felt that this kind of daffodil could definitely be worth some money. He took out his Apple phone, turned on the camera and took a few pictures of the daffodil, then sent it to a flower exchange group. This is a high-end flower exchange group. There was no shortage of high-end flowers that were worth a lot of money, and there were a lot of tycoon buyers. Lin Feng wanted to try his luck. In no time, various replies appeared. Is this flower really fake? Gold silk daffodil. Never heard of this variety. Absolutely not. I'm a daffodil expert. This is a liar. These days, for the sake of claptrap and attracting attention, there are all sorts of people. It is recommended that this person be blacked out to avoid misleading others. But this picture doesn't look like it's been retouched. What can't be done with the current retouching technology? There were also some that directly and brainlessly followed the trend. Lin Feng read them one by one and could understand them. After all, this pot of golden daffodils had gone beyond their cognitive range. Lin Feng immediately replied, I didn't lie to you guys. This is true. Don't believe me, I'll send you a video. Lin Feng recorded another short video, shot it from all angles and sent it to the group. This time the group completely exploded. It really doesn't look like a fake. It's hard to fake a video, right? New variety of flowers. The character is still extremely good. Awesome big. Many big brothers were also blown out, one after another. People started to send private messages to Lin Feng, asking for prices and his address, intending to come and take a look in person. Chapter 8 I am the law. Lin Feng replied to them one by one and left his address. The next morning, the weather wasn't very good. Lin Feng didn't go to sell watermelons. In this kind of weather, the sales wouldn't be too good. Lin Feng put a bamboo basket on his back and planned to go to the mountains to collect medicine. Many of the inheritances he had obtained were about medical skills. Two of them were the strongest. They were the Hotian needle art and the Shinnon medical scripture. The heavenly returning needle technique, when practiced to a great extent, had the ability to bring the dead back to life, which could save lives and injure people. I.e., it was a medical technique as well as a martial art. The Divine Farmer's medical scripture contains the introduction of all herbs and tens of thousands of miraculous remedies to cure all diseases. Among them was the prescription to cure his sister's legs. It just needed some special herbs. There was a Wulong mountain next to Linjiang village. It was a natural treasure trove of medicinal herbs. There were all kinds of herbs. As long as he gathered all these herbs, Lin Feng could start treating his sister's legs. Carrying a bamboo basket on his back, Lin Feng left the house and walked towards Wulong mountain. His footsteps flew fast and he was out of the village in no time. At that moment, a pretty figure appeared in front of him. Sister Kaiyun. Lin Fang's eyes lit up and he quickly chased after her. The woman in front was none other than Li Kaiyun. As the village doctor, she often had to go up the mountains to collect medicine. What a coincidence! Sister Kaiyun. Seeing Lin Feng, Li Kaiyun was also happy. Why did you go up to the mountains to pick medicines as well? I just happened to need some herbs and went to the mountains to look for them. Lin Feng hemmed and hawed. Picking herbs alone was boring, they just happened to be companions. So the two of them went up the mountain while chatting. Wulong Mountain was lush and green. The sun was rising and a light smoke was spreading in the mountains, giving a sense of fairy air. The two were walking forward when they suddenly heard someone talking in front of them. What a pity! It's a waste of time to waste this 30-year-old ginseng. I searched for it for several months, and it was wasted. It's not a pity. This ginseng has few whiskers and poor color. It's not top quality at first sight. It won't fetch a good price even if we take it to sell. Let's look again. Maybe we can find a better one. Soon, two people came from the opposite side. It was two farmers picking herbs. Passing by Lin Feng, they simply swept a glance and went down the mountain with a face full of regret. Lin Feng quickly walked up and came to the place where the two men had just stood. He found a ginseng that had been broken into 3 sections thrown on the ground. It was probably those two people just now, who had accidentally dug up the ginseng and broken it. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He hurriedly picked up the ginseng. This ginseng is already ruined. What are you still picking it up for? Li Kaiyun was a bit curious. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. I'm keeping it to be useful. For others, this ginseng was indeed ruined, but for Lin Feng it wasn't. Go back and repair it with a spiritual liquid and it would be as good as new. 30 years of ginseng. This was very precious. Just as soon as he went up the mountain, he picked up a treasure. Lin Feng was very happy. The two of them continued walking forward. A low roar came from the woods. Li Kaiyun was startled and subconsciously grabbed Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng also got careful and blocked in front of Li Kaiyun. Looking around, a moment later, a big furry head poked out from the bushes. It was a black bear. It was an adult female bear that stood up to be as tall as a person. Oh no! The bears that come out at this time of the night are those that have been starving for a night, maybe even for a few days. They are very ferocious. Li Kaiyun's face was a bit ugly. She often went up the mountain to collect medicines and was familiar with the situation on the mountain. When they encountered this kind of situation, they usually threw down some food and immediately fled. Li Kaiyun had food prepared in her basket and immediately threw it on. But the black bear didn't dare to eat it, as if there was something terrible stopping it. Li Kaiyun was a bit puzzled. Strange, why isn't this bear reacting? Lin Feng was also a bit curious. He had encountered bears in the mountains before. Every time he either turned around and fled or quickly went up a tree. This time this bear was indeed a bit strange. Lin Feng glared his eyes at the black bear angrily. This black bear was surprisingly frightened and fell back a few steps. Its eyes were tinged with terror and its two big furry paws kept touching its head. A sign of fear. Lin Feng froze. This bear seemed to be afraid of himself. Could it be that he had the ability to shock animals after receiving the divine farmer's inheritance? Thinking of this, he shouted, asterisk 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 eat if you want to eat, if you don't, back off. As he shouted this, the black bear seemed to understand and retreated a few steps, turned his body around and fled with his big furry head shaking. Lin Feng laughed. This bear was really afraid of himself. How does the bear listen to you? Li Kaiyun had never seen such a strange thing and was quite curious. I don't know. I guess it's because I'm physically stronger. Animals are also bullies. Of course Lin Feng couldn't say that it was because he had the divine farmer's inheritance, and casually made an excuse. Li Kaiyun didn't think much about it and continued to go up the mountain with Lin Feng to collect medicine. The two of them searched for more than an hour and finally found all the medicines. Carrying a basket full of herbs on their backs, the two rested for a while and prepared to go down the mountain. It was at this moment that a man's voice rang out. Who told you guys to come up here to pick herbs? Don't you know that this mountain belongs to us? As he spoke, 3 men appeared in front of Lin Feng and Li Kaiyun, blocking the way. The man in the lead had a face as long as a horse, with a lewdness in his temperament. This mountain belongs to everyone. When did it belong to you? What right do you have to do this? The man in front of her, Li Kaiyun, knew him, the gangster from the next village, Wei Jinbiao. Relying on the fact that the village chief was his brother-in-law, he was very overbearing. Li Kaiyun often came over to pick herbs and had never encountered such an inexplicable person. This is our new rule. From now on, this piece of mountain, all the medicinal herbs, all belong to us. You want to pick medicines, go to other places to pick them. Come back to this piece. You will be treated impolitely. Wei Jinbiao was overbearing. Wulong Mountain not only had a rich variety of medicinal herbs, but also an astonishing amount of them. Every year, there were many villagers who were able to live a good life by picking medicines. Where there was profit, there was a jungle. Some people looked red in the eyes and set their sights on this place. They intend to monopolize the right to collect medicine here. Anyway, Those who come over to collect medicine are all farmers who are easy to bully. The three of them were members of this group. Guo Jinbiao looked Li Kaiyun up and down, his eyes showing greed. Not only was Li Kaiyun's face pretty, but she often went up the mountain to pick herbs, and her body had been worked out to the front and back. A good figure that most women didn't have. So he immediately had an evil thought in his heart. This mountain is everyone's. You don't count. I'll just come and pick herbs. See what you guys can do. Li Kaiyun was defiant. Guo Jinbiao gave a bad smile. Little, you have big guts. How dare you say such things to me here? There is no one here. No one will know if I get you two killed. Let's put it this way. Give you guys a choice. Either hand over all the herbs, or let me put my hand into your pants to touch too. This herb you carry away. See you guys pick so many herbs. Also quite not easy. If others, I will not be so merciful. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You want to think beautiful? To touch, go back to touch your mom. Facing Guo Jinbiao's shameless request, Li Kaiyun really got angry. Even though her temper had always been very good, she inevitably burst out with foul language. Guo Jinbiao was furious. Stinking, give you face and you still don't pocket it. Then don't blame us for being impolite. We're going to confiscate all of this herb, and I have to touch this body of yours. At this time, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and spoke indifferently. In broad daylight, you guys are too arrogant. Are you still talking about the king's law? Guo Jinbiao glared and roared. Law? Here, I am the law. Give me a hand. The two horsemen behind him immediately came up to grab the two people's medicine baskets. Lin Feng was also enraged. Originally he didn't want to hit people in front of Sister Kaiyun. It would look like he was violent. However, these fools were just too much to beat. One of them came to grab Lin Feng's medicine basket. In his mouth he was arrogantly yelling, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and give me the medicine basket. If you look again your eyes will be gouged out for you." Lin Feng couldn't help but kick him in the face. It directly kicked him backwards and flipped him out. This hill was steep and the other person rolled straight down the hill. He kept rolling dozens of meters before stopping, bruised and swollen from the impact, his face covered in blood. Just now Guo Jinbiao was right about one thing. There is no one here, and no one will know if they kill someone. Only, this saying applied to themselves as well. Lin Feng didn't stop hoofing it. He kicked the man who went to grab Li Kaiyun's medicinal herbs again and kicked him down the mountain as well. Guo Jinbiao, who had been strutting his stuff just a moment ago, had lost two of his ponies in the blink of an eye and turned into a bare-knuckle commander. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was instantly shocked. You have two tricks up your sleeve. He looked at Lin Feng dumbfounded. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so capable of fighting. Originally he thought that Lin Feng was a soft persimmon, but he didn't realize that it was a piece of iron. Are you going to roll down by yourself or I'm going to send you down? Lin Feng smiled coldly. Chapter 9. I can cure this poison. Don't be too wild, you brat. My brother-in-law is Zhao Debao, and he has monopolized the purchase of herbs in several nearby towns. If you dare to touch me, my brother-in-law will cut off the purchase of medicinal herbs for your entire village. At that time, you can only hug your medicinal herbs and cry. No one will dare to accept your medicinal herbs. If these villagers know that it's because of you, cutting off their financial path, you'll definitely not be able to eat. So I advise you to think twice. Guo Jinbiao threatened aggressively. In his opinion, no one dared to offend his brother-in-law, because his brother-in-law controlled the lifeblood of hundreds of farmers. Zhao Debao, I've heard of him. Isn't he the herb adulterer from Leaning Mountain Village? Without him, our Linjiang village's herbs will still be sold, and the price will be even higher. You can get lost. After saying that, Lin Feng kicked out and kicked Guo Jinbiao down as well. His body seemed like a ball as it rolled all the way down the mountain, accompanied by a string of miserable howls. You step on a horse and wait. I'll go back and tell my brother-in-law. Your Linjiang village's medicinal herbs. Just wait to rot at home. Guo Jinbiao covered his smashed head and roared angrily. And just then, a roar came out from the woods. A black bear scurried out and directly bit his hand. It was the same black bear from before. His voice just now had invited the hungry black bear. Asterisk 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 blind bear. Ah! Guo Jinbiao was bitten on his hand and let out a yell of pain, constantly striking the black bear with his fists. But the black bear's skin was thick, and his fists couldn't hurt the black bear in the slightest. The other two accomplices, seeing the black bear come out to bite, were scared out of their wits and turned around and ran away. Don't run away, he shouted angrily, but the two men simply ignored him and ran away in the blink of an eye. They were just working for Zhao Debao, with a salary of just over $2,000 a month. This black bear was starving at first glance, and was more ferocious than a tiger, so whoever got on it was out of luck. For that little money, who's going to fight for their lives? Lin Feng stood on the hill and watched Guo Jinbiao's misery with cold eyes. This kind of person deserved it. He wouldn't save him. Not long after, one of Guo Jinbiao's hands was bitten off by the black bear. It hurt so much that he grimaced. Although he lost a hand, his life was saved. He did not have time to think about it and ran down the mountain holding his mutilated arm. Otherwise, this hungry bear could have eaten his entire body. Good job. Lin Feng came next to the black bear. The black bear was too scared to move again. It's okay, I won't yell at you this time. Eat slowly. If it's not enough, I'll bring you more next time I go up the mountain. Lin Feng threw all the food he had with him to the black bear. The black bear seemed to understand Lin Feng's words, happily rolled a few times, hugged the food and drilled into the bushes. After driving away the three bullies, the two of them continued to walk down the mountain. When they were almost at the bottom of the mountain, Li Kaiyun suddenly had a somewhat unnatural expression. Sister Kaiyun, what's wrong with you? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? No, I just want to go to the toilet. Can you help me carry the herbs? Of course it's okay, bring it. Lin Feng took Li Kaiyun's medicine basket and turned his face in the direction of the mountain. Li Kaiyun quickly drilled into the bushes, and not long after, there was a sound of rushing water. For some reason, Lin Feng felt an inexplicable excitement. He shook his head and shook off the distractions to keep himself from imagining things. It was at this moment that from the bushes behind him came a cry of alarm from Li Kaiyun. Egu! Lin Feng was startled, but he couldn't turn around to look, so he asked, Sister Kaiyun, what's wrong with you? Soon, Li Kaiyun walked out from the bushes, her feet limping. I let a snake bite me. Bit where? Li Kaiyun pointed at her foot. Her willow eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. Beads of crystal sweat were coming out on her forehead. It looked like it hurt. Lin Feng immediately made Li Kaiyun sit down, took off her shoes and socks and checked the wound. Li Kaiyun's feet were beautiful. Not too big, not too small, white and delicate, perfectly curved. The delicately repaired toenails were painted pink. This foot alone could make many men swoon. But at this moment, Lin Feng didn't have time to appreciate it. On the side of the big toe of Li Kaiyun's left foot, two dark blue teeth marks appeared, which had just been bitten by a poisonous snake. It's bad. It's the bamboo leaf green. Lin Feng's face was a little anxious. The bamboo leaf green was a kind of poisonous snake in their local area. The snake's entire body was green and it was very short, as if it was a bamboo leaf, hidden in the woods. It was hard to find. It's poisonous yet very strong. Often villagers were bitten by this snake and died before it was too late to rescue them. Right now they were still on the mountain. It would take too long to send to the hospital. Then Li Kaiyun's life could be in danger. There was no time to think. Lin Feng directly cupped Li Kaiyun's slender jade foot, took her crystal jade-like big toe in his mouth and helped her suck out the venom. Li Kaiyun froze, then a scarlet red appeared on her face. Lin Feng quickly sucked in a few mouthfuls and sucked out all the snake venom, spitting it out to the side. You don't mind getting dirty, ah? Li Kaiyun spoke with some embarrassment. There's no way. Saving people is important. Lin Feng quickly tore off a piece of cloth from his clothes, wrapped Li Kaiyun's feet and helped her put on her socks and shoes. Due to the timely treatment, before the snake venom could strike, it was all sucked out by Lin Feng, so Li Kaiyun was already fine. Just go back and simply treat the wound again. However, her feet were bitten and it was inconvenient for her to walk. If she walked on her own, her feet might swell up and she wouldn't be able to walk for a few days. Lin Feng then carried Li Kaiyun down the mountain. Feeling the warmth and softness coming from his back, the smell of body odor mixed with perfume wafted through his nose. Lin Feng felt a rush of joy. During the year he was stupid, Li Kaiyun hadn't helped take care of him. He remembered all of this. And the bath rubbing, he actually remembered all of that. It was just that he was afraid that Li Kaiyun would be embarrassed, so he didn't have the heart to say it. Lin Feng was thinking all the way back to the health center, carrying Li Kaiyun back to the health center. At this time it was already noon and it was time to eat. The two people had been working all morning and were both a bit hungry. Li Kaiyun's feet were injured and it was inconvenient to cook, so Lin Feng took on the task of cooking. Before, when Li Kaiyun took care of him, she had cooked for him many times. This time, Lin Feng finally had the chance to cook for Li Kaiyun once as well. He was busy in the kitchen. Li Kaiyun was sitting in the courtyard gathering the herbs she had just picked. Two figures, a man and a woman, suddenly walked into the courtyard. The man was Nyo Air. At this time he looked very bad, as if he was sick, being supported by the girl next to him. The girl was 17 or 18 years old, quite a bit of beauty, only the ferocious savagery carried on her face, somewhat destroying her temperament. Li Kaiyun, look at what you've done. What has my cousin become after taking your medicine? The girl reached out and pointed at Li Kaiyun with an aggressive face. Li Kaiyun froze and looked carefully at Nyo Air. At this moment, his eyes were tightly closed. He was foaming at the mouth, and his hand on his chest was still trembling a little from time to time. What's wrong with him? Li Kaiyun was somewhat puzzled. You still have the nerve to ask what's wrong. Some days ago, my cousin prescribed a few pairs of herbs in your place, went back and ate them and became like this. You quack. If my cousin has a short or long life, I'll make sure you pay for it. The girl yelled here. immediately attracting quite a few villagers to gather around and also startled Lin Feng. He hurriedly ran out from the kitchen to check the situation. Yi Sweet? Lin Feng immediately recognized her. The girl was from Lining Village, Niu Er's distant cousin. It was fine to come to Linjiang Village often to play, and Lin Feng had seen her a few times. Niu Er was crooked-looking. This cousin of his was quite alright. She was considered an 8-point beauty, only her temper was a bit bad. Li Kaiyun had never encountered this kind of situation and walked to the front to examine Niu Er. Niu Er spat out another mouthful of white foam from his mouth, and his hand shook even worse. Don't touch my cousin. He's been poisoned by your medicine. What do you say? Yi Sweet was aggressive. Impossible. It's impossible for this to happen with the medicine I prescribed. Some days ago Niu Er said he had kidney deficiency. Li Kaiyun gave him a prescription. She had given this prescription to many people and they all had no problem. How did it go wrong when it came to Niu Er? What's impossible? The person is dying. What's impossible? Hurry up and pay for the money, or I'll go to the county to make trouble and smash the bull of your quack doctor. Yi Sweet threatened with a serious face. The surrounding villagers also talked about it. It seems like a female doctor just can't see the doctor. Look at Niu Er's condition. It seems really serious. Li Kaiyun was also a bit flustered this time. If there was really a problem with her medicine, she really didn't know how to deal with it. How much do you want me to compensate? Li Kaiyun asked tentatively. At least 20,000. My cousin has to go to the hospital to check and wash his stomach. There is no chance that he has to be hospitalized. You take 20,000 first. If it's not enough you can add more. Li Kaiyun usually didn't earn much, just a few tens of thousands of dollars a year. 20,000 was not a small amount of money for her, but in case it was really her problem that caused Niu Er to be poisoned, then she would have to shell out this money. Alright, you take him to the hospital first. I'll go get the money. She was just about to go back to the house to get the money when Lin Feng stopped her. Wait, I can cure Niu Er's poison. Chapter 10, Mysterious Recipe. You can solve it? The people at the scene all looked at Lin Feng. They hadn't heard that Lin Feng knew medicine before. Looking at the crowd's skeptical gazes, Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. I can really solve it. Don't believe me. I have a mysterious recipe from an ancient South Asian country. It's specialized in detoxification. The locals use it a lot. It works very well. You guys wait for me for a while. Lin Feng immediately ran back to the kitchen, picked up a cup and flew out of the health center. Not too long after, he came back with the cup, which was filled with a cup full of golden-colored liquid. Cow urine? The villagers immediately recognized it. That's right, it's cow urine. Lin Feng carried a cup of cow urine to Niu Er's side. Yi Sweet took a look and hurriedly blocked it. What are you doing? Don't mess around. Lin Feng said with a straight face. After some serious observation I just made, your cousin Cow Er is poisoned by drugs, and it's very deep. His life is in danger at any time. This prescription of mine will save your cousin's life. After saying that, Lin Feng was about to pour cow urine on Niu Er. Yi Sweet was in a hurry. Don't touch my cousin. You're not a village doctor. Let Dr. Li come. But Lin Feng was unmoved. His expression was still serious. I'm warning you Yi Sweet. I'm saving people. Don't follow and mess around, or you'll be responsible for anything that happens. He shouted to the villagers again. Villagers, you stop her a bit. The village's second grandpa and a youngster immediately came over and pulled Yi Tian. Little girl, since the Lin family boy said he can save, he must have a method. Don't make trouble. Even though your cousin is no good, it's still a human life. It's still important to save people. The second oldest master leaned on his crutches and bitterly persuaded from the side. Yi Sweet's face became a little ugly. Wanted to stop Lin Feng but could no longer do so. She could only shout loudly, cousin, you have to hold on. Her words seemed to be insanely implying something. Lin Feng hemmed and hawed, letting the people hold up Niu Er. Then holding the cow's urine he was about to pour it in for him. Just then, Niu Er, whose eyes were originally closed tightly, suddenly reacted. His eyes slowly opened and his hands stopped shaking. That day he didn't win at Li Ciyun's place. He was very angry in his heart, and when he failed to take revenge on Lin Feng, he thought of coming to Li Ciyun's place to make trouble and blackmail some money in the meantime, so he got his cousin to act with him. It didn't occur to him that Lin Feng was here and had to fill him with cow urine, so he couldn't act in this play anymore. I feel as if my body is better. I should be fine if I go back and rest. I don't need to trouble you guys. He wanted to find an excuse to get away quickly, but he was held down by Lin Feng. Niu Er, don't be brave. You're really poisoned, and it's very serious. Your cousin can't be wrong. You're only returning to the light now. This poison will backfire afterwards. Only by drinking this prescription can you completely detoxify your body. Otherwise your body will be left with serious damages. Come open your mouth. Lin Feng gave some persuasion in a bitter manner. Without waiting for Niu Er to react, he pinched open Niu Er's mouth and poured a cup of cow urine all down. As the fishy cow urine entered his mouth, Nyoair screamed and directly jumped out, covering his stomach in a fit of vomiting. Lin Feng pointed at Nyoair and laughed at the crowd. You guys see? This prescription of mine works. A cup of it and the person got better right then and there. Lin Feng, how dare you give me cow urine? I'm not done with you. After vomiting for a while, Nyoair had a red face and shouted in anger. Nyoair, I saved you with good intentions. Why are you still blaming me? Lin Feng had an aggrieved face. Now the surrounding villagers could see what was going on and were full of contempt for Nyoair. Nyoair, why are you so untalented? You even pretended to be poisoned to blackmail Dr. Lee's money. Dr. Lee, a woman who worked hard to give our village medical treatment. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? The second grandpa knocked his walking stick, a face of hatred. Old man, mind your own business, stay out of my business. Nyoair glared his eyes out, completely without any intention of knowing his mistake. In his opinion, today it was all Lin Feng's bad deeds that ruined his plans. Otherwise he would have been able to blackmail a lot of money from Li Kaiyun. Nyoair secretly hated in his heart. This Lin Feng, he's really in the way. He's spoiling old me's good things 3 times. It looks like he has to think of something. Nyoair, why don't you get lost? Do you want another drink? At this time Lin Feng's voice rang out, with a few teasing words in his tone. Nyoair glared viciously at Lin Feng and fled in ashes. Yi Sweet stomped her foot in anger and followed close behind. There's a lot of right and wrong in front of the widow's door. This pretty woman is just inviting trouble. It's really not possible to not have a man by your side. The second grandpa sighed and slowly left on his crutches. The rest of the villagers also dispersed. The words of the second grandpa touched Li Kaiyun a lot. She should find a man. Otherwise, she really couldn't stand the harassment. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but look at Lin Feng. After eating at Li Caiyun's house, Lin Feng carried the herbs back to his room. Closing the door to his room, Lin Feng summoned the vial. He first took out the broken ginseng, put a drop of water spirit liquid on it. Wow! As the spirit liquid dripped down, the ginseng that had been broken into several sections quickly grew together and turned back into a complete ginseng. Lin Feng took a closer look. It was indeed as those two people had said. This ginseng had a long vintage, but it was of poor quality, so it was a bit of a pity. But it didn't matter. With the vial, it wasn't a problem. He placed another drop of wood spirit liquid on the ginseng. The ginseng shuddered and grew rapidly, doubling in size and becoming full. The ginseng's fibrous roots were also several times more than the original. Lin Feng held it in his hand and looked at it a few times repeatedly and was finally satisfied. Now that this ginseng was selling, there were people who would believe it if they said it was a 100-year-old ginseng. The medicine for his sister's legs wouldn't use the ginseng, so Lin Feng planned to take it and sell it. After dealing with the ginseng, he took out the other herbs and arranged them neatly on the table. Safflower, Radix at Rhizoma sengdi, Rhizoma atractilitis macrocephaly, Radix salvii miltiorizi, Radix peonii alba, Chuan Chion, a total of 24 herbs. These were all to be used for treating his sister's leg. Lin Feng put a drop of wood spirit liquid in a basin, then poured a basin of water and soaked all the herbs in it. After a day, the medicinal power of these herbs could be doubled several times. With the original prescription, it would take half a year to cure his sister's leg. With the help of the spiritual liquid, it could be cured in a month at most. After handling the herbs, Lin Feng wrapped the ginseng and rode his bicycle to the county town. Such top-quality ginseng couldn't be afforded by ordinary places. Only the specialized big pharmacies in the county town could afford it. Arriving at the county town, Lin Feng went straight to a pharmacy. Cheng Feng Tang. This was the largest Chinese medicine store in the county. 100 years old, it had an endless stream of people coming here to buy and sell medicinal herbs. But the owner here was also surprisingly discerning. If the herbs weren't good, they might be humiliated on the spot. Lin Feng walked into the pharmacy and there were many people lined up inside, both buying and selling medicines. Angelica, 1 caddy, 3rd class, mountain ginseng, 10 roots, 4th class, Hisho Wu, 1, 3rd class, old lady, in the future, if you have any more of this kind of Hisho Wu, send them all to us. Seeing as you're an old man and it's not easy, we'll give you an extra $200. The shopkeeper in charge of collecting the medicine shook an old grandmother's hand and said with conviction, "Thank you so much. This Hisho Wu, I originally thought I would just be able to sell it for $100, but I didn't expect it to sell for $300. The grandmother selling the medicinal herbs, with white hair and shabby clothes, at this time had an excited look on her face as she shook the shopkeeper's hand. No need to thank you. This is what should be done. Our Qingfeng Hall prices have always been the most fair. The old granny, with a face of gratitude, took a few $100s, picked up the woven bag with patches sewn on it, and was about to walk out with hobbling steps. At that moment, a pretty woman beside her shook her head. This Hishawu was worth at least $30,000. The old man does not understand. Let this treacherous businessman to pit. only gave $300. This woman has an extremely iconic melon face, fair skin, outstanding temperament, is a standard big beauty. Many female stars compared to her also dwarfed. A tight-fitting professional outfit even emphasized her perfect figure to the fullest. Mr. Zhang, those who can do business in medicinal herbs are powerful groundlings. We're here to do business, so it's better to do more than less. A bodyguard next to her whispered a reminder. The pretty woman's face was hesitant, torn between whether or not to take care of it. Watching the old man being cheated and thanking this treacherous businessman, she was a bit reluctant. Just at this moment, Lin Feng's voice rang out. Boss lady, don't go yet. Chapter 11. Young man, what is your business? The old lady asked curiously. You've been cheated by this guy. Your he shou wu is very valuable. It should be worth at least tens of thousands of dollars, not just 300 at all. What did you say? The old lady froze, dim eyes somewhat wide open. AI. You kid, don't run your mouth. You also don't look at what place is here. Talking nonsense can have consequences. The shopkeeper looked at Lin Feng with an unhappy face. Did I say it wrong? This he shou wu, the year is at least 20 years old, and it's in very good condition. It can be sold on the market for $20,000 to $30,000. You're only giving $300, and you're still saying that it's fair and square. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Lin Feng had inherited the Shin-known medical scriptures, the year and quality of the herbs. He could tell at a glance. When the crowd heard this, they all looked over. The woman's gaze from earlier also went to Lin Feng. The shopkeeper got a little nervous, but his face still looked unimpressed. You don't even look at what this place is. How dare you come here to show off? Am I a professional or are you a professional? I've handled more herbs than you've ever seen. How could I be wrong? This is the most common he shou wu. Don't believe his nonsense, everyone. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Don't rely on your old age here. Whether you have fooled this old lady or not, you yourself know better than anyone else. Didn't you say I don't understand it? Then let's compare. How to compare? The shopkeeper's face was disdainful. Randomly grab a handful of herbs. We say the year. See who says accurate. The shopkeeper snorted lightly. What kind of thing are you? You are also worthy of comparing with me. How funny. When the people next to him heard this, they immediately raised an uproar. Boss, you can't be scared. Right, you don't dare to accept a young man's challenge? That's right. Since you've been practicing for decades, your experience must have killed this young man in seconds. If you don't even dare to accept this, we can only assume that you're really weak-minded. The crowd murmured, and the shopkeeper couldn't afford to push back. When he thought about it, he was a sure winner anyway, so there was no harm in agreeing. So he nodded his head and said, all right, since you don't know how high and mighty you are and you have to find no face, I'll make it happen for you. You go first, and I'll lose if your correctness can catch up to half of mine. The shopkeeper was very arrogant. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. That's what you said. It's a deal. Lin Feng smiled. Let's start. Let you go first. The shopkeeper hugged his shoulders, full of disinterest. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed a handful of herbs in the bag of the farmer next to him. The shopkeeper was just about to look at it when he saw Lin Feng squeeze it with his hand. Ka-chow. The herbs were pinched and crushed, directly becoming crumbs. Come on, tell me how old this herb is. Lin Feng put his hand in front of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper immediately stared wide-eyed. How can I look at it if it's crushed? To view herbs, one had to look at the shape of the herb in terms of color and so on. Now that it was pinched into crumbs by Lin Feng, he couldn't see it at all. Lin Feng smiled slightly. What's so difficult about looking at complete herbs? Didn't you say you've been practicing for decades? Don't tell me that you can't see it when it's crushed. Nonsense. What can you tell from a ball of dregs? You're good, you say it. The shopkeeper shouted aggressively. Lin Feng put the dregs of medicine under his nose and sniffed it, and blurted out, 3 years old. Nonsense. The shopkeeper grinned and scoffed. Lin Feng looked at the owner of the herbs. Am I right? The medicinal farmer immediately nodded his head and said, indeed it's 3 years old. Young man, you're really something. You can tell this. The shopkeeper was a bit speechless now, but when he thought about it, maybe Lin Feng was a blind cat, so he spoke again. Being right once is nothing. You do it again. Lin Feng casually grabbed another handful of herbs and put them under his nose to smell them, and once again said the year, pairing it with the medicine farmer. It was equally correct. Now the whole audience was shocked. The shopkeeper was also completely speechless. His face was changing in the wind and clouds as if it was going to rain. Just now he had threatened that Lin Feng would win as long as he could reach half of his correct rate. This was great. He was directly countered by Lin Feng. Ha ha, shopkeeper, you've lost a lot of people. After practicing for decades, you're not even as good as a little kid. Don't talk too much. You don't even understand such a simple truth. If I were you, there's a crack in the ground, I'd hurry up and drill into it. It's too humiliating. The shopkeeper secretly gritted his teeth, but his face still pretended to be calm. Even if you have some skill in recognizing herbs, So what? Does that prove that what you say is true? I, Qingfeng Hall, have always been trustworthy and will not lie to people. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll be impolite to you, and the same goes for all of you. Seeing that soft doesn't work, the shopkeeper directly threatens, "Boss, can you block so many mouths? It's come to this. If you still deny it, you'll only make Qingfeng Hall's reputation suffer more. Aren't you afraid of smashing your own signboard?" Lin Feng looked at the shopkeeper with a mocking face. Seeing that he couldn't say anything to Lin Feng, the shopkeeper directly called for someone. "Come on people, this kid must have been sent by a competitor to cause trouble. Jealous of the good business of our Qingfeng Hall. You guys hurry up and throw him out. Don't let him continue to cause trouble." With his order, 2 security guards rushed out and were about to come and pull Lin Feng. The people at the scene were not going to do it, and they rebuked the shopkeeper for his shameless behavior, deceiving an old lady and being exposed. "Do you have to use force? You're in the medicinal herb business, not a black force. If Qingfeng Hall does things like this, in the future we won't come over to sell medicinal herbs. The store is big and deceiving customers. We can't afford it. It's not likely that we'll be thrown out someday too." In the middle of the crowd's clamor, the door curtain was raised, and a middle-aged man in his 40s walked out. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and was a gentleman. Only his gaze carried a few shades of gray. He was the true boss of Clear Wind Hall. Just now, he knew about what was going on in front of him. He just didn't want to come out. Seeing that things were getting bigger and bigger, he had to come out to calm things down. "Boss, you came out just in time. This kid even came to cause trouble. He must have been sent by our rivals in a vain attempt to smear the reputation of our Clear Wind Hall." He was full of eagerness to sue. Unexpectedly, the man raised his hand and gave him a slap, directly interrupting his words. "By now, what are you still sophomoric about? Treating everyone like a little cutie? Who told you to lie to this old man? Who gave you the guts? You're really smearing the reputation of Qingfeng Hall." The more the man said, the more angry he became, raising his hand and slapping the shopkeeper a few more times. The shopkeeper could only be passively beaten, not daring to resist in the slightest, not even daring to have the slightest dissatisfaction. After slapping, the man pointed to the back hall and angrily rebuked, "Scum like you, you don't deserve to stay in Qingfeng Hall. Immediately pack up your things and get out." "Yes, yes, yes." The shopkeeper covered his face and obediently disappeared. The man then looked at the crowd, a slightly apologetic smile on his face. "I'm sorry everyone, it's me who didn't control my men well, allowing this kind of scum to appear in Qingfeng Hall. I hope everyone will forgive me." He quickly walked towards the old lady from earlier and asked his men to bring $50,000, placing it in the old lady's hand. "I'm sorry, old man. You take this money, the extra 20,000. Count it as a small apology from me." The old lady was so excited that she didn't know what to say. He had been picking medicines for his entire life and had never made this much money. Of course, the one who had to thank Lin Feng the most was Lin Feng. If it wasn't for Lin Feng's reminder, she would have definitely been cheated. When Lin Feng and the people around him saw that the boss knew what he was talking about and had punished the unscrupulous shopkeeper, their anger subsided and they did what they had to do. The woman who had just looked deeply at Lin Feng and praised under her breath, "He's quite upright." The bodyguard next to her, however, was a bit unimpressed. "Just a rash youngster. This boss looks like an old man. He's already offended. I'm afraid his future days won't be easy." The woman was silent. Not long after, took the bodyguard and left. After Lin Feng left, the smile on the boss's face gradually disappeared. He quickly walked back to the back hall. The shopkeeper was still here. He hadn't left at all. "Rubbish, wouldn't you bring it aside to cheat an old lady? Why cheat in front of so many people?" The more the boss thought about it, the more angry he became, raising his hand for another slap. "I thought it was all a bunch of dirt peasants. They don't know the goods at all. Who knew that the kid came up and saw through me? What the hell?" The shopkeeper wailed and complained. "You changed to another store. You can't stay here. The loss just now is all on you. Within a month, earn it back for me. If you are found out again, you will completely disappear." "Don't worry boss, the next time I collect medicine, I'll definitely pay attention." Looking at the direction Lin Feng left just now, the boss had a grim look on his face. "Dare to make me lose money? I'll make you pay back tenfold." Chapter 12 Bouncing in the Grave. Lin Feng originally wanted to sell the ginseng at the Qingfeng Hall, but when he saw that they had actually lied to the elderly, he changed his mind. He came to another medicinal herb acquisition store. The owner came to Lin Feng and spoke politely. "Little brother, what herbs are you here to sell? I have a ginseng for sale." "Really? We specialize in ginseng. Can you show it to me if it's convenient?" Lin Feng felt that this boss was quite okay and pulled out the ginseng from his pocket. The boss opened it and looked at it once and was full of praise. "This ginseng is at least 30 years old. The character is also good. It's worth at least $100,000. If you don't mind, this ginseng can be sold to me. I can guarantee that for 100 miles around, My price here is definitely the highest. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with this price and nodded his head in agreement. The boss collected the ginseng and had someone pay Lin Feng. Getting the money, Lin Feng left the pharmacy happily. On the way back, he rode his bike, humming happily. The money from the sale of this ginseng would basically pay back Wang Changgui's money. When he was still some way from the village, a pretty figure appeared in front of him. Zhou Qingqing. Seeing his future daughter-in-law, Lin Feng quickly pedaled a few times and chased after her to stop. Zhou Qingqing was carrying a small frame behind her back, which contained a lot of mushrooms. It looked like she had just gone mushroom picking. How tiring to carry so many mushrooms. I'll carry you back. Don't bother. It's not far to home. No need to be polite. Who are we to each other? Lin Feng was very familiar with hanging the mushroom basket on the bike, and pulled Zhou Qingqing to sit at the back. Where are you going? Zhou Qingqing blinked and asked curiously. I went to the county to sell some medicinal herbs and just got back. Carrying Zhou Qingqing, Lin Feng's car speed slowed down quite a bit. For one, he was afraid that the road would be bad and turn Zhou Qingqing upside down, and secondly, it was not easy for him to be alone with Zhou Qingqing. He wanted to stay a little longer. The breeze was refreshing, blowing away the heat, and it was refreshing. The two chatted happily as they walked leisurely along the way. Lin Feng really wanted this road to extend for another 10 kilometers. LOL. After passing a mass grave, Lin Feng suddenly stepped on the brakes. Zhou Qingqing didn't react and subconsciously hugged Lin Feng's waist. For good reason. Why did you stop? She asked with some dissatisfaction. Lin Feng reached out and pointed to the mass grave not far away. Look if that's Wang Kuan. Zhou Qingqing followed his hand and looked. She only saw that a youth was jumping up and down on a lonely grave in a mass grave. A woman next to him was also holding a cell phone and recording. This youth was none other than Wang Kuan. The one who was videotaping him next to him was his girlfriend, Chen Jing. This guy is so hateful. Going to someone's grave and stomping on it. Zhou Qingqing murmured. It's probably shooting some sand sculpture video. These days, some people can do anything to attract attention. Not long after, Wang Kuan jumped down from the grave and kicked down another tombstone. Then the two men laughed into their cell phones and said something loudly. Lin Feng didn't want to watch and rode his bike onward slowly. However, it wasn't long before Wang Kuan came out of the mass grave. He was driving a car and quickly caught up with Lin Feng and Zhou Qingqing. Seeing the two of them together, Wang Kuan immediately slowed down his car. Qingqing, why are you here? Wang Kuan rolled down the window with a warm face. Zhou Qingqing lazily ignored him and didn't say anything. Wang Kuan didn't care and bared his teeth and smiled. Qingqing, you are the village flower of our village. You are a little beauty. Sitting on Lin Feng's broken bike. It's too much of a drop. Come over and do my Audi. I just bought it. Some days ago, Wang Kuan asked Wang Changgui for some money, went to the city to buy a third-hand Audi, refurbished it, and drove it around these days to fool around. Zhou Qingqing is the village flower. Like her countless people, Wang Kuan is no exception. So naturally, he wants to show off with Zhou Qingqing, to prove his strength. Although he already had a girlfriend, Chen Jing. How could Chen Jing compare to Zhou Qingqing? If Zhou Qingqing was willing to be his girlfriend, he could kick out Chen Jing immediately. No need. I get carsick. Riding a bicycle is fine. No need to trouble you. Zhou Qingqing politely declined. Wang Kuan felt a bit disgraced. He was driving an Audi, but he didn't compete with Lin Feng's broken bicycle. He continued to keep smiling. I know Chang Chang, you must be embarrassed to leave Lin Feng behind. You're afraid of hurting his pride. I know you're a good-hearted girl. Okay, you come up here. Lin Feng come up with you. He thought he had guessed Zhou Qingqing's mind. As a result, Zhou Qingqing was still unmoved. Lin Feng was even looking at him with eyes like he was a fool. This guy was really self-centered. The thickness of his face skin was on par with his own. Wang Kuan, do you see that other person Qingqing cares about you? You're the one who has a girlfriend. Don't keep hitting on my wife, okay? Or don't say I'll be rude to you. Lin Feng looked at Chen Jing again. Your boyfriend hooked up with another girl in front of you. Don't you care? Chen Jing's face was very upset. Of course she was dissatisfied in her heart, but she didn't dare to control Wang Kuan's affairs. Wang Kuan, on the other hand, was full of disdain and snorted lightly. When did Qingqing become your wife? You don't take a piss and look at yourself. Marrying Qingqing is your wife. Are you worthy? Haven't you heard? Uncle Jianjun has already made a bet with me. As long as I win, Qingqing will marry me. Wang Kuan cut. Of course I've heard. I admire your courage to talk big. It's better to wait until you do it. If you can't do it, I'll see how you'll end up. In his opinion, it was impossible for Lin Feng to do it. He was already waiting to see the joke. If Lin Feng couldn't do it, he would definitely become the laughingstock of the whole village. Lin Feng looked at Wang Kuan and suddenly realized that on top of Wang Kuan's head, there seemed to be a hidden wisp of black gas. He hadn't noticed it before and only realized it now when he took a closer look. He asked curiously, Wang Kuan, what's wrong with you? Why is there black smoke coming out of your head? Wang Kuan frowned and shone a light into the rearview mirror. Are you blind? Which I saw black smoke coming out of my head? Lin Feng frowned and asked Zhou Qingqing. Qingqing, do you see black smoke coming out of his head? No, I didn't see anything. Zhou Qingqing shook her head. Lin Feng froze. He had clearly seen black gas coming out of Wang Kuan's head. How could everyone else say they didn't see it? He suddenly thought of the inheritance he had obtained. After obtaining the inheritance, he might be able to see things that other people couldn't see. Thinking of this, his eyes condensed and he once again looked at the top of Wang Kuan's head. This time, an imaginary image of a Taiji diagram faintly appeared in his pupils. The black chi above Zhou Kuan's head became even more visible. Evil chi stalking. For words popped up in Lin Feng's mind. He quickly checked the inheritance in his mind about chi destiny. The answer was quickly obtained. There existed various different kinds of chi in the heavens and earth, called chi, such as luck, aura, astral chi, anger, obscure chi, baneful chi, evil chi, dead chi, and so on. These chi are intangible things, invisible and untouchable to the average person, but they can be anchored in tangible things and produce a variety of effects. Some help people, some hurt people, and the cultivation method of observing these chi rhythms was known as the chi observation technique. Among the inheritances he had obtained, there was the chi viewing art. Medical arts could cure illnesses, but they couldn't cure destinies, and these inheritances about life signs were used to cure life. What was bubbling on top of Wang Kuan's head was evil chi, and it was the very evil cumulus chi of evil chi, a kind of chi that could make people delirious. This guy obviously didn't know himself. Lin Feng wanted to laugh. It must be the fact that just now Wang Kuan performed grave bouncing, which caused the evil chi to enter his body, and this guy was about to have bad luck. Wang Kuan looked at Lin Feng staring straight at him and was a bit upset. At the same time, he was also dissatisfied with Zhou Qingqing. This chick who doesn't know what's good for her, who has a good car and doesn't ride it, but has to be on a bike with a poor guy, seems to be a stupid woman as well. It won't take long. I'll definitely be able to get you into bed. Waiting for you to play enough, we'll kick you. Let you and this poor pussy to go to the companion. Thinking so, Wang Kuan heart more comfortable. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something. He had just bought a new car and wanted to show it off, so he organized an elementary school reunion. And Lin Feng was also his elementary school classmate. Originally, he didn't want to find Lin Feng, but when he thought about it, if he let Lin Feng go and showed his classmates that there was a huge gap between Lin Feng and him, that would definitely be cool. So he changed his mind. Lin Feng, on Sunday our elementary school classmates will gather at the best hotel in the county. You can go if you want to, but I advise you not to go, lest you get hit. Our classmates are all doing well. Every one of them is better than you. You'll only be humiliating yourself if you go. After saying that, he stepped on the gas and left with a dejected face. Lin Feng looked at Wang Kuan's departing car and smiled, somewhat unconvinced. Then I really have to go and see it. Chapter 13, Beautiful President. After sending Zhou Qingqing all the way home, Lin Feng went back to his house. Today, Mr. and Mrs. Lin Jiangwo went to the hospital for a review with Lin Shui. Lin Feng was the only one left at home. When it was time to eat, Lin Feng was a bit hungry. The weather was hot and dry and his appetite was lacking. He wanted to eat something spicy to whet his appetite. So he cut up shredded potatoes and planned to make a hot and sour shredded potato, with rice and crisp and refreshing veggie pat cucumbers. He could eat 3 big bowls of rice. As a result, when he went to pick the peppers, he realized that the spiciest peppers were not yet ripe, but it didn't matter. He had spirit liquid to help. He casually summoned the vial and dropped out a drop of spirit liquid to ripen a pepper plant, harvesting dozens of ripe peppers at once. After frying the food, Lin Feng set the table, served rice and started eating. The rice was all homegrown, fragrant and sticky, very tasty. This shredded potato flavor was also sour enough. He ate several bowls of rice in one go, sweating profusely. After eating his fill, he leaned back on the stool, very satisfied. Suddenly, he felt something strange in his body, as if there was a majestic power surging upwards. This feeling was something he had never felt before. This power made him want to stand up and exercise. Lin Feng immediately ran to the courtyard and threw a few punches into the air. Bang 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 bang. In one breath, he actually threw a dozen punches. The speed of the punches was so fast that it seemed like a machine gun. Even the fists could not be seen anymore. Only a string of residual shadows remained. His hands didn't stop. He punched several thousand punches in a row and surprisingly didn't feel any fatigue. Lin Feng was overjoyed. This effect must have come from the chili peppers that were catalyzed by the spiritual liquid. Fruits and vegetables that were ripened with a whole drop of spirit liquid sometimes carried special effects. The cucumber from before could heal wounds, and the ripened chili peppers could increase explosive power and endurance over a period of time. Lin Feng immediately took out all the peppers he had just harvested and put them under the sun. When they were dried and brought on his body, He could have won at a critical moment to replenish his stamina and fighting strength. After noon, his parents and Lin Shui came back. Lin Jiangmo's illness had basically recovered, and the family was happy. Wu Chunlan prepared to fry a few more dishes to celebrate. While he was busy, a Mercedes drove up to his door and stopped. Lin Feng froze. The car was luxurious. At least $1 million. Definitely not from their village. The car door opened and a beautiful leg in high heels stepped out. Then down came a woman with light brown sunglasses, wearing a tight professional outfit. This woman's face was exquisite, only the size of a palm, and the sunglasses covered most of her face, making it impossible to see her entire appearance. However, just based on the delicate lower half of her face, her perfectly curved lips, and her white as gelatin skin, one could surmise that this was a beautiful woman. She was followed by a black SUV, from which 3 men came down. One wore glasses, a man of culture, and the other 2, wearing a suit, looked like bodyguards. This place is really hard to find, the man with glasses complained. Who are you looking for? Lin Feng asked hurriedly. The beautiful woman took off her glasses and looked at Lin Feng and immediately froze. The beautiful woman was the same one from the pharmacy earlier. Lin Feng, however, didn't have much of an impression of the woman. Is this the Lin family? The beautiful woman spoke. Lin Feng nodded and suddenly thought of something. You guys came to see the flowers, right? That's right, we're from the group. We specifically came over to look for you. We've been looking for you for half a day. Hello, my name is Zhang Beilei. The woman took off her glasses and stretched out her white jade-like hand to shake Lin Feng's. Lin Feng immediately brought the 4 people to his home. After some politeness, Zhang Beilei went straight to the point. Lin Feng brought out the pot of mutant daffodils and placed it in front of them. The man with the glasses was an agricultural expert who had been specially invited to do the appraisal today. He took out a magnifying glass and looked at it carefully several times. Eventually, he determined that the flower was indeed real. This daffodil is of really good quality. He secretly sighed. We came here this time for this pot of flowers. I have a flower chain store, just started, is lacking a novelty product to open the market. I see that this kind of daffodil of yours is good. Do you want to cooperate with me? How to cooperate? Lin Feng asked curiously. 2 modes. The first, you tell me the technology to cultivate this flower and I'll share a portion of your flower chain store shares. The second, you provide me with this daffodil on a regular basis and I'll acquire it. Lin Feng was obviously more moved by the first one. After all, there were shares, but the spirit liquid was his secret. He couldn't possibly tell anyone else, so he could only choose the second one. How much can you pay if you acquire it? 100 per plant. 100. Lin Feng was secretly happy in his heart. An ordinary narcissus was only a few dollars a plant. He didn't expect that it could be sold for so much after the mutation. He coughed gently to keep himself calm so that he wouldn't be treated as a rustic who hadn't seen the world. This is no problem. Let's go with this type of cooperation. Zhang Beilei was also very happy. She had been looking for a competitive product and didn't expect to find one so quickly. Seeing everyone chatting happily, Lin Mother brought a plate of cut watermelon. The weather is hot. Let's all eat some watermelon to cool off. Zhang Beilei didn't eat. Her mind was all about business right now. The man with glasses and the 2 bodyguards were not polite. They picked up the watermelon and started eating. As a result, within a few bites, the man with the glasses stopped and his eyes widened. He reached out and gently touched Zhang Beilei's arm. What's wrong? Zhang Beilei looked at him curiously. Mr. Zhang, this watermelon tastes good. How is it good? Zhang Beilei was a bit puzzled in her heart. Crisp and sweet, the flavor is very good. None of the watermelons I've eaten can compare to this one. Really? Zhang Beilei also became curious. Picking up a piece of watermelon, she tasted a few bites. Sure enough, the flavor of the watermelon was very good. Even she, who had seen the world, had never tasted such a delicious watermelon before. Auntie, where did you buy this watermelon? Zhang Beilei opened her mouth with some excitement. In addition to operating flowers, her company also operated a fruit and vegetable supermarket, and selling fruits and vegetables was the main business. After all, the number of people who bought flowers was definitely not as high as the number of people who bought vegetables and fruits. With such a delicious watermelon, she must find a source and get it to her fruit supermarket shelves. This watermelon is grown in our own home. It's not bought, so feel free to eat as much as you like. There's not enough left. Ah, Zhang Beilei was dumbfounded. Not only could Lin Feng's family cultivate special daffodils, they could also grow such delicious watermelons. It was really something she hadn't expected. How many of these watermelons did your family grow? Zhang Beilei asked busily. A lot. Dozens of acres. How much do you sell a caddy? $3. I'll give you $5 a pound. I'll take it all. $5? Hearing this price, Lin Feng was also a bit nonplussed. He was selling it for $3, which was too expensive for many people. Zhang Beilei even opened her mouth and gave him $5 a caddy. How tiring it is for you to go and sell the melons yourself. And you can't sell them at such a high price. Give it all to me. I'll sell it quickly. You can just collect the money directly, as long as you can make sure that the watermelons are all this tasty. Zhang Beilei said and ate a few more bites of watermelon. A piece of watermelon was quickly eaten up. The glasses man and the two bodyguards no longer even had time to talk. Throwing out their gills, they ate up a watermelon in the blink of an eye. I can guarantee this. But the price is so expensive. Can it really be sold? Lin Feng was a bit uneasy. You don't have to worry about this. Our customers are basically high-end customers. Apart from some star hotels, it's some high-income earners, or at least middle class. They can buy a watch of hundreds of thousands of dollars, a bag of tens of thousands of dollars, a bottle of perfume of thousands of dollars at their fingertips. Do you think they would care about a few $100s for a watermelon? They are not bad at money. They pay most attention to quality. Your watermelon is definitely the best quality on the market. It's definitely in short supply. Lin Feng realized after hearing this. It seemed that poverty had limited his imagination. Then there's no problem. Lin Feng bared his teeth and smiled. Before coming over, Zhang Beilei had already prepared a contract. Both parties signed it on the spot. If your watermelons keep being this good, we can work together for a long time and I'll come and buy them every year. After the contract was signed, Beljang handed Lin Feng a check for $500,000. This was the money for the purchase of all the watermelons in Lin Feng's house and a one-year deposit for the flowers. After signing the contract, Beljang brought her people and left the Lin family. General Manager Zhang, I'm afraid these farmers have never seen so much money all at once. You directly gave him all the money for the goods. What if he sees the money and plays tricks with us? We should have left some of the final payment. After getting into the car, the bodyguard was a little worried. You're thinking too much. Just started cooperation. The most important thing is mutual trust. We should take the first step. I also believe that he dared to offend the pharmacy owner and step in to help that old man. This kind of person won't be untrustworthy. Lin Feng's previous behavior at the pharmacy had left a deep impression on Zhang Beilei, so she trusted Lin Feng. Chapter 14, The Village Chief's Happiness. Getting the $500,000 check, the Lin family was incredibly happy. Son, the watermelons are all sold. Go pay back Wang Changui's money so that he doesn't bring people to harass him again. Hua Chunlan was still a little haunted by the fact that Wang Changui had come to force the debt. I'll go now. Lin Feng went back to the house, counted enough money that he still owed Wang Changui, wrapped it in paper and took out another land contract. Since Zhang Beilei said that she could always buy the family's watermelons, the watermelons would definitely continue to be planted next year. When he went to pay back the money, he could ask Wang Changui to sign the land contract by the way. Taking the money and the contract, Lin Feng went to Wang Changui's house. At this time, Wang Changui was sitting in front of the computer looking at something, looking very serious, with a very lewd expression on his face, because he was so focused on what he was looking at. He didn't even realize that Lin Feng had walked into the courtyard. It wasn't until Lin Feng knocked on his room door that he reacted and was startled. A small movie was playing on his computer. It was the kind of small budget movie where the scenes and props and plot were simple, but the action was hot. Ever since he lost his wife, this had become his greatest joy. After watching it, he would go to find some unsavory women to fool around. Just now, he was seeing a key part of the movie, but he didn't expect to be interrupted by Lin Feng. The internet speed in the village was a bit slow. It was hard to load the key clip. He didn't want to turn it off. He just clicked pause. He felt that the computer's back was turned to Lin Feng, so it definitely wouldn't be noticed. What is it? Wang Changui gazed at Lin Feng, his attitude as bad as ever. Lin Feng looked at Wang Changui and froze for a moment, then smiled slightly. Village Chief Wang, what are you looking at? So serious. There were a few hints of flirting in his tone. Wang Changui frowned and said in a bad mood, does what you're looking at have anything to do with you? If you have something to say, if you have a fart to say, if there's nothing to say, hurry up and leave, don't delay Lousy's work. So it's at work. Sorry to bother you. I'm here to return the money. Lin Feng came to the table and took out a paper bag and slapped it on the table. Upon hearing that it was to return money, Wang Changui's face looked a little better. Where did you borrow this money? Tearing down the east wall to make up for the west wall, right? I can't stand people like you who are swollen. Your family is in this situation. The interest rate for borrowing money is very high, right? Wang Changui said while reaching for the money, but Lin Feng took the money back with one hand. Wang Changui glared. What? Tricking me? Lin Feng was busy explaining. How would I dare to trick the village chief? I still have one more thing to do. It's not too late to get the money after I finish this. What is it? Wang Changui asked in a bad mood. Lin Feng took out the land rental contract and put it in front of him. That piece of land in my house. I want to rent it for another 3 years. Please sign it. Wang Changui let out a loud laugh when he saw the contract, as if he had heard an extremely ridiculous joke. Lin Feng, what are your parents thinking? This year's watermelon planting has lost a lot of money. Your family still wants to plant for another 3 years. What are you going to plant? Are you going to take your life? Are your parents just as stupid as you are? Wang Changue shook his head and scoffed with a puzzled look. Planting is my family's business. You just sign it. We won't lose a penny of the rental money. Facing Wang Changue's cynicism, Lin Feng's face was as usual. That won't work either. The benefits of planting watermelons are too low. It's better to plant medicinal herbs. I'm going to plant that land next year, so don't waste your efforts. Wang Changue leaned back on the sofa chair and put on a condescending demeanor. He was close to directly putting his feet on the table. Seeing his direct refusal, Lin Feng's face grew serious. There's really no more to talk about? There's nothing to talk about. I just won't give you a signature. There's a trick to try to go. There's no trick to die. I'll see what you can do. Leave the money behind. People can go. Go slowly. Wang Changue was arrogant and gave the expulsion order. All right. Lin Feng nodded, took out his cell phone and started recording in Wang Changue's direction. Wang Changue was a bit puzzled. What are you filming at me for nothing? Lin Feng laughed. Who said I was filming you? Then what are you filming? I'm filming evidence of you watching a small yellow video. Wang Changue was startled and sat up straight again in his chair, his face a little alarmed. What are you talking nonsense about? How could I, the village head of Linjiang village, watch something like that? Wang Changue was convinced that Lin Feng had been standing at the back of the computer and couldn't have seen it. Lin Feng reached out and pointed behind Wang Changue. Village chief, glass is reflective. Wang Changue was reminded and turned around with a jerk. On the glass of the window behind him, there was a clear reflection of a juvenile image. Bad. Carelessness. Wang Changue's face instantly turned red. At that moment came Lin Feng's laughter. This Apple phone's camera is good. It takes really clear pictures. Wang Changue panicked now and hurriedly got down from the sofa chair and ran to Lin Feng's side. The expression on his face changed. The arrogant color had completely disappeared and was replaced by a face full of pleasing. Lin Feng hurriedly put his cell phone away, with a look of fear that Wang Changue would grab it. What are you doing, village chief? You scared me, Lin Feng said in a slightly disgusted tone. He, they are all men. You know, it's too boring, so I clicked on one to take a look at it. Just took a look at it, didn't even look at it for more than a second. You delete the video first, everything is fine. Wang Changue let out a giggle, like a different person. That won't do. What if you back out? I'm not a 3-year-old. I'm not that good at fooling around. I don't care how many times you've looked at it. Anyway, I'll take it to the village entrance and show it to the grandparents. As long as they know about it, the whole village will know about it. Don't. Have a word. Wang Changue reached out and pulled Lin Feng's arm to death to grab the cell phone. Lin Feng waved his hand and flung him aside, sneering and reminding. You want to grab it if you can't cheat, right? Do you think you're my opponent? Why don't you get a few people to come over and help you? And by the way, tell them what's captured in my video. I didn't mean that. You misunderstood me. Wang Changue hurriedly explained and came up again. Don't talk nonsense. You know how to do it, right? Lin Feng looked at the contract. Got it. Wang Changue immediately took out a pen and signed the contract and stamped it again. Lin Feng took the contract and scrutinized it once, confirmed that it was correct and put it in his pocket. I've signed the words. Can the video be deleted? Wang Changue asked tentatively. No, there is still a condition. What other condition? Wang Changue was a little dissatisfied. Do I still need to pay back the money I owe you? Lin Feng asked slightly teasingly. What? You don't even want to pay back the money you owe me? That won't do. At most, you don't want the interest. Wang Changue said firmly. So your reputation as the village head of Linjiang village is worth this amount of interest money? Then forget it. See you at the village entrance. Lin Feng turned around and was about to walk out. Wang Changue once again pulled him by the neck. Don't go. If he really didn't want this money, it would indeed hurt him. But when he thought about it, if this got out, he would lose a lot of face and probably wouldn't be able to be the village chief. So after further consideration, he had to bear the pain and agree. Count me out. I don't want this money. Lin Feng reached out. Give me the loan note. Wang Changue took out a key and opened the cabinet, took out the loan note and gave it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a look at it and casually tore it to shreds. Can you delete the video this time? Wang Changue hurriedly urged. Do you care so much about this video? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled. Isn't this nonsense? If this thing gets out, how bad is the impact? Quickly delete it. Seeing Wang Changue repeatedly urging, Lin Feng pulled out his cell phone with a smile on his face, pointed the screen at Wang Changue and clicked the on button a few times. However, the phone didn't respond in any way. Wang Changue's eyes instantly widened. At this time Lin Feng opened his mouth in a slightly mocking manner. I forgot to charge it yesterday and it was turned off a long time ago. I just wanted to scare you a bit. I didn't expect you to actually believe it. I'm really sorry. I actually didn't film anything. You don't need to be scared at all. Lin Feng, how dare you trick me? Wang Changgui then reacted that he had been fooled, and was instantly infuriated. The finger pointing at Lin Feng was shaking in the air. This can't be considered fooling you. You really looked at it and I did find it. Just pretend that I really recorded it and then deleted it. Isn't the result the same? Why care about those details? I still have things to do, so I'll excuse myself. Lin Feng let out a string of smug laughs and quickly left the house. When he reached the front door, Wang Changgui's angry roar came from the house. Lin Feng, I, Wang Changgui, am at loggerheads with you. Chapter 15, I'll take this medicinal herb. Lin Feng was laughing all the way home. When he thought of Wang Changgui's expression just now as if he had died as a relative, he couldn't help but laugh. The money didn't have to be paid back and the contract had been signed without any problems. He was very satisfied. Returning home, just entered the door. He saw a dozen villagers sitting in the living room of his house with serious expressions. Lin Feng, you're finally back. It's all because of what you did. Just now we got a notice from Zhao Debao. He said that from now on, he won't accept our medicinal herbs. He also said that it's all because of you. What's going on here? We all rely on selling medicinal herbs to support our families. Who are you messing with? That's not good. You have to mess with Zhao Debao. How can you let us live? This is something you have to give us an account of today, or else we won't leave. A group of villagers were furious, with a posture of asking for punishment. Lin's father and mother didn't know the specifics and didn't dare to speak. Lin Feng obviously knew the reason very well. He had beaten Gui Jingao on the mountain. It must be that this bastard had gone to his brother-in-law Zhao Debao to complain and then came to take revenge on himself. It seemed like he had hit him too lightly at the time. Zhao Debao's matter does have something to do with me, but I have to make it clear to you guys that it wasn't me who caused the trouble. It was his brother-in-law who wanted to monopolize the right to harvest medicines on the mountain, and he also wanted to molest Sister Kaiyun, so that's why I beat him up. After hearing this, the crowd looked at each other. If it was because of this reason, it was understandable for Lin Feng to offend Zhao Debao. We all understand the reasoning, and it's true that his brother-in-law owes a beating for doing this, but we all rely on him for a living, so we have to tolerate everything, and since you caused this, you still have to solve it. Zhao Debao surely doesn't want to drive out all the people. As long as you come to the door and take the initiative to apologize, he will surely forgive you, and he will continue to collect our medicinal herbs. That's right, it can't be because of your behavior alone that it affects everyone's way of life. Young people should learn to keep their heads down and learn to tolerate. And even more so, because you went to help someone, you can't let us be implicated. Hearing these villagers' selfish and wimpy words, Lin Feng let out a burst of contemptuous laughter. You're still in the mood to laugh? The villagers were a bit offended by the situation. What's wrong with me laughing? Aren't you guys funny? Lin Feng asked back. What's so funny about us? Lin Feng snorted lightly. Zhao Debao doesn't accept your medicinal herbs. You guys don't dare to go to him to judge him, but you come to my house to cause trouble. You guys are standard bullies who are afraid of softness. Persimmon's picking the soft one to pinch, because you guys know very well that if you dare to go to Zhao Debao's house to make trouble, you'll end up miserable. And coming to my house, my parents are honest and won't do anything to you. The reason why Zhao Debao dared to transfer the grudge between me and him onto you guys and use you as guns is that he saw how weak and incompetent you guys are, and you guys really didn't let him down. Isn't it funny that you guys live such a miserable life and still feel good about yourselves here? Lin Feng's words rendered the crowd speechless. It was only half a day before someone spoke again. Who says we don't dare to go to him? We'll go to him in a moment. Lin Feng's voice steepened. Then why don't you guys go? Whoever dares to go, come with me right away. I'll accompany him. Any of you, step forward. Everyone was shocked. There was a silence. None of them actually dared to agree. Being angrily rebuked by Lin Feng, the villagers also felt a little bit shortchanged. Their aura was immediately reduced by 5 points. Lin Feng swept his eyes and continued to speak. The reason why Linjiang village has mixed up into such a backward position today is because the people of our village are cowardly and selfish. They only harbor evil intentions. They all only calculate for themselves. We have tons of medicinal herbs and fruits, but we can only rely on others to be able to sell them. And we don't even have the guts to compete with others. The crowd was silent. Lin Feng was right. The village did have such a problem. Their village had more people and resources than the neighboring villages, but it had always been known as a backward village. When there were fights between villages and competition for benefits, they were always the most abashed. Girls from other villages are reluctant to marry over, and even girls from their own village have been marrying out of the village. All of these unfavorable things added up to make the village even more declining. Even if someone wanted to change the situation, they didn't have the power. Lin Feng, it was indeed our fault just now. Once we heard that the herbs might not be sold, we all got a bit agitated. After all, we all have to rely on the herbs to support our families. If we really can't, we'll go and talk to Zhao Debao. After being spoken to by Lin Feng, the villagers' attitudes had eased. Although they still didn't quite dare to go to Zhao Dabao, they were too embarrassed to continue making things difficult for Lin Feng. There's no need to go find him. From today onwards, I'll take your medicinal herbs. Lin Feng spoke again. The crowd was in an uproar. Lin Feng actually wanted to collect herbs himself. He couldn't be crazy. A villager immediately reminded Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I know your heart is good, but you're thinking about the problem too simply. The entire county's medicinal herb business is monopolized by those few. The buyers below are all just ponies. Each family only accepts their own ponies' goods. Other people's medicinal herbs aren't accepted at all. And if you don't go through them to sell your medicinal herbs elsewhere, if they know about it, they will also be retaliated against. So we can only keep our heads down. The villagers were oppressed by Zhao Dabao every day. Why would they not want to rebel? They just didn't have that strength or opportunity. You don't have to worry about this, since I dare to say it. I'm sure of it. In the future, all your herbs will be shipped to my house. I'll take care of the selling of the medicine. Although Lin Feng said it with conviction, they still couldn't believe it. Let's not talk about whether you can sell the medicinal herbs after collecting them. Doing the medicinal herbs business requires a lot of capital. Your family hasn't even paid back the money they owe you. How can you still have the money to collect the medicinal herbs? Yeah, I know you're young, but you can't be too rash. The villagers didn't believe Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng knew that these cautious villagers wouldn't believe him unless he showed some strength. He casually pulled out the $500,000 check that Zhang Beilei had given him and slapped it on the table. $500,000? Is this enough? The villagers all stuck their heads over. This can't be fake. $500,000. Where did the Lin family get so much money? They all couldn't believe that the current Lin family could come up with hundreds of thousands of dollars at once. After looking at it for a long time, a villager who had seen a lot of things spoke up. This check is real. You can look carefully. Look carefully. It's definitely right. Lin Feng saw that the fire was still a bit insufficient, and pulled out the land lease contract he had just signed. You don't believe me? You should always believe the village chief. This is the land lease contract he just signed for me. 3 years, the village chief believes me. What else do you suspect? The villagers immediately took the contract and looked at it carefully. The contract they were able to read and understand, and they all recognized the village chief's signature. It's really the village chief's handwriting, and the official seal. Didn't Wang Changgui say that he was going to grow medicinal herbs on this land? How come it's rented to Lin Feng? It's not easy to get him to let go of the land. It seems like this Lin Feng kid really has some skills. Taking out the contract signed by Wang Changgui, the villagers present had no doubts. Lin family boy, since the words have come to this, then we have nothing more to say. From today onwards, all our medicinal herbs will be sent to your house. Me too. Me too. The villagers' emotions began to warm up. Who would want to run to someone else's village if the medicinal herbs could be sold to their own village? Not only did they have to look at people's faces and be ridiculed, they also had to be squeezed. Leaving from Lin Feng's house, a few good villagers went to Wang Changgui's place. They just wanted to ask why Wang Changgui, who had always been overbearing, was willing to give up his land to Lin Feng. Wang Changgui had just been cheated by Lin Feng and was depressed when the villagers came to his door to ask about it. He didn't know how to answer at all. Village chief, you signed that contract, didn't you? It was me who signed it. Why did you give him a signature? Didn't you say you wanted to plant herbs? Wang Changgui had bitter words. Was that what he wanted to sign? He was obviously tricked into it. Lin Feng not only fooled him, he also took his signature and fooled the villagers. What's the point of asking so many questions? I signed it when I was in a good mood. Where's the why? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. So he simply kicked all the villagers out. The villagers had no choice but to leave Wang Changgui's house. And just then, someone on the street suddenly shouted, "It's not good. Come quickly. Wang Kuan has gone crazy." Wang Changgui was stunned when he heard this. How could his son go crazy? He hurriedly ran to the street. Other villagers also followed. Not long after, they saw Wang Kuan. At this time, his body clothes off a piece of not left, is running naked on the street, generally running while shouting, "You don't come over and there was no one behind him. Seeing this situation, the villagers were all dumbfounded on the spot. Village chief, what's wrong with your son? I don't know. Wang Changgui was anxious and quickly ran over to try to pull Wang Kuan. Son of a, what are you doing? Get your ass home now. Unexpectedly, seeing someone coming over, Wang Kuan's eyes were round and very frightened. He shouted, "Don't you come over." Then he punched Wang Changgui's left eye, directly knocked him on all fours, tumbled backwards into the roadside drainage ditch, and then continued to run naked. The villagers took a look. Wang Kuan even beat his own father. He must be crazy. Even more, no one dared to go up and control him. Soon, Lin Feng was also startled. He rushed to the street and saw Wang Kuan, who was running wildly with a bear, but, oh no, the evil chi on him has flared up. Lin Feng recited silently under his breath. Chapter 16, The Fourth Rune. Lin Feng's expression was a bit tense, but it wasn't because he was worried about Wang Kuan, but because he was worried that he would go crazy and hurt the others. Wang Kuan was purely self-inflicted, while the others were innocent. How do I deal with an evil attack? He moved with a thought. The vial in his mind seemed to sense his thoughts and lit up with a fiery red light. A new rune emerged on the bottle. Fire Spirit Rune. It could absorb chi rhythms and refine them into spiritual liquid. Lin Feng was delighted in his heart. He was worried about not having enough spirit liquid. Now there was a way. Without thinking much, he stopped Wang Kuan at fire speed and pressed down. At this moment Wang Kuan had completely lost his mind. His eyes were red. His face was terrified. It looked as if he was hiding from someone. Lin Feng knew that this was the evil chi that had created an illusion in Wang Kuan's mind, and these visions were often extremely terrifying. This was what happened when you had nothing to do but go and perform a graveyard bounce. Lin Feng intended to help him suck away the evil chi, but he didn't want to be so cheap. He had to leave him a deep lesson before he could do so. The villagers all gathered around at this time. This can't be the legendary rabies. Just now he really ran like a mad dog. I look like a psychopath. Before how did not see it. In the future to be far away from him to do, or one day a sudden onset, was hurt by him will not be good. You just did not see. He even his father to beat. The villagers have never seen this situation, and have guessed randomly. Lin Feng's voice sounded at this time. What you guys are saying is wrong. He's possessed. Medieval. You still know Zuanjutsu? Don't know much. Just a little bit. Lin Feng replied indifferently. If it's really a case of being possessed by an evil spirit, what should be done about it? The villagers were full of curiosity. Don't worry. I have a way. At this time, Wang Changue also climbed out of the ditch and hurriedly ran. Lin Feng, stop. What are you going to do to my son? He didn't believe that Lin Feng could save his son. Lin Feng had a serious expression. Mayor Wang, I can guarantee that I'm the only one in the village who can save him. If you don't want your son to become demented, you'd better not stop me. It doesn't matter if I save him or not, but it's different for you. You're the only son you have. Wang Changue immediately ran out of words. Right now it was better to believe it than not. Lin Feng revealed a slightly mysterious smile. Wang Kuan, sorry for the offense. He swung his palm and slapped at Wang Kuan's face. The speed of his hand was the same as shaking a fan. Slap slap slap. The sound of slaps rang out. Wang Kuan shook his head from side to side as he was hit. His head seemed like a rattle. Wang Changue grinned as he watched from the side. Can slapping really save him? Of course it can. The effect will come out right away. Lin Feng replied firmly, while in fact it was just teaching Wang Kuan a lesson. After slapping more than 100 times, Lin Feng felt that it was almost time. He reached out and pressed his hand on the top of Wang Kuan's head, followed by a thought. Suck! With a soft shout in his mind, an invisible cyclone then appeared in the center of his palm. A powerful suction force erupted from within and began to crazily absorb the evil chi from Wang Kuan's body. In the blink of an eye, the evil chi was drained away. This evil chi flowed through Lin Feng's arm and all of it converged into the vial in his head. Refine. Lin Feng mobilized his intent. The fire spirit pattern once again lit up with red light. The originally black evil chi dissipated in an instant and turned into a transparent spiritual liquid. Success. Seeing that the vial had added a lot of spiritual liquid, Lin Feng smiled crookedly, and at this time, Wang Kuan, who had been drained of his evil chi, gradually regained consciousness. Where am I? He looked blankly at the villagers around him. It's okay, it's really okay. The villagers were all wide-eyed. Just now, they thought Lin Feng was talking nonsense, but they didn't think that they had really cured Wang Kuan. Where are my clothes? Realizing that he was standing on the street but naked, Wang Kuan was shocked. Moreover, his face was still painful and hot, as if he had been slapped in the face. You still have the nerve to ask when you step on the horse. Old man's face has been disgraced by you. Quickly get back to the old man. Wang Changue, who had been beaten into a panda eye, was furious, and as soon as he grabbed Wang Kuan's ear, he yanked it towards his home. The village chief's son, even crazy, running naked in the street. This will certainly become the village after dinner joke. Even 10 miles 8 villages will know. The effect of disgrace is not much better than being caught watching a small video. Wang Changue tugged the dumbfounded Wang Kuan back home. The other villagers also dispersed after discussing it for a while. The fact that Lin Feng knew Zuanjutsu also quickly spread throughout the village. The next few days, the villagers sent medicinal herbs to the Lin family one after another. Lin Feng exchanged the checks for money to pay these villagers for the herbs. The herbs in the house soon filled the yard, while the money in his hands became less and less. His parents and sister were worried, but Lin Feng acted as if nothing was wrong. These herbs are almost piled up. If you can't, ask that pretty girl and see if she can help. Seeing that there were more and more herbs, Guo Chunlan reminded beside Lin Feng with a worried face. It's fine, you don't have to worry. I'll be able to sell these medicines soon. Seeing her son so confident, Lin mother had nothing to say. At 10 minutes into the night, Linjiang village was draped in night colors. There was no air pollution in the countryside, so the stars in the sky were especially bright and beautiful. His parents and sister were asleep. Lin Feng walked out of the room and went to several large water tanks in the yard. It was all filled with well water, which he had filled during the day. Looking around to see that no one was around, Lin Feng summoned the vial. After absorbing the evil qi from Wang Kuan's body and refining it, it made the originally stretched spirit liquid a lot whiter. These herbs were of average quality and it was difficult to sell them. But if they were soaked in spiritual liquid, it would be a different story. The medicinal herbs that had been soaked in spiritual liquid could double their potency, and could instantly become a sought-after item when taken to the market. Everyone else thought he was acting on impulse, but he actually had enough cards. He dripped spiritual liquid into each of the several water tanks and then soaked the herbs in it. After soaking for a few tens of minutes, he fished them out and dried them in the yard before soaking the next batch. After working for a few hours in one breath, Lin Feng had processed half of the herbs. He saw that it was getting late and there was no rush, so he turned around and went to bed. When it was daytime, he would collect all the sun-dried herbs. Right now the weather was very hot and the herbs were drying out especially fast. A few days down the line, all the herbs had been processed by him. Lin Feng planned to pull the herbs to sell them tomorrow, and today was Sunday. To go to the reunion first, he changed into a clean set of clothes and rode his bike to the county town. In order to show off his strength, Wang Kuan had specially chosen the best hotel in the county to organize this reunion. Arriving at the entrance of the hotel, Lin Feng saw many familiar figures. All of them were his elementary school classmates. Everyone was dressed very well. In comparison, his clothes looked a bit ordinary. While Lin Feng was dazed, a déjà vu voice sounded behind him. Lin Feng, today is our class reunion. Why did you come dressed in a piece of ground floor goods? Even though your family's life isn't good, it's not so bad that you can't afford a decent piece of clothing. Lin Feng turned his head back. A young man his age was standing behind him with a sarcastic smile on his face. Next to him followed a sultry dressed woman, intimately carrying his arm. The woman's face had twisted lines. It looked like she hadn't had a lot of knives, and she gave off a strong scent of hyaluronic acid. Lin Feng recognized the other party, elementary school class president, Xia Lifeng. He had a very similar personality to Wang Kuan, and the two of them were also very smelly. I heard that he had been doing well recently and had become a department manager in a company, so this party, he and Wang Kuan opened as cheerful. Then according to you, what should I wear to come? Lin Feng said with a faint smile. Chapter 17, Reunion. You should at least wear a suit. If you really don't have one, you can borrow one from someone else. Xia Lifeng had contempt in his gaze. His family conditions were better than the other students. He always carried a sense of superiority. He looked down on Lin Feng when he was in school, and it was still the same after years of not seeing him. I came to the reunion just to see my old classmates. There's no need to dress so formally. Unlike some people, who organize reunions just to find a stage to pretend. Lin Feng directly punctured Xia Lifeng's mind. He and Wang Kuan were very enthusiastic to organize this reunion. Not for any kind of classmate friendship, but they just wanted to show their superiority in front of their classmates. Xia Lifeng was a little exasperated by what was said. Years of not seeing you. You're still so poor. Even if you want to wear it, can you afford to wear it? See this set of clothes of mine. A set of tens of thousands of dollars. You can't necessarily afford to buy it even if you planted the land for a year. If I were to mix into you like this, I would have already gone and jumped into the river. At this time around the gathering of many students, hearing Xia Lifeng's vicious words, their eyes all looked at Lin Feng. Originally, they thought that Lin Feng would be groundless. However, to their surprise, Lin Feng didn't seem to take it to heart at all. On the contrary, there was some desire to laugh. You're right, it's true that I didn't do well. There were several times that I wanted to go jump into the river, but every time I jumped into the river, I suddenly thought of you, and when I thought about it, trash like you are still shamelessly living in the world, so why should I die? So I became hopeful about life again. When these words came out, there was a burst of laughter. Xia Lifeng, however, turned pale. Do you think that because today is a reunion, I don't dare to hit you? Try saying one more sentence. Being mocked by Lin Feng in a reverse sentence, Xia Lifeng felt humiliated and lost his temper on the spot, rolling up his arms and sleeves to make a move. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth rose slightly. Your mentality is too bad. You've damaged me for so half a day and I didn't even say anything. I just said one sentence about you and you can't stand it anymore? You. Xia Lifeng wanted to say more, but was hastily stopped by his classmate. Forget it, class president. Today is a reunion. It's not easy for everyone to meet. Harmony is most important. All go inside. Seeing the crowd persuading him, Xia Lifeng then stopped. Hatingly glaring at Lin Feng, he took his girlfriend into the hotel. Not too long after, Wang Kuan came in his three-handed refurbished Audi. Next to him followed Chen Jing. Today she wore a short skirt, so short that it was almost butt exposing. Chest also padded high. Call out. She twisted the water snake waist. Sat Wang Kuan walked over. Wang Kuan's face was still a bit swollen, still with arrogance. It was just that the way he looked at Lin Feng didn't dare to be so unrestrained. It seemed that those 100 slaps were still somewhat effective. The two people didn't talk to Lin Feng and went straight into the hotel. There were more than 20 people present today. Wang Kuan and Xia Lifeng booked a large private room. The people sat around the big round table and bragged about each other. Wang Kuan and Xia Lifeng were even chatting with Spittle. Brother Kuan, long time no see. Where are you getting rich? Do some small business. A year also deal with a few million. With you cannot compare. Into a large company. Also became a manager. This watch on your wrist is very expensive. It's not expensive. Just $200,000. Lin Feng didn't say anything, holding his teacup, quietly watching them pretending. After chatting for a few minutes, Wang Kuan stood up and started to speak. I'm very happy that we haven't seen each other for many years. Today I, Wang Kuan, am treating you. What do you want to eat? What do you want to drink? Just order whatever you want. Don't ever be polite with me. When the crowd heard this, they applauded warmly. Brother Cohen is just atmospheric. Count me in. We can't let Brother Cohen treat alone. I, the class president, also wanna help the fun. Today's bill counts for both of us. Xia Lifeng also stood up. On such an important occasion, how could he let Wang Kuan stand out alone? The scene was once again a warm applause. The two instantly became the center of the room. Everyone's chat revolved around the two of them. Chen Jing and Xia Lifeng's girlfriend were also proud of themselves. The crowd took the menus and ordered their own food. Lin Feng wasn't polite either. Since the two were very intent on pretending, he would fulfill them. In a flash, so many years have passed. I see that everyone is doing well. Only Lin Feng is doing almost as well. I heard that he's still farming now. Xia Lifeng was still grumbling about what had just happened, so he brought the topic to Lin Feng again, intending to have a good dig at him. Today, Xia Lifeng was treating people to a meal, and the other students followed suit together as a way to curry favor with him. This can't all be blamed on Lin Feng. I heard that he had a car accident a year ago. He was stupid for a year, and it's only just now that he's just getting better. His family was already in average condition, and he also met with such unlucky luck. It's understandable that he's not doing well. Xia class president, why don't you introduce Lin Feng to a job? All classmates, help him out. It's just a matter of words for you. Looking at his classmates all circling around him, stepping on Lin Feng together, Xia Lifeng was satisfied. He lit up a cigarette and said with slight regret, it's fine to introduce him to a job. It's just that our company's requirements are rather high, and he'll only be able to go and work as a security guard in this condition, with a monthly salary of about $2,000. Really can't. His family is not planted watermelon it. I am now the manager of the United Fruit. For the sake of old classmates, the watermelon can be sent to me. I will give him an extra 10 cents per caddy. For us, these help is a little small, but for Lin Feng this family condition, it's already good. Xia Lifeng held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at Lin Feng with a powerful coaxing look. Lin Feng smiled faintly. I'm a person who was light on fame and fortune. I'm not interested in money. Everyone is still concerned about something else. There's no need for heart. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter, and the air was filled with rapture. He's still loaded. This is a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. If I could not stand to go early. When they first saw Wang Kuan and Xia Lifeng mixing well, they all had a bit of an inferiority complex and felt that they weren't mixing as well as they should. But after seeing Lin Feng, they felt better about themselves all of a sudden and regained their confidence. Xia Lifeng saw that even after targeting Lin Feng so much, Lin Feng wasn't furious and was a bit surprised in his heart. The greatest pleasure of striking people was to see the person being struck lose control of their emotions. And Lin Feng looked like he didn't care no matter how he struck him, which made him feel a bit bored, so he quickly shifted to other topics. Wang Kuan, when are you and Chen Jing going to do business? Soon. It will be within a year. When the time comes, everyone remember to go and drink the wedding wine. That's for sure. When the time comes, I must support the scene. I am now the manager of the United Fruit. Your father is the village chief. In the future you take over your father's class. We come to a strong combination. Other students have something can also come to me. I come to set things right. I'm here. Good to make. Xia Lifeng said with conviction. Others have praised. At this time, the hotel's waiter brought the wine and food. The dishes were very good, and the wine was also very good, including 10 bottles of mutai. When Wang Kuan and Xia Lifeng saw that someone had ordered 10 bottles of mutai, they were both a little upset in their hearts. They are just casually pretending. Did not think that there are really people so not to see the outside. This bottle of mutai can be several thousand it. Although some meet pain, however, this kind of occasion, They are embarrassed to let the waiter take back. Can only be recognized. Who ordered this Mao Tai? Good wine Class president and Cohen is just exquisite. I've never drunk Mao Tai before. Wang Cohen smiled in a pretense of bravado. All old classmates. It doesn't matter who ordered it. Just drink it. Open it. Let's have a cup first. The waiter quickly opened the 10 bottles of Mao Tai. Everyone pour. Don't leave anyone behind. Xia Lifeng also stood up, refusing to leave behind any opportunity to show his face. Come, let's drink this first. After this, there are 3 more. The crowd raised their glasses and drank it all in one go. Good wine and good food. The crowd chatted and ate. After 3 rounds of wine, the food had gone through 5 flavors. Chen Jing went to the restroom in the middle of the day and came back after a long time. Wang Cohen asked curiously, Chen Jing, why did you come back so half a day later? I thought you fell in the restroom. Chen Jing said with a disgusted face, just now I met a little goblin. I argued with her a few times. That little goblin looked like a vixen, so I gave her a slap. Since she followed Wang Cohen, Chen Jing became more and more arrogant, and relying on the fact that there were a lot of people today, she floated around. Everyone is happy today. Don't get upset over those small things. Come on, continue to drink with Brother Feng. Xia Lifeng raised his glass to Chen Jing. Chen Jing swept away the depression from earlier. Winks like silk, raised her glass to welcome. Wang Cohen got higher and higher, singing a song on the spot. Xia Lifeng is also not willing to show weakness, and wait her to ask for a guitar, play and sing, but also let her girlfriend dance to help. The crowd applauded on the sidelines. It was a happy occasion. Suddenly the door was pushed open. In came a very demurely dressed woman with an angry face. Where is the one who just hit me? Come out. The crowd's laughter came to an abrupt end. Chapter 18, beat Zhao Debao painfully. Wang Cohen frowned and spoke with slight disdain. What's wrong with slapping you? Just now it was my girlfriend who hit you. My classmate hit you. It must be that you did something wrong. Otherwise why would he hit you? Why doesn't he hit someone else? Xia Lifeng also helped out from the side. Just then, the door behind him was kicked open. A low, muffled voice rang out. Who the hell is so powerful dare to bully the old man's woman? Live screwed up is it? I want to see, in the end who is wrong. The words just fell. A giant man slowly walked in from outside the door. This man was nearly 2 meters tall and weighed at least 200 pounds. His brain was full of fat, and his face was full of horizontal meat, as if it was a moving mountain of meat, and every time he took a step, the floor trembled slightly. On the big bald head, a scary scar was clearly visible. With a toothpick in his mouth and a big gold chain with thick fingers hanging from his neck, his face was domineering. Behind him followed 4 big men with the same stout figure and ferocious face. The 5 people walked in as if they were 5 huge mountains. Extremely shocking. The entire room was instantly silent. A pin drop could be heard. Immediately, someone recognized the burly man in the lead. It was none other than the village chief of Leaning Mountain Village, Zhao Debao. His fierce reputation was known far and wide. Not only did he monopolize the purchase of medicinal herbs from dozens of villages, moreover, he was a vicious person, and those who offended him all ended up in a miserable situation. Seeing Zhao Debao appear, Wang Kuan's legs shook a little. A strong man kicked away the male students sitting in front of him and moved his chair behind Zhao Debao. Zhao Debao sat on the chair, coldly swept his eyes across the room, and bellowed, "Where's the arrogant person who was here just now? Come out and let me get to know you." Wang Kuan stole his eyes and glared at Chen Jing. That gaze seemed like it wanted to eat Chen Jing. It was not good to offend anyone, but to offend Zhao Debao's woman. This was the end. Chen Jing was so scared that she didn't even dare to raise her head and couldn't immediately drill under the table. Wang Kuan saw that he couldn't hide anymore. Shivering, he stood up and came over to Zhao Debao's side. With a cheap smile and a pleasing face, he opened his mouth. "Brother Debao, I'm really sorry. Just now it's my girlfriend who doesn't know what she's doing. I apologize to you. My name is Wang Kuan. My dad is the mayor of Linjiang village. Please give me face. Don't make things difficult for my girlfriend. I'll go back and teach her a good lesson." He felt that raising his dad would definitely work. However, Zhao Debao didn't give a damn about him and slapped him in the face, directly causing him to fall back several steps, almost knocking the table over. "Beating up Laozi's woman. You want to get over it with an apology. Thinking too much. Your dad Wang Changue is a fart in my eyes. Not even worthy of lifting my shoes. You still have the nerve to mention him to me. He's no good." Wang Kuan was scolded and didn't dare to speak. "Brother Feng, save me." Seeing this, Chen Jing hurriedly begged Xia Lifeng, and Xia Lifeng, who was still powerful and coaxing just now, saying that he was good here, now didn't even dare to speak. No matter how much Chen Jing begged him, he directly played dead. "Who hit you just now? Hit me back," Zhao Debao said in a cold voice. With a cold smile, the demonic woman walked into the crowd, grabbed Chen Jing's hair and dragged her out. At this point, Chen Jing didn't dare to put up any resistance. The others even dared not make a sound. Chen Jing was arrogant and domineering. She hit people first, and deserved to be beaten. And who dared to care about Zhao Debao's matter? They were now just begging for this to end quickly. The demonic woman gave Chen Jing's face a hard smack. I told you to hit me. I told you to be arrogant. Slap. Chen Jing screamed as she was beaten. Wang Kuan could only pretend he didn't see it and didn't dare to say another word. Xia Lifeng even pretended to be dead in the end. After dozens of slaps, the demonic woman was finally out of breath. Zhao Debao coldly looked at the crowd. You Linjiang village people are really powerful big time. A few days ago someone dared to hit my brother-in-law. Today someone dared to hit my woman. I have to give you guys a lesson to remember. All of you have to be punished. As Zhao Debao said this, a ferocious light emerged from his eyes and he waved his hand at the 4 strong men behind him. Go, everyone 10 slaps each. That woman break one of her fingers. Whoever dares to resist, beat me to death. The 4 big men immediately complied, quickly coming to the table, slapping one by one. Boss, what does this have to do with us? The one who bullied your woman was Qing Jing, and it wasn't us. A classmate cried and begged for mercy. Zhao Debao glared his eyes out. Didn't you all just help her along with bullying Lousy's woman? Of course you all need to be taught a lesson. Even if you didn't bully and bumped into Lousy, it still counted as your bad luck. The crowd was speechless, as if they had lost their lives. A moment ago, they were still spirited, but in the blink of an eye, they started to lose face. They didn't dare to resist, or else they would end up even worse. They only begged to finish the beating quickly so that Zhao Debao would be demoralized, so they could still suffer less. Soon, many of the students at the scene were slapped. One of the burly men walked towards Xia Lifeng. Seeing that he couldn't hide anymore, Xia Lifeng immediately pulled out a business card and ran his ass over to Zhao Debao. Brother Debao, I'm the department manager of United Fruits. I hope you can give me face. Don't hit me. If you have fruits to sell, I can find a way to help you raise the price by 30%. Do you think it's okay? Zhao Debao crossed his legs, squinted his eyes and gave him a contemptuous look, took the business card and scanned it. Sorry, I don't do the fruit business, and even if I did, with this amount of money of yours, I can't look at it. With that, he used 4 fingers to tear the business card into 8 pieces and threw it at Xia Lifeng's face. You're no good either. Get lost. Xia Lifeng's face was red. In front of Zhao Debao, he was equally no good at all. A strong man grabbed his collar and slapped him 10 times. After the beating, he covered his red and swollen face and obediently returned to his seat, continuing to play dead. A burly man arrived in front of Lin Feng at this moment and raised his hand to hit. However, his hand was just halfway down when it was grabbed by Lin Feng and he couldn't move. Lin Feng's voice then sounded. You can hit them, but you must not hit me. The strong man froze and said angrily. You've got an extra hair. Why can't you hit them? I'm not like them. If you hit them, they won't dare to resist. But I dare. Lin Feng's eyes met the strong man's eyes with a determined light. The strong man was enraged. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're crazy. I'll see what you're capable of calling the shots. The strong man said and slammed his fist down. Lin Feng's body leaned back and easily dodged the punch, grabbed the bottle on the table with his hand and knocked it on the burly man's head. Ka-ching! There was a crunching sound. The bottle was smashed to smithereens and pieces flew. The burly man covered his large bald head and fell back a few steps, wine mixed with blood slowly flowing down from the top of his head. Everyone present was instantly stunned. Lin Feng had dared to fight back. Zhao Debao's eyes were fierce. Don't know how to die. Him for me. The other 3 big men pounced on Lin Feng together. Ka 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 ka. 3 sounds of bottles shattering sounded one after another. The 3 wolf-like burly men held their heads and screamed miserably. Lin Feng's hands were surprisingly fast, smashing 3 bottles in succession. They didn't even really see how Lin Feng struck before the bottles smashed back, being doused with wine. The 4 burly men instantly lost half of their fighting strength. Lin Feng took advantage of the situation. Grabbing the box containing the wine, he jumped in front of them, as if he was a gopher, and smashed the box of wine bottles, one by one, on their bald heads. The 4 strong men had never received such a toxic beating, being beaten all over the ground, screaming miserably. The entire audience was once again stunned. Even Zhao Debao froze. The cigarette in his hand snapped and fell to the ground, the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitching a few times. These 4 burly men were his most favored ponies. In front of Lin Feng, they were so unbearable. He hadn't even waited for him to get over his shock. Lin Feng came in front of him carrying a wine bottle. Ka-ching! The wine bottle shattered above Zhao Debao's head. The entire crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. Lin Feng had actually hit even Zhao Debao. You, how dare you even hit me? Zhao Debao had been rampaging for many years. Not many people dared to be disrespectful to him. Lin Feng directly gave him a bottle on the head. His heart was incomparably shaken. You're much of a hare. Why can't I hit you? Lin Feng replied with Zhao de BMW boy's words. Aside from beating you, I'll tell you something else. I beat up your brother-in-law too. Your days of being king here are over. If you dare to mess with me or bully people around me in the future, you'll end up 100 times worse than today. Zhao Debao usually relied on these few men around him the most. Right now they were all put down by Lin Feng. He had nothing left to do. He clenched his back teeth and wiped a handful of alcohol from his face. His face was unwilling, but he couldn't do anything about Lin Feng. He could only take his men and leave in disgrace. Chapter 19, Scandalous. As soon as Zhao Debao left, the whole room was once again talking. Only this time, it was no longer Wang Kuan and Xia Lifeng who were talking, but Lin Feng. How could they not expect that Lin Feng was so strong that he had beaten Zhao Debao so much that he didn't dare to say a word? It seemed like they had really underestimated Lin Feng, and then when they thought about how they had behaved just now, their faces instantly heated up. Lin Feng returned to his seat with a smile on his face. Everyone continue to drink. Don't let them affect your mood. Move on to the music. Move on to the dance. The crowd was embarrassed. After being slapped 10 times and being scared less by Zhao Debao, how could they still be in the mood to continue fooling around like they did just now? What's that smell? Why is there a strange odor? A male student inhaled his nose and exclaimed. The others followed suit and inhaled their noses. Sure enough, they smelled a strange odor. It seemed like a smell of urine. How could there be this kind of smell in this high-end private room? The crowd sniffled and searched for the source of the smell. In the end, they all looked at Chen Jing, only to see a puddle of yellow liquid under Chen Jing's feet. Her thighs in black silk also became wet. Even the small short skirt was wet. The crowd instantly understood and all had a look of disgust on their faces. Just now, Zhao Debao said that he was going to break one of Chen Jing's fingers, and she was actually scared to pee. Chen Jing's face directly reddened to her neck. Wang Kuan and Xia Lifeng also moved their chairs away from her with a look of disgust. Just now, Lin Feng had beaten away Zhao Debao, and the focus of the entire room had instantly fallen on Lin Feng. Wang Kuan and Xia Lifeng couldn't accept this result. This was clearly their venue. How could they let Lin Feng take the limelight away? The two of them hurriedly tried to find a way to salvage the situation and regain the power of speech. Lin Feng, Zhao Debao isn't someone to be messed with. Even though he's gone, this definitely won't end like this. He's a very shady person. We're actually not afraid of Zhao Debao. If a few of us were together, we could deal with him. It's just that we don't want to be generalized with this kind of person. You were too adventurous just now. Wang Kuan shook his head as he spoke. It looked as if Lin Feng had made a big mistake. It's not just a matter of offending Zhao Debao. What era is this? What's the use of fighting all day long? That's the behavior of a reckless man. It's not civilized at all. Even if you are able to fight again, can you beat planes and tanks? Brains, connections, capital, that's what a man should fight for. Xiao Lifeng was also on the side trying to forcefully save face. However, no matter what they said, it didn't work. The performance of the two of them just now was so bad that the crowd saw their true colors. It was fine to blow up at the drinking table, but when it came to the critical moment, they were nothing. On the contrary, it was Lin Feng, who was ruthless and didn't talk much. If he hadn't stepped in, they might have been even worse. Wang Kuan and Xia Lifeng also felt that they couldn't salvage the situation. There was no point in drinking this wine any longer, so they let the waiter settle the bill. Both people took out their wallets and grabbed the check. Just now, they had lost a lot of face, and settling the bill was the only thing that would allow them to regain a little bit of face. I'll do it. I'll do it. No, 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 I'll do it. The waiter returned to the private room with the bill and opened his mouth. The total is 311,800. The boss said to erase a zero for you guys. A total of 311,000. Which one of you will pay the bill? As the waiter finished speaking, the two people who were still pulling and tugging and grabbing each other to pay the bill just now instantly froze. How much? Wang Kuan frowned. You guys couldn't have miscalculated and given us an extra zero, or else how could it be so much? Xia Lifeng was also incredulous. That's right, it's 311,000. The waiter re-looked at the bill and replied again. How could it be so much money? Are we eating gold? Wang Kuan couldn't believe his ears. It must be a miscalculation on your part. Bring your boss here. Xia Lifeng shouted. The waiter quickly found the boss. The other party was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a delicate mustache. A shrewd man at first glance. Our table of food is just a few $1,000s. With 10 bottles of mutai and the money for the private room, it's only 20 to 30,000. How can it be so expensive? Wang Kuan loudly questioned. Yes, the most expensive is these bottles of mutai. We also drank before. A few $1,000s a bottle. How can there be such a high bill? If you don't make it clear, we will go to complain about you. It's simply a black store. Xiao Lifeng was full of incomprehension. The boss smiled faintly and pointed at the moutai on the table and spoke. This is not ordinary moutai. This is 10 bottles of 30-year-old ironmouth moutai. 28,000 a bottle. 10 bottles of 280,000, plus other expenses, 311,000. We didn't miscalculate. Iron mouth Mautai? Wang Kuan was dumbfounded, and his words were a little bit unclear. This kind of Mautai he had never drank before. How did he recognize it? Who is it? Who ordered iron mouth Mautai? I will definitely not beat him to death. Xia Lifeng shouted furiously. He thought that a meal was at most 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Did not realize that someone had ordered such an expensive wine, a meal to eat out more than 300,000 yuan, which he could not stand. No one answered at the scene. All of their faces were ugly. Only Lin Feng smiled without saying anything. This iron mouth Mautai was exactly what he ordered. The boss saw the two people's appearance and knew that they couldn't get the money. He gave a wink to the security guards. A security guard immediately said in a cold voice, "Didn't you two say you wanted to pay the bill before? It doesn't matter who ordered the wine. You all drank it anyway. Pay up quickly. Don't make it difficult for us. Otherwise you don't want to leave this place so easily. This isn't a place where you can be wild. I did say I would treat you, but I didn't expect you guys to serve such good wine. I can't pay for this." Wang Kuan was on the verge of tears. This was more than $300,000. How could he possibly give it up? Xia Lifeng did the same, intending to reason with the hotel. The bodyguard took a look at this situation. Not to come a little hard is not possible. Two bumpkins, you don't know good wine. Who can blame you? No strength, what are you pretending for? Just now it was you two who jumped the highest. I thought how powerful you are. The boss also spoke in a cold voice. I can open a hotel here. I know all 3 religions and 9 streams. Just now Zhao Debao beat you guys up. You guys didn't even dare to put a fart. And Zhao Debao had to nod his head when he saw me. I'm not one to be messed with. If you guys don't give me every penny of your money, except for him, I'm afraid you guys won't be able to get out of this door today, the boss said and pointed at Lin Feng. Just now, Lin Feng had beaten away Zhao Debao by himself. The boss had seen it all, and in his heart, he looked at Lin Feng in a different light. Lin Feng had also always kept a low profile, unlike Wang Kuan and Xia Lifeng, who were all kinds of pretenders, so he wasn't going to make things difficult for Lin Feng. As long as Lin Feng wanted to leave, he could leave at any time. When the others heard this, they were all confused. They had just sent Zhao Debao away and were stopped by the boss again. Looking at this boss, he definitely wasn't scaring them. Boss, don't talk nonsense with him. This kid drove here. First impound his car. That kid brought a watch. Impound it together as well. Just do it. The boss nodded in agreement. Several security guards immediately jacked off Xia Lifeng's watch. Another deducted Wang Kuan's car. As a result, upon inspection, Wang Kuan's car was a refurbished car, while Xia Lifeng's watch was simply a piece of cottage goods. The boss was furious, and the watch was smashed to pieces on the spot. One driving a refurbished car, one with a cottage watch, also dare to come to the reunion to show off. You also have the good sense. Quickly give me a way to get the money, otherwise let you look good. The boss was furious. All the students were anxious. Wang Kuan, Xia Lifeng, you're the ones who said you're going to treat us. You guys quickly think of a way. Xia Lifeng immediately brushed aside. This classmate banquet was flung by Wang Kuan. To pay he pays, I don't pay. Xia Lifeng, what do you put the fart? You did not follow along with flirting with it. Now out of the matter. You want to escape the single. The door is not there. By this time, Wang Kuan also don't want any face. Loudly and angrily. Didn't you just say today you please? I did say that. But you also said that we both treat together. I didn't say that. Who has a recording? Take it out and look. Xia Lifeng didn't even want to lose his face, directly denying. All the students were all speechless, completely seeing the shameless faces of the two. Lin Feng was watching from the side. The two people's previous business bluffing was completely over, and they officially entered a state of tearing each other apart. Plastic brotherhood. A poke will break. The boat of friendship, said to capsize. Brothers against each other. Just to check out. Chapter 2010 Little Helpers. No, this money can't be paid by just the two of us. Iron mouth Mautai, you guys also drank. Everyone share together. I think it's fine. Go step on the horse's treat. I'm disowning it. Everyone has to pay. The two people's shameless faces instantly provoked the crowd's anger. What you guys just said are all farts. Do you still want some pussy face? If it wasn't your treat, would we have come to listen to you two blowing smoke? You think we really don't know what kind of goods you are? In the future, you two go out. Don't say I'm your classmates. I can't afford to lose this person. You guys installed the pussy. You have to be responsible for installing the end of the money. We absolutely do not pay. The students present, incomparably angry, turned back to completely blackmail the two of them. Never contact again. All of you shut up. The two of you. One half. Get me the money right away. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. They were bickering and yelling here. causing quite a few guests to watch the fun. The boss saw them bickering nonstop and couldn't stand it anymore, and bellowed with an irresistible majesty. Everyone was scared and immediately shut their mouths. Wang Kuan and Xia Lifeng had no choice but to think hard. Xia Lifeng had a little deposit in the bank, and reluctantly swiped his card. And Wang Kuan can only call with Wang Changgui for help. Let him take money to ransom. Wang Changgui arrived. Heard Wang Kuan ate a meal out of more than 100,000. Stormy almost died on the spot. Pointing at Wang Kuan cursed. Son of a thing, how long it takes the old man to earn more than 100,000. You a meal. Even to the old man woe out. Wang Kuan was originally angry, and in front of so many people were scolded, but also guilty of jerks. Wang Changgui, let me remind you, don't curse me, doggone it, otherwise you are cursing yourself. It's not just more than $100,000. What are you mad at me for? Disgraceful or not, do you still want to lose this old face? The Lin family owes you money. You don't want so good a piece of land. You also let them. I ask you why. You just don't say. You're the loser. Are you allowed to lose? Not allow me to lose a little bit? Besides, the money you earn, isn't it for me to spend? Wang Changgui was already angry. Wang Kuan also, which pot is not open to mention which pot. He lost control on the spot. A slap on Wang Kuan's face. You rebellious son. How dare you talk back to your old son? If I had known that you are such a worthless thing, I should have shot you on the wall in the first place. Wang Changgui, you dare to hit me. Being scolded in public and slapped, Wang Kuan stormed out on the spot and wrestled with Wang Changgui. In front of the hotel crowd, father and son fought. A time. Scandalous. Wang Kuan is in front of his classmates, face lost. In the end, everyone left with a dead mom face. Only Lin Feng's stomach hurt from laughing. A good reunion. By Wang Kuan and Xia Lifeng made the chicken flu, turned against each other and broke up unhappily. They also pretended to be broken. On the way back, Lin Feng was very cheerful and it didn't take long to reach the village. At the entrance to the village, Lin Feng saw 3 children, carrying a cage in their hands. Inside it were holding 3 weasels, commonly known as yellow skins, or yellow daffodils. The 3 children were bouncing forward, looking happy, as they passed by. The 3 weasels in the cage, with their round eyes open and their 2 paws gripping on the cage, looked pitifully at Lin Feng, their eyes full of anticipation, as if they were begging for Lin Feng's help. Lin Feng saw them and was moved with compassion. He stopped and asked the 3 children, "Where did you catch this weasel?" "In the mountains." "Caught for what?" "To sell it for money. The skin of this weasel is very valuable, and there are people who specialize in collecting it." "How much can I sell it for?" Lin Feng asked again. 100 for one. The kid replied. Lin Feng took out $500 from his pocket. "Sell these 3 to me. I'll give you 500 and give you 200 more. Is that enough?" A child took the 5 large bills with confidence. Very sophisticatedly, he shone it into the sun to make sure it was real money before giving the cage to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. This kid was too refined. No wonder he could catch the weasel. Getting $500, the 3 children ran all the way to the kiosk, and Lin Feng carried the cage and went straight back home. Back in the house, Lin Feng opened the cage. The 3 weasels bared their teeth and burrowed out, but they didn't run away. Instead they circled around Lin Feng a few times and then squatted in front of them, looking at him blearily. Lin Feng found it amusing. Ever since he had gotten his inheritance, he seemed to have a magical power, and the animals all loved him. Lin Feng took a closer look. It was found that a weasel was injured. It was probably accidentally made when it was caught. Lin Feng wanted to help it deal with it. Suddenly, he thought of something. The spirit liquid in the vial could be used for plants. So was it useful for animals? As this idea popped up, the inheritance in his mind immediately gave an answer. 3 kinds of spirit patterns that could be used for animals as well. Wood spirit patterns can allow animals to be strengthened, such as longevity, wisdom, physical strength, and special abilities. Water spirit patterns, which could heal the animal or give birth to heavenly treasures. Earth spirit tattoos could allow animals to be psychic and communicate with Lin Feng or with each other. Knowing that spirit tattoos could really be given to animals, Lin Feng immediately summoned the vial, grabbed the 3 weasels and fed them all a few drops of spirit liquid. Squeak squeak. After drinking the spirit liquid, the 3 weasels let out a cry of excitement. They circled around Lin Feng happily. Their size grew by a circle at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dark yellow fur on their bodies also became smooth and bright. 3 golden stripes also grew on top of their heads, which was very beautiful. Seeing the 3 weasels that were originally somewhat rustic with a new look, Lin Feng was overjoyed. "Come here." Lin Feng wanted to try out the effects of being psychic. He waved his hand at the 3 weasels. The 3 weasels seemed to understand him and all jumped in front of him. "Sit down." A command was given. The 3 weasels obediently sat down. At this time, one of the weasels let out a squeak. Lin Feng surprisingly understood it. They had been locked in the cage by the bear children and hadn't eaten anything. Now they were hungry. He immediately took some food and gave it to them. Watching them eat, Lin Feng was thinking, with these psychic animals, he could do a lot of things. He could have them watch the house, patrol, and report messages, or help him go up the mountain to look for herbs. Animals could find herbs much faster than people, and there were some places, like cliffs and valleys, where people couldn't get in at all, while small animals could get in. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more sense it made, and he was excited as if he had found a treasure. In the future, he would not only be a divine farmer, but also the king of all beasts. He had a lot of things to do. 3 weasels were definitely not enough, so he went to catch 3 sparrows and 3 squirrels. He had wanted to catch a few more. However, thinking that there wasn't a lot of spiritual liquid and catching more wouldn't be enough, he gave up for now. Anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. If he was willing, he could completely form an army of spirit beasts. The sparrow and squirrel similarly changed after being fed the spirit liquid. The feathers on the little sparrow's body turned a light golden color, as if they were 3 canaries. The light gray fur on the head of the little squirrel turned silver. There were 9 little animals in total. Lin Feng wanted to make a whole. He fed a few drops of spiritual liquid to the big yellow dog at home as well. In order to differentiate, Lin Feng numbered them. The 3 weasels were gold 1, gold 2 and gold 3. The 3 little squirrels were silver 1, silver 2, silver 3. The 3 little sparrows were sky 1, sky 2, sky 3, and his family's big yellow dog, still called Big Yellow. Think of a good name. Lin Feng brought an atlas of medicinal herbs and found out several valuable herbs for the 3 little squirrels to memorize. Afterwards, put them back on the mountain. If you find these valuable herbs, come back and tell him. Jeannie and Tianyi were sent by Lin Feng to the health center. If Noair went to harass Sister Kaiyun again, he could be the first to get a report. Jean-Air and Tian-Air were sent to Zhou Qingxing's house, his future wife's house. He had to help watch over it. Jean-San and Tian-San were sent to the watermelon field to guard the watermelons. That way Lin Feng and his father didn't have to go by themselves. Big Yellow watched his own home. After arranging the division of labor for the little animals, Lin Feng comfortably lay on his bed eating watermelon and blowing the air conditioner. With these little helpers, he felt like life was a lot better all of a sudden. Chapter 21, Taking and Taking. At dinner in the evening, Lin Feng got a message. Wang Kuan and Chen Jing had broken up. The village people were surprised by this result, but Lin Feng had already expected it. Wang Kuan was a playboy, and although Chen Jing had a little bit of poise, Wang Kuan couldn't see her and just wanted to play around. Chen Jing was the same. She was with Wang Kuan and only wanted to get some benefits from him. The two broke up sooner or later. Today at the banquet, Chen Jing was scared to pee her pants. Wang Kuan was even more humiliated. The two people had a big fight afterward, and in a fit of anger, they broke up directly. Thinking back to how the two had talked about marriage in front of people before, Lin Feng has some feelings. This is called showing love dies fast. The next morning, Lin Feng pulled the herbs and drove his tricycle to the county town. He first went to a few herb buyers. The results were without exception. None of them would accept his herbs. The purchase of herbs in their county was monopolized by a few big families. All the buyers were controlled by them. If you want to sell herbs, you need to please them first. If he dared to take it elsewhere to sell it, he would be retaliated against. Lin Feng didn't know anyone from any of the families, so naturally the herbs couldn't be sold. He wasn't discouraged either. The villagers had already warned him before. He had already prepared for this. Although the several big families were very powerful, but in their county, there was another existence that was even more powerful. That was Mountain River Pharmaceutical. It was the largest pharmaceutical company in the county. It ranked among the top few in the country. Even if it's a few big families, when they encounter Mountain River Pharmaceuticals, they have to be respectful, because their biggest client is Mountain River Pharmaceutical. Therefore, if they can directly deal with Mountain River Pharmaceuticals, there would be no worries about selling the herbs. Even if the several big families knew about it, they wouldn't dare to care. So he drove his tricycle and went straight to Mountain River Pharmaceuticals. As the pride of the entire county, Mountain River Pharmaceuticals headquarters was built in a very grand manner, covering dozens of acres of land. There were 2 security guards standing guard at the entrance. Lin Feng drove his tricycle to the entrance and stopped. Brother security guard, I have a batch of medicinal herbs that I want to put up for sale. May I ask who I'm looking for to discuss it with? The security guard looked Lin Feng up and down, seeing that he was dressed in ground floor goods and driving a broken tricycle. At once, his eyes showed contempt and his tone was arrogant. We don't accept medicines from retailers here. If you want to sell medicines, go to a buyer. We'll directly interface with them. I just don't want to go to them. That's why I came to find you guys. Please tell me who to look for. The collection of herbs is under the manager of the purchasing department. You go to him. the security guard said. Got it. Thanks, please make way. I'll go in and look for him. Lin Feng smiled. That won't do. To enter our pharmaceutical factory, you have to have formalities. Do you have them? I don't have formalities. Who do I have to get the formalities from? Lin Feng asked. Look for the manager of the logistics department. Where is he? 8th floor. I'll go find him right now. No, you can't enter without formalities. Lin Feng was instantly speechless. If he didn't look at the security guard's serious face, he really felt that this security guard was joking with him. I want to go in. I need formalities. The formalities are done in the courtyard. I can't get in without formalities. What kind of strange rules are you guys having? You need a key to enter the house, but the key is locked in the house. Playing with people? The security guard snorted coldly and said arrogantly, then I don't care. Anyway, no formalities can't enter. The security guard's eyes looked straight at Lin Feng, as if he was giving him some kind of hint. Lin Feng suddenly understood. These two guys were trying to ask him for favors. It was just a more euphemistic way of saying it. Worthy of being a security guard from a big factory, asking for favors was so level-headed. It was like a brain teaser and you had to comprehend it yourself. Lin Feng knew that this kind of security guard was useless to talk nonsense with him, just like a robot. In front of the leaders, they are smart and humble. In front of outsiders to be arrogant and stupid. Thinking about this, he kicked the gas and directly drove the tricycle into the compound. You stepped on the horse, so big dog dare to break in. The security guard was shocked and chased after him with his leather baton. The courtyard of Mountain River Pharmaceuticals was huge. Lin Feng threw the security guard out more than 100 meters in a puff of smoke and reached the entrance of the building. Lin Feng jumped off the tricycle and headed inside. A security guard in the building stopped Lin Feng. Who are you? Why are you trespassing on our company? I want to see your purchasing department manager. Is our manager someone you can just see? Get lost or you'll be treated impolitely. The purchasing department was a very popular department in the company. All the medicinal herb suppliers were treating him like a god. One word from him can make someone rich, and one word from him can make someone go without food. Usually the bosses are fine to find him a meal and a drink, begging to do things especially. That's why the manager of the purchasing department is especially hard to see. I want to see someone. You guys won't let me see them, and you're even playing subterfuge with me. I can only come in by myself. I must see your manager today, otherwise I won't leave. Lin Feng said firmly. I'm telling you, this isn't a place for you to be wild. Get the hell out. The security guard shouted loudly, but didn't dare to make any moves. After all, ordinary people wouldn't dare to trespass into their company. Lin Feng's physical fitness was good at first glance, so it wouldn't be good if he got beaten up again if he stopped the rush. Poor mountains and bad water produce unruly people. He had to be careful. At this time, the two security guards behind him also panted and caught up. You're a dead man. Let's see how I'll clean you up. The two security guards immediately surrounded Lin Feng, glaring angrily. Lin Feng was a bit annoyed, shouting loudly, is this how you Mountain River Pharmaceuticals do things? Come to sell medicinal herbs. You're not even allowed to enter the door. You still ask me for favors. Bull asterisk 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 big business. I see it as nothing more than that. Continue like this. Sooner or later you're going to be finished. What are you blindly shouting? Stop shouting. Hurry up and call someone. Directly throw him out. The three security guards hurriedly blocked it. Just then, a man and a woman walked out of the building. The man was in his 40s, wearing a pair of glasses, looking very educated. The woman was in her early 20s, similar to Lin Feng's age, very pretty, an egg yolk long dress that emphasized a clear and elegant temperament. Isn't this Lin Feng? The man held up his glasses, a little surprised. It's really him. The woman did the same. The two people who walked out of the building were none other than Zhang Beilei and the man who had followed her that day. Lin Feng also saw them. Why are you guys here too? Zhang Beilei wore a smile and came to Lin Feng. I came to ask Uncle Wang for some advice. What are you here for? I came to sell medicinal herbs, but I was stopped by the security guards. They wouldn't let me in. Lin Feng said with some complaints. Who are you looking for? I'm familiar with this place. Zhang Beilei guffawed. I'm looking for the purchasing department manager. Zhang Beilei covered her mouth and laughed lightly, not knowing what she was laughing at. The man next to her held up his glasses and spoke faintly. I am. You're the purchasing department manager? Lin Feng was a little surprised. That's right. I'm the manager of the purchasing department of Mountain River Pharmaceuticals, Wang Dongjun. In addition to this identity, he was now also the chief agronomy expert that Zhang Beilei had hired. When Zhang Beilei had any problems with fruits, vegetables and flowers, she asked him for advice. It was also because of this that he had brought him with him that day when he went to find Lin Feng. Lin Feng laughed. If I had known that you were the manager, why would I have wasted so much of my time? If you hadn't come out in time, I would have fought with your security guards. Manager Wang, your door is too difficult to enter. Wang Dongjun frowned and looked at the 3 security guards. What's going on? The 3 security guards were a little embarrassed and didn't dare to speak. Lin Feng said somewhat flirtatiously from the side. They told me that to come in you need to do the formalities first. And to do the formalities you need to come upstairs to do it. But they won't let me in again. Who came up with this rule of yours? It's too level. I'm simply impressed. High. Really high. This level. It's even higher than the Himalayas. Wang Dongjun listened to this, and his frown got deeper and deeper. When has the company ever had this kind of rule? You guys say, what's going on? His voice was steeply stern. The 3 security guards dared not speak even more. Lin Feng took a look. It seemed like there was a hidden agenda here. If you don't say anything, the 3 of you pack up and get out immediately. Wang Dongjun shouted angrily. The security guards couldn't hold out any longer, opened their mouths and told the truth. Mr. Wang, it's like this. Recently the weather is hot. The brothers are tired of standing guard, so they made this rule. Enter the door to notify the general, have to give a tip. It's not much, just a few cartons of cigarettes money. I just hinted at this little brother. I did not expect that. He did not quite understand it, and he directly barged in. After listening to Wang Dongjun was furious. Who let you do this? A small security guard. Even dare to learn others to eat and take. You good big guts. Mountain River Pharmaceuticals is the county star enterprise. You do this. How much harm to the image of Mountain River Pharmaceuticals? Know it. This month's salary all deducted. Immediately go to pack up things. Get out. Wang Dongjun shouted angrily. The 3 security guards disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. Chapter 22, Shameless Hubby. Sorry to make you laugh, Wang Dongjun said with a slight apology. Lin Feng didn't think much of it and jumped on the car to open the herbs and show them to Wang Dongjun. Wang Dongjun checked it over and his pupils dilated a little. Where did you collect these herbs? The quality is good. They're all top quality. Don't ask where it was collected. I have channels anyway. Just say if you can collect it. Of course I can. Such good herbs. How can I not collect them? You kid has 2 skills. Planting watermelons, raising flowers, and collecting herbs are all good. I, an agricultural expert, am somewhat ashamed of myself. Wang Dongjun rarely complimented people. Lin Feng had indeed given him a lot of surprises. Manager Wang, let's dispense with the politeness. We country people value affordability. You give a price. If it was someone else, Wang Dongjun would definitely have to press the price down. But Lin Feng was different. He had dealt with Lin Feng before, and he was impressed by Lin Feng's ability. That's why his offer was realistic and didn't have a bit of water in it. The quality of this herb of yours, it's twice as much as normal herbs. I'll double your price. How about it? Deal. Lin Feng similarly didn't come in vain. These herbs were what he had received at the original price. He had made twice as much when he turned his hand over. Not only did he solve the villagers' medicinal herbs problem, he also made a lot of money himself. He was very satisfied. Wang Dongjun had the workers collect the herbs and paid Lin Feng. This cart of herbs was sold for more than $100,000. Any more herbs this good in the future can come directly to me. This is my business card. Take it. No one here will dare to stop you. Saying that, Wang Dongjun handed Lin Feng a golden business card. Lin Feng glanced at it and casually put it away. I'll leave first if there's nothing else. See you another day. Lin Feng got on the tricycle and left Mountain River Pharmaceuticals in a flash. Before going home, he bought a large wooden barrel by the way. It was for his sister to treat her legs. After the car accident, his sister's legs were broken. According to the prescription handed down by Shannon, it is necessary to soak the legs every day to nourish the bones and flesh and blood. After nourishing them to a certain extent, then use the heaven-returning needle technique to open up the meridians. The sister's legs would be able to stand up again. Lin Feng had already let her sister soak in herbs for a few days. Only the basin was too small and a bit inconvenient, so she bought a big one today. This time it could fit her sister's entire body in it. Brother, does this prescription of yours really work? It won't make people cheat. Back home, Lin Feng was pouring hot water into a bucket. Lin Shui asked curiously from the side. When her leg was first injured, her family took her to the best orthopedic hospital. The doctors all said that it was very difficult to cure it, and even if it was cured, her leg would still limp. And her brother Lin Feng didn't know where to find a prescription, but even said that he could cure her leg, just like a normal person. So she was inevitably a bit skeptical. Don't you still believe, brother? When has brother ever lied to you? Lin Feng poured a big bucket of water and adjusted the water temperature. He also poured the medicinal prescriptions he had configured into the bucket. These herbs were all soaked in spirit liquid. Not only had their medicinal power doubled a few times, but they also had a special aroma that made people smell good. Lin Shui took off her skirt, leaving only 2 small clothes. Lin Feng held her and sat in the large wooden barrel. The dense water vapor kept rising, carrying a special medicinal fragrance. Lin Shui felt a warm sensation coming from her legs. as if something was constantly penetrating into her legs. This was precisely the medicinal power nourishing and repairing her legs. After about an hour of soaking, Lin Feng carried his sister out of the barrel, dried her body, dressed her and carried her back to the wheelchair. Lin Shui's skin was already white and tender. After soaking in the medicinal bath, it looked even whiter and more tender, as if she was an exquisite porcelain doll. At this time, Lin Feng took out a pack of silver needles and stabbed a few into Lin Shui's white little feet. However, there was no reaction. "What are you doing, brother?" Lin Shui blinked her eyes and asked. "I'm checking the effect of the treatment. When your leg recovers to a certain extent, your foot will react." Lin Feng pulled out the silver needle and told Lin Shui to rest. Although his sister didn't have a reaction yet, her meridians were already much more unclogged. If she kept soaking for another month, she would definitely recover. Lin Feng went to the courtyard to deal with the herbs. Not long after, Tianyi suddenly flew back. It landed on his shoulder and chirped a few times. After hearing this, Lin Feng immediately threw down the medicinal herbs and rushed to the health center at high speed. At this time in the health center, the door was closed. In the house, Li Kaiyun was tied by a rope and placed on the bed. In front of the bed was a chair with a man sitting on it. Not Nyo Air, but an old man in his 50s. The old face full of folds was written with lewdness as he gazed at Li Kaiyun on the bed. At this moment, Li Kaiyun was already tied up to death, as if she was a lamb to be slaughtered. "Li Kaiyun, there are only two choices in front of you. Either return the dowry money to me, or go over with me. You choose one." "Wang Yukai, you're despicable," Li Kaiyun shouted out breathlessly. This Wang Yukai was her nominal husband. The reason why she said nominal, it was because her marriage with Wang Yukai's son was actually famous but not real. Wang Yukai has a son named Wang Xiaofu. Since childhood is weak and sickly, is a veritable sick child. Life cannot take care of themselves, even to go to the toilet have to help others. After seeing many doctors, he was not cured. Wang Yukai went to see a fairy to do some math. He said that his son's birthdate was too weak and that he needed to find a woman with a strong birthdate. He said he needed to find a woman with a strong birthdate, and that he would be cured if he could get rid of her. Wang Yukai had only one son, so he went to look for a woman to fulfill his wish. The last person he found was Li Kaiyun. Li Kaiyun is impossible to really marry Wang Xiaofu, just to help the wedding. Wang Yukai gave her 200,000 bride price as a reward. At that time, her mother owed a lot of gambling debts to other people, and the creditors came to her door every day to force her to pay. She had no choice but to agree to do this favor. Wang Yukai was so happy that he thought his son would be fine after the wedding. The results did not expect. After the marriage, his son not only did not get better, on the contrary, not long after, he died. Wang Yukai talent too empty. The more you think of the more loss. It started a crooked brain. This 200,000 cannot be spent in vain, either with Li Kaiyun to bride price back, or let Li Kaiyun go with him over. He died a son, and Li Kaiyun is still a big girl, may be able to give him another one. Just now, he pretended to be hot and sent Li Kaiyun sour plum soup, in which he secretly put a drug. Li Kaiyun had no defense at all and was directly hit. After coming to her senses, she realized that she was tied up by Wang Yukai. "Wang Yukai, hurry up and let go of me." Li Kaiyun struggled hard, trying to break free from the rope, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. But it was pointless, she couldn't break free at all. Wang Yukai smiled nastily as he looked at Li Kaiyun, who was lying on the bed with a seductive curve. In his dim eyes, the greedy gaze grew hotter and hotter. "Li Kaiyun, you know my condition. My brother is the village chief, and I've made a lot of money. It's still no problem to support you. If you follow me, isn't it 100 times better than being a broken village doctor here?" Wang Yukai tried to enlighten Li Kaiyun, letting her think more openly, but Li Kaiyun didn't accept it at all. "Don't you dream, who cares about your money?" Seeing that Li Kaiyun was unmoved, a cold smile appeared on Wang Youcai's old face. "You married into my family, is my family daughter-in-law. Life is my Wang family, death is my Wang family ghost. Although my son is dead, but I'm still alive. You have to go with me, or else my $200,000 spent is really too much of a loss. I know, you a young woman thin-skinned, afraid of others' gossip. This way, you really feel embarrassed in the village. I will give you to go to the city to rent a house. You sleep with me one night every week on the line." Wang Yukai's words are more and more revealing. The smile on his face is also more and more obscene. Listening to this old thing unpleasant words, Li Kaiyun's heart was so hateful. When Wang Yukai sent the sour plum soup, why hadn't she been a little more defensive? At this moment she thought of Lin Feng. Last time when Nyo Air came to bully her, at least there was Lin Feng present. This time there was no one, so I'm afraid there wouldn't be anyone else to save her. Seeing that Li Kaiyun wasn't getting any better, Wang Yukai lost his patience. He believed that Li Kaiyun was just thin-skinned and embarrassed. As long as the raw rice is made ripe, she will have to admit it even if she doesn't recognize it at that time. He excitedly took off his clothes, naked and about to pounce on the bed. Right at this moment, a loud pop sounded behind him. Old wall lamp. What are you doing? This voice was full of vigor, as if an explosive thunder rang out. It scared Wang Yukai to death. Chapter 23, One Foot Stomp. Wang Yukai turned around in shock. At some point, Lin Feng was already standing at the doorway, his tiger's eyes wide open. You, how did you get in here? Get out! Wang Yukai was terrified. Afraid of others disturbing him, he had deliberately locked the door. He didn't expect Lin Feng to come in unnoticed. Old wall lamp, you're the one who should get out. Doing something so shameless. I think you've lived to a dog's age. Lin Feng rushed in with a big stride, choked Wang Yukai's neck and carried him out of the house as if he was carrying a chicken. Wang Yukai's face turned blue as he was pinched, and his legs kept stomping in the air. There was a big water tank in the yard, filled with stinking rainwater. Lin Feng lifted Wang Yukai and directly stuck his big head down into it. Old tortoise grandson, hurry back into the water and calm down. Gulp. Wang Yukai filled a mouthful of stinky water and was choking. Lin Feng was afraid of drowning him outright, so after a while he lifted him up and then lowered him down again, a dozen times in a row before throwing him to the side. At this time Wang Yukai had been drowned like a dead dog, lying straight on the ground, constantly convulsing, water coming out of his mouth. Lin Feng ran back into the house to help Li Kaiyun untie the rope. Seeing Lin Feng coming, Li Kaiyun hugged Lin Feng and cried with a wow. There was sadness and fear in the crying. Li Kaiyun's white arms hugged Lin Feng's neck as if she never wanted to let go again. His clothes were soon wet with a large portion of crying. Sister Kaiyun, it's alright, that old undead, he's already under my control. What do you say about it? Tell him to get lost. I don't want to see him again. Li Kaiyun cried out, although she hated to let Wang Yukai die immediately now, but she preferred not to let this disgraceful matter be known by too many people. After all, she was a woman and was relatively timid, afraid of making a big deal out of it. But Lin Feng didn't think so. No, definitely can't cheapen this old miscreant like this. Lin Feng returned to the courtyard. At this time, Wang Yukai hadn't slowed down and was still in a half-dead state. Lin Feng stomped on Wang Yukai's egg and directly stomped it. Wang Yukai let out a miserable scream and instantly came to his senses. Lin Feng looked at him coldly and spoke. Wang Yukai, I stepped on your egg and ruined your tools of the trade. Now you can't do any more evil. If you don't like it, you can sue me and tell them why I stepped on your egg. Big deal. We'll both go to jail together. Wang Yukai grimaced in pain, but in his heart, he knew very well that he was planted this time. There was no way he could turn Lin Feng in, otherwise his outcome would be 10 times worse than Lin Feng's. Lin Feng took Wang Yukai's clothes and threw them at him to put on. Then he kicked him in the ass and directly kicked him out of the health center. Wang Yukai covered his balls and fled like a prawn. Back in the house, Lin Feng continued to comfort Li Kaiyun. Li Kaiyun hugged Lin Feng tightly again, the aroma of her body wafting into his nose. After all, he had never been hugged by a woman like this before, and it was such a beautiful woman. He inquired about what had happened. Li Kaiyun told him all about it. Lin Feng came to a realization. This old thing Wang Yukai was really shameless. Not only did he go back on his word, he also wanted to eat young grass with an old cow. Lin Feng, sis hasn't been with a man yet. If you don't mind that I'm a few years older than you can live with sis. After what happened just now, Li Kaiyun finally made up her mind. She had to find herself a man, and it also had to be the kind that could protect himself. She couldn't stand the harassment one after another anymore. Hearing Li Kaiyun's words, Lin Feng was dumbfounded on the spot. Seeing that Lin Feng froze there and didn't say anything, Li Kaiyun was a little angry. She had summoned up enough courage to open her mouth, but Lin Feng actually didn't even react a bit, leaving her hanging out to dry. Forget it if you're not willing. I won't force you. Willing? How could I be unwilling? Lin Feng reacted and hurriedly opened his mouth. With such a good thing, how could he not be willing? Li Kaiyun turned her anger into a smile. Her arms wrapped around Lin Feng's neck and spoke tenderly in his ear. Just now I thought that sister I had lost my charm. The atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous. Lin Feng's heart was surging. The two people couldn't help but hug together. Just when there was going to be further action, the main door was pushed open. An old man came in muttering, "What are you locking the door for in broad daylight? This health center isn't open?" As the voice rang out, the village's second grandpa walked in with a hobbled gait on his crutches. He just came over to buy medicine, saw the door closed, turned around and came back. The two people hurriedly loosened up. Li Kaiyun organized her clothes and ran out with a red face. Lin Feng also walked out after a while. Lin Feng is also here. When the second grandpa saw Lin Feng, a kind smile appeared on his face. Lin Feng greeted warmly and sat down next to him. After arranging for the second grandpa, a few more people came to see the doctor. It was not good for Lin Feng to continue staying here and returned home with some regret. The sales channels of Mountain River Pharmaceuticals had been opened up, and Lin Feng pulled all the remaining medicinal herbs over. Wang Dongjun accepted everything as it was and was overjoyed. The herbs Lin Feng sent were better than all the suppliers' herbs. Lin Feng was also very happy. The money he had invested in the beginning had not only all been earned back, but he had also netted more than $200,000. Now the whole village had spread the news, and all the people who had sneered at Lin Feng before had shut their mouths. Lin Jiangwo was not only completely cured, but also refreshed. He took the money and went from house to pay off his debts. Guo Chunlan remembered her son's bet with Zhou Jianjun and reminded him, how could Lin Feng forget something so important? He carried a few packages of gifts in a hurry and planned to go to his prospective father-in-law's house to take a look. Guo Chunlan and a few women from the village followed along. However, what everyone didn't expect was this. There was still a distance away from Zhou's house. A fierce argument could be heard coming from Zhou's house. The people arguing were Zhou Jianjun and his wife Xia Guizhi. Zhou Jianjun, it's all you're doing. What kind of bet did you make with Lin Feng for a good reason? This is great. Lin Feng really paid back all the money within a month. What do you say? Xia Guizhi loudly questioned Zhou Jianjun, and at this moment, Zhou Jianjun was drinking in the house, looking a bit depressed. To be honest, he did not expect Lin Feng to really pay back the money. He had made a promise in a moment of excitement at first, and now he also had some regrets. What else can I do? Willing to gamble. I, Zhou Jianjun, am also a man of honor. I can't go back on my word in front of the whole village. Zhou Jianjun drank a lot. His tongue is big, drunkenly said. The more Xia Guizhi looked at him, the more angry she became, snatching the wine glass with a split hand and slamming it to pieces. Drink, drink, drink. It's all on fire. How dare you still have the mood to drink horse urine here? Do you really want to marry our precious daughter to a rural man? Zhou Jianjun was a little upset when he heard this. What's wrong with a rural Han? Am I not a rural Han? Aren't you also married to a rural Han? It is because I married you this waste. A lifetime of life is not happy. You see, my classmates and cousin are living what day? A dress and all my clothes together are worth money. Go out our luxury car transportation, and then look at what you give. How old are you? Why are you still like a little girl, climbing these? Zhou Jianjun was a little dissatisfied. I just want to climb. Why do they have it and I can't have it? It's not like I'm worse than them. I already basically have no chance in this life, but my baby girl must not repeat my mistake. You hurry up and go think of a way to deny this bet to me. Go! Xia Guizhi angrily pulled Zhou Jianjun up and pushed him out. Zhou Jianjun relied on the chair and just wouldn't go. You're not letting me hit my own face. I at least have some prestige in the village. You let me go and repudiate it. How can I see people in the future, and then speak again? Won't everyone else take it as a fart? I'm not going to go. If you want to go, you go. Is your face can be more valuable than the lifelong happiness of your precious daughter? You quickly give me to go, or I'm not finished with you. Xia Guizhi shouted in a shrill voice. Zhou Jianjun was tugged by her and wobbled out of the gate. He just met with the crowd. The scene was instantly a bit awkward. Seeing Lin Feng standing at the door carrying gifts, Zhou Jianjun smiled awkwardly, while Xia Guizhi's face was as cold as ice. Lin Feng, you've come at the right time. I was just about to look for you to go. The bet Uncle Jianjun made with you earlier doesn't count. Why? Lin Feng was puzzled. Isn't it obvious? I worked hard to raise my daughter. I don't want her to marry a farmer and continue to live a hard life. By this time, Xia Guizhi did not hide the thoughts in her heart and her contempt for Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. Then what kind of person do you want to marry Qingqing to? Chapter 24, $100 million bet. Xia Guizhi snorted coldly, glanced at the crowd and opened her mouth somewhat smugly. You all know, my home Qingqing is the village of a flower. Even if 10 miles and 8 villages together, there are not a few conditions can be better than my home Qingqing's. What kind of conditions my daughter looking for a husband did not? I'm not lying to you guys. I'm taking my daughter to the city now, and I can easily find a rich second generation with a value of over $100 million to marry. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect Xia Guizhi to have such great ambitions. However, they also admitted that with Zhou Qingqing's appearance and temperament, it really wasn't difficult. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with a very sympathetic gaze. It seemed like this stupid kid was going to have an empty moment. They had never quite believed that Lin Feng could really marry Zhou Qingqing with such conditions. Lin Mother was a little embarrassed, secretly pulling on Lin Feng's arm. She actually didn't have much hope. She just came over to take a look. Hearing Xia Guizhi speak so bluntly and harshly, she was a bit unable to listen anymore. Son, go home. Your Uncle Jianjun is just joking with you, using a provocative method. You silly kids still took it seriously. The surrounding people gathered more and more. All came to see the fun. Lin Mother wanted to diffuse the embarrassment in front of her, but Lin Feng didn't want to leave. Aunt Guizhi, I can't agree with your words. Do you think that marrying a second-generation rich man with over $100 million will definitely make Qingqing happy? Xia Guizhi clasped her shoulders and said categorically, at least you won't suffer. Lin Feng laughed. Xiaoguiji's obsession with money was something he couldn't change at all. If he had been told off like this before, he would have been unable to hold back, or very discouraged. But right now, he was completely different. You want Ching Ching to live a happy life, which I can completely understand, but you think too lowly of me. Lin Feng, how do you look down on me? Xiaoguiji raised the corner of her mouth somewhat disdainfully. Isn't your biggest dream to have Ching Ching marry a rich second generation worth over $100 million? It's not like this condition can't be achieved if I work hard. The scene was immediately in an uproar. Some people directly couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even the drunken Zhou Jianjun's hazel eyes widened. Lin Feng, do you have no brain power? Or did you sell a few carts of medicinal herbs and don't know how many pounds you have? 100 million. Do you know how big a pile of money is? Our entire Qingshan town has never had one in so many years. Even in the entire Jiangshan County, there are only a handful of tycoons worth over $100 million. Xiaoguiji's voice was high-pitched, as if she felt that Lin Feng's words were beyond ridiculous. The others also shook their heads in succession. They felt that Lin Feng had achieved a little bit of success and had drifted. Once he was stimulated, he dared to say any big words. Lin Feng read the expressions of the crowd in his eyes. His smile remained bland. Before, when I said that I'd pay back the hundreds of thousands of dollars owed within a month, you guys were just like today. No one believed me, but as it turned out, it wasn't even a month before I easily paid it back. That's only how much money. There's no comparison. Xiaoguiji immediately retorted. Then what if I want to still do it this time? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth slightly raised in an upward arc. That depends on how long it will take you to make enough for 100 million first. It's not good to take too long. If it takes a few decades, I'll be in the ground by then, and my family Ching Ching can't afford to wait. Xiaoguiji mocked Lin Feng in a conspiratorial manner, seemingly laughing. 1 year, Lin Feng blurted out. Ha ha ha. Hearing that time, Xiaoguiji laughed out on the spot, as if Lin Feng had played a huge joke on her. The others also shook their heads frequently, making $100 million within a year. This was simply a fantasy. At this point, they already thought of Lin Feng as a madman who didn't know the sky and the earth. If he made such a boast and couldn't accomplish it when the time came, I was afraid that he would be ridiculed in the village for the rest of his life. A moment later, Xiaoguiji's smile stopped and she said with a formal face, Lin Feng, if you can really make $100 million within a year, I'll personally dress my daughter in dowry and send her to your house in an 8-carried sedan chair. And don't ask for a penny of bride price. Lin Feng also spoke with the same seriousness. Last time it was my uncle Zhou who made a bet with me. You didn't recognize it. This time it's you who personally made a bet with me. Words must count. Absolutely count. I said it. Xiaoguiji's bottom was incomparably strong. That look was like someone betting with her that the sun would rise from the west tomorrow. She was as confident as she wanted to be. Good. Then it's a deal. Lin Feng wore a smile on his face and pulled his mother around to leave. Xiaoguiji also returned home with a satisfied face. In her opinion, the issue of the marriage contract had been perfectly solved by her. After a year, if Lin Feng couldn't fulfill the engagement, he himself wouldn't have the face to mention a word about it again. The crowd talked passionately for a while and dispersed. At this time, Zhou Qingqing lightly bit her lips and secretly poked her head out from the corner. She had just been eavesdropping in the courtyard. Lin Feng's words had surprised her and made her cry a little. This sizable cutie, in order to marry me, it's enough of a fight. How dare you set such a big goal? A year from now when you can't accomplish it. Let's see how you'll meet people. Looking at the direction Lin Feng left, Zhou Qingqing snorted lightly in disdain. Son, why are you so impulsive? You dare to say anything. 100 million. Mom can't even dream of that much money. Where will our family go to earn it? On the way back, Lin mother smiled somewhat helplessly. Mom, just leave it alone. I have my own way. Lin Feng bared his teeth in a very confident smile. There was still a distance from home when the family's rhubarb ran over in a hurry, barking as it ran, as if there was something unusual going on. Lin Feng frowned. This was Big Yellow reporting that something had happened at home. He immediately dashed towards home. Next to him, Lin mother looked at him with a puzzled expression. What's going on here? It didn't take long for Lin Feng to arrive at the house. He only saw a group of youths who had just come out of his house. One of the youths was pushing Lin Shui out. Who are you people? Put down my sister. Lin Feng couldn't help but rush to the crowd. There were 9 people present, all youths in their 20s, tall, short, fat and thin, all of them. There were also weapons in all of their hands, some with throwing sticks, some with baseball bats. Obviously, none of them were any good. 3 of them, Lin Feng actually recognized. They were the murderous youths that he had beaten up earlier for selling watermelons. The 3 of them immediately recognized Lin Feng. Unpleasant strange laughs came out of their mouths. What a narrow escape. I didn't realize that the person Brother DeBeo asked us to deal with was you kid. It's just as well. Let's settle new scores and old scores together. The red-haired youth pointed at Lin Feng with the throwing stick in his hand. After being beaten up that day, they had been trying to find a chance to take revenge. Only after that day, they never met Lin Feng again. Today, there were many of them and they had found Lin Feng's home. He immediately felt that he was good again. The chance to take revenge had finally come. Lin Feng swept a glance at them and then looked at the others. In a cold voice, he said, "Who are you guys and what are you doing in my house? I'm warning you, don't hurt my sister or you'll end up in a bad situation." This time, the one who took the lead was a burly youth with thick arms, looking like he worked out a lot. The open chest revealed an obvious faucet. He inhaled a mouthful of smoke and opened his mouth with narrowed eyes. "Have you heard of the 9 dragons? 9 dragons? Never heard of it." Lin Feng shook his head. He had been stupid for over a year and hadn't paid attention to what was going on outside. Who knew what the 9 dragons were? Marred. To think that you don't even recognize our 9 dragons. No wonder you dared to beat up my brother. Then I'll let you get to know them, said the burly youth as he ripped off his clothes, revealing the dragons on his body. The remaining 8 youths also ripped off their clothes. The tattoos on the chests of the 9 just happened to form a long dragon. From the dragon's head to the dragon's tail, the 9 of us are brothers who worship each other. This piece of land is what we say it is. You hit my brother. You've got a bitter head to eat, but today we're not mainly here to settle this score. Saying that, he looked towards a black SUV next to him. Come out, brother DeBeo. As the words ended, the car door opened and down came a big fat man of more than 200 pounds with a ring of gauze wrapped around his head. The round belly seemed like a pregnant woman who was 8 months pregnant. Lin Feng, I didn't expect it. I personally came to your house to settle the score with you. Zhao Debao looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of hatred. That day in the hotel, he was opened up by Lin Feng in front of everyone. Zhao Debao held a grudge. When his men were no longer useful, he found these 9 youths. Recently they were famous and had made a name for themselves in this neighborhood, so they asked a few of them to deal with Lin Feng. Seeing that it was actually Zhao Debao who had come to the house looking for trouble, Lin Feng's eyes turned a few degrees colder. Zhao Debao, I remember I told you, if you dare to look for trouble from me again, I'll make you pay a terrible price. Did you lose your memory from that bottle I hit you with? Or else how did you forget what I said so quickly? Chapter 25, I'm going to fight 10. Zhao Debao looked at Lin Feng with unbelievable eyes. On the verge of death. How dare you threaten me? I'm going to show you just which one of us is going to end up more miserable. Lin Feng looked at Lin Shui. This is between us. It has nothing to do with my sister. You let her go first. Fine. As long as you kid doesn't run. Whoever runs is a grandson. Zhao Debao was originally afraid that Lin Feng would escape. That's why he planned to grab Lin Shui to blackmail him. When Lin Feng came, Lin Shui lost her value. Many people in the village heard the commotion and ran over one after another. Seeing that it was Zhao Debao, they were all scared to death. Lin Feng pushed Lin Shui in front of the villagers and asked them to help look after her, turned back to Zhao Debao and said, It's not convenient to do it here. Let's go to the village entrance. The burly youth from earlier smiled grimly. I think it's better to go directly to the graveyard, so that you can be buried on the spot if you're killed. 10 people burst into laughter. Lin Feng glared at him. You think you're funny? Hee, I'm telling the truth, the youth said in a slightly provocative manner. At this time Zhao Debao spoke. Just go to the village entrance. There are a lot of people at the village entrance. I'll make sure everyone sees how bad it is to offend me. Go to the graveyard and fight. For the ghosts? Another burst of laughter. The 10 men were victorious in your words. If it was an ordinary person, the villagers might have dared to say a few words of persuasion, but they didn't dare to make a sound at all in Zhao Debao's case. Lin Feng took the lead and walked towards the village entrance. Zhao Debao and the 9 youths followed behind. Taking advantage of people not paying attention, Lin Feng pulled out a few dried chili peppers from his pocket and threw them into his mouth. It was the same peppers that he had previously ripened with spiritual liquid. It could increase battle strength and endurance over a period of time. The other party had 10 people today and they were all armed. Even with the inheritance in his possession, he had to be slightly more careful. Soon, the spiritual liquid pepper took effect. Lin Feng felt his entire body surge with qi and blood, as if his blood was about to boil. At this moment, his battle power had at least doubled a few times. The villagers watched from afar, not daring to come too close. The burly youth was in good physical condition. Standing at the very front, he looked at Lin Feng with contempt. We 9 dragons are also branded characters. Don't say that we are too many to bully the few. Choose for yourself. Will I beat you up alone or will we beat you up together? The youth's tone was arrogant, obviously confident in his strength. The truth was that he did have 2 skills as well. He was the combatant among the 9 dragons. Every time he went out to fight, he always rushed to the front and was basically unrivaled, which made him arrogant. This was also the reason why Zhao Debao believed that he could teach Lin Feng a lesson. At this time, the red-haired youth also stood out. There's another option, which is that you surrender right now. Give me back my cell phone. roll on the ground 100 times, then in front of everyone, kneel down and kowtow to us and brother DeBeo and apologize for your mistakes, and then send that chick over to us brothers for a quickie today, or else you'll either die or get hurt when my big brother strikes. That day Lin Feng told the three of them to roll away. They felt incredibly humiliated. Taking this opportunity, they had to get revenge back. Lin Feng looked around and reached out to point at the 10 people in front of him. You guys go together. What? The red-haired youth stared up somewhat incredulously. In his opinion, only stupid people would pick this option. Didn't you hear me? I said together. I'm going to fight 10. Lin Feng's voice rose steeply and his aura soared. Ah ha 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 ha. The 10 people on the scene covered their stomachs and laughed maniacally. The red-haired youth's jaw was about to fall off as he looked at Lin Feng with a mocking expression. You stepped on a horse thinking you're it, man. You still have to fight 10. Why don't you fight 100? Lin Feng, however, urged with an expressionless face. Cut the crap. Get together. I want to fight 10. He spoke word for word. His expression was even more arrogant than his opponent's. The 10 people were completely enraged. I've seen pretenders, but I've never seen you pretend like this. Brothers, since he's looking for death, let's fulfill him. Zhao Debeo waved his hand and 9 youths yelled and rushed towards Lin Feng. He himself was carrying a baseball bat and swayed his fat body to rush towards Lin Feng. It was a pity that his movements were too slow. Even though his movements were running, his speed was the same as walking. The other 9 youths had all rushed to Lin Feng and he had just run a few steps. Lin Feng let out an explosive shout and went straight for the leading youth. At this time, the effects of the spiritual liquid chile had all come into play. His reactions and vision had been greatly improved. The movements of these people had all of a sudden become very slow and clumsy, completely unable to keep up with his speed. Bang 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 bang. Lin Feng's 2 fists struck out as if they were machine gun bullets, continuously pounding on the chest of the leading youth, sounding as loud as a drum. His body flew backward, feeling like his chest was smoking from the blows. At the same time, his lungs were on fire, burning pain. Bang! Lin Feng threw one last punch. The youth, however, still reflexively stepped back. One didn't stand still and fell on his back. He felt a sweetness in his throat and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Lin Feng had just punched him hundreds of times in one breath, directly injuring his internal organs. The other youths were all dumbfounded. They had thought that they would be able to kill Lin Feng in seconds as soon as they struck. It didn't occur to them that the boss with the strongest combat power had instead been killed by Lin Feng first. On one side, Red Hair had a huge shock in his heart because he clearly felt that Lin Feng seemed to be much stronger than last time. This kid has something, but there are more of us. We can definitely win. Red Hair reminded loudly as he tried to re-energize his morale. But unfortunately, Lin Feng's strike that killed their boss in seconds had directly crushed their morale and they couldn't raise it at all. Lin Feng, however, was alive and well. His feet came out like the full moon. His fists moved like shooting stars. A few youths dodged left and right, and were routed. In the end, they could only be knocked to the ground by Lin Feng. Zhao Debeo carried his stick and looked at Lin Feng awkwardly, because he moved slowly. He hadn't miserably added to the fight since the beginning. Of course, he was thankful in his heart. Otherwise he would have definitely been lying on the ground as well. Last time, Lin Feng had knocked down 4 of his men. He was still a bit unconvinced. After all, their men had bare hands and although they were big, they were all fat. It was okay to scare people. In a real fight, their strength was average. And this time, the 9 dragons, the battle strength is very strong, are all little known to be able to fight. Unexpectedly, in less than 2 minutes, they were all put down by Lin Feng. So at this moment, he was completely convinced, and he was convinced. After a few seconds of staring at each other, he threw down his stick and plopped down on his knees. Brother Feng, I'm convinced. It's all my fault today. I shouldn't have come to your trouble, seeing as I didn't cause you any damage either. You can just let me go as a fart, right? The villagers in the distance saw that Zhao Debeo had actually knelt down for Lin Feng. Eyes almost fell out in shock. Lin Feng slowly walked over to Zhao Debeo, looking at his big bald face full of fat. He questioned with incomparable disgust. Zhao Debeo, you weigh over 200 pounds. I have to grow multiple asses to be able to let out a fart as big as yours? Ha ha ha. Although the few youngsters on the ground were dazed from the beating, they couldn't help but laugh out when they heard Lin Feng's words that flirted with Zhao Debeo. Zhao Debeo smiled awkwardly and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Feng. I just got confused in a hurry and said it in passing. I didn't mean anything else. Lin Feng looked at the 9 youths sprawled on the ground again. With this, how dare they call themselves 9 dragons? 9 striped fish was more like it. He spoke in a cold voice. Do you guys still want to find trouble with me? No, no. The 9 youths hurriedly shook their heads. They were also convinced by Lin Feng. Originally, the green-haired youths still wanted their cell phones back and were still thinking about Zhou Qingqing, but this time they had no thoughts whatsoever. Although they had admitted their mistake, Lin Feng didn't want to let him off so easily. 10 of you, kneel down in 2 rows and slap each other 100 times. Hit them hard or hit them hard. Just now, this group of people even wanted him to kowtow 100 times to apologize. Then he would just slap them 100 times. And he was too lazy to do it himself. So he divided the 10 of them into 5 pairs, with Zhao Debao being the worst off, divided among the burly youths. Although it was humiliating, they didn't dare to refuse. Thus, the villagers in the distance saw that these 10 people knelt in 2 rows and started slapping each other's ears. Slapping each other. This was the real face slapping. After slapping them, Lin Feng told them to get lost. A few people were like lost dogs, getting into their SUVs and quickly leaving the village. After resolving Zhao Debao and the others, Lin Feng walked back to the village. The villagers' eyes changed when they looked at him. After today's battle, not many people in the village would dare to mess with Lin Feng anymore. Otherwise, they would be just as miserable as Zhao Debao. Chapter 26, Village Flowers Misunderstanding. I heard that you beat up Zhao Debao yesterday? The next morning, when Lin Feng went to pick herbs, he met Zhou Qingqing. Yesterday's incident had spread around the village and she had heard about it. Not seeing the scene with her own eyes made her feel a little sorry in her heart. She was also a little disbelieving that Lin Feng could beat 10 people by himself. So as soon as they met today, she asked curiously, "Yes, they came to find trouble with me and let me teach them a lesson." Seeing Zhou Qingqing, Lin Feng was happy. Zhou Qingqing was carrying a small basket and was going to pick wild mushrooms in the woods. The wild mushrooms in the mountains were a lot tastier than the artificially grown ones, so when there was nothing to do, she would come out and pick some back. Lin Feng was originally going to look for medicinal herbs. When he saw Zhou Qingqing, he changed his mind and accompanied her to pick mushrooms. "When did you learn Kung Fu? Why don't I know?" Zhou Qingqing blinked her big eyes, full of curiosity. Originally, Lin Feng was a mediocre person in her perception, but recently he had done many amazing things, so she had become quite interested in Lin Feng. "I haven't learned any Kung Fu, it's just that I usually work out a lot, then I'll learn it after fighting with others a few more times." Today Zhou Qingqing was wearing a double ponytail, a small flowery camisole undershirt and a pair of jeans, looking very pure and pretty. Lin Feng's attention was completely attracted to Zhou Qingqing, and he couldn't stop looking at her as he walked. Zhou Qingqing didn't know much about fighting and didn't continue to pursue the matter. The two went all the way forward and entered the small forest. This place had the most mushrooms. Lin Feng ran ahead to help Zhou Qingqing look for mushrooms. With his help, it wasn't long before Zhou Qingqing's little basket was almost full. "These mushrooms are delicious. You haven't picked them before." Lin Feng found a few uncommon mushrooms and brought them to Zhou Qingqing to show her. With a silly smile on his face, Zhou Qingqing took a closer look and shook her head. "These mushrooms are so ugly. They're inedible at first glance." "You must be lying to me." "I'm not lying to you. It's really edible. Just go back and try it," Lin Feng said seriously. But Zhou Qingqing just didn't believe it. Lin Feng had no choice. He rubbed his hand against the mushroom and directly stuffed it in his mouth and ate it, eating several in a row. "Look, I've eaten so many myself. Do you still not believe me?" This time Zhou Qingqing believed it. Giving Lin Feng a nice blank stare, she stuck the basket out. "All right, believe you. Put it in the basket." Lin Feng put the mushrooms he had picked in with a brain and went to the side to look for mushrooms again. Just then, Zhou Qingqing let out a cry of alarm. "Agu!" Lin Feng was startled and hurried back, only to see that Zhou Qingqing was covering her small stomach, looking a little pained. "What's wrong, Chung Cheng?" Lin Feng asked somewhat nervously. "The stomach suddenly hurts a bit." As he spoke, a few drops of crystal sweat rose from Zhou Qingqing's white forehead, looking like it was hurting. Lin Feng made her sit on one side and checked her over, quickly finding the cause. Zhou Qingqing had always had menstrual cramps. Today she happened to be on her physiological period, and when she came out in the morning and walked a little too quickly, the menstrual cramps came on. Lin Feng searched his heritage and there was a massage technique that could help Zhou Qingqing quickly relieve the pain. "Qingqing, I'll just massage it for you. Just bear with it." He lifted up Zhou Qingqing's little halter top, revealing her white and smooth belly. Zhou Qingqing was a little embarrassed and wanted to stop Lin Feng, but her stomach was really hurting too much, so she could only let Lin Feng try. Lin Feng's hand gently traced over Zhou Qingqing's smooth and white belly, forming a special route. After about dozens of rounds of massage, Zhou Qingqing felt much better. It didn't hurt as much. Originally thought that Lin Feng was using the opportunity to take advantage of her, but I didn't think it would really work. After massaging for a while more, Zhou Qingqing completely stopped hurting. She was secretly happy in her heart, but her face was still a bit serious. "No need to press it. It's already healed. Count on you. If it doesn't work and you dare to touch my stomach, I'll make you look good." Zhou Qingqing glared and threatened somewhat fiercely. Lin Feng said in a serious manner, "What kind of person do you think I am? I just saw that you were in distress and wanted to do you a favor. I don't have any selfishness." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a warm stream flow under his nose. He subconsciously wiped it with his hand and continued to giggle at Zhou Qingqing. However, Zhou Qingqing on the opposite side of the table changed her face. Why is your nose bleeding? Lin Feng looked down at his hand and realized that there was quite a lot of blood on his hand. Qingqing, listen to my explanation. This nosebleed definitely has nothing to do with massaging your stomach. But Zhou Qingqing didn't listen, picking up the small basket with mushrooms and stomping her feet in anger. Colorful wolf. After saying that, she let out a light grunt and left in a huff. Qingqing, listen to my explanation. Lin Feng was just about to go after her when another stream of blood came out of his nose. He could only stop to wipe the nosebleed. At this moment, he was also a bit puzzled. When he massaged Zhou Qingqing's little tummy just now, although he was also a bit excited, he shouldn't have bled. Suddenly, he figured it out. It was those mushrooms just now. These mushrooms would be a bit toxic when eaten raw, and could speed up blood flow. He didn't think about it that much at the time and ate it. He didn't expect to cause Zhou Qingqing's misunderstanding. Lin Feng couldn't help but cry and laugh, hoping that Zhou Qingqing wouldn't be really angry. If Zhou Qingqing ignored him because of this in the future, it would be a big loss. Zhou Qingqing went home alone. Lin Feng turned around and went to the mountains to pick some medicine. When he came home at noon, Lin Feng found his parents changing clothes in front of the cabinet. His dad had even taken out the suit that he hadn't been able to wear. Although the suit was a bit rustic, it was the best clothes his dad had. Mom and Dad, what's this about? Who's having a wedding? In Lin Feng's impression, his dad would only wear this if he went to a wedding. Your grandfather's 70th birthday is tomorrow. Our family has to go over to wish him well. You also hurry up and go pack up. We'll leave in the afternoon. Lin Feng's face went cold when he heard this. Good guy, I thought it was something. Usually don't contact us. Told us about the birthday. This is for us to go and give gifts, right? Lin Feng's grandfather had moved to the county 10 years ago and had gone with his eldest uncle. Lin Feng's eldest uncle was good at slipping up and making flowery remarks, while his dad was honest and mute. So, his grandfather especially liked his eldest uncle and disliked his father. Ever since he was a child, his uncle was given first priority for all the good food and goods. His father could only use the rest. All the family assets were also given to his uncle. A year ago, the family had a car accident. His uncle didn't even help with a penny. So Lin Feng didn't have any interest in their affairs. Don't say that. At least it's your grandfather. He's an old man. We juniors should still do our duty. Otherwise it'll get out and people will say we don't know what we're doing. Lin Mother saw that Lin Feng was a bit resistant and persuaded him bitterly from the side. It's fine to go. I'm in this body. Love it. Lin Feng directly lay down on the bed and didn't change his clothes. The husband and wife also knew their son's temperament. Once they decided something, even 9 oxen couldn't pull it back. It was good that he could go. After changing clothes, the family got on the tricycle. Lin Feng was responsible for driving. This time, his grandfather's 70th birthday was a rather grand event. It was going to be busy for 2 or 3 days, so they could only stay in the county tonight. Lin Feng locked the doors, windows and gates, put enough food for Big Yellow before driving off. Arrived at the county town, the husband and wife took Lin Shui to the eldest uncle's house. Lin Feng didn't go. That uncle of his had a lot of things to do and looked down on their family. It was very troublesome to go to his house. Lin Feng had learned that once before. Seeing that they were from the countryside, he couldn't disinfect their entire body before entering the house. The sheets they sat on were all washed. So even if Lin Feng lived on the street, he didn't want to live in his eldest uncle's house. He sent his parents to the door of his eldest uncle's house. Lin Feng drove his tricycle alone with the intention of finding a small hotel. Anyway, it was just for one night. Just deal with it. There were a lot of small inns in the neighborhood, so he didn't need to rush. He could just find one before nightfall. As he was slowly moving forward, a black Mercedes-Benz rushed straight towards him. Lin Feng was startled and hurriedly swerved to avoid the Mercedes' impact, and the Mercedes crashed into the pole behind it. A loud bang came with it. The front of the Mercedes was dented and the electric box pole was crooked. Lin Feng angrily jumped off the tricycle and wanted to have a good talk with the driver. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have already been knocked off. But when he came to the car he realized the driver in the car had his eyes closed tightly and was already unconscious. No way. Just hit a pole and the person fainted? Lin Feng stretched his head to take a closer look. The man's face was blue. Not at all like a car accident where he fainted. Bad. This person is sick. Chapter 27 Landlord Car Accident. Lin Feng immediately carried the man out of the car and made him lie flat on the ground. The man had just had a heart attack while driving and was unconscious, causing the car to go out of control, and then crashed into a pole, making the situation even worse. Lin Feng carefully sized up the man and saw that the man was in his 40s, with a country face and delicate skin. He was wearing an expensive suit. Then he looked at his Mercedes, the license plate number 58. It looked like the man was either rich or noble. Lin Feng didn't have time to think about it. Taking out a silver needle from his pocket, he unzipped the man's shirt, exposing his chest, pinched out a silver needle and stabbed it into an acupuncture point. Right now he was performing the back to heaven needle technique that he had obtained from the inheritance. The man's heart was failing, and it was troublesome to resuscitate him. Administering the needle on the street was obviously a bit impractical. Lin Feng wanted to get his situation under control first and then send him to a safe place before he could thoroughly help him. His movements were very skillful. His hands rose and needles fell in a flowing stream. In the blink of an eye, 7 silver needles appeared in front of the man's chest, the slender tails of the needles swaying gently in the breeze. While he was trying to stab the 8th needle, a woman behind him suddenly screamed, "What are you doing to my husband? Stop it!" Lin Feng's needle stopped in midair. Looking back, not far behind him, a beautiful woman in her early 30s had just gotten out of a BMW and was looking at his side with a terrified face. She stepped on her high heels and rushed to Lin Feng in 3 steps. A black-clothed bodyguard was right behind her. "Who told you to mess with my husband?" the woman questioned loudly. Lin Feng looked at her with puzzled eyes. Opening his mouth, he said, "His life is in danger. If I don't step in to save him, I'm afraid he won't even have the chance to be sent to the hospital. Does this still need anyone's permission first? Who the hell are you? Which hospital are you the head doctor of and you dare to save my husband? Do you know who my husband is?" The woman roughly pushed Lin Feng away and hugged the man and screamed a few times. Seeing the man's eyes close tightly, he cried out in fear and pain. Lin Feng was a bit angry, but when he thought that the woman was also looking at her husband's critical condition and was a bit anxious, he didn't get on her bad side. The bodyguard next to him spoke at this time. "Our chairman has 1,000 gold and precious body. He has the best private doctor to help him. It's also something you can just touch. With your 2 tricks, it's okay to fool the rural people, but you can't fool us." The bodyguard saw that Lin Feng was dressed as a peasant and immediately took him for a barefoot doctor from the countryside. Lin Feng smiled disdainfully. "No matter what he is, in front of me, it's a life. Heaven has the virtue of goodness. I stepped in to save him. I didn't think about it that much. Since you guys don't need me, I won't bother you anymore." Lin Feng turned around indignantly and got into the tricycle. Before leaving, he glanced back at the man with an ugly face and spoke faintly to the woman. "Your man's heart failed and he was hit hard. I used silver needles to seal his major meridians. He can still last for 3 days. During these 3 days you can find someone to save him. If you don't want him to die, it's best not to move those needles until you find someone to save him." After saying that, Lin Feng started the tricycle and took off. After driving for a few minutes, Lin Feng found a roadside clearing, locked the tricycle up, and found a small inn nearby, which was only $20 a day. Coming to his room, Lin Feng laid down for a while, felt hungry and went to have a meal. Nightfall, Lin Feng returned to the inn and planned to sleep, but having changed places, he was a bit unable to sleep. At this time, some discordant sounds started coming from the room next door, and they were loud. Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed. This kind of small inn was good at everything. It was the soundproofing of the walls that was too bad. He was also too embarrassed to disturb the 2 people, lying on the bed and resting his eyes. The man next door finally ended after a while. However, it didn't stop for much longer. The 2 people started again. Lin Feng was a bit annoyed. This big night, still not letting people sleep. Soon, the sound stopped again. Then, the sound started again. By the 5th time, Lin Feng was a bit unable to stand it anymore. He alerted the other party by kicking hard on the wall a few times with his foot. At the same time, he shouted, "Keep it down," but it had no effect, and it still continued next door. However, it didn't take much longer. When the fight was over, the sound of a man putting on his pants and opening the door was heard from next door. Immediately after that, the door to Lin Feng's room was knocked hard. "Open the door! Open the door!" Being disturbed by Lin Feng at a crucial moment, the man was very upset. Now that it was over, he wanted to settle the score with Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also looking to talk to him. Jumping out of bed, he opened the door. The 2 of them looked at each other. All froze. Lin Feng, Li Gang? The man opposite was called Li Gang, a villager from one of Lin Feng's villages, ran a plantation, and his days were considered better in the village. As a result, he was a bit arrogant, never spoke when he met people and always looked at them with his nostrils. So Lin Feng had a bad impression of him. He didn't expect to meet Li Gang here, or in such an awkward scene. Li Gang was similarly not expecting it. His expression was a bit unnatural. Lin Feng looked at him and quickly remembered something. "Li Gang, the one lying on the bed next door is definitely not your wife, right?" Lin Feng suddenly spoke out, a mysterious smile on his lips. Li Gang first froze, then hurriedly denied it. "How could it be? Who else could it be if not my wife?" Although he pretended to be calm, his flustered expression had already betrayed him. Lin Feng gave a bad smile. "I don't believe it. Doing this kind of thing, not doing it at home, coming out to rent a small inn, fooling the ghost. If it's really my sister-in-law, I'll go say hello to her." "Sister-in-law, I'm Lin Feng." He pushed Li Gang away and was about to go next door. Li Gang was busy pulling him back, his face full of currying favor. Feng Zi, don't make a scene. Your sister-in-law is lying down and has no clothes on. Let's go tomorrow. What's wrong with not wearing clothes? I'm not an outsider. Can I still peek? You let your sister-in-law cover her body. I'll just look at her face. Lin Feng was about to continue walking forward. Li Gang deadlocked. Feng Zi, don't go. The next door is indeed not your sister-in-law. Lin Feng looked at him with a playful face. Isn't that right? Just now you were bull ting me, treating me like a cutie. Right, tell me, who is this woman? Li Gang had a wife, and now that he had a woman outside, his wife would not be able to spare him if she knew. All is my damn. She is my junior high school classmates, schooled at the two of us on the good, but her family did not agree. The two of us did not become. We are truly in love, Li Gang said with a crying face. Lin Feng interrupted him with a face full of disgust. Stop, don't pull these love stories with me. I don't want to hear them. Come to something dry. Lin Feng knew Li Gang very well. After running a plantation in the past 2 years and making some money, he got restless in his heart and raised women outside. There were a lot of things like this. He had long since seen it. But this guy went so far as to treat himself as a little cutie, as if he was cheating and making up stories here. That would be too much. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't dare to be interested in this, Li Gang also stopped talking. He sneakily took out his cell phone and flipped out a photo to show Lin Feng. Inside was a middle-aged woman. She was quite good-looking, but there was just an air of arrogance between her eyebrows, and she didn't look like someone who was good to contact at first glance. Lin Feng smiled. Slightly so much prettier than your sister-in-law. Li Gang grinned and laughed awkwardly. How often do you guys date? Lin Feng continued to ask. Once a month. Li Gang coughed and a few pleading looks appeared on his face. Feng Zi, don't tell your sister-in-law about this, otherwise I'll be finished. Lin Feng squinted at him. It's fine if you don't let it be said, but you have to promise me a condition. What condition? You have to transfer one of your barns to me. Lin Feng had signed an order with Zhang Beilei and needed to provide golden narcissus, and his family's garden couldn't grow much at all. If he could have a shed, the planting area would be bigger all of a sudden, and all the greenhouses in the village were in Li Gang's hands. So Lin Feng made this offer. Each of these greenhouses was very profitable, and allowing Li Gang to transfer one was tantamount to cutting his meat. But if he didn't transfer them, he was afraid that Lin Feng would talk nonsense. In the end, he clenched his teeth and agreed. Alright, as long as you promise not to say anything, when I go back I'll transfer one of the barns to you. That's a promise. No backing out. Seeing that Li Gang had agreed, Lin Feng didn't make things difficult for him anymore. Li Gang snapped and returned to his room. He heard the woman next door ask with slight dissatisfaction. Who is it? Chatting with him for so long? No one. Sleep. Sleep what sleep? Old lady looking for you out for what? I've done it 5 times, but I can't. No, 2 more times. Lin Feng next door heard it and immediately admired the two. Chapter 28 Lin Family Birthday Banquet. Jiangshan First Hospital. Senior Ward. It was already late at night, but none of the hospital's best doctors and nurses were off duty, and all of them were busy as hell. The dean was standing right in front of the door, his head in a cold sweat, as if he was facing an enemy. It's been a few hours, but there's no solution. What are you guys doing? My husband donates several $1 million to your hospital every year. Just for the sake of one day, you guys can help out a little. But it turns out that you guys are raised as a bunch of rice buckets? The woman was so angry that she stormed out on the spot. The man was sent to the hospital for several hours, and no solution was offered. The doctors hung their heads, afraid to speak, letting the woman yell. They had done a detailed examination and the man was in very serious condition. It was already a miracle that he came to the hospital alive. The only way out of this situation was major surgery, but the success rate of this kind of surgery was less than 1%. And this man is no ordinary person. He is the richest man in Jiangshan County, Qian Million. If they let the richest man die in their hands, the consequences would be huge. So they would rather be scolded by the woman than take this risk. The dean was also anxious and angrily shouted at the rows of doctors. No matter what, you have to come up with a plan for me. Fast. The doctors looked at me. I looked at you. All of them didn't move anywhere. A young man suddenly stood out. He looked to be in his early 20s, tall, his hair was combed delicately, and he looked good. Dean, I have an idea. The dean took one look at him, and a glimmer of hope surfaced in his eyes. Wu Xiaoming, a senior student who had just arrived at the hospital not long ago, had studied at a foreign medical school and was the hospital's key cultivation target. The hospital is full of old men, although he has 2 skills, but it is difficult to get ahead. When he came across this opportunity, he felt like it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he volunteered to stand out. Who is he? Su Jingxiang asked busily. The dean gave her an introduction. Su Jingxiang immediately prodded after hearing this. Why didn't you say earlier if you have this kind of talent? Hurry up and let him cure my husband. Good. The dean hurriedly agreed and let Wu Xiaoming start resuscitation. Wu Xiaoming excitedly came to the hospital bed and looked at Qian Million in front of him. This was the richest man in the area. If he could be cured, then he would be completely rich, and he wouldn't be given a few $1,000,000 at that time. What is this needle for? Seeing the silver needle on Qian Millionaire's chest, he asked suspiciously. There was a farmer who rescued a patient before. He was the one who stuck it in, and said that he couldn't pull it out, and if he pulled it out, he wouldn't live more than 3 days. Wu Xiaoming disdainfully sneered. What a cat or dog's words you all believe. He raised his hand and pulled out a silver needle. However, what he didn't expect was that as this needle was pulled out, the instruments in the hospital room immediately emitted an ear-piercing sound, and the electrocardiograph was even alarming. Qian Million's various vital indicators all dropped by a large margin. The comatose Qian 1 Million body jerked, sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The dean took a bad look and yelled out with his neck pulled. Stop it! Wu Xiaoming was stunned. He just pulled out a needle casually. How did it become like this? Seeing her husband vomiting blood, Su Jingxiang was completely anxious. Rushing in, she slapped Wu Xiaoming to the side. My husband is fine. How could he vomit blood? If he has a shortcoming, I'll turn your hospital upside down. None of you will be able to live with it. The dean rolled and crawled to Qian Millionaire's side to check. His face changed greatly. Are these needles the legendary life renewal needles? What is the life renewal needle? Su Jingxiang asked anxiously. I've only heard of it. I've never seen it before. Who gave this needle? Quickly go find him. He can definitely save Mr. Shen. The dean was busy reminding. Su Jingxiang was a bit dumbfounded. Lin Feng came back to her mind. Could it be that farmer really had 2 tricks up his sleeve and that he had underestimated him? At this point, she had to believe it and immediately called out to the bodyguard from before. This was Qian Millionaire's personal gold medal bodyguard plus driver, Wang Li. No matter what, find that farmer for me. Bring him here at all costs. If you can't bring him back, you shouldn't come back either. Yes, Wang Li bellowed and went to find Lin Feng at fire speed. Li Gang and the woman tossed and turned until the latter part of the night. Lin Feng slept a bit late, and it was almost noon when he opened his eyes the next day. He washed his face, walked out of the hotel, went to the tricycle and was just about to start it when Wang Li's voice rang out behind him eagerly. Divine Doctor, you finally came out. Lin Feng turned around and recognized him. He hadn't seen him for a night. Why had the address changed? Thinking about what happened yesterday, Lin Feng didn't give him a good face. Your boss is dying, right? Yes. Please Divine Doctor hurry up and take a look. As long as you save my boss, there will be a big thank you. Wang Li searched for half the night and finally found Lin Feng's tricycle, but not knowing where Lin Feng had gone, he stood guard next to the tricycle for the night. He had thought that if he saw Lin Feng, he would be able to get Lin Feng to pass. However, Lin Feng was indifferent. Your boss's wife is too big. I can't afford to serve her. We rural people aren't worthy of treating the big boss. You'd better hire someone else. Lin Feng turned the key and started the tricycle. Divine Doctor, yesterday it was us who took the liberty. Please be magnanimous and make sure to come with me. Wang Li had completely changed his attitude and was respectful to Lin Feng. I'm sorry, yesterday I wanted to save. You guys wouldn't let me. Today I don't have time. My grandfather is having a big birthday. I need to be there. Bye. Lin Feng kicked the gas and the tricycle drove forward. Wang Li grabbed the back of the tricycle and lost his voice. To tell you the truth, our boss is the richest man in Zhongshan. As long as you can save him, you'll have a great future. You won't have to farm for the rest of your life. Lin Feng turned back and spoke disdainfully. What's wrong with richest man? Do you think that just because your boss has a little bit of money that he's great? He can call on people. I'm not that cheap. I just won't heal. Bother me again. You'll be treated impolitely. Lin Feng glared at Wang Li and drove the broken three-wheeler away at speed. Wang Li stood frozen in the wind for half a day before reacting. It was the first time he had met someone with such a character like Lin Feng. If other people knew that their boss was the richest man, they would probably have to run for a cure. And not only did Lin Feng refuse on the spot, he had to be rude to him. If it was usual, he would have given up. But right now it was different. Su Jingxiang had given a death order. He was just going to kneel down and kowtow. He had to invite Lin Feng to the hospital. Lin Feng was afraid that he would follow him and deliberately took a detour, then went to the hotel. At this time, all the people from the Lin family had already arrived. The Lin family was a big family, with more than 40 people up and down. Most of them had moved to the county. Some had even moved to big cities. Only Lin Feng's family was still in the countryside, so these relatives were somewhat looking down on Lin Feng's parents. In the private room of the hotel, there were 2 big tables, one table for the elders and one table for the juniors. Right now they had all arrived. Just Lin Feng was missing. At this time, Lin Feng pushed the door in. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Lin Feng raised his steps and walked to his seat and sat down. The entire room looked at him. There were unhappy faces. Lin Feng, you're really good. You dare to be late for Grandpa's 70th birthday. We all arrived a day earlier. Have you ever put Grandpa in your eyes? The person who spoke was Lin Feng's eldest uncle's son, Lin Dong. As the eldest grandson of the third generation of the family, he had a strong and domineering personality. He was even more disdainful of Lin Feng, and always liked to use a condescending stance to teach Lin Feng a lesson. It was the same today. Do you think that you have no status in the family? That no one pays attention to you? And that you purposely came late to brush up your presents? There was a girl sitting beside Lin Dong, who also spoke out in a conspiratorial manner at this time. She was Lin Dong's girlfriend, Su Fei Fei. I didn't sleep well last night and woke up a little late, and just now I encountered another person who stopped me and delayed me a little. These two self-righteous guys, Lin Feng knew them very well. He didn't want to talk too much nonsense with them and responded blandly. Lin Dong was dissatisfied with Lin Feng's attitude. With a cold snort, he continued, I think you are just disrespectful to Grandpa. You didn't change into decent clothes even when you came to the banquet, dressed like a beggar. How disgraceful to Grandpa. Saying that, he looked towards the elders' table again and started to complain. Grandpa, you should talk about Lin Feng. He's just too bad. Lin Feng's grandfather heard and shook his head. Unworthy thing, whatever he does, he can wear whatever he likes. Since everyone's here, let's start dinner. Lin Feng's grandfather only had Lin Dong in his eyes and didn't care much about Lin Feng. Look, Grandpa doesn't even care. What's the hurry for you to follow blindly? Not only did Lin Feng not get angry, he instead took the opportunity to choke Lin Dong. Lin Dong glared fiercely. Rotten mud can't help the wall. Su Fei Fei said to Lin Dong with contempt on her face. Why does your family have such a relative? It's too disgraceful for your family. Lin Dong smiled slightly helplessly. It's already good. Some days ago, he was still a cutie. Then, it was even more disgraceful then. There's no way. Who made our Lin family unlucky? Stumbling upon such a relative. Su Fei Fei covered her mouth and laughed lightly. How stupid. Was born brain damaged? No, hit by a car. The two people were talking and laughing, very dejected. Lin Feng looked at them coldly. These two things were really well matched. They were all the same way. Chapter 29 Funny Show. The birthday banquet officially began as everyone took out their gifts and began to wish for their birthday. Lin Dong hurriedly pulled out a gift box from under the table. He ran his ass to Elder Lin. Grandpa, this is the birthday gift I prepared for you. I wish Grandpa good fortune like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain. As soon as Elder Lin saw him, he couldn't stop smiling. This is my grandson. Good job. Grandpa is very happy. Elder Lin opened it on the spot. The gift box contained a jade pipe. It looked like it was worth a lot, at least tens of thousands of dollars. This child, why did you buy such an expensive gift? It's too wasteful. Although Elder Lin was ranting with his mouth, everyone could tell that he was pretending. No amount of money is too expensive to buy a gift for Grandpa. Lin Dong inherited his dad's skill of slipping up and pleasing his old master. Elder Lin immediately felt his face light up and was very flattered. Well, your thoughts Grandpa knows. I've also prepared a gift for Grandpa. A little token of appreciation is no honor. Su Fei Fei also sent a gift box. Although she hadn't officially gotten married yet, she had already treated herself as the Lin family's granddaughter-in-law. The gift box contained a beautiful tang suit. Although it wasn't considered expensive, the old man was also happy. The other juniors also offered gifts. Only Lin Feng did not move. Seeing this, Lin Dong immediately looked at Lin Feng and said in a slightly mocking manner, Lin Feng, what kind of gift did you prepare for Grandpa? Lin Feng was just about to say that he hadn't prepared any. At this time, Lin Jiangwo was busy standing up. Dad, Lin Feng's gift is here with me. I'm holding it for him. With that, he took out a gift box and handed it to the old man. The old master's face immediately turned a few degrees colder. After a brief glance, the box contained a set of brushes. The old master usually liked to write calligraphy, so Lin Jiangwo had prepared a set. Got it. Put it aside. The old master spoke indifferently. Knowing that his son wouldn't prepare a gift, Lin Jiangwo prepared it in advance. Seeing that the muddle passed, Lin Jiangwo was secretly happy. But who would have thought that Lin Dong opened his mouth at this time? Second uncle, this looks like you prepared it yourself. Lin Feng didn't prepare anything at all. Grandpa loves to write calligraphy, only you know that, right? Upon hearing this, the old man was reminded and immediately looked at Lin Jiangwo. No, it was Lin Feng who prepared it. Your grandfather loves writing calligraphy. I told him about it. Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth, slightly disdainful. Second uncle, you're not a good liar. Once you lie, your expression is unnatural. Grandpa is a smart man. How can you hide it from him? Right, Grandpa? Lin Dong not only wanted to put Lin Jiangwo on the spot, but also patted the old man on the back in passing. The old master really went along with it. Grabbing the brush, he threw it on the ground. Jiang Wo, your family Lin Feng doesn't put me in your eyes even if it's not enough. Why do you still come to lie to me? Take me to be old and confused. Go back and educate your son properly so that he learns to have a minimum of respect for his elders. And if you dare to fool me again, you don't have to come to see me anymore. Lin Jiangwo was made to blush and said yes again and again. While Lin Dong and Su Fei were snickering, Lin Feng was completely on fire. He could not get on the bad side of these two guys, but embarrassing his dad, absolutely not. He slammed the table in indignation and the table almost toppled right off, scaring the crowd with a jolt. You gave all the family property to their father and son. They took out 3 melons and 2 dates and came back to you. Is that what makes you happy like this? I just didn't prepare a gift. What's wrong? You have always looked down on my father. Your heart is even more without me as a grandson. You don't love our father and son. Why must I respect you? Your birthday banquet, I can come already good. The gift is just not there. Lin Dong, Su Fei, you two don't be too arrogant, or I will make you regret it. Everyone at the scene didn't expect that Lin Feng would dare to explode on the spot at the old man's birthday banquet. They were all dumbfounded. You. The old master's hands were shaking with anger. He couldn't speak for half a day. He looked at Lin Jiangwo angrily. It looked like he was about to whip over. Lin Jiangwo, this is the good son you taught. Lin Jiangwo stood up in a panic to dissuade Lin Feng. Hurry up and apologize to Grandpa. No nonsense. Lin Feng, however, was unconcerned. Dad, is there anything I said wrong? All are the same children and grandchildren, but Grandpa is divided into a close and distant, differentiated treatment. Can't I say it? You and the Lin family condescension for so many years, in exchange for nothing but contempt. I see this Lin family does not treat it. Elder Lin was rendered speechless on the spot, and the others were also silent. At this time, Lin Dong stood up and shouted angrily. Lin Feng, how dare you? How dare you openly disrespect Grandpa at his birthday banquet? Then don't blame me for being impolite. Security guards, this person is not a member of our Lin family. He's trespassing on our family banquet. You guys throw him out of here immediately. The 2 security guards heard the voice and immediately walked in. Su Fei also spoke on the side. Uncle Lin, you taught such a son. Do you still have the nerve to continue eating here? Take your whole family with you. You guys will only add to Grandpa's problems if you're here. Lin Feng stared at Lin Dong and Su Fei and spoke in a cold voice. You two are good. I, Lin Feng, have remembered. So what if you remembered? Lin Dong was smug. This banquet today was organized by Lin Dong's father, and Lin Dong was responsible for specifically booking the hotel. He told the security guards to throw Lin Feng out, and the security guards could only do as they were told. The 2 men walked towards Lin Feng and were just about to make a move. A black-clad Wang Li rushed in. Looking around, his eyes eventually landed on Lin Feng. Incomparably excited. Divine Doctor, I've finally found you. I was presumptuous before. I know I was wrong. Please go and help my boss immediately. I beg you, said Wang Li as he flung himself to the ground. He drank out in order to be able to ask Lin Feng to come out. Lin Feng was getting angry. When he saw him pestering him again, he said in a bad mood, your boss is the richest man in Jiangshan. Can't he be cured without me, Lin Feng? Why are you so annoying? As he drank out this voice, the scene was instantly plunged into silence. A pin drop could be heard. A few seconds later, a loud laugh rang out from Lin Dong. Su Fei also laughed. In the end, apart from Lin Feng's parents and Lin Shui, as well as the old man, almost everyone laughed. Lin Dong was even laughing so hard that he was about to turn his back. He was laughing while clapping his hands. It was not easy to stop laughing before he reopened his mouth. What are you two doing? Acting? Oh, I get it, Lin Feng. This is your gift to Grandpa. A hilarious performance. Thank you. I have been laughed at. If I didn't know that you're nothing, I almost believed it. From a professional point of view, this performance of yours wasn't very successful because there was no realism, but from an innovative point of view, it was very creative. It caught our eyes. Tell me, how did you come up with it? Saying this, he couldn't help but laugh again. Wang Li looked at the atmosphere of the scene and was dumbfounded. What was the situation? He came to beg Lin Feng to come out and save people. How did it become a funny show? The old man, however, couldn't laugh and trembled his hands, wanting to say something. Su Fei immediately understood and angrily rebuked the security guards. What are you still looking at? Are you blind? Throw the 2 of them out together. The 2 security guards came up and were about to grab Wang Li. Just before they reached their heels, they saw Wang Li stretching his hands to the even side, directly pushing the 2 security guards to fly out. Get to the side. Who dares to touch my Wang Li? Wang Li? I'm still Ding Li? Lin Dong snorted coldly. Wang Li? Why does this name sound so familiar to me? Someone from the Lin family muttered. Wang Li took a few steps forward and angrily rebuked the crowd. You can humiliate me, but you absolutely cannot humiliate the divine doctor. My boss is in critical condition and is waiting for him to save him. Whoever dares to disrespect the divine doctor, I will make him look good. You guy, what's wrong with you? You're too deep into the drama? What divine doctor? We only have one Lin Xiaoqute here. Lin Dong spoke disdainfully and looked at Lin Feng. Where did you find such a dedicated actor? Good acting skills. Lin Feng ignored his sarcasm. The shout that Wang Li had just shouted for him had instantly changed his impression of Wang Li. On second thought, he had already knelt down and requested, so he should also step in to help. One must not be so intentional as to see death. Your name is Wang Li, right? Isn't your boss the richest man? Do you care if you talk here? Wang Li saw that there was a show. His heart was overjoyed. A hotel is nothing. Of course it works, Wang Li said aloud. Then I want to see the strength of you and your boss. Let the people hear. Throw these two guys out for me. If you can do it, I will go with you to save people. Chapter 30, Throw them out. Is this true? Wang Li was a little excited. True. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Li shouted at the security guard. Immediately tell your boss to get his ass over here and meet me. Come late and suffer the consequences. His aura seemed like a lion. It scared the two security guards. Just by looking at his posture, he didn't look like an ordinary person. They did not dare to slack off and roll to find their boss. At this time, Lin Dong was still sneering. Pretend. Keep pretending. I'll see how long you guys can pretend. Wang Li? I remember. That boxing champion of our Jiangshan County is called Wang Li. I heard that after he retired. He worked as a personal bodyguard for the richest man in our county. Just now he said that his boss is the richest man. Could it be him? The crowd was shocked. No way. The richest man is very hard to meet. How come his bodyguard appeared here and came to seek treatment from Lin Feng? How many kilograms does Lin Feng have? Don't we know? Lin Dong frowned, but listening to what he just said, it's alright. It's definitely a fake. It's impossible for a commodity like Lin Feng to know any richest bodyguards, although we don't know what he's doing it for. But this is definitely a farce. Lin Dong was very convinced of his thoughts. Soon, several security guards arrived with their bosses in a hurry. Anyone who could open a hotel here had two tricks up their sleeves. The bosses of the county's leading figures had almost all met, and Qian Million had even come a few times, so he recognized Wang Li at a glance. Brother Wang Li, when did you come? Why didn't you inform me in advance? The boss usually couldn't flatter Qian Million even if he wanted to, but now that he saw Wang Li's grand arrival and even took the initiative to look for him, he was a bit flattered. I'm not here to eat. I have something urgent to do today. Trouble you to throw these two guys out for me immediately. Turn around, our boss will have heavy thanks. Wang Li reached out and pointed at Lin Dong and Su Fei Fei in front of him. The boss was overjoyed upon hearing this. With Wang Li's words, he would definitely be able to climb the high branch of Qian Million. Without any further ado, he ordered loudly to all the security guards at the scene. What are you waiting for? Quickly throw them out. For security guards immediately rushed up, two on one side, picking up Lin Dong and Su Fei Fei and heading out. The two people were completely confused, stomping their legs and screaming at the same time. What the hell is going on? Shouldn't we throw Lin Feng out? Why are you throwing us out? We're the ones who paid for this. What gives you the right to treat us like this? I'm going to complain about your hotel. The security guard simply ignored the shouts of the two men and directly threw them out onto the street, and prevented them from coming back in. The people at the scene were all dumbfounded as they listened to the two people shouting further and further away. Lin Feng actually knew Qian Millionaire and Wang Li. What the hell was going on? And at this moment, Lin Feng looked at the doorway. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. Want to throw me out? I'll throw you guys out first and tell you to jump. Divine Doctor, these two nasty guys have already been taken care of by me. Please come with me to the hospital to save the people with all due haste. Wang Li clasped his fists at Lin Feng. Go. Lin Feng pulled his clothes over his body and walked out of the room in style, only leaving a room full of people dumbfounded in place. Wang Li drove his car and brought Lin Feng to the hospital. Boss lady, the Divine Doctor has been invited over by me. When they entered the hospital, Wang Li excitedly ran to Su Jingxiang to report the news. Lin Feng followed. Su Jingxiang wanted to command Lin Feng a few words, telling him to do his best and that he would be rewarded after success. But Lin Feng didn't give her a chance and walked straight into the hospital room. Her mouth, which was half opened, stopped stiffly in the air. If it was usual, she would have been furious. But right now, she could only collect her usual arrogance. In the ward, the dean and a few doctors were standing by. When they saw Lin Feng come in, their gazes went to Lin Feng at the same time. Originally, they thought that the one who came would be a white-bearded old man, but they didn't expect it to be a young man dressed as a farmer. A few moments of surprise and disappointment appeared on their faces. Why is it a young man, and a farmer at that? It can't be the wrong person, right? Looking at him, I'm afraid he's not even a barefoot doctor. Letting him come to save Mr. Qian is just nonsense. I think it's better to follow the plan I said. Immediate surgery. Can't trust these charlatans, too unreliable. The doctors at the scene spoke one by one. They all looked down on Lin Feng. Lin Feng swept a glance at them and spoke with slight dissatisfaction. Who the hell are you talking about here? I'm here to save people, not to listen to your sarcasm. If you want to do it, you guys go on. The crowd shut up at once. If they had a way, they wouldn't have to wait until this time. The dean hurriedly spoke. I'm the dean. I call the shots here. Let the unrelated people out. I'm going to start administering needles to the patients. The dean waved his hand and led all the doctors out. Only Lin Feng was left in the ward. He came to Qin Millionaire and took out his needle bag to start saving him. Hands rose and needles fell. Silver light flashed. A set of Hui Tian needle technique was flowing. It didn't take long to finish helping Qin Millionaire with the needles. All the blood blocking his chest was rushed through, and the blocked meridians were reopened. Qin Million's breathing and face gradually returned to normal. Only after being hit by a car. He was still in a coma and needed a few hours to wake up. Lin Feng put away the silver needle and put it back into his pocket and left the hospital room. The people in the corridor all crowded up. Looking at Lin Feng's face, they already had an answer. Su Jingxiang stepped on her high heels and immediately ran into the ward to double-check. Only when she was sure that her husband was really fine did she feel relieved. She walked out of the ward and wanted to find Lin Feng to thank him properly, but Lin Feng had already left, saving her husband's life and not even leaving his name. Not to mention not asking for any reward. This was the first time she had seen this kind of person. Lin Feng returned to the hotel. After what had just happened, the Lin family banquet couldn't be organized. The Lin family members all dispersed separately. Lin Dong and Su Feifei also left with a gray head. They couldn't figure out how Lin Feng could make Wang Li throw the two of them out of the hotel. In the end, they could only guess that Lin Feng must have used some kind of deception to trick Qin Millionaire and Wang Li. It wouldn't take long for them to be found out, and then they would end up in a terrible situation. Thinking like this, the two people's hearts felt a bit more comfortable. Without waiting for Lin Feng, his parents and sister had already gone back by shuttle bus. Lin Feng had to drive the tricycle towards home alone. He was very fast and arrived home before his parents opened the gate and parked the car. Before he could take a sip of water, he saw Zhou Qingqing running in, her expression a little anxious. Lin Feng immediately greeted him. Qing Cheng, what's wrong with you? What happened? Where did you go yesterday? Your family's watermelon was crushed quite a bit, Zhou Qingqing said with an eager face. The watermelon was crushed? Lin Feng's eyes widened. You'll know if you go and take a look. I don't know who drove a car into your family's watermelon field and crushed all the watermelons. Lin Feng was a bit dumbfounded at hearing this. He hurriedly ran to his family's watermelon field. When he arrived at the watermelon field, he saw that it was just as Zhou Qingqing had said. As Zhou Qingqing had said, the watermelon field at home had been crushed by someone with a car. A lot of watermelons were crushed. About 5 acres of land. Who the hell did this? He was furious and thought of many people, but couldn't be sure. It was at this moment that a yellow figure ran over. The body scurried and jumped onto his arm. It was the little weasel that Lin Feng had sent earlier to guard the melon patch. Seeing this little guy, Lin Feng was delighted in his heart. Luckily he had stayed back and sent guards. Otherwise for a while, it would have been really hard to find the person who pressed the watermelon. Did you see who pressed the watermelon? The little weasel let out a squeak. Lin Feng had a happy expression on his face after hearing it. It said it had seen it and had followed it all the way to the other person's house. Take me there immediately, Lin Feng commanded. The little weasel immediately jumped off the ground and led the way in front. Lin Feng followed closely. Not too long after, it stopped in front of a large gate. Lin Feng looked at the gate in front of him and his eyes narrowed slightly. This was Niu Er's house. How dare you play dirty with me? Let's see how I'll clean you up. Lin Feng kicked the gate of Niu Er's house open and rushed in. Niu Er was sleeping on his bed. He had been working all night and he had only gone to bed in the morning. At the moment, he was sleeping soundly, but he suddenly felt his body floating, as if he was flying on clouds. He thought he was dreaming and didn't take it seriously, but a few seconds later, a cold sensation hit him. Niu Er woke up abruptly with a jolt and realized that he had been thrown into a water tank. In front of him stood Lin Feng, glaring at him with an angry face. Niu Er, tell me, how do you want to die? Lin Feng looked at the dumbfounded Niu Er and spoke coldly. Chapter 31 Niu Er's Secret. Niu Er wiped a handful of water from his face to calm himself down. When he went to Lin Feng's melon patch last night to wreak havoc, he was very careful and cautious, and even covered his face with a stocking. The car used to press the watermelons had also been driven to another place and hidden. The whole process hadn't been discovered by anyone either, so it could be said to be seamless. So he was convinced that Lin Feng couldn't possibly know that he had done it. Right now it was just to scare him. As long as he denied it, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to do anything with him. Thinking about this, he spoke. Lin Feng, what are you doing running to my house for nothing, and throwing mine into a water tank? Even though I have a bit of a problem with you, you can't do this to me. Nyo Air pretended to look innocent. Lin Feng looked at him and sneered. If he didn't have the little weasel to remind him, he was afraid that he would have been fooled by Nyo Air's acting skills and thought that he really didn't do it. It was a pity that he already knew the truth. Ox 2's performance could only deceive himself. Nyo Air, I'm giving you a chance now. If you honestly admit it, I can still let you off the hook. If you're dead set against it, there'll be good consequences for you. Lin Feng smiled coldly. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. I haven't gone to Li Caiyun's place recently. Nyo Air deliberately pulled away from the topic. It's not about Li Caiyun. It's about my watermelon. Why did you drive and crush my watermelon? Lin Feng questioned. Nyo Air's eyes widened in surprise. What watermelon? I don't know. Lin Feng nodded. Very well, Nyo Air. Just keep acting with me. I'll see how long you can act. He reached out and lifted Nyo Air out of the water tank, dragged him back to the house and tied him with a rope. Lin Feng knew very well the temperament of a hobnail like Nyo Air. He wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. If he didn't come with something hard, he really wouldn't say anything. Lin Feng, what the hell are you doing? What exactly did I, Nyo Air, offend you? You want to defile my innocence like this? Nyo Air pulled his neck and lay on the ground screaming. It looked as if he had been wronged by the heavens. Lin Feng smiled grimly. I just realized today that you're really good at acting. It's really too much of a sacrifice for you not to go into acting. What kind of theater am I acting in? Everything I said is true. Nyo Air swore and opened his mouth. Lin Feng didn't want to say more to him. He pulled out the needle bag from his pocket and took out a few silver needles. Nyo Air stared with cow-like eyes and asked with some fear. What are you going to do to me? Let me tell you, don't mess around. Killing is against the law. Lin Feng gave a bad smile. Who said I'm going to kill you? Then what are you doing with the needle? I heard that you have a kidney deficiency. I'll cure you. Saying that, Lin Feng pinched up a silver needle and stabbed an acupuncture point in Nyo Air's abdomen. The heavenly returning needle technique could be used to save people as well as torture them. Right now, what he was using was a means of torturing people. He stabbed in several more needles in a row. Nyo Air then felt an unbearable pain coming from his stomach. Lin Feng, what have you done to me? He yelled with a voice like a broken gong, rolling on the ground in pain. I sealed the meridians in your abdomen. First you'll feel an incomparably sharp pain in your stomach, then a strange itch. As long as I don't remove the needles, you'll continue to feel bad. I'm going to ask you one more time. Are you going to say it or not? Where did Nyo Air think that Lin Feng would know this kind of tactic? He was instantly dumbfounded. He held on strongly for a while longer. The pain in his abdomen had really changed from a sharp pain to a strange itchy feeling. It felt as if there were thousands of ants gnawing at him non-stop. Nyo Air soon couldn't take it anymore and opened his mouth to beg for mercy. I said, pull out the needle. Lin Feng reminded in a cold voice. If I pull the needle out and you back out, I'll directly waste you, make you lifelong incontinent, and from then on, you'll completely say goodbye to women. Nyo Air was so frightened that he nodded repeatedly. I definitely won't play tricks. Lin Feng casually pulled out the silver needle and helped him unlock his acupoints. Say it, why did you go to my family's watermelon patch to cause havoc? Lin Feng stood up and looked at Nyo Air. He didn't dare to play tricks and told him what happened. These are all things that Wu Chunjiang told me to do. Wu Chunjiang, the owner of Qingfeng Hall? Lin Feng was a bit surprised. It's him. That day when I went to sell herbs, he secretly told me to think of a way to teach you a lesson, and after it's done, he can give me $20,000. I think the conditions are good. It just so happens that I also want to find you to take revenge. So I agreed. Nyo Air often went to Qingfeng Hall to sell medicinal herbs. Wu Chunjiang knew that he was a rogue in the village and did no evil, so he chose him. He took advantage of the Lin family's going out, so he drove his car to the Lin family's melon field to do some damage, and thought he had done a perfect job. But before he could be happy for long, he was targeted by Lin Feng. Until this moment, he didn't know exactly how Lin Feng had targeted him. After hearing this, Lin Feng remembered what happened that day at the Qingfeng Hall and a flash of ice surfaced in his eyes. At that time, he had uncovered the scandalous story of Qingfeng Hall cheating the old lady, and Wu Chunjiang had come forward to apologize and even dismissed that unscrupulous shopkeeper. Originally, he thought Wu Chunjiang was a good person, but he didn't realize that he was a hypocrite. Since you want to find trouble with me, I'll play with you. Lin Feng snorted coldly in his heart, although Nyo Air had truthfully confessed, but Lin Feng wouldn't let him off easily either. Nyo Air, do you know how much the watermelons from these acres of land in my house can be sold for? Nyo Air nodded with a crying face. I heard about it. Your family's watermelons are sold to the big supermarkets in the city. $5 a pound. These acres of watermelons are sold for at least more than 100,000. It was because Lin Feng's family's watermelons were worth a lot of money that Nyo Air thought to press the watermelons as a way to get back at Lin Feng. I'm giving you 3 choices now. Send you to jail, pay for all my losses, break your dog's legs, choose one. Nyo Air was on the verge of crying when he heard this. He didn't want to choose any of these three options. Brother Fong, I know I'm wrong, please be magnanimous and let me go. I definitely won't dare in the future. Nyo Air bitterly begged for forgiveness, but Lin Fong had a merciless face. If he hadn't made preparations in advance, he would be the one crying right now. Therefore, he wouldn't be merciful. Seeing that pleading was useless, Nyo Air could only think of another way. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and his eyes widened. Lin Fong, I'll tell you another secret. Can you let me off the hook? Secret? What secret can you have? Lin Fong was a little disdainful. Not only do I have a secret, but this secret is also about you. You must want to know. Nyo Air looked at Lin Fong with a serious face. Then tell me, if this secret is important, I can consider letting you off the hook. Lin Fong said with particular interest. Nyo Air swallowed a mouthful of saliva and slowly opened his mouth. Actually, that car accident a year ago was not an accident. It was directed by someone. When these words came out, Lin Feng's eyebrows immediately furrowed. Nyo Air, I can tell you, don't talk nonsense here just to avoid punishment. Lin Feng warned. If I, Nyoji, tell a single lie, let me be struck by thunder from heaven, plus be barren for the rest of my life. Nyo Air swore to the heavens, looking like he was serious. Then go on. Lin Feng also got serious. Nyo Air told Lin Feng what he saw at that time. The day you had a car accident. I was going to the toilet in a nearby crop field. When I saw that there was a car accident, I wanted to come out and take a look, but I ended up seeing a man checking out your injuries and stabbing you in the brain with a silver needle. At first I thought he was trying to save you, but not a moment later, he pulled out his cell phone and called someone, saying something like things had been done and you were definitely done for, and so on, and that's when I realized that he was trying to harm you. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned. Then why didn't you tell my family before? Nyo Air revealed a bitter smile. That person is not simple at first glance, and he dared to harm you, so how would I dare to mess with him? Think about it. What kind of people have you offended? After listening to Nyo Air's words, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. If what Nyo Air said was true, he wouldn't be able to think of what would do this to him for a moment. Nyo Air, I can't be sure of the truth or falsehood of what you said for now. I'll let you off the hook for now. Wait until I've finished my investigation. If I find out that what you said is all made up, I'll definitely come after you. Don't worry, everything I said is absolutely true. If you don't find them, I guess they will still come after you. Nyo Air said with great certainty. Chapter 32, Letting You Have Nothing. In that car accident a year ago, Lin Feng's uncle died on the spot and he became a cutie. His sister became disabled, and the driver of the accident died on the spot. He didn't get any compensation at all. Lin Feng originally thought that this was his bad luck, but he didn't realize that there might be another hidden agenda. However, at the moment, there was only Nyo Air's words alone, and there was no other evidence at all, so it wasn't enough to be believed. In order to prevent Nyo Air from lying, Lin Feng had forced him to write a confession and a note. If the investigation proved that what he said was true, Lin Feng wouldn't pursue the matter. If it was false, then the punishment would be doubled. After settling Nyo Air, Lin Feng went straight to Qingfeng Hall. Nyo Air was just the horseman. That boss Wu Chunjiang was the one behind the scenes. Lin Feng naturally had to find him to settle the score. When he arrived at Qingfeng Hall, Lin Feng walked into the front hall with big strides. Last time, that shopkeeper hadn't been fired by Wu Chunjiang, but had been transferred to another pharmacy to continue cheating people. Right now the shopkeeper of Qingfeng Hall had been replaced with Wu Chunjiang's wife. This woman was in her 30s and had some good looks, only that she carried a very obvious air of arrogance that was a bit annoying. Don't send this kind of stuff over in the future. Our Qingfeng Hall is the best pharmacy. We don't accept this garbage. The woman kicked over a bag of herbs in front of her, the herbs inside scattering all over the place. If you don't want it, then don't want it. Who are you to kick my herbs? The owner of the medicinal herbs was a farmer, and was somewhat dissatisfied by the woman kicking over the herbs. You're already insulting our Qingfeng Hall by bringing this kind of trash to us. Me kicking your herbs is already considered light. If you dare to bring this kind of trash over again, I'll kick all your people out. Seeing the woman being so arrogant and domineering, the people who came to sell herbs at the scene were all very uncomfortable in their hearts, but they didn't dare to make a sound. After all, when Qingfeng Hall purchased the herbs, they gave a higher price. If they dared to speak for this farmer, they were afraid that their own herbs would not be accepted by Qingfeng Hall, so they could only be dissatisfied in their hearts. At this time Lin Feng's voice rang out. Since Qingfeng Hall claims to be the best pharmacy, then I want to buy several kinds of herbs. I don't know if they are available at your place? The woman looked at Lin Feng and said with an arrogant face, what kind of herbs don't we have at Qingfeng Hall? What kind of herbs do you want? Give me 1,000-year ginseng. Lin Feng spoke indifferently. The woman frowned and spoke. No, Then 120-year-old Hisho Wu. Give me one. Also no. The flower armor Poria. Give me a caddy. Neither. At this time the woman was already a bit angry. She looked at Lin Feng with an icy gaze. I see that you don't seem to be here to buy medicine. Rather it seems like you're here to look for trouble. I'm warning you, this is Qingfeng Hall. It's not a place for you to spill your guts, or else you'll have to bear the consequences. Lin Feng coldly smiled and violently raised his hand, lifting the table in front of him. You're really right. I'm here to look for trouble. There's nothing and you dare to claim that you're the best pharmacy. I'm just being wild. What can you guys do? The customers in the store all stared wide-eyed. They didn't expect that someone would dare to come to Qingfeng Hall and cause trouble. For a moment their gazes all went to Lin Feng. The woman had a fierce look on her face. Something that doesn't know how to die. I think you don't know how to write the word death. Come on people, teach him a good lesson for me. With her order, two strong-built men rushed out from the back hall. Both of them were the ones who took care of the scene for Qingfeng Hall. The two men went straight to Lin Feng without saying a word. With a light smile on his face, Lin Feng greeted the two men and pressed them down on the rough ground and rubbed them together. Seeing that Lin Feng had easily solved the two Qingfeng Hall fighters, everyone was in shock. The woman was even more shocked. Who the hell are you? Where did our Qingfeng Hall offend you? Seeing that Lin Feng wasn't someone to be messed with, the woman's arrogance immediately decreased quite a bit. It wasn't like just now, when they made a move at the drop of a hat. Lin Feng spoke indifferently. I don't want to talk to you. Tell your husband to get out and meet me. The woman looked deeply at Lin Feng. Turning around, she went and got Wu Chunjiang. Seeing that it was Lin Feng who had come and had a bad face, Wu Chunjiang had probably guessed what was going on. In his heart, he couldn't help but curse. No air. This waste of space. It seems like things have been messed up by him. Lin Feng didn't beat around the bush with him and directly picked things apart. Surname Wu. How could I not expect that you turned out to be a hypocrite? You even sent no air to my house to cause havoc. Unfortunately, your treacherous plan has already been recognized by me. What do you say about this? Wu Chunjiang was a veteran. Facing Lin Feng's questioning, he smiled lightly. I don't even know what you're talking about. What no air? What sabotage? Why am I doing this? Your words are simply inexplicable. Lin Feng snorted coldly. Stop pretending. Your two thick eyeglass lenses can't stop your hypocritical face. Last time when I exposed your Qingfeng Hall's deception, you tried to find a way to get back at me. No air has already confessed to everything. What's the point of denying it? Lin Feng said and casually slapped the confession written by No Air on the table. The crowd immediately looked at it. Although No Air's words were written like worms crawling, the content was clear. It gave an account of what Wu Chunjiang had said at the time. The crowd was in an uproar after reading it. This Qingfeng Hall's boss, who usually looked like a man of honor, could it be that he was such a despicable and underhanded person behind his back? Wu Chunjiang looked at the evidence on the table. His eyes narrowed into a line. His face filled with a grim color. A moment later, he spoke with slight disdain. What credibility is there in the words of a hooligan? Trash like No Air can say anything as long as they give money. You wouldn't want to blackmail me with this thing, would you? I can tell you that I, Wu Chunjiang, walk the straight and narrow path. Just like these three words of Qingfeng Hall, both sleeves are clear and upright. Regardless of how you bunch of people with ulterior motives want to smear my clear wind hall, or me, Wu Chunjiang himself, I am not afraid of you, because I believe that justice lies in the hearts of the people. Wu Chunjiang spoke impassionedly, and the crowd was subdued by him. Looking at his aura, this was definitely a standardized gentleman of righteousness. Pa 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 pa. Qingfeng Hall resounded with applause from Lin Feng alone. Seeing Wu Chunjiang's movie star level performance, Lin Feng was impressed. Worthy of being a hypocrite, this acting was really great. At this moment, he lamented in his heart. How could a person be shameless to such an extent? Boss Wu, I've memorized everything you said, and I'm sure everyone present has all memorized it as well. Originally, if you were to admit it obediently, I wouldn't want to bother with you too much. Just compensate me for the money. But after watching your performance just now, I've changed my mind. Not only will I expose your true colors, I'll also make you lose everything, because the day a hypocrite like you exists, you'll be cheating even more people. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wu Chunjiang let out a loud laugh. His wife also laughed along with him. Everyone else was looking at each other in disbelief, although they weren't quite sure what was going on between the two. But they knew very well the strength of Wu Chunjiang in the Qingfeng Hall. Wu Chunjiang's Qingfeng Hall was the largest pharmacy in the county and had the big mountain of Shanha Pharmaceutical at its back. He himself had been operating here for many years and had deep roots. It was almost impossible for Lin Feng, a nobody, to move him down. So they all felt that Lin Feng's words were a bit too big. Wu Chunjiang's smile came to an abrupt end. He walked up to Lin Feng, put his face close to him and spoke with a disdainful face. You're a stinking peasant. What can you fight me with? Just by talking big? I can easily pinch you to death with one little finger. Still wanting to make me lose my reputation and lose everything. Do you have that ability? Even if I give you 8 more lifetimes, you won't have this chance. A mere mole cricket dares to think of shaking Tarzan. Ridiculous. Ha ha ha, then we'll see. Lin Feng smiled faintly. No more words, threw down a sentence and turned around to leave. Back at home, Lin Feng started to think about the watermelons. A lot of watermelons had been crushed by no air. He had to think of a way to make up for it. Otherwise the watermelons for Zhang Beilei wouldn't be supplied. After contemplating for a moment, he came up with a solution. Watermelons were not selling well this year. Many farmers could not sell their watermelons and were rotting in the ground. He could acquire some other people's watermelons. This can't make up for the losses back to his own family's melon field, but also can make another profit. Thinking of this, he made a call to Zhang Beilei. How many watermelons do you need there at most? Zhang Beilei gave an answer after hearing this. My fruit supermarket has branches all over the country. The shipments are huge. As long as you can guarantee the quality, I can easily digest 10 times more. Hearing Zhang Beilei's words, Lin Feng had a bottom in his heart. There were quite a few watermelon growers in the dozens of miles around their village. These watermelons were basically not selling well. Since he had Zhang Beilei's channel, he could acquire them and sell them upside down. And he would definitely make a lot of money that way. Chapter 33 Acquiring Watermelons. In the next few days, Lin Feng drove his tricycle to several surrounding villages to talk to the melon farmers about buying watermelons. When these melon farmers heard that Lin Feng had come to collect watermelons, they didn't believe it at all. This year, there was no one to buy watermelons, so no one would come to collect them, so they all thought of Lin Feng as a liar. It wasn't until Lin Feng took out cash and slapped it in front of them that they believed it, and instantly changed their attitude. They were worried that they couldn't sell their watermelons, and Lin Feng's appearance was a great help. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to buy the watermelons of several melon farmers. After turning around, Lin Feng finally came to Lining Village. There was also a family here that grew watermelons, and there were quite a few of them. Lin Feng drove his tricycle and came to the melon farmer's field. He only saw a farmer with a straw hat, sitting disheveled at the head of the field, his dark face full of sorrow. There were dozens of cigarettes thrown in front of him, all of which he had smoked. The watermelons were not selling, and he was worried. Excuse me, are you Yi Lao-san? Lin Feng jumped off the tricycle and came to his side. Yi Lao-san turned his head stiffly and replied listlessly, I am. What do you want? Are you selling this watermelon? Lin Feng asked. Of course it's for sale. How many are you buying? Lin Feng reached out and made a circle in the air. If you're willing, I'll contract all the watermelons in your house. The cigarette in Yi Lao-san's hand stopped in midair and his eyes widened a little. Young man, my family's watermelon can't be sold. I'm worried. You don't treat me like a sundae. I'm not in the mood to bull ***** with you. What exactly are you here for? Yi Lao-san's face surfaced a few points of dissatisfaction. It was the good years when no one dared to directly contract all the watermelons in his house, let alone this year. He didn't believe what Lin Feng said at all. Lin Feng had run a few families before and had already had experience. Directly on the dry goods, he took out his purse, pulled open the zipper, pulled out 10 bundles of large bills and handed them to Yi Lao-san. This is the deposit. If there's no problem, you can take it first and give you the rest when you pull the watermelon. Snap! Seeing the red-colored 10 piles of banknotes, the cigarette in Yi Lao-san's hand directly fell to the ground. The hand that clamped the cigarette trembled slightly. He looked at the banknotes and then at Lin Feng. With a bang, he fell over. Lin Feng was startled, hurriedly threw down the banknote and pinched his middle. Bad. This Yi Lao-san was too emotional and directly jerked over. Lin Feng pinched him for a long time before he pinched him over. Master Yi, are you alright? Yi Lao-san, who had reawakened, held Lin Feng's hand with both hands and was so excited that he was close to crying. Little brother, you must have been sent from heaven to save me. Since his family's watermelons had ripened, Yi Lao-san hadn't slept a single day. He couldn't sell the watermelons and was worried to death. Right now Lin Feng had come to collect his family's watermelons, so you could imagine how excited he was. If Lin Feng wasn't too young, he would have wanted to kneel down and kowtow a few times to Lin Feng. Master Yi, you don't need to be excited. Take this money first. Lin Feng picked up the money and put it in Yi Lao-san's hand. The latter held the heavy money and had tears in his eyes. Nothing more to say. It's all fate nah. I'll send the money home first. At night you must go to my house for a drink. Yi Lao-san wiped a handful of old tears and flew home, as if he was 20 years younger. His home was not far from here, and he would be there in a while. He was going to tell his wife and his whole family the good news so they could rejoice together. Lin Feng smiled and stood up to patrol the melon field. From today onwards this piece of watermelon was his. As he was watching, a girl's voice rang out with a few hints of dissatisfaction. Lin cutie, what are you doing wandering around my family's melon patch? Are you trying to steal melons? Lin Feng turned his head to look. A pretty figure was standing next to the melon patch, her hands clenched around her waist, her expression a little fierce. Yi Sweet? Lin Feng recognized her. Yi Sweet walked quickly to Lin Feng with an aggressive expression. Lin cutie, I'm asking you, answer me, what are you doing in my family's watermelon patch? Lin Feng hemmed and hawed. I won't tell you. Yi Sweet was furious and stomped her foot. If you don't tell me, get out. You're not welcome in my house. Get out. Saying that, she pulled Lin Feng's arm and yanked him out. But unfortunately, her strength was too small and she couldn't pull at all. Lin Feng looked at her with a playful expression on his face and laughed. I'm not leaving. Let's see what you can do. Lin Feng, this is my house. I call the shots. Can't allow you to fool around with me here. Hurry up or I'll find my dad. Yi Tian crooked her neck and looked at her angrily. Lin Feng looked at her appearance and spoke slightly helplessly. You say you're a good girl. Why are you fierce all day long? If you were a little more ladylike, there would definitely be a lot of people who would like you. Yi Sweet lightly grunted. I am like this. There are also many people like me. Do not need to worry about you. Hurry up and go out. Seeing you is annoying. What happened last time at the health center still haunted her. Although Lin Feng hadn't made things difficult for her, it had made her lose face, so she still had anger in her heart towards Lin Feng. Don't tug on it. You can't tug on it again. To tell you the truth, this watermelon field in your house has been returned to me. It's only natural for me to stand on my own melon field. If I want to go out, it's you who will go out. You nonsense. You a little cute. What can you do to make all the watermelons in my house belong to you? Yi Sweet didn't believe Lin Feng's words at all. If you don't believe me, wait for your dad to come back in a while. Just ask him. Lin Feng spread his hands and said. Yi Tianyi was helpless, skimming her mouth, looking at Lin Feng in exasperation, unable to do anything about it. A few minutes later, Yi Lao San ran back. When Yi Sweet saw her dad, she immediately asked, Dad, little cute Lin said that the slice of melon land belonged to him. Is that true? Yi Lao San was stunned, and somewhat displeased. He chided. How can you call someone little cutie? How? Originally as well. He is before the little cute. Ah, the whole village knows that everyone else calls him cutie pie. Why can't I call him that? Yi Sweet was a bit unconvinced. Yi Lao San was furious. His eyes glared, shouting, Shut up. If you dare to disrespect others again, I'll beat you up. Yi Sweet was instantly dumbfounded. Her dad usually loved her very much and rarely lost his temper with her. What was wrong with her today? Dad, don't you know? He poured cow urine on my cousin and beat my cousin. He is the enemy of our family. Why are you still speaking for him and losing your temper with me? Yi Sweet questioned with an aggrieved face. Yi Lao San said with a very ironic look. No Air's kind of unproductive thing. He deserved to be beaten. How many times have I told you? Ignore him. Lin Feng is not only not our family's enemy, he's also our family's great benefactor. He just bought all of our family's watermelons. Your mom is overjoyed. She's frying up dishes and plans to invite him for dinner. If it wasn't for him coming to collect the watermelons, our family would have to drink the northwest wind this year. You're good. You're still here being mean to others. Hurry up and apologize to them and fight for Lin Feng's forgiveness. Yi Sweet was completely confused. She had never thought that Lin Feng would really buy all the watermelons in her family. She also knew that her family's watermelons couldn't be sold. So when she looked at Lin Feng again, that fierce look had been reduced by a few points. It was just that she still couldn't pull her face down a bit and bit her lip to keep quiet. Yi Lao San hurriedly apologized to Lin Feng. I'm sorry Lin Feng. This daughter of mine has been spoiled by me. She's a bit crazy. My wife is already cooking. Make sure you go to my house and have a seat. I'll go and buy some wine first. I'll be right back. Yi Lao San said and ran to the kiosk to buy wine. Lin Feng looked at the depressed Yi Sweet and was a bit pleased. This arrogant chick had finally been taught a lesson. Hey, your dad asked you to apologize to me. Hurry up. I'm waiting. Hurry up and think of a way to earn my forgiveness. Lin Feng said half-jokingly. Let me apologize to you. Dream on. Yi Sweet grunted with a defiant face and turned to run away. Yi Lao San came back from buying wine and food and enthusiastically dragged Lin Feng to his home. At this time his family had already prepared a table full of dishes. Mountain chicken stewed mushroom, onion roasted carp, tiger skin sharp pepper, vegetarian stir-fry with 3 fresh vegetables. All of them were common peasant dishes. Yi Lao San had also taken out the good wine that he had treasured for many years. Lin Feng had solved his biggest problem. He was overwhelmed with joy, and in his excitement he drank a lot. Lin Feng still had to go home and only drank a little. Yi Tianyi was eating on the side with her head stuffed down, glancing at Lin Feng from time to time, not knowing what was going on in her mind. After eating, Lin Feng drove his tricycle back home. When he came to the door of his house, Lin Feng saw a black Mercedes-Benz parked in front of his house, and this Mercedes he had déjà vu. Then he took a look at the 5/6's license plate. He suddenly recognized it. Wasn't it Chen Millionaire's luxury car? Lin Feng immediately jumped off the 3 wheels and walked into the house and found a middle-aged man sitting in his house. It was none other than Qian Million. Chapter 34, The Richest Man's Thanks. When Qian Millionaire woke up, his wife told him what happened. Learning that he had been saved by Lin Feng, he immediately rushed over to thank Lin Feng. If it wasn't for Lin Feng, it was estimated that his wife was already arranging his afterlife. Apart from him, Wang Li was also with him. Seeing Lin Feng come back, Wang Li spoke enthusiastically. Divine Dr. Lin, you're finally back. How did you guys find your way here? I remember I didn't leave you an address. Lin Feng smiled and walked into the house, coming next to the duo. It's still easy for our boss to find someone. In order to find Lin Feng as soon as possible, Wang Li had used a lot of his connections. The 3 people sat down and chatted. Qian Millionaire went up and down, carefully sizing up Lin Feng. So young and his medical skills were so outstanding, it would be great in the future. Therefore, apart from gratitude, Qian Millionaire already had the intention of befriending Lin Feng. At his position, money was already a number. What he lacked the most was all kinds of scarce contacts, especially doctors who could heal the sick and save lives. The more money you had, the more you were afraid of death. He was no exception. Divine Dr. Lin, I came here this time specifically to thank you. This little gift, please make sure you keep it. Qian Millionaire waved his hand, and Wang Li understood. He took out a gift box and opened it in front of Lin Feng. Inside was a key and a golden card. At this time, Qian Millionaire continued. I heard from Li that you still drive a tricycle when you go out. It's too degrading for a miracle doctor like you to drive a farm tricycle, so I bought you a sports car. Please don't mind. Qian Millionaire picked up the key in the gift box and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng recognized the car logo on the key. It was a Ferrari. Although he didn't know anything about cars, he knew that Ferrari cars weren't cheap, especially sports cars, so he smiled politely. Boss Qian, I only saved you out of moral righteousness. I didn't want a reward. This gift of yours is a bit too expensive. I don't dare to accept it. Qian Millionaire grabbed Lin Feng's hand. Don't say that. It's up to you if you want it or not. It's up to me if I give it or not. You don't want it, but I can't not give it. Compared to my Qian Millionaire's life, what's a car in the district? I bought this car. If you don't take it, you'll only be able to throw it in the garage to get dusty. So you just take it. Qian $1 million pulled over Lin Feng's hand and slapped the keys in his hand. He also reached for the gold card in the box and placed it in Lin Feng's hand. I've heard all about it. My wife said a lot of ugly things to you before and she regretted it later. This gift is something she asked me to bring. Take this card and you can eat and stay as much as you want at the hotels under my banner without charging a penny. This card was a super VIP card that Qian Million had set up especially for special people. The people who could get this card were his most important contacts, and money couldn't buy them. The fact that he could give this card to Lin Feng showed how much he valued him. Lin Feng looked at the golden card in his hand and was a bit embarrassed. Boss Qian, you're a bit too polite. I can't accept this card. Lin Feng was just about to return the card, but he was stopped by Qian Millionaire in a hurry. Divine Dr. Lin, this card is a little bit of my wife's heart. If you don't accept it, she must think that you haven't forgiven her yet, and I still have something else to ask of you. This card you can see as my payment to you in advance. What else? Lin Feng asked curiously. Qian Millionaire gave a somewhat embarrassed smile. I won't hide it from you. If it wasn't for the heart attack I had this time, I really didn't realize that the doctors I keep around me are all drunkards. Usually when they brag to me, one of them can be used for two, but at the critical moment, they are all helpless. They can't be compared to you. So in a fit of anger, I've already kicked them all out. Right now the position of my chief personal physician is vacant. I want you to take up this position. Please do this favor. With Lin Feng as a comparison, Qian Millionaire instantly felt that those private doctors of his were all dregs and couldn't even look at them anymore. This time, he was lucky enough to meet Lin Feng and save his life. If he got sick again next time, he wouldn't be so lucky. So no matter what, he had to ask Lin Feng to be his personal doctor. Looking at Qian Millionaire's face full of expectation and still so enthusiastic, Lin Feng nodded his head and agreed. No problem. If you feel unwell, you can call me. That's great. Qian Millionaire was overjoyed. Ever since he became the richest man, it had been a long time since he had been this happy over a matter. He took Lin Feng's hand and said enthusiastically, this is going to be a good celebration as I've come back from the dead and I've gotten help from such a divine doctor like you. Come with me. I'll treat you to a meal. Qian Millionaire pulled Lin Feng up and headed out. When he came to the door, he just ran into Li Kaiyun. Lin Feng, where are you going? Li Kaiyun was a bit curious when she saw a stranger. I'm going to the county. You must be looking for me for something, right? Lin Feng asked with concern. Li Kaiyun usually came to him very rarely. The relationship between the two was different now. So Lin Feng guessed that she must have something. I want to go to the county to buy something and I want you to drive me there. Since you have something to do, let's do it another day. Lin Kaiyun turned around to leave. Don't go. Go together. This boss is not an outsider. Lin Feng looked at Qian Millionaire. The latter immediately took a stance. That's right. I'm not an outsider. My car is huge. No problem going together. Li Kaiyun then turned around and came back, following Lin Feng. The three of them got into the Big Ben together. Wang Li got into an SUV in the back. The two cars set off together. On the way, Li Kaiyun secretly asked Lin Feng who this man was. People who could afford to drive a Grand Ben were not rare here. Lin Feng gave her an introduction. Li Kaiyun was amazed and couldn't stop talking. It was hard to imagine that the richest man could come to their place. Sister Kaiyun, what are you going to buy in the county? I want to go buy a set of formal clothes. In 2 days my classmate is getting married and I'm going to the wedding banquet. I see. Then I'll accompany you to buy clothes first. Li Kaiyun's relationship with Lin Feng was already extraordinary. Of course Lin Feng had to help her finish her business first. Qian Millionaire was driving in front while listening to the two people talk. He was a person from the past and could tell at a glance that the relationship between the two was not an ordinary male-female relationship. Since he wanted to befriend Lin Feng, he naturally wanted to leave Li Kaiyun with a good impression as well. Then let's go shopping for clothes before we eat. It just so happens that we'll also buy 2 sets for Divine Dr. Lin, even if it's for your matching work clothes. Qian Millionaire smiled brightly. Compared to Qian Millionaire's wife Su Jingxian, Qian Millionaire was quite easygoing. Lin Feng had a good impression of him. The car continued to speed forward. The air conditioning in the car was cool. It was Lin Feng's first time to sit in such a good car. He felt very comfortable, so he lay back on the back seat, stretching his hands out to the sides. He felt very cozy. Suddenly, his hand touched something. That felt slightly rough. What is it? Lin Feng casually pulled the thing he touched gently out of the gap in the seat. When he took a closer look, he was directly embarrassed on the spot. When Li Kaiyun next to her saw what Lin Feng was carrying in his hand, her fair melon face also turned a little red. What Lin Feng pulled out casually was actually a very sexy black lace thong. Upon closer inspection, it was still worn. How could the richest man have something like this on his back seat? Lin Feng instantly unfolded his imagination. For a while the scene was a bit awkward. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng coughed and spoke with some embarrassment. Mr. Qian, how did you get this kind of thing in your car? Qian Millionaire also saw the thong in Lin Feng's hand in the rearview mirror and instantly stalled, asking somewhat nervously, where did you find it? It's in the gap in the back seat. Lin Feng pointed to the side. I don't know which one of these left it behind. Luckily you found it in time. This would be a big deal for me if my wife found it. Qian Millionaire muttered. As the richest man, usually surrounded by him a lot of women, what age and posture of all, so he did not grasp, collected and used a lot. Going to the hotel was easy to leave evidence. Going to the house was even more afraid. So often bring people to his car, and then drive to a place where no one to carry out in-depth exchanges. Originally thought that this is the safest. I did not expect that it still left traces. Good thing his wife usually often drive her own car to go out. Otherwise it must have been discovered. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. Divine Dr. Lin, you've done me a big favor again. Hurry up and help me look again to see if there's anything else. Qian Millionaire said with some embarrassment. Chapter 35, You've been expelled. Lin Feng carefully searched through the car and found another lipstick and a hairpin. Qian Millionaire looked at it and broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Feng asked somewhat flirtatiously. Boss Qian, I can understand if the lipstick and the haircard were accidentally left in the car. How could the underwear be left in the car as well? Didn't you realize that you weren't wearing underwear when you left? Qian Million old face red. Some helplessly sighed. You are still young. There are some things you don't understand. Women small mind just. These women who follow Qian Million's side all want to get on the throne and become the main wife, while Qian Million does not agree. So they most likely came up with these little tricks, intentionally leaving some very sensitive lady products in the car so that his wife could see them. Once her wife found out, she would definitely have a fight, and maybe even a divorce, so they would have a chance to get on top. Qian Millionaire gave Lin Feng a brief explanation. Lin Feng immediately gave the feeling that it was an eye-opener. The life of a rich person was really colorful. It seemed that this boss Qian was also a master of time management. Not only did he have to hook up with the competition every day, he also had to move with the women around him. Lin Feng handed the underwear to Qian Millionaire. He wanted to throw it away, but he was a bit reluctant to do so, so he finally put it in his pocket. Going back he must find out which woman left this underwear. Such a restless woman can never stay around. Come to the county town. Qian Millionaire parked his car in front of the most upscale shopping mall in the county. Lin Feng looked out and smiled. Boss Qian, we can't afford the clothes here. Qian Millionaire smiled bashfully. What are you talking about, Dr. Lin? I brought you here. Can I let you spend money? You two pick whatever you want. Turn around and tell Ali. Let him settle the bill for you. There are too many people who know me here. In order not to cause trouble for you, I won't go down. Chen Millionaire was too kind to refuse, so Lin Feng didn't push back. Pulling Li Caiyun's hand out of the car, they walked into the clothing store together. The clothes here are just too expensive. Do we really want to buy them here? Looking at the wide array of beautiful clothes, Li Caiyun felt a bit unreal. She had never thought that one day she would be able to buy clothes in such an upscale mall. Lin Feng smiled. Didn't you hear Boss Qian say that he's treating you? Just pick two. I'll think of a way to thank him later. I'll make sure to return his favor. Just think of it as me buying it for you. Li Caiyun tenderly glanced at Lin Feng as well. It felt like she had really chosen the right person. Being with Lin Feng was absolutely right. As a beautiful young woman, how could she not love these beautiful clothes? So she quickly had her eye on one. Just as she was about to touch it with her hand, a sharp voice rang out. Don't touch it if you don't buy it. Li Caiyun was startled as if she had been electrocuted and hurriedly put her hand back. A cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and he followed the voice with cold eyes. He only saw a saleswoman looking at them with a cold face. We're here to buy clothes? How do we know if they fit without touching them? Lin Feng opened his mouth somewhat in a bad mood. The saleswoman raised the corner of her mouth disdainfully. Don't pretend. I've seen a lot of people like you. I'm afraid that your yearly income together can't afford to buy a single piece of clothing here. What kind of clothes can you sell? It's just that you want to try them on. Secretly take a picture and go show them off in your circle of friends. Do you know why our store is decorated so luxuriously? It is to make you poor people feel inferior as soon as you see it, embarrassed to come in. But I didn't expect that it still didn't stop you too. Why are you so thick-skinned? In case you touch your clothes dirty, I'm afraid you can't afford to pay for the laundry. I think you'd better hurry up and leave. Your presence here will pull down the grade of our place and affect the consumption experience of other upscale customers. The saleswoman looked at Lin Feng and Li Caiyun smugly. It was as if she saw through everything. She looked at Li Caiyun again and laughed somewhat contemptuously. Look at you. You're quite pretty. How come you're with a peasant? I really don't know what you're thinking. It's a waste of your face and body for nothing. Lin Feng didn't think that this guy would be so dog-eyed. He couldn't help but open his mouth to retort. I think the person who most lowers the grade of your store is you, even because you are there. The quality of the whole street is lowered by you. What qualifications do you have to look down on others? This store is not yours. You yourself can't afford to buy clothes here. Otherwise you wouldn't be here as a clerk. Lin Feng's words made the saleswoman stutter. It had to be said that Lin Feng had hit her sore spot. A few moments later, she shouted for the manager with some exasperation. These two people can't afford the clothes at all and they're still here to cause trouble. You hurry up and kick them out. Otherwise it'll definitely affect the mood of the other guests. If the guests see that even this kind of poor people can come to buy clothes from our store, then which rich person will still be able to come to spend money with us in the future? The manager nodded, feeling that she was right. Please go out you too. The clothes here are not suitable for you. Walk 2 more streets. There is a night market. The clothes there are only suitable for you. The manager finished and looked at the saleswoman. The two people were eyeballing each other. It looked like they were having an affair behind their backs. Seeing this saleswoman being aggressive, Li Caiyun was a bit angry, but she didn't want to argue, so she pulled Lin Feng's arm to leave. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Since you guys are so hung up, we'll just leave. Don't regret it. Lin Feng held Li Caiyun's hand and went out of the mall. Wang Li was waiting outside the door. Seeing the two return empty-handed, he was a bit surprised. What? Didn't you buy it? Lin Feng revealed a bitter smile. The manager and the clerk in this store won't even let us touch the clothes. We can't buy them. Wang Li was furious after hearing this. He and his boss had managed to invite Lin Feng out with great difficulty, but he didn't expect to have his mood ruined by these two stinky fish and shrimps. He immediately told Qian Million about what happened. Qian Millionaire was also furious. Dr. Lin, don't be angry. Old brother, I'll take it out for you. This piece of real estate is all mine. I'll talk to his boss directly. If his boss doesn't give me a statement, I'll tell him to get lost where he is. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called the mall owner's phone. It didn't take much longer. A round, middle-aged man came out from the building next to him, darting all the way to the side of Qian Millionaire's Big Ben, and spoke with a face full of currying favor. Old money, why are you running to me for nothing? Qian Million said with a cold face. I brought someone over to buy a few clothes, but the result was so bad that I let your people drive them out. The quality of your staff here needs to be improved. Although his tone was flat, it could be seen that he was very angry, giving off an invisible pressure. The fat man's cold sweat immediately came down. This nearby piece of real estate was all Qian Millionaire's property, and it was the busiest part of the county. If Qian Millionaire got angry and kicked him out, that would be the end of it. So he immediately rushed into the mall. Normally, he rarely came to the store in person, so when they saw him coming, the manager and the saleswoman both revealed bright smiles. Boss, why did you come over? The two people walked up with enthusiastic faces, intending to greet the man. However, what awaited them was an ear slap from one person. Slap! with 2 crisp slaps ringing out. The 2 men were hit so hard that each of them fell to the side. They were both dumbfounded and covered their faces in shock as they looked at the man. "Boss, what's going on? What's wrong? You guys still have the nerve to ask me. What kind of people did you kick out just now?" The man asked loudly and rhetorically. The 2 men thought carefully and replied, "Just a man and a woman, both farmers by the looks of it." "Boss, isn't it just 2 peasants? Are you so angry over them?" They had driven some low-end guests away before. Those people even went to their boss to complain, but their boss had turned a blind eye. What was wrong with them today, that they lost such a big temper and even hit them with their hands? The 2 men were puzzled. "Nonsense." The man went up and slapped the 2 men again. Could a farmer hire $10 million? Even if they were farmers, they must not be ordinary farmers. It might not be some relative of $10 millionaire. Just thinking about this made him even more scared, so he pointed at the door with a loud shout. "I now officially announce that you 2 are fired. Get out now." "What? You're firing us? On what grounds?" The manager stared in disbelief. Their boss had actually fired him. The manager? For 2 peasants. "That's right. On what grounds are you firing us? We signed a labor contract." The female sales clerk was also unconvinced. Chapter 36, He is my boyfriend. The man smiled coldly. "On what grounds?" "On the basis that you 2 have unclean hands and feet. On the basis that you are messing around with men and women. Don't think I don't know. You 2 secretly took the store's defective clothes home to wear yourselves, and you also pretended in your circle of friends. Next time when you do something like this, remember to block me first, otherwise I'll feel embarrassed for you guys when I see it. I originally didn't want to bother with you guys about this because I feel ashamed even saying it out loud, but you guys had to make a fool of yourselves, so you can't blame me." The boss said something that made the 2 men blush and feel ashamed. The female clerk often took pictures in the store's clothes and then went to her circle of friends to show them off, making people think that she owned all these high-class clothes. That was why she thought that Lin Feng and Li Kaiyun were also here to rub their clothes and post them on their friend circles, because she often did that herself. On top of that, they often went behind the store's back and secretly took some of the flawed clothes home to wear themselves and to show off in front of their friends. And this female clerk was still recruited after sleeping with the manager. Originally thought that they did things very tightly, but did not think that the man had already known, so the 2 had nothing more to say. All they saw every day were rich people who threw away their money here. Staying with the rich for a long time had given them the illusion that they were also rich and began to look down on others. And it wasn't until this moment that they woke up like a dream. They were really no different from those they looked down on. The treatment here was good, and they were all very reluctant to leave like this. But if they were to continue to rely on this place and not leave, or even be unreasonable, with the hooks they had done before, there was no chance that the men would be able to send them in. So the 2 could only obediently leave. After leaving the mall's main door, they met Lin Feng face to face. At this moment, he had a faint smile on his face. "You guys kicked me out just now, and now you've been kicked out yourselves. How does it feel?" The 2 men grimaced, speechless, and disappeared in disgrace. To apologize, the boss gave Lin Feng and Li Kaiyun 2 sets of expensive clothes each for nothing. Qian Millionaire saw that the boss had behaved well, which was why he didn't bother with him. He had plenty of merchants in his hands, while there was only one divine doctor like Lin Feng. If this boss didn't give Lin Feng a good explanation, Qian Million would not hesitate to tell him to get out of this street. After buying the clothes, Qian Millionaire dragged Lin Feng to the hotel he ran himself. Along the way, Li Kaiyun pulled Lin Feng's arm tightly. For so many years, she and her mother had been bullied and had always endured. They had never raised their eyebrows like today, so she was very happy in her heart. Qian Millionaire had prepared 18 good dishes, plus fine red wine, 1 to celebrate his escape from death, and 2 to express his gratitude to Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw a table with a sumptuous meal and thought that Qian Million had taken the heat for him just now, so he naturally had to show his appreciation as well. "Mr. Qian, you've given me so many gifts. I'm going to give you a gift as well to show my gratitude." Lin Feng smiled brightly. "Oh, what gift am I looking forward to?" Qian Millionaire was very interested. For someone of his status and position, he basically didn't lack anything, and he was curious as to what Lin Feng could give them. Lin Feng smiled at him mysteriously. "You'll definitely like this gift. Bring a pen." Qian Millionaire immediately had someone bring paper and a pen. Lin Feng made a big stroke and wrote down a secret recipe on it. "Boss Qian, people have 4 fears. Do you know which 4 fears?" Qian Millionaire shook his head. "I really don't know this one." Lin Feng smiled slightly and spoke. "Children are afraid of being stupid. The elderly are afraid of being sick. Women are afraid of being ugly and men are afraid of being short. This secret prescription of mine is the solution to this 4th fear. You go back and try it. I guarantee you won't be disappointed." Saying that, Lin Feng handed the prescription to Qian Millionaire. Qian Millionaire looked at the prescription and then looked at Lin Feng. His emotions were a little excited. It had to be said that Lin Feng had really caught him where it hurt. For him, who was successful and famous, the biggest regret in his life was that he was surrounded by beautiful women, but he couldn't do anything about it. Not only was he short, he was short. This made him very bitter. Even his wife, who didn't desire much, was very unhappy with him. If this prescription from Lin Feng could really solve his fundamental problem, then he really didn't know how to thank Lin Feng. Divine Dr. Lin, does this prescription really work? Xian Millionaire's voice was a bit excited. He had taken some medicines in the past, but they didn't work. Instead there were some side effects. If it wasn't for Lin Feng saving his life and proving his strength, he definitely wouldn't quite dare to believe it. Lin Feng smiled confidently. You'll know when you go back and take it. If it doesn't work, you come back and scold me. Great. I'll try it when I turn around. Come on, Divine Dr. Lin. I'll toast you first. The two men raised their glasses and pushed and drank for a few hours in a row, both a bit drunk. Xian Millionaire had someone arrange a luxurious presidential suite for Lin Feng to rest. Li Kaiyun accompanied him. There were no words all night. The next day, Lin Feng took Li Kaiyun back home. Due to the acquisition of several farmers' watermelons, Lin Feng had to drive the three wheels around. The car was loaded with several plastic buckets, which were filled with watered-down spiritual liquid. After a busy morning, he finally finished watering a field of watermelons. As long as he waited for a day, he could deliver it to Zhang Beilei tomorrow. The ride back was empty, so his speed was fast. When he was almost at the entrance of the village, Lin Feng saw a few youths in the distance who were surrounding a girl as if they were talking about something. Seeing this, he slowed down his car, intending to see what was going on. Li Xiaoliang, get out of the way. Just don't let go, unless you kiss you. Asterisk 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 off to the side. Let that big black dog next to you kiss you. Yi Sweet said impatiently. Today she came to the village to look for Lin Feng, but instead of finding him, she was pestered by these youths. They were all from Linjiang village, and the leading youth was called Li Xiaoliang. Being rejected by Yi Tian Tian in public, Li Xiaoliang was a bit annoyed. You wear such a tie dress, isn't it just to seduce men? What's wrong with letting you have a kiss? My father is so rich. Is he still wronging you? If you don't kiss me, let me have a kiss on you as well. Said, Li Xiaoliang pouting mouth will be to Li's sweet white tender face kiss. Yi Sweet was anxious and slapped him on the face, opening him up. Li Xiaoliang immediately glared. Stinky girl, how dare you hit me? Do you know who my father is? I don't care who your father is. I'll hit you if you dare to be a hooligan. Yi Tian Tian's temper also came up and said angrily, little girl, in our village you still dare to show off with me. Today I have to kiss you. Li Xiaoliang was slapped by Yi Tian. He was a bit angry, so he must get his face back. He grabbed Yi Tian's slender arm, and while holding it in his arms, he brought his mouth to Yi Tian's mouth. Yi Tian Tian held on for dear life, not letting him touch her. At this time, Lin Feng's tricycle slowly drove over. When Yi Tian Tian saw him, she had an idea and shouted, Li Xiaoliang, my boyfriend is here. If you dare to kiss me, he'll definitely beat you up. You know how powerful he is. Li Xiaoliang turned around violently and saw Lin Feng not far away. Lin cutie, it's your boyfriend? He was a bit disbelieving. Yi Tianyi immediately responded with an undercurrent. What's the point of lying to you? Otherwise what do you think I'm doing in your village? I'm just here to find my boyfriend. We're both going on a date. So hurry up and let go of me. As soon as she pushed away the frozen Li Xiaoliang, she quickly ran to Lin Feng's side. Before Lin Feng could react to what was happening, she directly got into the car and her arm intimately wrapped around Lin Feng's waist. Hubby, that one called Li Xiaoliang bullied me. Go teach him a lesson. Lin Feng was stunned and asked with a questioning face. Yi Sweet, what the hell are you up to? Are you trying to pull something again? Yi Sweet whispered. Your village's Li Xiaoliang wants to bully me. I'll say you're my boyfriend, or he won't stop. You won't die if you help me. Lin Feng instantly understood. So this little girl wanted to use herself as a shield. He gave a bad smile. You scolded me a few days ago. You haven't apologized to me yet. Apologize to me first. Yi Tianan heard this and glared her eyes out. Why are you such a careful person? You still remember this? You're even more petty than a woman. You helped me with Li Xiaoliang first. Let's talk about it later. Seeing her like this, Lin Feng didn't bother with her. This Li Xiaoliang was arrogant and bossy, and now he was bullying people on the street. It was just too much. He drove his tricycle and slowly came to Li Xiaoliang's side. Li Xiaoliang, what were you doing just now? Lin Feng opened his mouth somewhat teasingly. Li Xiaoliang raised the corner of his mouth and snorted coldly. Nothing, just joking with her. Are you really her boyfriend? Li Xiaoliang was the same age as Lin Feng. Seeing Yi Tian Tian intimately wrapping her arms around Lin Feng's waist, he was very upset in his heart. At this moment, he was incredibly puzzled in his heart. How did Lin Feng, a poor bastard, pick up Yi Tian Tian? Lin Feng looked at Yi Tian Tian next to him. At this moment, She was firmly gripping Lin Feng's back waist with one hand, slightly exerting herself, as if she was reminding him of something. Her gaze was also filled with anticipation. A moment later, Lin Feng turned back to Li Xiaoliang and said, "That's right, she's the girlfriend, you shouldn't bully her in the future." Chapter 37, Going with you tonight. Li Xiaoliang's heart felt bad after hearing this. Yi Tianan was sweet and pretty and had a very cheerful personality. It was his favorite type and he had long had his eyes on her. He didn't expect to be cut off by Lin Feng, so he was very angry in his heart. He himself was even a little cutie, was not even as good as that. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a cold voice. "Since she's your girlfriend, then tell me, she just slapped me. What should I do about this? I can't let her do it for nothing, right?" Originally he just wanted to find an excuse to take advantage of Yi Tian, but after learning that Yi Tian was Lin Feng's girlfriend, he started to be unforgiving. "Li Xiaoliang, I saw it all just now. You were the one who bullied her first, she slapped you, so let's call it even. I'll see that this is settled." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoliang pulled his voice and shouted in dissatisfaction. "On what grounds? You say forget it and call it even. Are you so good at talking? I was just joking with her and she slapped me. Don't I want to lose face? Then what do you want to do? Good idea. Let me slap her too. If you want to feel bad, it's okay to hit you, or this isn't over." Lin Feng looked deeply at Li Xiaoliang. This guy was arrogant based on the fact that his old man had a bit of money. He was not on par with Wang Kuan. When he was in school he was a school bully, often bullying his classmates and molesting girls. So many years is still unchanged. It seems like it's time to fix him up a bit. Thinking about this, Lin Feng's expression also went cold. "Li Xiaoliang, if you don't relent anymore, you'll probably get a beating today, do you believe it?" Li Xiaoliang grinned and crooked his neck in disdain and snorted coldly. "Lin Feng, I know you've got some skills, but I didn't hit you with my hands, so it's not good for you to hit me either. I don't believe you dare to hit me for no reason." Li Xiaoliang knew how powerful Lin Feng was. Zhao Debao came with 9 thugs and they were all taken care of by Lin Feng alone. He was even less of a match, but he believed that as long as he didn't make a move, Lin Feng had no reason to beat him. "You don't believe me, do you? I'll give you one last chance. Will you let go or not?" Just don't let. This isn't your family's road. What can you do to me? If you have the guts, hit me," Li Xiaoliang shouted. "Good, you asked for it." Lin Feng reached out and pointed at a youth next to him. "Go, get his father Li Gang over here to comment." The youth didn't dare to refuse and immediately went to find Li Gang. "Ha ha, Lin Feng, what do you think? Do you think my dad would come and meddle in my affairs for you?" Li Xiaoliang laughed with a mocking face. His dad was very spoiled and for Lin Feng to get his dad to come over, wasn't that hilarious? Lin Feng smiled, his face full of confidence. "Don't be so smug for now, wait for your dad to come." Not long after, Li Gang ran over in a hurry. Seeing Lin Feng here, he remembered what happened that day at the small inn and his heart was a bit weak. "Lin Feng, what are you looking for me for?" Li Gang asked politely. "Your son is bullying people here and won't stop. I can't control him, so I brought you here. See what to do." Lin Feng gazed at Li Gang. After hearing this, the other party immediately glared at Li Xiaoliang. "What are you fooling around with here? Why don't you hurry back?" Li Xiaoliang put his neck on end and said defiantly. "What right do I have to go back? Just now that girl slapped me. I can't swallow this breath. I definitely won't go back until I get to the bottom of it, so don't mind my business. I'll sort it out on my own." After hearing this, Li Gang glared at his own son and looked at Lin Feng with some embarrassment. "I'm really sorry, this son of mine is a bit stubborn. I'll definitely discipline him properly when I go back." Lin Feng looked at Li Gang perfunctorily and was a little dissatisfied. He smiled coldly and spoke to Li Xiaoliang. "Li Xiaoliang, do you think that just because you're the only son in your family, you can secure your victory and do whatever you want? Let me tell you, there's no chance that your father will bring you back a younger brother someday to fight with you for the family fortune. At that time, let's see if you're still dejected." Upon hearing this, Li Gang was shocked. Knowing that Lin Feng was reminding him, Li Xiaoliang was uncertain and was still retorting. "My dad has only one son. How could he have any younger brother? You're not talking nonsense here." At this time, Li Gang couldn't help himself and pulled Li Xiaoliang's arm. Go back with me right away. Or don't blame me for getting angry." "I won't, just now I suffered a loss. I have to settle this debt back. You don't have to be afraid of Lin Feng. Does he still dare to hit you? Look at how scared you are." Li Xiaoliang didn't think that his dad was still scaring him. He couldn't do anything to him at all. However, what made him not expect was, this time Li Gang was coming for real. Seeing that he still dared to talk back, he raised his hand and slapped him. "Asshole, how dare you disobey me when I speak? I think you really need a beating. Get back to me right now." Li Xiaoliang covered his cheeks, his eyes glaring like light bulbs, screaming out of breath. "Li Gang, you're crazy. I'm your own son. How dare you come and beat me up for an outsider? Are you senile? Seeing that he still dared to yell, Li Gang flung his hand and added another slap. In his mouth, he shouted, still dare to talk back? Li Xiaoliang, I'm going to tell you for the last time. Get your ass home right now. Lao Zi is so busy that my feet hit the back of my head. Letting you help you are not busy. But even still bull ting here. Flirting with other girls, hurry up and get back to work for me. Or else Lao Zi stops all of your pocket money. Lao Zi said it and did it. Li Gang usually seldom lashed out. This time he came for real. He knew that if he didn't raise his voice, Lin Feng was going to raise his voice. And once Lin Feng was powerful and told his scandalous story, his wife was going to be powerful. His wife was a famous tigress. If she started to be powerful, he would probably lose half of his life. Li Xiaoliang was scared by his father, especially the one about stopping his allowance. If he was slapped a few times, he could still tolerate it. If he lost his pocket money, how could he go out and act tough? So he could only honestly roll back home. Before leaving, he gave Lin Feng a very depressed look. What kind of method did this guy use to make his dad furious with him? What the hell? Lin Feng, I've already taught him a hard lesson. Don't talk to him. I've also vacated all the barns for you. You can come over and sign the transfer contract anytime. Li Gang drove his son away and resumed smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said with satisfaction, Uncle Li Gang, you deserve to be someone who can live a good life. This awareness is just high. When one day I have a lucrative business, I'll take one of you with me. Then thank you in advance. I'll go back first if there's nothing else. Li Gang saw that Lin Feng was satisfied, wiped his cold sweat and turned to leave. Lin Feng, what method did you use to make Li Gang listen to you so much? Yi Sweet, who was beside him, was very curious. This is confidential. Lin Feng smiled smugly. Forget it if you don't say. I don't care to know. Yi Tianyi snorted lightly and turned her face to the side. But I just helped you out. You didn't even say thank you. And you're even treating me like this. If that's the case, next time I won't be able to busy you. Hearing Lin Feng say that, Yi Tian turned her face back. Her attitude got a little better. Alright, I thanked you just now. Is this time okay? Thank you and that's it? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Then what else do you want? Or else, I'll go with you tonight? Saying that, Yi Tian revealed a teasing expression that was very seductive. Lin Feng hemmed and hawed. Go with me to do what? Do whatever. Whatever you want to do to me. Yi Sweet continued. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get going. Lin Feng reached out his hand and was about to start the car. Yi Sweet saw how impatient he was and slapped him on the shoulder. Scram! I was just joking with you and you really took it seriously. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Shameless. This girl is not a casual person. Yi Tianyi clasped her shoulders with a haughty face. I'm also joking with you. Who's taking it seriously? Talking like who's not a decent person. Lin Feng laughed and restarted the car. Li Xiaoliang has left. You can get off the car too. Why are you still relying on my car? Hearing him say that, Yi Tianyan spoke again. I just came over to look for you today. Looking for me? What's the matter? It's my dad who wants to find you. He said he has something to discuss with you. Lin Feng nodded. It just so happened that he also wanted to go to the Yi family's watermelon field to take a look. So he turned the car around and immediately rushed to Yi Sweet's house. Chapter 38 Zheng Beilei attacked. Lin Feng drove the tricycle all the way. At this time, a brand new Audi came head-on. Lin Feng didn't care and continued to drive forward. However, the Audi honked its horn and stopped next to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a bit puzzled and stopped the car as well. The Audi window slowly rolled down, revealing Wang Kuen's face. He casually took off his large sunglasses and had a smug expression on his face. Lin Feng, where is this going? Wang Kuen asked with a slant of his mouth, his tone carrying a bit of teasing. Does it have anything to do with you? Where have you been hiding these days? Why haven't I seen you people? Lin Feng had the same expression as Wang Kuen on his face. Since the last time he lost face at the reunion, Wang Kuen hadn't returned to the village, and he didn't know where he had gone. Wang Kuen laughed and said with some dejection, went to the city for a few days to play. Take a break. How about you look at this new car of mine? Said. He reached out and snapped his hand on the car door a few times. His face was full of bragging color. Lin Feng took a closer look. This wasn't the same third-hand Audi from before. Instead, it was a brand new Audi, and it was also a top-of-the-line one, with red strips of cloth tied to the wheels. Lin Feng didn't know much about cars either, but he could tell that this car was at least several $100,000. This is a new car? Lin Feng smiled. That's right, this is the car I just bought. It cost over $600,000. Envious? Poor bastards like you. You will never be able to drive this kind of good car in your whole life. Just a single wheel would be able to buy this broken three-wheeler of yours. Don't look at that day you were at the class reunion. You made a little bit of a splash. Compared to me Wang Kuen, you're still nothing. In this life, You are destined to be stepped on by me all the time. After losing face at the class reunion last time, he realized a profound truth. People still need to be rich, or else pretending to be a bully is easy to overturn. When he thought of the fact that he had lost so much face because he couldn't even come up with more than $100,000, he was incomparably agonized. After a painful thought, he thought of a way, is to go to the city to find a rich woman to support themselves. Wang Kuan's appearance is not bad, and young and strong, soon to be an old rich woman. The rich woman this year just after the 50th birthday. Wang Kuan accompanied her toss 3 days. The rich woman is very satisfied, happy to give him to buy this new car. When he got the new car, he rushed back at the first time and showed it off to everyone, especially Lin Feng. In his opinion, Lin Feng is a poor man even if he can fight. As long as he drives this brand new Audi, he can still be compared to Lin Feng, so as to make a clean sweep. Although he was a bit disgusted when he accompanied the old rich woman, but when he thought about it, when he made enough money from the rich woman, he would become a real rich man. And then what kind of beautiful girls he could not find, and it would not be a problem to adopt a few young models. When he thought about it, he felt better. Wang Changue also sat in the car. The father and son duo had just returned from a relative's house after showing off their car. His son got a new car. He was also very proud. And the previous painful loss of more than $100,000 also disappeared. At this moment, he spoke proudly from the side. What's the point of talking to him about this? He's a peasant from the countryside. He probably doesn't even recognize what brand this car is, so it's useless to talk about it. It's like talking to a bull. Hearing the words of the father and son duo, Lin Feng looked at Wang Kuan's new car and shook his head disdainfully. Not to mention the fact that Qian Million had just given him a sports car that was 10 times better than this one of Wang Kuan's. Even without that sports car, he wouldn't envy Wang Kuan. The sky has cleared up and the rain has cleared up. You think you can do it again, right? I thought you father and son had something big going on. So it's just that you want to show off your broken car with me. Sorry, I'm not interested. Bye. After saying that, Lin Feng drove his broken three-wheeler and left. Wang Kuan looked at Lin Feng's departing back and couldn't stop sneering. In his opinion, Lin Feng had definitely been greatly stimulated, because he was driving such a good car. It was impossible for Lin Feng not to be jealous, so he put on his sunglasses with a smug look on his face and continued to drive his Audi around to show off. Lin Feng came all the way to the Yi family and met Yi Laosan. Yi Laosan had a few relatives who also grew watermelons, which were also unsold, so he wanted to discuss with Lin Feng if he could acquire them together as well. This was of course no problem for Lin Feng, and he agreed readily. After talking to Yi Laosan, Lin Feng hired a big car and sent all the watermelons that were watered with spiritual liquid yesterday to Zhang Beilei. Previously, Zhang Beilei had repeatedly invited Lin Feng to take a look at her chain of fruit supermarkets. Lin Feng hadn't been able to find the time, so today was the perfect day to visit. Knowing that he was coming, Zhang Bell personally came to pick him up. Today's Zhang Beilei was wearing a wraparound skirt, and a pair of straight and long legs were covered with black stockings, emphasizing the perfect lines and sexy temperament. Lin Feng couldn't help but gulp when he saw it. He couldn't take his eyes off of it and looked at it a few more times. I have to say, Zhang Beilei's body is really too seductive, pure and lustful. When the two of them walked on the street, the turnaround rate of the passersby was so high, and the turnover rate of women was even higher than that of men. Men are embarrassed to look directly, can only sneak a look, but women don't have these concerns. Directly staring at Zhang Beilei, eyes full of envy and jealousy. Zhang Beilei's fruit supermarket chain had branches all over the country, and she was responsible for the 10 branches in Jiangshan County. She had only just arrived here less than a year ago, and it was very difficult for her to have such a scale. The decoration of the store was on the high-end route. It looked very high-end and upscale. Lin Feng walked around and came to the shelves where the watermelons were placed and realized that there was an endless stream of customers here, and what was placed on the shelves was exactly his watermelon. Beside the watermelon there was also a small delicate sign with 4 words written on it, Jing Sweet Watermelon. Lin Feng smiled and said to Zhang Beilei, "Is this the name you came up with?" Zhang Beilei guffawed. "That's right, I came up with it. You have a beautiful scenery there, and the watermelons you grow are sweet and delicious, so I came up with this name. What do you think? Very good. I like it. You city people are just cultured." Lin Feng hemmed and hawed and continued to visit the supermarket with Zhang Beilei. After the two of them turned around, Lin Feng had a bottom in his heart. With such a good channel as Zhang Beilei, he wouldn't worry about selling any fruits in the future. After he went back, he would have to find some other fruits before he could do so. After all, watermelons would only be sold for a month or so. After that he had to sell something else. After visiting the supermarket, Zhang Beilei took Lin Feng to have a big meal and then drove the car to send Lin Feng back. Halfway there, the two chatted about their next plans. Zhang Beilei wanted to continue expanding her fruit supermarket and flower store. She had a big goal to list her company one day. While the two were chatting happily, a large truck drove towards their car. Zhang Beilei continued driving without paying attention. However, Lin Feng could see the problem. The big truck seemed to be running towards their car. The result was not what he expected. The big truck slowly approached them and suddenly made a turn and crashed into their car. Lin Feng was quick on his feet and reached out to grab the steering wheel and gave it a quick twist, rushing the car to the side of the road and dodging this collision from the big truck. Ever since Lin Feng had obtained his inheritance, his observation and reaction had increased a lot. If it was an ordinary person, they definitely wouldn't have been able to do what he did just now in terms of reaction speed. Zhang Beilei was completely unaware of what had happened, and with a cry of surprise, she hurriedly stepped on the brakes, and the big truck that was about to hit them stopped in front of them, blocking the way. Zhang Beilei was dumbfounded. A pair of beautiful eyes somewhat widened. At this time, she saw the door of the big truck open and jumped out 2 people. At the same time, 5 people also jumped out from the big truck's compartment. The 7 people were carrying weapons in their hands and surrounded Zhang Beilei's car. Zhang Beilei was followed by the bodyguard's car. The 2 bodyguards saw the situation and immediately jumped out to protect her. However, just as they got out of the car, they were surrounded by 7 people. Both sides fought to a standstill, and in the blink of an eye, the 2 bodyguards were too beaten to get up. One of the bodyguards tried to call for help, only to be beaten to death by the 7 men. Zhang Beilei had never encountered such a situation before and her face turned a little pale. At this time, a strong man leading the group, carrying an iron bar, came to Zhang Beilei's car and shattered her car window with a stick. After all, Zhang Beilei was a girl, and was frightened to the point that she let out a cry of surprise, and the strong man who smashed the car pointed the iron stick at the car and shouted, "Come down, we want to talk to you." Zhang Beilei couldn't help but look at Lin Feng next to her. Lin Feng deeply scanned the few people at the scene. Although they were many and armed, he could completely handle them and ensure Zhang Beilei's safety. Therefore, he nodded with Zhang Beilei, signaling that he could go down and see what this underling was going to do, and it wouldn't be too late if he couldn't do it. Seeing this, Zhang Beilei could only get out of the car. Lin Feng followed closely behind her. "Just in case, who the hell are you people and what do you want to do?" Zhang Beilei, who had calmed down a little, asked in a cold voice. Chapter 39. Who else is there? The burly man in the lead revealed a fierce look and said loudly, "I'm here to inform you today. Immediately shut down all your fruit and vegetable supermarkets. You're not allowed to do business here. Otherwise, don't blame us for destroying the flowers with our hot hands. This pretty little face of yours, it would be a shame if you got a few scratches on it. Piss us off, we won't take pity on you. You know, in the recent year, Zhang Beilei's supermarket had gained a lot of momentum, and with the recent help of Lin Feng's watermelon, there were some people who couldn't sit still anymore, so they sent people to threaten her. These people of theirs had already inquired about Zhang Beilei. She was just a little girl, so as long as she was scared, she would definitely leave obediently. However, Zhang Beilei was not intimidated. Hearing the strong man's words, she opened her mouth somewhat unconvincingly. "We all do business based on our abilities. What right do you have to not let me do it?" "By what? By this." The burly man let out an indulgent maniacal laugh and compared his fists. "The boss behind you guys can't compete with me in business, so you start using these despicable tactics. I, Zhang Beilei, am not afraid. Want me to leave?" "No way," Zhang Beilei said with some anger. Hearing this, the corner of the burly man's mouth rose, revealing a few cold smiles. "Little girl, you really don't know whether to die or live. In that case, I'll give you some color. See if you still dare to show off." As his words ended, he saw his wrist change and a shiny butterfly knife appeared in his hand. He looked at Zhang Beilei, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. What a pretty woman was most afraid of was her face being ruined, and he was about to put a gash in Zhang Beilei's face to see if she was afraid. A moment later, he waved his butterfly knife and slashed at Zhang Beilei. Zhang Beilei let out a cry of surprise. Her body took a few steps back and she closed her eyes in fear. Lin Feng next to her couldn't watch anymore, knowing that the time to strike had come, and kicked at the strong man's waist. The strong man's eyes were all fixed on Zhang Beilei, completely not expecting that Lin Feng would suddenly attack from the side. He then felt a huge force coming from his waist, then a muffled grunt came out of his mouth and his whole body flew out sideways. The butterfly knife in his hand also flew out with him. The strong man rolled several times on the ground before stopping. He looked violently at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with shock and anger. He wanted to get up immediately to settle the score with Lin Feng, but unfortunately, he couldn't get up anymore. Just now, Lin Feng's kick had directly injured his waist seriously. Without a few months, he wouldn't be able to get up. The others took a look and were first shocked. They didn't expect Lin Feng to suddenly strike, and what's more, they didn't expect that Lin Feng had solved their leader with a single kick. Soon, they came back to their senses. All of them had a fierce look on their faces, and together they pounced on Lin Feng. one of the youths jogged a few steps and leapt up, wanting to give Lin Feng a flying kick and directly kill him in seconds. Lin Feng saw him rushing over, jumped in place, jumped higher than him, kicked him in the face, kicked him back like a sandbag. Making those steps he just took all for nothing. The youth fell heavily to the ground, his whole body shook, and he lost consciousness on the spot. The other youth let out a loud roar from his mouth to give himself courage, wheeling his iron bar and charging up. Lin Feng delivered a small flying kick that directly sent him flying backwards. His body seemed like a kite with broken strings, and he fell heavily into the grass, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Seeing that Lin Feng had killed 3 people in the blink of an eye, the rest of them all stood frozen on the spot, not daring to make a move. Lin Feng looked around at the several people who were trembling, pulled his voice, and shouted with an imposing voice, "Who else?" The 4 people were so frightened that they fell back a few steps in unison, their livers cracking. A moment later, one of the youths gritted his teeth and opened his mouth to ask, "Kid, do you know who we are?" "No," Lin Feng responded loudly. "We're from the Swimming Dragon Boxing Club. If you dare to meddle in our affairs, you'll end up miserable," the youth said in a cold voice. "What Swimming Dragon Boxing Club? Never heard of it at all. I'm already in charge of this matter. No need to scare me," Lin Feng replied decisively. The youth nodded. He was a bit impressed with Lin Feng. He dared to offend them openly. This was quite a man. "Kid, you have guts. Since you dare to wade through this mess, do you dare to leave your name?" The youth spoke with a cold smile on his face. Zhang Beilei hurriedly pulled Lin Feng's clothes, as if reminding him of something. Although Lin Feng had never heard of this Yulong Boxing Club, Zhang Beilei had heard of it many times. They were ostensibly a chain of fitness gyms, but in fact behind their back they were a huge underground force with hundreds of elite soldiers under their command. Basically no one dared to offend them. If Lin Feng left his name behind, he would definitely be retaliated against by them. So she desperately reminded Lin Feng, in case he really left his name on impulse, that would be bad. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Beilei and understood what she meant. The youth saw the same and mocked contemptuously. "What? Don't dare anymore? Where's that energy you had just now? I thought you had 2 tricks up your sleeve, but it turns out you're a shrinking violet." The youth kept sneering and mocking, just to provoke Lin Feng, so that he would leave his name behind, so that he could settle the score with him later. Otherwise, if the mission failed today, he wouldn't be able to explain it back. Seeing the youth being aggressive, Lin Feng revealed an expression of intolerance and spoke loudly. "What wouldn't I dare to do? I Wang Kuan line does not change his name. My father is Linjiang Village Mayor Wang Changgui. People are my Wang Kuan hit. I Wang Kuan dare to do. You do not serve to come to me. If you do not dare, you are my grandson." The youth saw that he finally got out Lin Feng's name. A smug sneer appeared on his face. "Wang Kuan right. I'll remember you. You'll have a good time," the youth threatened viciously. At this moment he felt that Lin Feng was really stupid. He actually dared to leave his name. Lin Feng similarly laughed coldly in his heart. This brainwashed person had actually believed it. In their hearts, the 2 people almost simultaneously cursed each other for being stupid. At this time, one of the youths next to him quietly pulled out a clay gun from the waist of his pants and aimed it at Zhang Beilei's leg. Before they came, their big brother had given them the task of scaring Zhang Beilei away, and if they didn't leave, they would stab her in the face. Right now with Lin Feng protecting them, their mission would definitely not be accomplished. As a second best, he planned to put a bullet in Zhang Beilei's leg, which would definitely scare her. They could also go back and hand in their mission. Otherwise, nothing had been accomplished and they would definitely be severely punished. After the youth aimed, he was about to pull the trigger. Lin Feng was quick on his feet and spotted his attempt, darting and pouncing on Zhang Beilei. "Watch out!" As he pounced on Zhang Beilei, the clay gun rang out. Lin Feng hugged Zhang Beilei and rolled straight down the dirt slope next to him. "Who the hell told you to shoot? Looking for death? We're here to terrorize today, not to get killed. Do you want to make a big deal out of it?" The burly man from earlier cursed. I just wanted to put a bullet in her leg to scare her." The youth didn't expect the burly man to get angry, and was so scared that his face was ugly. "Hurry up and put the gun away. Retreat immediately. We'll settle the score with them later," the burly man commanded, and several people immediately scurried into the car and quickly left. Lin Feng rolled down the hill holding Zhang Beilei all the way, finally stopping in front of a small tree. This hillside was relatively gentle and it was all grass, so the 2 people weren't injured. When she stopped, Zhang Beilei was shocked. Her body unconsciously slumped downwards. Her whole body was softly lying on Lin Feng. Her mouth and Lin Feng accidentally kissed together. Underneath Lin Feng, he saw Zhang Beilei's pretty face sticking up to him, and then, 2 pieces of soft lips stuck to his lips. It felt a little warm and a little sweet. Zhang Beilei quickly regained her consciousness. A pair of beautiful eyes opened wide, and her fair melon face was as red as a ripe apple. This was her first kiss and she had given it to Lin Feng so carelessly. Her body seemed to be electrocuted and she hurriedly sat up. You! Zhang Beilei didn't know what to say for a moment. She wanted to scold Lin Feng for being a hooligan, but when she thought about it, Lin Feng didn't do it on purpose, and it was still her who took the initiative to kiss Lin Feng. And at this moment, Lin Feng was also a bit embarrassed, because Zhang Beilei was sitting on top of him and they were in a somewhat ambiguous position. A moment later, Zhang Beilei also reacted, hurriedly getting off Lin Feng's body. For a moment, the scene was a bit awkward. She didn't know what to say, so she turned around and walked up there alone. As a result, she accidentally stepped on the slippery grass and fell to the side. Agoo! Zhang Beilei let out a soft cry of pain from her mouth and reached out to cover her foot. Today, she had come out in high heels, and she had just directly broken her foot with this blow. Lin Feng immediately stood up and ran to her side and helped her check it. You've broken your foot. Don't move around first or you'll aggravate the injury. I'll carry you up. After saying that, Lin Feng picked up Zhang Beilei and walked up the hill. Zhang Beilei had wanted to refuse. After all, she had never been hugged by a strange man before, but at the moment her foot was broken. If she wasn't carried up by Lin Feng, she couldn't go up, so she could only acquiesce. Back on the road, those people from earlier had already run away without a trace. The two bodyguards also got up from the ground. The two of them were more seriously injured. Lin Feng put Zhang Beilei back into her car first and helped the two bodyguards into their SUV. You don't have to care about us, take care of our president. We're fine, the two bodyguards said breathlessly. But looking at them, their lives were not in danger. They were just beaten up rather badly. At the same time, there was some shame on their faces. After all, they hadn't protected Zhang Beilei just now. Instead it was Lin Feng who had stepped in to drive those people away. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 40 Feet are fragrant. Lin Feng returned to Zhang Beilei's car and drove it towards his own home. Those people didn't know if they would come back, so it was safer to go back to his own home first. And by the way, he could also help Zhang Beilei get her feet taken care of. His home had all sorts of medicinal herbs that had been run through with spirit liquid, so he could make Zhang Beilei's foot recover as soon as possible. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to walk for at least half a month. Back at home, Lin Feng carried Zhang Beilei to his room and made her sit on a chair. At this time, her foot was already slightly red and swollen. It had to be dealt with quickly, otherwise it would swell up even more. Lin Feng took off Zhang Beilei's high heels, cupped her feet and started to massage her. Zhang Beilei felt some pain and couldn't help but let out a soft grunt. This soft cry almost made Lin Feng's whole body's bones crisp up. At the same time, Lin Feng felt that Zhang Beilei's feet were actually emitting a faint aroma. He somewhat couldn't believe his nose. How could there be an aroma? Could it be that the feet of beautiful women were all fragrant? With a puzzled heart, he couldn't help but hold up Zhang Beilei's feet close to his nose and gently smelled them. It turned out to be really fragrant, and this aroma was so special and charming that he was unconsciously addicted to it and wanted to smell it for a while longer. What the hell was going on here? Lin Feng was incredibly puzzled in his heart, and Zhang Beilei, who was sitting on the chair, saw that Lin Feng suddenly stopped pinching. She looked at Lin Feng curiously. It turned out that Lin Feng was holding her feet and putting them under his nose with a look of intoxication on his face. Her face instantly turned red, and she was ashamed and angry in her heart. She had heard people say that some men had a hobby of foot fetishism, and once they saw a pretty woman's feet, they couldn't walk. Could it be that Lin Feng had this kind of hobby? When she had watched Lin Feng help that old man before, she had thought that Lin Feng was a decent man, but she hadn't expected that he was a pervert. Thinking of this, she kicked Lin Feng in the face with the foot that Lin Feng was holding. Lin Feng was in doubt just now. He wasn't on guard at all. He was kicked directly by this sudden kick and fell to sit on the ground. Pervert, what are you doing sniffing my feet for nothing? Zhang Beilei questioned, shy and annoyed, her face carrying a scarlet color. Only then did Lin Feng come back to his senses and with a somewhat embarrassed heave, he stood up from the ground and patted the ash on his butt. Just now I found out that your feet actually had a scent on them. I was a bit in disbelief, so I took a whiff. I'm definitely not a pervert. Zhang Beilei looked at Lin Feng with a suspicious face. Seeing that he didn't look like he was lying, then she hated it. Lin Feng scratched his head and continued to pinch Zhang Beilei's feet, at the same time asking with slight curiosity, are you smearing this foot with something? Zhang Beilei spoke faintly. I soak my feet in vanilla every night, and when I go out I spray a little bit of perfume. Maybe it's because of this. Zhang Beilei was very fond of fragrant things. All kinds of flowers and herbs were placed all over the house, and there were hundreds of bottles of all kinds of perfumes. Every night when she washed her feet, she liked to put some vanilla in it. As for whether her feet were fragrant or not, she hadn't smelled them herself and indeed didn't know. She only realized it today when she was reminded by Lin Feng. On second thought, it was probably because of that. Lin Feng couldn't stop gulping while massaging her feet. Zhang Beilei usually paid special attention to taking care of her skin. Before going out, She even applied sunscreen and whitening on her legs and feet. That's why her legs and feet were white and tender, and she wouldn't get tired of looking at them for 10 years. The massage that originally only needed to be done for a few minutes had been massaged by Lin Feng for more than half an hour. In the end, he stopped the massage reluctantly and went to fetch a basin of water and put all sorts of medicinal herbs that had been soaked in spiritual liquid in it. After soaking in this basin of foot wash water, Zhang Beilei's feet were fine and she was able to walk on the same day. Zhang Beilei took off her black stockings and placed a pair of slender feet into the basin. Soon, a cool sensation came over her, making that fiery pain in her feet subside a lot. After about an hour or so of soaking, Zhang Beilei felt that her feet didn't hurt anymore. She was a little surprised in her heart. She didn't expect Lin Feng's method to work so well. Then she thought that if she didn't have Lin Feng's help before, she was afraid that it would be hard for her to get out easily. So the matter of Lin Feng smelling her feet just now, she let it go. Lin Feng poured out the foot washing water. When he came back, Zhang Beilei had already redressed her stockings and high heels. Her legs were twisted together and she was sitting on a chair. Lin Feng also pulled a chair and sat opposite her. Do you know the origins and background of that traveling dragon boxing club? Lin Feng opened his mouth and asked. Zhang Beilei nodded. I've heard of it. They're an underground organization under the banner of a fitness gym, with many fighters in their hands. These people train in the gym every day, so their physical fitness is much stronger than the average punks. There are two other forces that are on par with them. One is the Tianheng Martial Arts Gym and the other is the Jingwu Security Company. They're collectively known as the Jiangshan Underground Trio. All of them have the veneer of legitimacy on the surface, but behind their backs, they roam in the gray zone. Lin Feng nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Before, he was a small farmer and didn't know much about the county. After listening to Zhang Beilei's introduction he realized that the water in their county was quite deep. What are you going to do? Zhang Beilei asked with some worry. Lin Feng had stepped in to help her, but he had gotten into trouble with those people. They would definitely look for trouble with Lin Feng. It was her carelessness today. She hadn't even thought about the presence of those people. Otherwise it would have been hard for those people to find a chance to hurt her. But Lin Feng was different. There was no one around him to protect him, so she was a bit worried about Lin Feng's safety. However, Lin Feng had a cloudy face and didn't seem to take this matter to heart at all. Seeing Zhang Beilei's worried look, Lin Feng comforted. You don't have to worry about me. I can protect myself. If they come after me again, I'm sure I won't be the one who'll be unlucky at that time. It'll be them. You're that confident? Zhang Beilei was a bit incredulous. Previously, she thought that Lin Feng just didn't know the background of the Swimming Dragon Boxing Club. That's why he dared to offend them. And now that he knew, he should feel scared. She didn't realize that Lin Feng still didn't take it to heart, which made her very surprised. They can't hurt me yet. It's you. You must protect yourself in the future. My grudge against them is only momentary. While you robbed their business, they'll always be watching you. Lin Feng reminded in turn. Zhang Beilei nodded. Lin Feng was right. She would have to be more careful in the future. The two chatted for a while longer. Zhang Beilei said that she wasn't going to compromise, much less leave. On the contrary, she was going to remain here and defeat all these despicable people. Back to the car. To prevent any more accidents, Lin Feng drove her back. In the evening, two black SUVs came to Linjiang village. The person who drove the car looked for a villager and inquired, then went straight to Wang Koen's house. At this time, Wang Changue is at home and the villagers show off his son just bought a new car. Suddenly a group of uninvited guests barged in. Wang Changue stood up with a confused look on his face and asked, Who are you looking for? You are Wang Changue, right? That's right, I am. Where is your son Wang Koen? Just went out and hasn't returned yet. Wang Changue replied. The man in the lead revealed a cold smile. Since he's not here, let's settle the score on your head. Turn around and tell your son to mind his own business when he has nothing to do. This is a little lesson for you. Saying that, the man slammed an electric cannon into Wang Changue's stomach, directly knocking him like a prawn. Bowing up. Wang Changue was also a far-famed gangster when he was young, and when he was hit for no reason, he exploded. Damn, I'm the mayor of Linjiang village. Dare to hit me on my turf, I'll let you leave lying down. Chen Ergu, shake people. Chen Airdog in the courtyard immediately jumped over the wall to call for people. These people kicked Wang Changue a few more times. Then they made a mess in his house, smashing all the glass, and the new car they just bought was also smashed. A strong dragon can't suppress a snake, although they have strength in the county, but to the village, when the villagers rushed over, they are really not very good to deal with. So after briefly teaching Wang Changue a lesson, the few people quickly left. Watching these uninvited guests leave, Wang Changue was completely confused. This was really a case of people sitting at home and trouble coming from the sky. Who had he offended that he was beaten up and his home was smashed for no reason at all? Thinking left and right, he can only think of his son Wang Koen. His son usually loved to make trouble outside, offended a lot of people. It was only natural that someone would come to the house to cause trouble now, so he clenched his back teeth and secretly became ruthless. When his son came back, he must teach this troublemaker a good lesson. Chapter 41, The Fifth Rune. Lin Feng sent Zhang Beilei back home and returned to the village alone. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the village, he saw that the villagers were watching the action on the street. Not far away on the street, Wang Changue seemed to have gone crazy, holding a stick and was chasing Wang Kuan. Son of a, who did you mess with in the end? Hurry up and say it, causing me to be beaten up for no reason, and all the things smashed. If you don't say it clearly, I will have to beat you to death today. Wang Changue gritted his teeth and chased after him. Wang Kuan ran playfully while yelling, Wang Changue, how many times have I told you? Don't call me a son of a because it won't be good for you either. How do I know who I have offended? Maybe it's you who have offended. You have nothing to do but fool around with those unsavory women. Maybe it's their husbands who know about it and are looking for you to settle the score. Why should they rely on me? You fart. I slept with widows. No husbands. The villagers watched the father and son shouting and laughing. Some days ago Wang Kuan ran all over the streets when he was mad. This time it was changed to Wang Changue. Lin Feng watched the father and son duo's ugly behavior with a few smiles at the corners of his mouth. This pair of father and son must have never dreamed that they were beaten up because of themselves. Back home, Lin Feng boiled the bath water for her sister. Ever since her sister's legs became disabled, she couldn't take care of herself at all and needed someone to take care of her. In the past it was her parents, now it was Lin Feng. When Lin Shui was undressing, she accidentally dropped her cell phone in the water. She immediately reached out to fish it out, but unfortunately it was already too late. By the time the phone was fished out, it couldn't be turned on. Lin Shui was a little heartbroken. Since she was in a wheelchair, her daily pastime relied on her cell phone. Now that the phone was broken, she had nothing to play with. Seeing her look of regret, Lin Feng touched her head. It's fine, you play with brother's phone first, I'll go buy you a new one later. Lin Feng took out his Apple phone. Lin Shui saw it and was very happy. Her original phone was $1,000 phone, and this Apple phone of Lin Feng's was so much better than hers. After giving his sister a bath, Lin Feng went back to his room. At this time his parents had already gone to bed. Lin Feng lay on his bed and repeatedly couldn't sleep. I don't know if it was because he was stimulated by Zhang Beilei during the day. At this time he was a little heart-pounding. He seemed to be tossing and turning in bed like a pancake. He just couldn't sleep. Finally he sat up and quietly came to Li Ciyun's health center. Gently knocked on the door. After a while, Li Ciyun's voice came from the house. Who is it? It's me, Sister Ciyun. Lin Feng replied in a low voice. A little sneaky. Li Ciyun heard it was his voice and hurriedly opened the door. Lin Feng bared his head like a loach and slipped inside. At this time Lin Ciyun was already fast asleep. The upper half of her body was wearing a small camisole undershirt. The smaller half was wearing a pair of light pink silk shorts. Li Ciyun looked at Lin Feng and asked with a few flirtatious glances. It's so late. What's the point of coming to sister's place? Lin Feng coughed and said. I suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable and came over to look for you. Li Ciyun gave him a blank look and said with some pout. I don't think you're not uncomfortable, but you have other intentions, right? At this time, there was only a small red light in the house, and the light was somewhat ambiguous. Li Ciyun's body exuded the charm of a mature woman. Lin Feng had some difficulty controlling himself and held her in his arms. Li Ciyun's body lurched. She didn't refuse. 2 red clouds floated on her face. Her eyebrows and eyes carried a few winks. Lin Feng saw that she didn't refuse. His heart became even more excited. He picked her up by the waist and put her on the bed. Just when he wanted to make further moves, Lin Ciyun hurriedly grabbed his hand. No, today sis, that one is coming. Wait until it passes before I give you. After hearing this, Lin Feng could only temporarily quell the impulse in his heart. At this time, Li Ciyun hugged Lin Feng's neck in reverse and spat in his ear and opened her mouth. Don't be in a hurry. Sooner or later sis will be your person. Lin Feng nodded and hugged her as well. The two hugged for a while. Lin Feng slowly spoke. Tomorrow I'm going to the county to buy a cell phone for my sister. You come with me as well. I'll buy you one as well. Li Ciyun agreed carelessly. Not having a man for so long, she was actually lonely, so she cherished the time she had Lin Feng alone with her. After hugging for a while longer, Lin Feng reluctantly left Li Ciyun's place and returned to his house. He hid a bucket of cool water and poured it over his head, washing away the restlessness in his body. Lying on his bed, he still couldn't sleep. Lin Feng summoned the vial in his mind, holding the vial and tossing it around for a while. He was thinking in his head, the spiritual liquid in this vial can be used on plants and animals, so can it be used on people? As this thought popped up in his mind, the vial seemed to sense his thoughts and flashed with a pure blue light. Immediately afterward, a 5th rune appeared on the body of the vial. Chi Spirit Rune. It could liquefy the spirit in the vial into aura and use it to save people. Lin Feng immediately tried it. With a movement of his mind, a drop of spiritual liquid dissolved in the vial and turned into a pure blue chi. This chi he could control freely, traveling around his body to heal his injured parts. It could also be exported outside of his body to heal others. When he rolled down the hill during the day, Lin Feng had scratched a small wound on his leg. He immediately focused his aura on the wound, and in the blink of an eye, the wound completely recovered. It really works. Lin Feng ran the remaining spiritual liquid back into the vial, and the Reiki condensed back into the state of spiritual liquid once again. He looked through the inheritances in his head again. These inheritances were as vast as a sea of smoke. It would take a long time to slowly digest them. Now that he was bored, he could just take a look. After looking at it for a while, a wave of sleepiness came over him. He yawned and fell back to sleep. The next morning, Lin Feng drove a three-way car and took Li Kaiyun to the county's cell phone hypermarket. This was the largest cell phone sales center in the county, with all kinds of brands of cell phones. Li Kaiyun was also using a $1,000 phone, and this time when she changed her phone, Lin Feng wanted to give her an Apple. So Lin Feng took her hand and went to an Apple cell phone counter. "Please take out that latest Apple cell phone and show it to me," Lin Feng said as he pointed at the cell phone in the counter. The counter girl looked Lin Feng up and down. Seeing that he was dressed as a peasant, a look of contempt surfaced in his eyes, and instead of acting on it, she revealed a professional fake smile. "This is the favorite Apple phone, one over 8,000. I don't think it suits you too well." Lin Feng looked up at her. "What's not suitable?" The counter girl replied. "The operation of this latest model is more complicated, and all the configurations are very high, such as the camera. It's all ultra-high definition. You guys usually just scan a QR code and look at funny videos, so it's not even necessary to buy such a highly configured cell phone. So I'd suggest that you go and take a look at the opposite side of the room." The woman's words were said euphemistically. In fact, she was looking down on Lin Feng, thinking that he couldn't afford it at all. In case he took it to him and scratched it, or even dropped it on the ground, who was to blame? So she used this method to make Lin Feng know what to do. Lin Feng naturally saw what she meant, smiled faintly and didn't say much. Turning around, he pulled Li Kaiyun to the side. He didn't go to the low-end cell phones across the street as the counter lady said, and turned to the Apple cell phone counter next to him. The two counters were right next to each other, just belonging to two different tellers. In front of him, this counter attendant was very young, looked like a fresh graduate, and had a very good attitude. "Sir, may I ask which phone you want to see?" Lin Feng pointed to the one just now. The girl reached out and took it out, handing it to Lin Feng, patiently introducing him to the features and explaining the usage. When the counter girl next to him saw this, she frowned and spoke with some dissatisfaction. "Didn't I tell you? This model isn't suitable for you. I'm doing this for your own good. Why don't you listen to me?" Lin Feng didn't even pay attention to her and continued to learn the operation method from the girl. The counter girl got even more angry. Seeing that Lin Feng ignored her, she turned to the girl and said, "Didn't I teach you, when recommending a cell phone, look at the customer's spending level, so as not to waste time? No wonder your performance hasn't been good. You're turning a deaf ear to my words. You're still on probation. If you don't finish your sales performance this month, you'll have to leave. So don't seize the time to find a few powerful customers and finish your performance." The counter sister criticized the girl with a condescending tone, as if she saw through everything. The girl was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. At this time, Lin Feng spoke indifferently. "How much performance are you still missing this month?" "Still short by more than 60,000. The girl replied. Lin Feng nodded. "In order to thank you for giving me so much patience for half a day, I'll help you with this performance. Get me 4 of these cell phones, plus 3 computers with the best configuration." Chapter 42, Girlfriend's Wedding Banquet. "More? How much?" The girl's eyes instantly dilated, somewhat unable to believe her ears. 4 of the latest models of cell phones, plus 2 top-of-the-line computers. That was over $70,000. She had never seen a customer who spent so much in one transaction. The counter girl next to her was also startled when she heard this figure, but she quickly reacted and said cynically, "Don't try to be brave just to save face. Can you really afford it? It'll be a shame if you can't shell out the money at that time." Lin Feng still didn't give a about her, pulling out his bank card from his pocket. "Now he sells herbs. A carload of herbs is 100,000 up and down. No longer the old poor bastard. Buy a few cell phones and computers is not the same as playing." The girl took the card and swiped it without any problems. Seeing that Lin Feng really sold so much, her heart was overwhelmed with joy. This way her performance was completed. Not only would she be able to change her job, but she would also get thousands of commission. And the counter girl next to her was completely dumbfounded and stomped her feet in regret. How could she not see that Lin Feng was a dirt poor man? Not long after, the girl brought the wrapped computer and cell phone over to Lin Feng. Lin Feng hugged the computer and cell phone and left the store in front of the crowd. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at the counter girl again. Originally, He just wanted to buy his sister and Lee Kai-yoon a cell phone each, but on second thought, his own parents didn't have cell phones either, so they also got one each, and then buy 2 computers for his sister and Lee Kai-yoon to play with. He wasn't short of money now anyway. Lin Feng switched his phone card to his new cell phone. He opened his cell phone and found several missed calls. Not too long after, the phone rang. When he answered it, Wang Li's cheerful laughter came from inside. Brother Lin Feng, where are you now? In the county's cell phone hypermarket. What are you looking for me for? Lin Feng was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Wang Li to call him. It's not a big deal. The car our boss gave you is still parked in the garage. That day you drank too much and didn't drive it away. Since you're in the neighborhood, I'll just drive it there for you, Wang Li said. Come over then. Lin Feng told Wang Li his detailed address. It didn't take long for Wang Li to drive over in a fiery red Ferrari sports car. Brother Lin Feng, try out your new ride. From now on, it's yours. Wang Li got out of the car and threw the keys to Lin Feng with a big smile. Lin Feng hadn't really driven a sports car before, so he immediately sat in it, drove to a less crowded place and tried it out, returning very satisfied. After delivering the car, Wang Li turned around and left. Lin Feng looked at the red sports car. Such a good car. There was no place to park it at his house, and parking it at home could lead to a lot of trouble. So he found a paid public parking lot in the county and stored the car there. Only after driving his broken 3-wheeler, he drove Lee Kai-yoon back. I have one thing I want to ask you for. On the way back, Lee Kai-yoon spoke softly beside Lin Feng. What is it? Just tell me. As long as it's something I can do, I'll definitely do it for you. Lin Feng bared his teeth and smiled. Tomorrow is my best friend's wedding banquet. My friends are bringing their boyfriends with them. I want you to go with me. Otherwise they'll introduce me to boyfriends again. Lee Kai-yoon was a few years older than Lin Feng. If she let Lin Feng go over there, she was afraid that Lin Feng would be reluctant, so she asked for his opinion in advance. Lin Feng didn't even think about it and directly agreed. I thought it was something. No problem. I'll definitely accompany you over there, so that those who still have thoughts about you or want to introduce you to a boyfriend will completely die. Lee Kai-yoon didn't expect Lin Feng to agree so quickly. She was very happy and couldn't help but give him a quick kiss on the cheek. Lin Feng was all excited. If he wasn't driving and Lee Kai-yoon was doing such intimate gestures to him, he would definitely have to do something as well. Back at home, Lee Kai-yoon prepared properly, changing into the new clothes she bought that day. This best friend was very close to her, so she took it very seriously. Lin Feng's side also prepared seriously. After all, this time, she was attending Lee Tsai-yoon's BFF's wedding banquet, so if she left any bad impression on Lee Tsai-yoon's BFF, that would not be good. Lee Tsai-yoon's best friend was married to a rich second generation. Their wedding banquet was held in a luxury hotel in the county, and there were very many people there, and there was no lack of celebrities in the county, and even some big bosses from abroad. In order not to disgrace Lee Kai-yoon, Lin Feng purposely drove a sports car that had just arrived. Lee Kai-yoon, who changed into new clothes, became even more beautiful, and with a bit of flirtatiousness that was unique to mature women. Lin Feng had also gotten a lot more refreshed when he changed into the clothes he had bought that day. Kai-yoon, you're here. As soon as Lee Kai-yoon arrived at the hotel, her best friend welcomed her out. The two sisters hugged each other warmly. Lin Feng watched quietly from the sidelines. He could tell that the two of them were really close, not the kind of plastic sisters. After some enthusiastic conversation, the best friend looked at Lin Feng. Lee Kai-yoon introduced her. The best friend revealed a few slightly playful smiles, leaned over to Lee Tsai-yoon's ear and secretly said a few whispers that only best friends could say to each other, after which the two beauties laughed into a ball. Lin Feng didn't hear what they were saying and could only stand on the side and giggle. Under the lead of their girlfriends, the two entered the hotel. There was an endless stream of guests on the floor. The girlfriends went back to receiving other people. Lin Feng and Lee Kai-yoon were brought to a large table and sat down. After that, a few more people came to the table one after another and sat down. Not long after, the figures of a pair of young men and women appeared at the wedding banquet. The young man was probably in his early 20s, with a greasy face, hair that had been sprayed with an unknown amount of hairspray and was clearly defined, walking with a look of arrogance on his face, as if the people at the scene were just a companion in his eyes. He had a young woman on his arm. The woman dressed very enchanting, face coated with a thick layer of foundation, as if the wind can fall off a layer. With a pair of hateful heights on her feet, she twisted her buttocks vigorously as she walked, attracting many men's sideways glances. Hubby, you are really getting more and more handsome, especially in this suit. Where did you buy this? This is what I bought when I studied abroad. Foreign celebrities attending banquets wear this kind of clothes. Good looking, right? Good looking. Simply too handsome. Foreign designers are leveled. Much better than these bumpkin designers in our country. If you like it, next time when you go abroad to play, I will also bring you a few sets. That's really great. Thank you, husband. The two people walked over with a smile and sat down on the seat. Li Kaiyun was stunned when she saw this woman. This woman's name was Wang Yuejiao, one of her classmates back then. When the two were in school, their relationship was very poor, and they didn't think that they would come today. Wang Yuejiao also quickly discovered Li Kaiyun and her eyes lit up. Goo, look who this is. Isn't this class Flowerly? Wang Yuejiao pretended to speak with a surprised face. Li Banhua, you know her? The man beside Wang Yuejiao asked curiously. Of course I know her. We were in the same class back then. She was named the class flower by the boys in my class, and she was very popular. Wang Yuejiao introduced in a somewhat conspiratorial manner. Her words sounded like she was praising Li Kaiyun, but in fact, there were a few points of sarcasm in her tone. The man immediately became interested upon hearing this. Since she is a classmate, let's introduce her. After hearing this, Wang Yuejiao spoke with a smug look on her face. This is my boyfriend, Wu Xiaoming. He just came back from studying abroad at a famous medical university. He's now a doctor at the first hospital in Jianshan. His father is the owner of Qingfeng Hall. You all should have heard of it. It's the biggest pharmacy in the county. Hearing this, Lin Feng jerked his head up and looked at Wu Xiaoming. At this moment, Wu Xiaoming was immersed in complacency, with a pleasant smile on his face. Whenever his excellent background was introduced, he had a feeling of superiority that stood above the rest, indulging in it and unable to extricate himself. Wu Chunjiang is your father? Lin Feng asked slightly teasingly. That's right, you recognize it? Wu raised his eyebrows. Recognize? Of course, Lin Feng said lightly, with an inexplicable smile on his face. At this time, Wang Yuejiao looked at Li Kaiyun with some unconcealable smugness in her expression. When she was in school, no matter if it was her appearance or her studies, Li Kaiyun had suppressed her, so her heart had always been full of envy and jealousy towards Li Kaiyun. Now that she had fallen for Wu Xiaoming, she immediately felt that her life had reached its peak, the breath that had been suppressed by Li Kaiyun back then. She must take this opportunity to get it back today, otherwise there would be no store after this village. Therefore, after looking at it for a while, she continued to speak. Kaiyun, I'm done with introductions. Aren't you going to introduce us? Who is this one by your side? Li Kaiyun looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng could see her mind and didn't want to bother with this female classmate, so he smiled lightly and took the initiative to speak. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Feng. I'm her boyfriend. Goo, looking at you, are you quite young? What do you do? Wang Yuejiao asked fervently. She wanted to see what kind of one Li Kaiyun could find. I'm a farmer. Farming. Chapter 43, It's Poisoning. Ha, farmer? Wang Yuejiao revealed an exaggerated expression and covered her mouth with her hand. It looked as if she had heard something extremely shocking. What's wrong? Is it very unacceptable for you to hear that I'm a farmer? Lin Feng asked slightly puzzled. No, farmers are quite good. I'm just a bit surprised. Although she denied it, everyone around her could see the contempt in her heart. Next to her, when Wu Xiaoming heard that Lin Feng was a farmer, the corners of his mouth rose slightly with some disdain. Just now, when he saw that Li Kaiyun was so beautiful and temperamental, he thought that Lin Feng was also a rich second generation, but he didn't realize that he was a peasant, so his attitude instantly cooled down a lot. At this moment Wang Yuejiao was ecstatic in her heart. Li Kaiyun, what kind of person are you looking for? That's not good, but you even found a farmer. It's really embarrassing. But then she thought, Li Kaiyun died her husband and is considered a widow, and married less than a year after the death of her husband. There is a suspicion of husband. It's not unacceptable to find a farmer with such conditions. She suppressed the complacency in her heart and pretended to speak with a look of regret. I've heard all about you before. Your previous husband died after less than a year of marriage. I hope the person you find this time will grow old with you. Her words, which appeared to be a blessing on the surface, but in fact the subtext was that she hoped that Li Kaiyun would spend her life with Lin Feng, a peasant, and was full of gloating. Kaiyun, I heard that you're working as a doctor at the village health center. Turn around and I'll ask my husband to talk to their dean and give you a professional training. It'll definitely improve your medical skills a lot. If you really can't, it's okay for you to learn from my husband. He's a high achiever who came back from studying abroad. He can teach you a lot of things that you can't learn at home. After knowing that Lin Feng was a farmer, Wang Yuejiao was as happy as if it was New Year's Eve. Chattering and talking, Li Kaiyun looked at her and didn't say anything. Originally, she had come to attend her best friend's banquet and was in a pretty good mood, but as soon as she saw her, half of her good mood was gone. It wasn't long before the wedding banquet started. The professional MC presided over the wedding. Li Caiyun's best friend's father was very happy. His own daughter had married into a wealthy family, and his son-in-law's character was also good. Unlike the average second-generation rich man, who had a tendency to go back and forth. After presiding over the wedding, the banquet officially began. The bride and groom toasted from table to table. Wang Yuejiao, on the other hand, kept showing love with Wu Xiaoming. For one thing, she had such a personality that she liked to show off. Secondly, she wanted to show Lee Kai-yoon how excellent her husband was. She believed that when Lee Kai-yoon saw that her husband was so excellent, and then saw her mediocre peasant boyfriend, she would definitely be groundless, envious and jealous. Thinking like this, she was incredibly soothed and excited. However, Lee Kai-yoon didn't have the heart to look at the two of them at all. After blessing her best friend, she chatted with Lin Feng in a whisper. While the crowd was pushing their glasses, a sudden cry of alarm came from in front of a table. "Someone come quickly, the old man has fainted." With this shout, everyone's wine glasses stopped in the air and they hurriedly looked over, only to see the father of the bride collapsed on the ground, his eyes tightly closed. His face was very ugly, his body was limp as if he was a noodle, he couldn't even help him up. Today, the old man was too happy, toasted from table to table, and others could not persuade him. Afterwards, he ate a few mouthfuls of seafood. All of a sudden, he collapsed. The bride and groom were scared and turned pale. Today is their big day. If something happened to the old man, it would be bad. The crowd looked at him for half a day but couldn't see the problem, and were anxious. "Hurry up and send him to the hospital. Hurry up and send him to the hospital." A man shouted. "There's no need to rush. Dr. Wu from Jianshan Hospital is right here. Hurry up and let him take a look first." Another person shouted. Only then did the crowd react and looked at the seated Wu Xiaoming in unison. Wu Xiaoming was instantly noticed by the entire crowd, finding a feeling of the stars being all around him. This feeling was really too good. He stood up in a flash, rolled up his sleeves, and walked quickly to the old man. Next to Wang Yuejiao, excited. This is really God is helping her. Gave her boyfriend a chance to show his face, so she was also overjoyed as she followed behind and walked over. However, when Wu Xiaoming examined it, he was a bit confused. Surprisingly, he didn't see what was wrong with the old man. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with an expectant face, on his forehead, he was sweating a little. Dr. Wu, how exactly is the old master doing? Yes, why don't you speak up? Do we need to send him to the hospital or not? Wu Xiaoming was silent for a moment, somewhat stammered and opened his mouth. In my opinion, the old master's body should have some kind of hidden disease, and now it's flaring up. I suggest to quickly send to the hospital to rescue him, otherwise his life is in danger. When the crowd heard this, they hurriedly picked up the old master and were about to head out. Just at this moment, Lin Feng's voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. "Slow down, let me take a look." The words ended and Lin Feng pushed through the crowd and walked in. "You're a doctor too?" someone asked with some surprise. "Know a bit about medicine." Lin Feng spoke indifferently. Saying that, he squatted down and started to help the old man examine him. Seeing that Lin Feng had actually stood up, Wu Xiaoming spoke with some dissatisfaction. "You're a peasant. What's the point of adding to the chaos at this time? This is a matter of life and death. Don't check it. I've already checked it and I can't even see any problems. What can you check? Hurry up and send the old man to the hospital. Don't waste time." Lin Feng turned around and gave him a contemptuous look. "Just because you can't check out the problem doesn't mean others can't check it out either. You're interfering with me doing the examination now. That's what I call adding to the chaos. Please shut up." After saying that, Lin Feng continued to examine the old man. "What can you check out as a peasant? I'm a doctor from the first hospital, graduated from a prestigious foreign school. Am I not as good as you? What are you trying to do? If something happens to the old man, you'll be held fully responsible." Being choked by Lin Feng, Wu Xiaoming immediately became a bit furious and sternly rebuked Lin Feng. And at that moment, Lin Feng stood up and said to the crowd, "The situation has been ascertained. The old master was poisoned." "What? Poisoned?" The scene was in an uproar. They didn't expect Lin Feng to actually check the cause. Wu Xiaoming was first shocked, and soon said with a questioning face, "The old master just drank some wine. What kind of poisoning is it? I think you're just bull ting here. You don't know what you're talking about." Lin Feng ignored him and looked at the anxious bride across the room. "Does your father have insomnia?" "That's right." The bride immediately nodded her head. "Then that's right. Your father has insomnia. Took an overdose of sleeping pills. The strength of the pills still remained in his body, and just now drank a lot of wine and ate seafood, causing the drugs in food to react and fainted from poisoning." When everyone heard this, they all looked at each other. They didn't expect Lin Feng to not only see the problem, but also accurately point it out. The bride was even nodding her head. Her father was too excited last night and couldn't sleep, so he took a few more sleeping pills, and she didn't take it seriously. She didn't expect a situation to arise today. "What should we do then? Should we send him to the hospital for resuscitation?" the bride asked with an anxious face. "No, just let the old man spit out what he drank." Hearing this, Wu Xiaoming behind her sneered disdainfully. "Even if what you say is true, just now he drank so much wine and passed out. How could he spit it out? He must be sent to the hospital to have his stomach pumped." Lin Feng glared back at him and didn't reply. casually took out the silver needles in his pocket, taking out a few and stabbing them into the old man's abdomen. With a few silver needles stabbed in, the old man's body twitched and suddenly sat up, holding his stomach and just vomiting furiously. In the blink of an eye, he vomited out everything in his stomach. Lin Feng gently patted the old man's back from behind. At the same time, he secretly injected his spiritual qi into the old master's body, helping him expel the toxins he had already produced as well. After vomiting violently for a while, the old master's face had obviously gotten better and his consciousness had completely recovered. "Dad, you scared me to death just now." Seeing that the old man was fine, the bride hurriedly helped him up. The old man said with some confusion, "Just now I felt a glass of wine go down. My brain was in a daze. And then I didn't know anything. What happened?" The bride told him about his fainting and Lin Feng's resuscitation of him. After hearing that, the old man immediately gave Lin Feng a round of thanks. If it wasn't for Lin Feng's timely rescue, he would have been sent to the hospital and wouldn't have gotten out in a few days. In that case, his daughter's wedding would have been completely missed, and his daughter was only going to marry someone once in her life. He didn't want to miss it. Both the bride and the groom also thanked Lin Feng. Another thank you was given to Li Kaiyun. If she hadn't brought Lin Feng here, then there would have been no way to help her dad with the poison. "Kaiyun, you're really my good sister. Thank you." The bride and Li Kaiyun hugged warmly again. At this moment, she didn't even know how to thank Li Kaiyun. Li Kaiyun was also very happy in her heart when she saw that Lin Feng had helped her best friend's father. On the other side, Wu Xiaoming and Wang Yuejiao had completely subsided. Especially Wu Xiaoming was furious. He himself was a doctor of the first hospital, a high achiever who came back from abroad, but he was even inferior to a farmer. Chapter 44, That's my car. The people around them also began to talk. Look at the two of them just now so able to stagger. Also thought to have much ability. It turns out to be a flowery. It seems to be in the foreign plating a gold. Learned a bit of fur only. After returning to the sky, do not know the sky is thick. I really do not know how the first hospital to put him into the election. That goes without saying. His father is Hua. Trust relations to send some money to go in. In the future, pay attention to point. Go to the hospital. Do not look for him to see the doctor, so as not to delay the condition. Just now the two of them were showing off their love and showing off their background. Many people couldn't stand to see it, so they laughed at it. Wu Xiaoming was furious and clenched her teeth in secret, coldly looking at Lin Feng. And Wang Yuejiao also felt a bit disgraced. Her own husband had lost to a farmer who was still Li Xian's boyfriend. To her, it wasn't much different from her losing directly to Li Kaiyun. It wasn't long before the banquet resumed its previous bustle. Because Lin Feng had cured the old man in time, it didn't affect the mood of the crowd too much. Wang Yuejiao had also readjusted her mindset. This guy was probably just a blind cat that happened to be very familiar with this kind of poisoning and saved the old man. It was nothing great. Even if his medical skills were good, he was no match for her rich boyfriend. Thinking about money, Wang Yuejiao looked at the clothes on Li Kaiyun and Lin Feng. Both people's clothes looked expensive, but she simply didn't believe that with the status of the two people, they could afford such expensive clothes. They must all be cottage goods, so she smiled slightly. Speaking again, "Kaiyun, where did you buy these clothes? They look beautiful. They must be at least several hundred." Lin Feng, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, raised his head and responded somewhat playfully, "Which is so expensive? Not a penny was spent." "Didn't spend a penny? How is that possible? Could it be that the boss saw you as handsome and gave it to you for nothing?" Wang Yuejiao said with a mocking face. "That's right. It's the boss who sees me as handsome and gave it to me for free," Lin Feng said as he spat out the bones in his mouth. "Ha ha ha, Kaiyun, your boyfriend is really funny." Wang Yuejiao laughed lightly. The crowd was eating when the hotel security guard came over and asked the crowd at the table, "Whose car is at the entrance?" "It's parked on the fire escape." "Move it." The people at the table looked at the security guard together. "How do you know it's our car?" a man asked suspiciously. "Our captain just saw the person who parked come to this table. He can't remember exactly which one. Today a banquet is held here. Afraid of accidents. The above came to inspect. Not allowed to park on the fire escape. Otherwise we will be punished. Quickly move away," the security guard said seriously. Wu Xiaoming looked around. This table can afford to drive a car. I'm afraid it is him. So he hurriedly stood up and opened his mouth with some braggadocio. "It's my BMW, right? I'm really sorry. I didn't pay attention just now. You go and move it." Saying that, Wu Xiaoming pulled out his car keys. The crowd took a look and were filled with amazement and envy. Their economy here wasn't very developed. Unlike big cities, where Mercedes-Benz BMWs were often seen, those who could afford to drive a BMW here were all rich people. As for ordinary people, I'm afraid that even if they don't eat or drink for the rest of their lives, they can't afford to drive a BMW. Next to her, Wang Yuejiao was even more complacent and smug. When she first saw Wu Xiaoming driving a BMW, she immediately couldn't walk, and swore in her heart that she would definitely want to fall for this rich second generation. In the end, she used all her means and finally got what she wanted. Now that she was displaying her boyfriend's financial strength in front of the crowd, she couldn't mention how happy she was in her heart. She subconsciously looked at Lin Feng and Lee Kaiyun with a smug look on her face. At this time, however, the security guard shook his head and said, "It's not a BMW, it's a Ferrari sports car." Wu Xiaoming was instantly a little embarrassed and silently retrieved the key. This BMW of his was the lowest match, and it was only $200,000 at the beginning, and the Ferrari sports car started at least $1 million. Not at all comparable to his BMW. Originally, he thought that he was considered to be relatively rich in today's banquet. I didn't expect that there were still those who could afford to drive a Ferrari. Wang Yuejiao on the side also smiled somewhat awkwardly and said to the security guard, "That's your captain remembering it wrong. It's definitely not our table's car. There's no one at our table that can afford to drive a Ferrari. Go ask at another table." The security guard scratched his head and said somewhat to himself, "The captain said it's this table. Did he remember wrong?" He turned around to go to another table to ask. At this time Lin Feng slowly spoke. "It's my car." "What? Your car?" When they heard Lin Feng's words, all the people present stared wide-eyed, especially Wang Yuejia and Wu Xiaoming. Their eyes were as wide as light bulbs. Their faces were unbelievable. "You're a peasant who can afford to drive a Ferrari? Don't joke." A moment later, Wang Yuejia laughed. "For a person of your status to still drive a Ferrari, I think it's a Ferrari brand bicycle. Can you afford the wheels of a Ferrari?" Wu Xiaoming didn't hide the contempt in his heart. Just now Lin Feng had dealt him quite a blow, causing him to hold a lot of anger in his heart, so he could just take this opportunity to vent it out. The others were also scoffing. Although they didn't know why Lin Feng had said that, they believed that it was impossible for a peasant to drive a Ferrari. Amidst the laughter, Lin Feng unhurriedly pulled out the keys to the Ferrari and threw them to the security guard. The laughter then came to an abrupt end. The security guard was also in a bit of disbelief when he saw the Ferrari keys in his hand, but the keys were literally placed in his hand, so he had to believe it as well. "Okay, wait a moment, I'll send it back to you after I move the car." The security guard went out in a trot. The people who had just laughed at Lin Feng all stiffened their expressions. How could a peasant afford to drive a Ferrari? Wu Xiaoming and Wang Yuejia were even more so. They frowned deeply and stared straight at Lin Feng for half a day. Suddenly, Wang Yuejia laughed. "Ha ha, I get it. You must have rented this car. You're really good. For the sake of face, you can rent a Ferrari. You don't look at your own status to be worthy of a Ferrari, even if you drove it out. Who would believe that you're so powerful?" Wang Yuejiao swept away the haze on her face and revealed a new smug smile. It looked as if Lin Feng's behavior was ridiculous to the extreme. Wu was also reminded by her and snorted coldly. "In order to be able to act like a pussy, you're also desperate. I've rented a car too. It's only a few thousand a day. It's not a big deal. It's just that I didn't think for a moment just now that you were able to do something like this. You think we're all little cuties. What do you think? We'll really believe that you can afford to drive this kind of luxury car?" The surrounding people, hearing the two of them, also nodded their heads in succession, as if they had come to a sudden realization. In an instant, the shocked gazes from a moment ago had once again turned to ridicule. Lin Feng also ignored them, glancing at them and continuing to eat with his head down. "Eat enough, such a good dish. You guys probably can't eat it normally, really can't." A moment after the banquet, "You use a plastic bag to pack back some? Otherwise the hotel is also taking it to feed the pigs," Wang Yuejio said in a sarcastic manner. At this moment, she had already torn off all her disguises and started to hit Lin Feng and Lee Kaiyun without avoiding it. "Wang Yuejio, that's enough." Seeing her counting down Lin Feng, Lee Kaiyun couldn't bear it anymore and angrily rebuked, her pretty face carrying a few moments of anger. Originally, she didn't want to be general with Wang Yuejia. After all, she was a classmate, and today was also her best friend's wedding banquet. She didn't want to make an unpleasant scene, but Wang Yuejia pressed step by step. Even if she had a good temper, she couldn't bear it anymore. Wang Yuejia raised the corner of her mouth and said somewhat smugly, "What? Did I say something wrong? Can you guys usually afford to eat such good food?" Lee Kaiyun wanted to retort 2 more times, but was stopped by Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng was eating and drinking as he should, not affected at all. "Don't get on her bad side. If a dog bites us, do we still have to bite the dog?" Lee Kaiyun couldn't help but laugh a little after hearing this. On the other hand, Wang Yuejia on the opposite side exploded with anger, pointing at Lin Feng and questioning loudly, "Who are you calling a dog?" Lin Feng smiled faintly. "I'll say whoever bites people indiscriminately." Wang Yuejia was furious and wanted to have a fight with Lin Feng. At this time, the security guard came back with a respectful face. Chapter 45, Face Swollen. The security guard was actually a bit confused just now whether the Ferrari was Lin Feng's or not. Could it be that he had rented it? As a result, when he got on the car and checked it carefully, he found that it was a new car that had just been bought with a full license. Taking out his cell phone and checking it, it was definitely not a car from a car rental company, so he already believed that it was Lin Feng's car. Even if it wasn't his car, it wasn't an ordinary person who could borrow such a good car from someone else. So at this moment, his attitude towards Lin Feng was incredibly respectful, and he handed the car keys to Lin Feng with both hands. At the same time, he looked at Wang Yuejia with a serious face and warned, "That lady, please keep your voice down. Today is a banquet. Don't make a lot of noise, or else you'll affect the other guests. Don't say we'll blow you out of the room. No one's face will look good at that time." Wang Yuejia was warned. Her face instantly became very ugly, and retorted with the security guard, "You wouldn't want to flatter him just because you saw him driving a Ferrari, right? That car of his is definitely rented. You've already been cheated by him. He's just a farmer. What's the use of flattering him? My husband's car is a BMW, but it's our own car. What kind of vision do you have? How dare you speak toward him?" The security guard smiled coldly. "Whether it's a rented car or not, I've grown my own eyes and can tell. I don't need you to remind me. I was just speaking on the matter. It's you who are too sensitive to think elsewhere. Calm down, or we will really kick you out." After saying that, the security guard turned around and walked away. Wang Yuejia was furious. Her face turned blue. Her mouth whispered secret curses. "Dogs with eyes but no pearls. Can't tell who has the strength. Forget it, don't be general with him. Who really has strength? Who is a toad on the highway? Hard-loaded jeep. We just know ourselves." Wu Xiaoming consoled a few words from the side and glanced at Lin Feng with ulterior motives. At this time, a loud noise suddenly rang out from the scene. Not knowing what was going on, only to see the bride and groom and the parents of both sides, they all walked out quickly, as if they were in a great hurry. Even the staff in the hotel followed them out. What happened? The crowd was puzzled. A few moments later, a middle-aged man was welcomed in by the stars. At the same time, the master of ceremonies held a microphone, and with a very high-pitched voice, he made a grand announcement to everyone in the banquet hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, we now have an important guest. He is the richest man in our Jiangshan County, Mr. Qian Million. He has come on his busy schedule to visit the scene and congratulate the new couple. We warmly welcome him." Wow! Upon hearing that the richest man had actually come to the scene in person, the scene immediately burst into applause. Everyone was mingling and clamoring to watch. The vast majority of them had never seen what the richest man looked like before, and they were all curious in their hearts. "I'm sorry, I'm late. I have an important meeting today. I really can't get away. This is a little token of my appreciation." Chen Millionaire had a few apologies on his face and waved his hand behind him. Bodyguard Wang Li brought over an expensive gift box and handed it to the groom. The groom hurriedly received it and expressed his gratitude. His father was a good friend of Qian Million, or else he wouldn't have been able to invite Qian Million to the venue at all. With the appearance of Qian Million, he instantly became a big star. The groom's family felt honored and brought Qian Million to introduce the guests one by one. Money Million was also given enough face, all greeted with a smile. When he came to Lin Feng's table, Qian Millionaire saw Lin Feng and a light immediately lit up in his eyes. He was just about to come over to talk to Lin Feng. At that moment, he saw Wu Xiaoming come to him before him. With a humble face, he handed over his business card, the smile on his face as bright as a chrysanthemum. Next to him, Wang Yuejia also followed, nodding and winking at Qian Million, as if she was a completely different person. "Mr. Qian, this is my name card. My name is Wu Xiaoming. I'm a doctor in the first hospital. My father is Wu Chunjiang, the owner of Qingfeng Hall. I've heard about you since I was a child, and I've always admired you, and I finally had the chance to meet you today. The day you had an accident and were sent to our hospital, and I almost saved you." Qian Million heard his words in front of him and still had a calm face. When he heard the second half, his face suddenly sank and he squinted at Wu Xiaoming. "You're the international student who was going to operate on me in the hospital that day." "That's right, being under, you actually recognize me?" Wu Xiaoming was somewhat flattered. As a result, when he heard him admit it, Qian Millionaire's face became even more somber. He laughed softly and said in a slightly flirtatious manner, "I think you were wrong just now. You didn't almost save me that day, but almost killed me." Qian Millionaire's wife had told him everything that had happened while he was unconscious. This Wu Xiaoming was so eager to get credit that he took the liberty of pulling out the life-renewing needles left by Lin Feng, almost causing Qian Million to die violently on the spot. So now at first sight, how could he look at him in a good light? Wu Xiaoming immediately stayed on the spot, not knowing what to say. Qian Millionaire glanced at him, reached out and peeled him aside, striding towards Lin Feng in front of him, a smile on his face. "Elder brother Lin, why are you guys here too? It's my girlfriend's best friend's wedding banquet, so I came along." Lin Feng also greeted him with a smile. Seeing that Qian Millionaire actually knew Lin Feng and was so close, the people at the scene were dumbfounded. Especially Wu Xiaoming and Wang Yuejiao had death-like expressions on their faces. He's a farmer. How does he know Qian Million? This is not true. In the midst of the crowd's astonished gazes, Qian Millionaires pasted into Lin Feng's ear and whispered, "Your prescription is just too powerful. I've never been so strong in my life. I feel like I'm back to my 20s. I've come up with a great idea. Turn around and go find me. I'll talk to you about it." Lin Feng showed an I know expression and also whispered, "Although this prescription is good, you have to pay attention to moderation. Don't overindulge." "What? Does this prescription have side effects?" Qian Million was a little surprised. "That's not true. It's just that there's no such thing as not wetting your shoes when you're always walking by the river." Lin Feng knew that Qian Million had quite a few women outside. The red flag didn't fall at home, but the colorful flag fluttered outside. If he didn't know how to exercise restraint, his wife would have to find out sooner or later, so he politely reminded him. Qian Millionaire laughed after hearing this and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. "I know, I'll be careful." He looked at Lin Feng's clothes again and complimented. "Don't say it. When you change into these clothes, they really look good. They highlight your good body. If only I had your muscles. I'll tell the boss of the State Trade Mall to send you a few dozen more sets, so that you don't have the same clothes every day." Hearing Qian Millionaire's words, Wang Yuejia and Wu Xiaoming were speechless. It turned out that the clothes Lin Feng and Li Kaiyun wore were really for nothing, and they were from Qian Millionaire. When they recalled what they had just said, the two of them felt like their faces were on fire, as if they had been slapped hard with two big slaps. Just now they not only didn't believe that someone could send Lin Feng clothes for nothing, they even thought for a moment that it was a cottage. The richest man in the world, Qian $1 million, can he send cottage goods? So it seems that Lin Feng's car is also real. The person who could make Qian Millionaire smile and greet him as his brother. It wouldn't be difficult to drive a Ferrari. Both of them didn't know what to say, awkwardly in place, at a loss for words. Wang Yuejiao's previously established superiority completely collapsed. Originally, she thought that by relying on her rich second-generation boyfriend, she had already stepped on Li Caiyun's feet. Unexpectedly, Li Kaiyun was the real winner. The seemingly insignificant peasant boyfriend turned out to be so powerful. Thinking about her performance just now, it was as ridiculous as a clown. When Qian Millionaire finished talking to Lin Feng, he turned around and coldly looked at Wu Xiaoming behind him. Opening his mouth, he said, "This is the one who really saved me that day, not you. If you want to hand me a business card, I'm afraid you'll have to serve him as an apprentice for 10 years before you might be qualified." So it's him. Wu Xiaoming's face became even more ugly after hearing this. That day, he attempted to show himself and resuscitate Qian Millionaire, but as a result, he almost didn't let Qian Millionaire hang up on the spot, and was thrown aside by Su Jinxiang's slap. After that, he became the laughingstock of the entire hospital. He was very unconvinced in his heart as to who ended up saving Qian Million. Now he finally realized that it was Lin Feng. In an instant, he looked at Lin Feng with a face full of hatred. In his heart, he said, "Don't be complacent. You just saved Qian Million by fluke. I'm a high achiever who came back from studying abroad. My family is also a family of traditional Chinese medicine. I'll get this back sooner or later." After thinking about this, he left angrily. After being mixed up like this at the banquet, his face was almost swollen. How could he still have the face to continue to stay here? Wang Yuejiao did the same, glancing at Li Kaiyun with an unwilling face. She also followed along and left. Chapter 46, Dog Treasure. As soon as the two of them left, the anger at the scene suddenly got a lot better. Qian Millionaire's company still had things to do, so he accompanied Lin Feng for a drink and left in a hurry. A few hours later, the banquet ended. Lin Feng took Li Caiyun's hand and got into the Ferrari, leaving the hotel under the envious gaze of the crowd. The two went to the parking lot to store the car and then drove the tricycle with the intention of returning to the village. Not far from driving out of the parking lot, they passed by a restaurant. At this time, the weather was hot, and many guests were sitting at the tables set up outside the hotel to eat. Among them was a group of youths, with dragons and tigers tattooed on their bodies, who were gathered around a table kibitzing. A black stray dog passed by the table and saw a bone on the ground, quickly ran up and picked it up with its mouth. Looking at it, it should have not eaten for several meals and was starving. One of the youths, seeing the stray dog picking up the bone and eating it next to him, revealed a look of disgust. He dug in his waist and drew out a throwing stick. It was aimed at the stray dog's body. The stray dog was immediately hit and screamed, throwing down the bone and flying away. The youth cursed in his mouth. "Tramp, how dare you pick up my bones? Let's see if I don't beat you to death." The rest of the youths followed suit, yelling, "Go after it and beat it to death, and eat dog meat together at night." Several youths stood up. Some drew out the throwing stick at their waist. Some copied the baseball bat next to them, and chased after the stray dog. The stray dog was terrified and panicked, running towards Lin Feng's side. Seeing this, Lin Feng slammed his foot on the brake and lightly shouted, "Come up!" The stray dog seemed to understand his words, and with a leap of his body, he jumped onto Lin Feng's three-way car and hid in the trunk. A few youths took a look and immediately surrounded Lin Feng's tricycle. The youth who had just arrived in front of Lin Feng, his neck stretched out. With a fierce look on his face he questioned, "What's the matter? We were the ones who had our eyes on this dog first. You kid wanna cut it off?" Lin Feng looked at him and spoke indifferently. "You all saw it. It jumped onto my car by itself. What does it have to do with me?" The youth nodded, then let it come down. With that, he was about to grab the stray dog, but he was stopped by Lin Feng. "Slow down. If it's in my car, it's my thing. Please don't move it." The youth was instantly anxious and pointed at Lin Feng's nose and cursed. "What do you mean by stepping on the horse? You want to grab something from me? This dog is the one we saw first. Give it to me right now or I'll make you look good. You're going to get beaten up for talking like that." Lin Feng looked at him coldly. "Tramp, how dare you threaten me? See if I don't whip you." The youth raised his hand towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng pulled back, dodged the slap. His body stormed up and kicked the youth in the stomach. It kicked him straight backward and he flew out, banging into the table behind him. In an instant, the table toppled over, cups and plates shattered, and the soup inside all poured on him. Incomparably wretched. The other youths were all subdued, not daring to act rashly. "You dare to hit me, I'll beat you to death." The youth grabbed a baseball bat and charged up towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body leapt up and kicked the baseball bat in his hand, directly kicking the bat into the sky. The bat spun around a few times in midair and landed. It was grabbed by Lin Feng and then knocked towards his leg. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, the baseball bat was broken into two pieces. All the youths couldn't help but shrink their necks. Such a thick bat had been broken by Lin Feng in one go. The strength was too great. The youth from earlier also instantly lost his voice. Embarrassed, he stared at Lin Feng, his hand still holding the position of hitting someone with a stick. You even broke my stick. I bought the stick for over 200. You compensate me for the stick." The youth shouted breathlessly to ease the awkward situation. Lin Feng threw the broken stick on his body and spoke indifferently. "Just now you only had one stick. Now you have two. If you bother me again, your arm will be treated the same as this stick." After saying that, Lin Feng jumped on the tricycle, glared at the youth and took off. Only after driving some distance did the big black dog dare to show its head. It barked a few times at Lin Feng, as if something was wrong. Lin Feng stopped the car and the big black dog jumped off the car and continued barking at Lin Feng. After that it ran slowly in one direction, running a few steps and then going back down as if it wanted to take Lin Feng somewhere. Lin Feng had to drive the tricycle and follow it. After turning a few streets, the big black dog stopped next to a garbage pile. There was a paper shell box behind it. Lin Feng jumped out of the car and came to the box and opened it. There was a litter of puppies hidden inside. Lin Feng then realized. It turned out that the big black dog had just given birth to pups and had just gone out to look for food. Luckily he saved the big black dog. Otherwise the litter of puppies would have starved to death. He reached out and put the pups into a cardboard box and put it on the car. The big black dog also jumped up after him. Since he had come across it, let's take it home and raise it. Otherwise it would easily starve to death or be taken for meat. Lin Feng took the litter of puppies and drove the car back to the village. When he arrived home, Lin Feng put the litter of puppies in his room, and gave the big black dog a bath. It had just been hit with a stick and a deep wound appeared on its back, which was now bleeding. On top of that, there were quite a few other wounds on its body. Seeing this, Lin Feng summoned a vial and fed it a drop of spiritual liquid to help it heal. After eating the spirit liquid, the big black dog recovered from all the injuries on its body, and its black fur became oily and shiny, looking completely new. Lin Feng stroked its head and said with a smile, "From today onwards, you'll be living in my house. Your name will be Big Black. The one next to you is called Big Yellow, and he'll be your companion." Big Black had taken the spirit liquid and was already psychic, woofing a few times to show that it understood. It wagged its tail and circled around Lin Feng a few times, then went to circle around Big Yellow a few times, looking very happy. It had been abandoned since it was very young and had been wandering around, and now it finally had a home. As it spun around, it suddenly stopped and squatted down with its feet, making a pooping motion. Splat! A few moments later, a black mass was pulled out from its ass. Lin Feng took a look and immediately froze. Because this mass, it didn't look like dog at all. He walked up and bent down to take a look, and a look of surprise quickly appeared on his face. Dog treasure. He reached out and picked up what the big black dog had pulled out and looked at it carefully. That's right, this was the dog treasure. It was a kind of medicinal herb that grew on dogs and had an extremely low chance of appearing. Therefore it was also particularly expensive, with a price comparable to gold. Along with it, there were also ox treasure and horse treasure. Each of them was worth thousands of dollars and were very precious. Lin Feng thought back carefully. When spirit liquid was used on animals, there was indeed a chance that the animal would produce a genius treasure, and the purer the spirit liquid taken, the higher the chance of it appearing. Just now, In order to heal the big black dog's injuries, he had fed it a whole drop of spiritual liquid, and he didn't expect that not only did it heal the injuries, but it also gave birth to a dog treasure. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Don't look at such a small piece of dog treasure. Selling $100,000 would not be a problem. He happily touched Big Black's head and complimented. Good job. It wasn't for nothing that I saved you. Big Black wagged his tail after hearing this and woofed a few more times, looking happy too. Lin Feng took this piece of dog treasure and went to the sink and cleaned it, and then found craft paper and wrapped it carefully. Then he called Wang Dongjun and asked if they needed the dog treasure, and if so, what price they could give. Wang Dongjun said that they needed the dog treasure very much and the price was very high. Lin Feng had a bottom in his heart after hearing this. Since Shanha Pharmaceutical needed dog treasures, he would find a way to raise a few more dogs and feed them some diluted spirit liquid every day. Although the chances of giving birth to dog treasures would be lower this way, as long as a few could be born, they would be able to return their capital. If one was even more lucky and gave birth to a few more, then one would be able to make a lot of money. In addition to that, horses and cows should also be raised. After all, these animals can also produce treasures. Lin Feng immediately took out a paper and pen when he thought of this and wrote a few notices, then went to a few nearby villages and posted them. If anyone had horses, cows and dogs that they didn't want to keep, they could contact him to buy them at a favorable price. With the notices posted, within a few days, he received a few yellow cows and a few old horses, as well as a few stray dogs. Lin Feng thought, the acquisition of the animals cannot all be kept at home, and selling dog treasure is certainly faster than selling fruit to money. So he had the idea of running a farm in his mind. Chapter 47 Acquiring a Farm. Lin Feng carefully calculated. If he built a farm from scratch, it would take a long time and be time-consuming, so it would be better to acquire it directly from someone else to make it easier and quicker. He asked around the neighborhood, and there happened to be a not-so-small farm in town that had been poorly run recently, so maybe he could make a bid. So Lin Feng immediately came to the town and found the owner of the farm. The other party was in his early 40s and looked a bit listless. The expression on his face was a bit wooden, his eyes were empty, there was not much vigor. It seemed that he had encountered something that did not go well. Lin Feng opened the door and said his intentions. I see that this farm of yours is not doing too well. I wonder if you have any ideas of making a move? The man's eyes finally had a little gleam in them after hearing this. You want to acquire my farm? Of course, why else would I come all the way here? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Then how much are you going to offer to acquire it? A few colors of anticipation appeared on the man's face. 100,000. Lin Feng thought about it and said, 100,000? This farm of mine cost more than $100,000 to build. You're giving too little. No, no, no. The man waved his hands and shook his head repeatedly. Lin Feng looked around and saw that there were only a few sparse pigs here. Most of the place was empty. Seeing the situation, Lin Feng continued, if I'm not mistaken, you just had a swine fever here, right? After hearing this, the boss was first slightly stunned, then immediately denied it. No, my farm has always been well taken care of, disinfected every day, pig droppings are cleaned up on time, and idle people are never allowed in, so how is it possible to have a pig plague? Lin Feng heard this but the corners of his mouth rose slightly, obviously not believing the boss's words. When he first came in, he had secretly used his chi viewing technique to observe the situation here. There was a deathly aura that permeated everywhere here, and only when animals died in large numbers would there be this much deathly aura. Although this boss denied it, he couldn't hide it from his eyes. That was why his offer was so low just now. You don't have to lie to me. This place has just had a swine fever. Normal cleanup won't help at all. Continuing to raise pigs will still kill them, and you'll lose even more money by then. So selling it now is your best option. The man's body trembled slightly after hearing this, and some sweat broke out on his forehead. A moment later, he smiled awkwardly and opened his mouth with some bad intentions. Where did you find out about this? I've handled it so tightly, but it's still known by you. Well, you're right. This place has indeed just had a swine plague, and the pigs have died with just a few of these left. My efforts this year have all been wasted. The man sighed. These years he has done a lot of business. He has opened a hotel, also collected food. The results of what to do, what to lose. The family's house was lost. Now there is only this farm left. This is her wife's business, originally operating well. I did not expect him to just take over a few months, encountered a swine fever, died a large number of pigs, heavy losses, and is now on the verge of closure. At this point he has been completely disillusioned, and so the farm sold out. Will be honest farming, never start a business. In order to sell at a good price, he buried all the dead pigs secretly. No one knew about it except his wife. As a result, he didn't expect that Lin Feng would still know about it. With things having come to this, the boss could only somewhat helplessly agree to the acquisition. The two people quickly went to do the formalities. Back at the farm, Lin Feng summoned the vial and absorbed all the dead chi here. The name of the farm was also changed, renamed to Fengyun Farm. After carefully cleaning the place, Lin Feng brought all the animals he had collected. After dealing with the farm, Lin Feng was in a good mood. That day at the banquet, Qian Millionaire said he had something to discuss with him and he hadn't had time to go over. Now that the farm was done, he could go over and take a look. So he immediately drove his tricycle to the county. Qian Million lives in the county's most prosperous piece of villa area. Not only was it a beautiful place with beautiful scenery and mountains, but it was also in a favorable location, surrounded by commercial streets, and the price of the house was comparable to a first-tier city. So the people who could live here were either rich or expensive. Arriving at the gate of the villa area, Lin Feng stopped the tricycle and jumped out of the car. At that moment, a security guard stopped him. The other person was about the same age as Lin Feng, wearing a brand new security uniform, and had an expression on his face that said don't get close to anyone. He looked Lin Feng and his tricycle up and down and asked with a serious face, "Who are you here to see?" "I'm here to find Mr. Qian." Lin Feng replied. "Mr. Qian? There's only one Mr. Qian here, the richest man, Qian Millionaire. You're not looking for him, are you?" "That's right, it's him, please let me in, he and I have something to talk about," Lin Feng said politely. As a result, after hearing his words, the security guard laughed out loud with contempt in his smile. "Just you still know Qian Millionaire? Don't dream about it. Just like you look like you're from the countryside. The one who scrubs the toilets for Qian Millionaire's family is better dressed than you. What the hell are you here for?" Seeing how arrogant the security guard was, Lin Feng's face also went cold. "I'm really here to look for Qian Millionaire. If you don't believe me, I'll call him right now. Ask him if he recognizes me, okay?" The security guard nodded his head repeatedly after hearing this, reaching out and urging, quickly call, I want to see if you recognize Qian Millionaire." Lin Feng walked to the side, took out his cell phone and pressed Qian Millionaire's cell phone number, but it didn't connect for half a day. Lin Feng was a bit embarrassed. Could it be that Qian Millionaire was in an emergency and didn't have time to answer the phone? At this time, the security guard's smug jeers came from the opposite side. "Call, why don't you call? What's wrong? You can't get through?" Lin Feng looked at him and changed Wang Li's number again. Soon, Wang Li's cell phone connected. "Is your boss there? I want to have a word with him," Lin Feng said into his cell phone. "Our boss is in a meeting. His cell phone has been turned off. At this time of the day he won't answer calls from ordinary people. But not you. Our boss has specially informed that if it's you calling, no matter what the occasion is, notify him right away. I'm going to go and tell our boss. Just hold on a moment." There was no sound on the other end of the phone. Lin Feng waited patiently. After a while, Qian Millionaire's cheerful laughter came from inside. "Brother Lin Feng, why did you remember to call me today? Didn't you say you wanted to talk to me about something the other day? Today I just happened to be free, so I came to your house to look for you, but it turned out that the security guard at the entrance wouldn't let me in. I'm afraid I need you to talk to him before I can do that." "No problem. You give him your cell phone. I'll talk to him. My wife is at home. After you go, talk to her for a while. She also wants to see you. I'll go back right after the meeting. What I want to talk to you about is very important. We'll definitely have a good chat today." Lin Feng nodded and handed the phone to the security guard. The security guard looked at the cell phone number with a scornful face, then arrogantly spoke into the phone. "Hello, who are you?" Qian Million first gave a beat, then slowly spoke. "I am Qian Million. That little brother at the door is my brother. You let him in." As a result, the security guard let out a loud laugh after hearing this. "Are you really Qian Million?" "Of course, how can that be fake?" Qian Million replied. "I'm sorry, I think you are a chicken 8. If you are Qian Million, I am Qian Million his father. Lying, you don't use your brain. How can Money Million with a farmer driving a farm tricycle brother? And Money Million's cell phone number I also know. The back is all 8. You this broken number. Even my cell phone number is not as good as you are a fart of the Money Million. I see that you guys are trying to blend into the villa area and plot against each other. But unfortunately, today you bumped into my hands. Count your bad luck. Your brother I'll deduct it first. I'll find you later to settle the score." After saying that, the security guard closed his cell phone with a snap. Pulling out his walkie-talkie, he yelled at the other security guards. Hey, hurry over, there's a crook coming at the door." Lying that he's a friend of Qian Million's, he also found another crook to gang up on me, but was exposed by me. "So you guys hurry over here, get him under control, turn around and tell the boss. It's sure to be a great honor." "Really? That's great. You kid is good. Just came a few days ago and made a merit. You wait for us, we will go over right away." The excited voices of the other security guards came from the intercom. After informing the others, the security guard once again looked at Lin Feng. With a cold smile on his face, he said in a spirited manner, "Your accomplices were just scolded like dogs by me. You won't be able to jump around for long. Tell me quickly, what exactly are you trying to blend in for? Is it theft or kidnapping? It's not too late to say. Lin Feng looked at this douchebag and simply cried and laughed. Chapter 48 Developing New Products. I'm telling you, you've already gotten into trouble. It's not too late for you to run away if you do it right now. Otherwise, if Qian Millionaire comes back to settle the score with you, you'll end up in a very miserable situation. Lin Feng had a smirking expression on his face and warned, at this point you're still pretending, really something that doesn't know how to die. In a moment when we get into the security room, let's see how I'm going to clean you up. The security guard pointed a finger at Lin Feng, an impish smile on his face. The other security guards quickly rushed over and surrounded Lin Feng. Let's go. Come with us to the security room and give a proper explanation of your business. Dare to come to our place to woo us? I think you've lived long enough. Seeing the other security guards coming, the security guard from earlier became even more arrogant. He directly pulled Lin Feng's clothes and wanted to take him to the security room, but Lin Feng didn't move in place. Don't pull me. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. Don't you guys not believe me? In a moment Qian Million will come back. You'll see what he says. Marred. It's come to this point. You still dare to be tough. Brothers, give him a hard time. The security guard from earlier shouted. The rest of the security guards heard him and immediately wanted to make a move on Lin Feng. It was at this moment that they saw a BMW car drive out of the villa area in a hurry and stop directly next to the crowd. Then the car door opened and Su Jingxian walked out of the car. What are you doing? Let go of him, she shouted at the security guards, frightening a few of them to immediately stop the movements in their hands. One of the security guards immediately reminded the security guard from earlier. This is Qian Millionaire's wife, Ms. Su, you quickly report the situation to her. When the security guard heard this, he hurriedly stepped forward and spoke. Mrs. Qian, this crook just now even. With an eager face, he wanted to repeat what had just happened. As a result, before he could finish, Su Jingxian threw a slap on his face. It directly knocked him into a strange cry, covering his cheeks and looking at Su Jingxian with a surprised face. Mrs. Su, why did you hit me? You should have hit him. The security guard pointed at Lin Feng with an aggrieved face. Su Jingxian glared at him and said with a furious face, you're the one who hit him. The one who called you just now is my husband. How dare you scold him? If you don't hit, you save it for New Year's? After saying that, she swung up her palm and came 2 times on the guard's face. This time the security guard was completely dumbfounded. The expression on his face was worse than crying. How is that possible? What is the status of Qian Shoufu? How could he have this kind of dirtbag friend? Look at his broken 3-wheeler. It's only worth a few $1,000s. How does this kind of person deserve to be friends with Mr. Qian? Mrs. Qian, you must be joking with me, right? Either that or you're mistaken. Call Mr. Qian again to confirm. This kid is definitely a liar. The security guard wasn't willing to believe that Lin Feng was a friend of Qian Millionaire until this moment, because it didn't fit his perception at all. Rich people, especially super rich people like Qian Millionaire, their friends should all be rich people, or high-ranking officials and stars. How could they have peasant friends? He couldn't accept it. Who are you? Old lady has the time to joke with you. Do you deserve it? Su Jingxian's eyes glared as she angrily rebuked. At this time, a Big Ben came from the distance at a rapid pace, followed by an off-road vehicle. It was none other than Qian Millionaire and Wang Li. Just now, Qian Millionaire was scolded and was so furious that he didn't even have the mood to open the meeting and directly rushed back with Wang Li. He would like to see who is so bold to dare to scold him and dare to be his father. As the car door opened, the crowd at the scene heard Qian Millionaire's angry roar. Just now which scolded me to come. Roll out. I am sure that I will not beat you to death. Seeing the furious Qian Million, several security guards at the scene were almost scared to pull, pointing at the security guard just now. Mr. Qian, just now it is he who scolded you. Has nothing to do with us. If you want to settle the score, find him, and then look at the security guard just now. Has been scared, face as white as paper, double stock trembling, crying and begging for mercy. Boss Qian, I really didn't know it was you just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to scold you even if I was beaten to death. I really didn't mean it. Please forgive me. Qian Million didn't listen to his nonsense at all. Behind him, Wang Li flew over and kicked him to the ground. Throw him into the sewer for me. Lock him up for 3 days and forbid him to come out. Then feed him a mouthful of dog and tell his mouth to stink. Qian Million said angrily. Wang Li immediately complied, yanking his collar and dragging him in the direction of the sewer. The security guard cried out in a ghostly manner, his legs stomping about, loudly begging for mercy. Boss Qian, please let me off. I definitely won't dare next time. However, no one paid any attention to him at all. Wang Li had someone open the lid of the sewer, kicked him in, and then covered the manhole. After dealing with the security guards, Qian Millionaire then took his anger and led Lin Feng into the villa area. all the way to his villa. I'm really sorry for making you look at the joke just now. After sitting down, Qian Millionaire spoke with a slight apology. It's fine. It's not your fault. It's better to talk about what you want to tell me. Lin Feng spoke indifferently. Qian Millionaire nodded and talked about his thoughts. That prescription that Lin Feng had given him worked very well. It was as if it had made him 20 years younger and it didn't have any side effects. Such a prescription was too valuable. So he wanted to develop this prescription into a product that would be marketed and sold. It would absolutely sell out then. Lin Feng, old brother, believe me, as long as this product goes on the market, it will definitely knock down all other similar products. Just give me a year's time and I'll be able to make it the #1 brand for men's strengthening and unify the entire market. By then the banknotes will definitely be earning by the handful. I know you probably don't have no capital, so I can provide the capital while you provide the prescription. We'll set up a new company. You'll be the boss and I'll be the investor. What do you think? Hearing Qian Millionaire's conception, Lin Feng was somewhat moved. He remembered the bet he had made with Xia Guizhi to make enough money to become the richest man in the town in a year's time. If it was really as Qian Millionaire said, then he would be able to realize this goal a little faster. So after a moment of silence, he nodded in agreement. I don't know much about these things. Just do what you said. You'll be in charge of running the specific things, Lin Feng said. Seeing that he agreed, Qian Millionaire was happy. The two discussed the various details involved again. For example, what would be a good name for this product? After thinking for a while, Qian Millionaire came up with a name. This product will be called Night Fierce. What do you think? Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh when he heard this name. Isn't this name a bit too rough? Qian Million laughed. It's better to be simple and crude. Vivid image, impressive. Hear it once and remember it. I've thought of the advertisement words. Just use this one, fierce in the night. Couples use it and say yes. Husband use wife can't stand it. Wife use husband can't stand it. Husband and wife both use it. Bed can't stand it. Lin Feng burst out laughing after hearing this. The two people chatted for a while longer. Qian Million let people prepare a table of dishes, and the two people raised their glasses and drank a lot. People were happy when they were happy. Qian Million recently had a lot of good things going for him. Not only had he found such a good personal doctor as Lin Feng and gotten a prescription to solve his big problem, but now he had found a good project. So the more he drank, the happier he became. After drinking for a few hours in a row, it was already dark at this point, but he still wasn't happy and pulled Lin Feng up, wanting to take him to a different place to continue drinking. Lin Feng asked with some curiosity, "Where are we going?" Qian Millionaire smiled mysteriously, glanced at his wife's absence and whispered in Lin Feng's ear, "I'll take you to a good place. Follow me. I promise I won't let you down." After saying that, he pulled Lin Feng out of the villa, got into another luxury car and flew away from the villa area, heading in a direction. Not much later, they stopped in front of a magnificent building. "This is where I'm bringing you. Enter with me and I'll show you the world," Qian Millionaire said as he pointed to the building outside the window. "What kind of place is this?" Lin Feng asked curiously. He looked carefully. There was no plaque outside the building and he didn't know what it was for inside. But looking at the outside of the building, it was very luxurious. It should be a very high-end place. Qian Millionaire hemmed and hawed. "You'll know when you go in." He pulled Lin Feng all the way into the building. Through a corridor, Lin Feng could hear a deafening sound, and dynamic music was playing inside. There were several staff members at the entrance, closely inspecting everyone who went in case they brought in contraband. Qian Millionaire reached the front and pulled out a golden card. The staff looked at it, saluted, and directly released it. Passing through the gate, Lin Feng saw that countless young girls were dancing their bodies on the dance floor, and they were all dressed very coolly. Seeing that there were so many beautiful young girls present, Lin Feng sighed in his heart. This was really a good place. Chapter 49, Arrogant Villain. Qian Millionaire pulled Lin Feng to a high-class VIP area and sat down. The view from here was great. You could see the entire bar. Qian Millionaire introduced Lin Feng. This was a secret club for the rich and powerful, where they could eat, drink, play and have fun. So coming here was like coming to paradise, and only rich people and beautiful women could come in. The first floor was a public bar. The second floor was a casino. The third floor was a restaurant. The upper floors were all high-class guest rooms. And on the roof, there was an open-air swimming pool, where there were many beautiful women in bikinis. Qian Millionaire patted Lin Feng's shoulder while introducing him. "Feel free to play around today. All expenses are on me." Saying that, he quietly pressed into Lin Feng's ear again and whispered, "There are also many beautiful young ladies here. All of them have model-level looks and bodies. And there are all kinds of professions, air hostesses, white-collar workers, and student girls. Whichever you like, I'll find a few of them to accompany you." Lin Feng smiled a little embarrassed and politely declined. Drinking was fine, looking for young ladies was better. At this time the music on the bar stage stopped. The girls on the stage all got off the stage and were replaced by another group. And with that, the dynamic music started again. The girls on the stage twisted their beautiful bodies, wantonly releasing their youthful vigor. Lin Feng glanced at the girl who was leading the dance and couldn't help but stare, his eyes widening a little. This girl leading the dance in the center of the dance floor was none other than Yi Tianan. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He hadn't expected this chick to show up in such a place. He seriously looked at her for a while and thought that Yi Tian was dancing quite well. Today she was wearing a tight little undershirt, and underneath was a pair of short little shorts that couldn't be any shorter. Her thin and white little waist was exposed, very youthful and energetic. Only the smoky makeup on her face made her look a bit like a little girl. Seeing Lin Feng staring at Yi Tian, Xian Millionaire next to him laughed. You've got your eye on that girl who's leading the dance? How about after the dance later? I'll introduce you. No need. I know her, Lin Feng said with a smile. So you know her? That's just right. Later on when she finishes dancing, let her come over and drink with you. A few minutes later, the dance on the stage was finished. All the girls bowed to the floor, intending to exit. At this time, a youth's voice rang out. You guys have a good batch of dances. One more. The one who spoke was a youth, in his early 20s, wearing a fancy undershirt, combing his hair with a big back, wearing 2 rings on his hands and a gold watch on his wrist, which was worth a lot at a glance. At this time he was sitting on a VIP seat on the stage, crossing his legs. There were several other men around him, all wearing uniform black undershirts, looking like they should be the youth's followers and bodyguards. The other guests at the scene all looked at the youth, and some immediately recognized him. Li Mingyang, the young proprietor of Li's real estate. He was a regular guest here and often threw away money. So many people knew him. His father was one of the top 5 tycoons in the county. Relying on his father's power, he was idle all day long, picking up girls and fighting, not doing anything serious, so he had a bad reputation. The few girls on stage all looked at Yi Tianan. She was the lead dancer today. Whether she still wanted to dance or not, she said it was up to her. A few moments later, Yi Sweet spoke. I'm sorry, we've only prepared one dance today. If you want to see it, some other time. As soon as these words came out, an unhappy expression immediately appeared on the youth's face. Seeing this, the other follower beside him reached out and slammed the table, glaring angrily. Chick, do you know who my young master is? Let you dance and you dance. Where's all the nonsense? You guys come to dance. Don't you want to make money? Our young master has plenty of money. He casually pulled out a pile of money and waved it at the stage. Just one more dance to make my young master happy, and this money will be yours. After saying that, he threw the pile of money onto the stage. Yi Sweet and the other girls looked at each other, somewhat at a loss for words. At this time, a middle-aged man in his 40s hurriedly ran onto the stage and whispered something to Yi Sweet. After Yi Sweet heard this, she had to lead the other girls in another dance. This dance hadn't been rehearsed much and wasn't as good as the one just now, but Li Mingyang, who was on the stage, didn't have the heart to watch the dancing at all. His eyes only circled around Yi Tian's small waist and long, thin legs, a playful smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. He actually didn't want to watch the dancing at all, but rather he was drunk. Yi Tian was sweet and pretty and could dance. He already had his eye on her. Now he just wanted to find a chance to get close to her. He believed that with his strength, as long as he could talk to Yi Tian, he would definitely be able to take Yi Tian down easily and get her into bed. He lit up a cigarette and said to the follower next to him, after the dance in a while, have her come over to see me. Yes, young master. After the second dance, Yi Tian got off the stage with the other girls. A few moments later, the follower brought Yi Tian over, with the middle-aged man from earlier beside him. Coming in front of Li Mingyang, Yi Tian spoke. I'm done dancing. What else are you looking for me for? Li Mingyang cupped his chin and looked Yi Tian up and down. His heart became even hotter. Nothing big, just want you to sit down and have a drink with me. As long as you're willing, I'll give you 10 times more. How about it? The expression on Li Mingyang's face gradually became nasty, and his eyes looking at Yi Tianran also became more and more reckless. In his opinion, Yi Tianran would definitely agree without hesitation when she heard such a tempting offer. However, to his surprise, Yi Tianran was indifferent and said with a cold face, sorry, my parents don't allow me to drink, so I can't accompany you. I'll leave if there's nothing else. When Li Mingyang heard this, he immediately frowned, and a few unhappy colors appeared on his face. The follower next to him glared his eyes and said angrily, little girl, don't be ungrateful. How many girls want to accompany our young master for a drink but don't have the chance? You are even unwilling. You have come here to mix. What are you still pretending to be innocent? Drink the wine right away and apologize to our young master, or else I will make you look good today. Yi Sweet heard his words and said nonchalantly, I'm here to dance, not to accompany the drinks. I think you've never loved a fight, right? And you dare to talk back to me? The follower reached out and pointed at Yi Tianyan with a fierce look on his face. The middle-aged man next to him hurriedly opened his mouth at this time, and said to the youth with a pleasing face, "Don't be angry, she doesn't know any better. I'll persuade her, and she'll definitely be able to agree." The man was an old fart. He could tell at a glance that Li Mingyang had his eyes on Yi Tian, and that she was either rich or wealthy. If he could bring the two together, Li Mingyang would surely be thankful to him, and he would have climbed up the ladder from then on. That's why he stood out. "What do you do?" Li Mingyang crossed his legs and looked at him, asking with a look of contempt. The man immediately introduced himself. "My name is Zhang Tiancheng. I'm a dance teacher at Jiangshan Middle School. She's my student Yi Tian, and the captain of our school's dance team. Today we're here to put on a charity show to raise money for an orphanage. We're not minglers." After hearing this, Li Mingyang once again looked at Yi Tianan. So it was a student girl. Then he was even more interested. Student girls are clean and simple, much better than those social chicks he usually plays with. So he was even more determined in his mind. He must get Yi Tian into bed, and could even consider developing a long-term girlfriend. A moment later he nodded and said, "I see. Then persuade her, don't let me down." Zhang Tiancheng turned his head and started to persuade Yi Tian sweet bitterly. "Yi sweet today we are here to make money. The people who can come here are the richest of the rich. I only came in after making a lot of connections. It would be a shame if we miss out on this precious opportunity. Think about how poor those children in the orphanage are. They are in great need of money to help them, and you only need to accompany this young master to drink a few glasses of wine, and he will be able to give us quite a lot of money. After taking this money, we can donate it to the children in the orphanage. What a good thing. It's just a couple of drinks. We can't lose anything, so just say yes. Those children in the orphanage like you so much. Can you bear to see them continue to suffer?" Yi Tian was still a very simple girl, and was moved by Zhang Tiancheng's spiteful words. Chapter 50 Bar Conflict. Yi Sweet's school often organized students to go to the orphanage to take care of orphans. She had also been there a few times and knew that the orphans there were pitiful. She learns that Zhang Tiancheng is organizing a charity show for talented students, intending to donate the money earned to the orphanage. When she learned about it, she joined in. Today, she was following Zhang Tiancheng out for the charity show. She was eager to do something for those orphans, so after hearing Zhang Tiancheng's words, she was silent for a moment and finally agreed. "Alright, I'll drink with you, but you have to keep your word." Yi Sweet looked at Li Mingyang and said. Li Mingyang said with conviction, "Don't worry, my words never count." With that, he picked up the wine bottle and poured a glass of wine for Yi Tian and handed it over. Yi Tianan hesitated for a moment, then took it and drank it all in one go. "This saves the right thing. Come on, one more cup." Li Mingyang poured another cup, and Yi Tianyan picked it up and drank it again. She had never drank alcohol before, and after 2 cups of wine, her brain started to get a little dizzy. Next to her, Zhang Tiancheng spoke up and asked, "Are you alright?" Yi Tiani shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Seeing Yi Tian who was a bit dazed after drinking the wine, Li Mingyang became even more excited. This girl had to get her hands on today. Thinking of this, he gave a wink to the follower next to him. The other party immediately understood and threw a small pill in Yi Tian's wineglass. A burst of bubbles then rose in the wineglass, and the pill quickly dissolved into the wineglass and disappeared without a trace. This kind of pill was brought back by them from abroad. The strength of the medicine was very fierce. As long as you drink it, your whole body will be paralyzed and at the mercy of others. Yi Tian was already a bit dizzy at this point and didn't pay any attention at all, so she drank the wine with the medicine in it in one go. Seeing her drink the wine, a lewd smile appeared at the corner of Li Mingyang's mouth. It didn't take long before Yi Tiani felt a wave of dizziness and her body went limp in her seat. When Li Mingyang saw this, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. The medicine he got back from abroad just worked. Next to him, Zhang Tiancheng froze a little when he saw Yi Tianjie's appearance. He knew that Li Mingyang had a crush on Yi Tiani, but he didn't expect Li Mingyang to be in such a hurry to directly drug her. He wanted to come over to see how Yi Tian was doing. However, he was stopped by Li Mingyang's followers. "What for? Our young master and this chick are drinking happily. Don't come over and spoil the fun or you won't be able to do your job as a teacher." Zhang Tiancheng was a smart man. Seeing this situation made him even more sure of the idea in his mind that Yi Tian had been drugged. After hesitating for a moment, he said with a pleasing face, "Several people. She is still a child. Your young master seems to be a rich man, and there is no lack of women around. Why make things difficult for her? Just let me take her away. We don't want this money." After hearing this, the follower reached out and pointed at Zhang Tiancheng's nose, warning seriously, "I tell you, don't talk nonsense. Our young master just wants to make friends with her. There is no other purpose. I think you're spoiling our young master's fun here. Hurry up and go to the side, or don't say we're not polite to you." Seeing the bodyguard's anger, Zhang Tiancheng hurriedly explained, I have no intention of disturbing your young master, but after all, I am her dance teacher, and seeing that my student might be bullied, I have to show some concern. The several followers beside him didn't know what exactly he wanted to say and planned to control him first so that he wouldn't do anything bad, but before they could do anything, they were stopped by Li Mingyang. At this point, he had already seen Zhang Tiancheng's mind. He sized up the groveling and obscene image of Zhang Tiancheng, after which he reached out and pulled out his checkbook, wrote a check for 100,000 yuan and threw it to Zhang Tiancheng. Don't you want to donate money to the orphanage? Here is $100,000. Take it and donate it. Count it as your donation. Of course, if you don't want to donate, it's no problem. You can handle this money as you see fit. Zhang Tiancheng picked up the check with an even more groveling smile on his face. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. I thank you on behalf of those orphanage children. Zhang Tiancheng thanked him repeatedly, excited. However, Li Mingyang waved his hand with an impatient face. If there's nothing else, go aside and don't disturb me. Okay, I'll leave now. Zhang Tiancheng held the check and turned around to leave. Li Mingyang called him back and opened his mouth to ask, by the way, did you see anything tonight? Zhang Tiancheng paused for a moment and immediately shook his head. No, I didn't see anything. Very well, go on. Li Mingyang was satisfied after hearing this and waved his hand. Zhang Tiancheng immediately tucked in the check and walked away. Looking at his back, Li Mingyang said with contempt, what a poor bastard. $100,000 to get rid of him. Look at the way he is happy. The several followers around him also laughed, with the same contemptuous smile on their faces. Young master, hurry up and take this chick to rest, so as not to have a long night. One of the followers looked at Yi Tianyan, who had already passed out, and revealed a bad smile, reminding from the side. Li Mingyang looked at Yi Tian, who had collapsed on the sofa, with white skin and tantalizing curves. An evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he stood up and was about to go upstairs. Several of his followers picked up Yi Tianjia with the intention of following closely behind. Just then, Lin Feng's figure appeared in front of them, blocking their way. Just now, he had been watching Yi Tianyan's side from the VIP seats above. As a result, the more he watched, the more wrong he became. Finally, when he saw that these people were actually trying to take Yi Tian away, he couldn't sit still at all and rushed over directly. A good dog doesn't block the road. Are you blind? What are you blocking here for? Quickly get out of the way. Seeing Lin Feng blocking the way, the follower shouted with a savage face. Lin Feng spoke indifferently with a cold face. Put this girl down. You can't take her away. When the few followers heard this, they all stared with wide eyes and were astonished. Surprisingly, someone was here and dared to talk to them like this. Were they really tired of living? One of the followers immediately reached out and pointed at Lin Feng's nose, threatening aggressively, Kid, do you know who we are? If you're smart, get out of the way right now, or else you'll be dead within 3 days. I'll give you all the ashes. Lin Feng smiled coldly and pointed to the bar behind his follower. If you compare yourself to me again, I'll send you in there right away. Asterisk. You're really looking for death when you step on a horse. Dare to talk to me like that. See how I'll clean you up. These few followers had been hanging out with Li Mingyang all day long, relying on his family's power, flying around and bullying men and women. They had been spoiled and were short-tempered, striking out at the drop of a hat. Today, he saw that Lin Feng alone dared to block their way, so he directly made a move. The follower in the lead swung his fist towards Lin Feng's face. However, just as his fist was halfway out, Lin Feng kicked out, striking him right in the abdomen. The follower's body instantly flew backwards in the shape of a prawn and flew straight into the bar at the back, smashing a large number of bottles and glasses. The bartenders were seriously mixing drinks when a living person suddenly flew in, and they were instantly dumbfounded on the spot. The surrounding guests were so frightened that they screamed, jumped up from their seats, and quickly hid to the side. The live music also came to a screeching halt, and the eyes of the audience instantly converged. Seeing that his follower was beaten up, Li Mingyang showed a scowl on his face and let out a loud scream in anger. Horse trotting, how dare you hit my man? Who gave you the guts? You guys, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and set him down for me. Whoever can put him down. I'll pay for all the services here tonight. When several followers heard about the one-stop service, all of their eyes were blazing, just like they were pumped up with chicken blood. The so-called one-stop service is to eat, drink, whore and gamble all over again here. The consumption level here was extremely high, and a set of one-stop service would cost at least $100,000. They usually don't have the chance to enjoy this level of service, and can only watch Li Mingyang enjoy it. Now that Li Mingyang said he wanted them to come here once, you can imagine how excited they were. So several of his followers rushed towards Lin Feng without saying a word. But unfortunately, they weren't Lin Feng's match at all. Lin Feng dodged left and right, easily dodging the attacks of several people. Then a set of combinations hit them in the face. directly beating them to the ground. In the end, a few people fell to their knees and covered their stomachs as they vomited, almost vomiting out yesterday's dinner. When Li Mingyang saw this, he looked shocked. Chapter 51, Who Dares to Touch Him? However, Li Mingyang wasn't scared, even though his followers had all been beaten down by Lin Feng, but he was the super VIP here, and he was sure that the bodyguards here were all helping him as well. He glared at these unhelpful followers under him and cursed a waste. After that, he shouted to the bodyguards on the scene, "What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and fix him for me. I'm your top member here. If you guys don't fix him today, don't expect me to be able to come back in the future." The bouncers at the scene all quickly surrounded once they heard this. Even the manager of the bar also rushed over at a rapid pace. "Young Li, what happened?" The manager squeezed through the crowd and came in front of Li Mingyang, asking with an eager face, "You still have the nerve to ask me, how did you guys do your job? How dare you let this kind of person in? Look at how he beat up my people. If you don't give me a statement today, I'll go elsewhere in the future." The manager's head was sweating a bit when he heard this. This Li Mingyang was a big customer, and usually brought a lot of rich kids along with him, so if he offended him and really didn't come in the future, it would indeed be a considerable loss. So with almost no hesitation, he pointed at Lin Feng and yelled to his bodyguards, "Hurry up and take this man down for me. Take it out on Mr. Li." A few bodyguards yelled and were about to make a move on Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at them coldly, ready to return fire. It was at this moment that Qian Millionaire's thick voice suddenly rang out, "Stop it all. He's a person brought by me. Qian Million. I'll see who dares to touch him." Just now, Qian Millionaire was drinking with Lin Feng when Lin Feng suddenly said that he had to leave for a bit. He thought Lin Feng had gone to the toilet, but he didn't expect to come over here and clash with Li Mingyang. In the end, the whole bar was alarmed. He couldn't sit still either and hurriedly brought Wan Li over. The crowd followed the sound and saw that it was Qian Millionaire. All of them were stunned. The manager even asked with a puzzled face, "Mr. Qian, did you just say that he is your man?" "That's right, he's my brother. You guys can't touch him, otherwise you're messing with me." "Qian Million." Qian Millionaire came to the crowd and said loudly, "This." The manager and bodyguard were embarrassed now. On one end was a rich young man and on the other was the richest man. Offending anyone was a huge loss. Seeing Qian Millionaire come out to stop them, Li Mingyang spoke with a displeased face. "Qian Millionaire, your people beat up my people. Do you want to let it go just like that? Others may be afraid of you, but I, Li Mingyang, am not afraid of you." Li Mingyang's father, Li Zhanglong, was a real estate tycoon, and Qian Millionaire's main business is also real estate. The two families were rivals, and had been feuding with each other for a long time. With this kind of incident today, it was obvious that Li Mingyang would not let it go. Qian Million coldly looked at him and said disdainfully, "You a little brat, you are not qualified to talk to me. If you want to find me to judge, it is also your old man personally. You are not qualified enough. Get lost." After saying that, Qian Millionaire directly ignored Li Mingyang and turned his head to look at the manager. "Today this matter you see how to do it. Really can't. Let your boss personally come over, to see whether he stands on my side, or on his side." The manager immediately smiled and said, "Mr. Qian, you're joking. There's no need to trouble our boss at all with this kind of thing. I can handle it myself. I know what to do." After saying that, he waved his hand at the bodyguards behind him. "It's fine. Each of you return to your respective positions. I'll handle the rest." Upon hearing this, the bodyguards dispersed. Li Mingyang took a look and was furious. "Very well. You chose to side with Qian Million, right? Then we'll see. I can tell you, Qian Million will soon be finished. He won't be able to jump around for a few more days. When he's finished, and our Li family is on top, you'll have a good time." Following the manager's tantrum, he reached out and pointed at Lin Feng again. "And you, Li Mingyang, will remember what happened today? I don't believe that Qian Millionaire can protect you for the rest of your life. When he can't protect you, I'll settle the score with you." After saying that, Li Mingyang left the bar with a face full of indignation. When he left, the crowd dispersed. Lin Feng hurriedly came to Yi Tianyi's side to help her check her out. At this moment, she had completely passed out. At this time Qian Millionaire spoke. "Look at her. It seems like she was drugged by Li Mingyang. You quickly send her upstairs to rest. I'll get you a room." Lin Feng nodded, picked up Yi Tian and got on the elevator, going straight to the senior guest room area upstairs. Arriving at the room, Lin Feng placed Yi Tian on the bed, reached out and took out a silver needle, intending to give her an immediate injection to make her spit out all the medicine she drank. As a result, just as he took the needle out, he saw Yi Tian start to move around on the bed, reaching out and taking off her small undershirt and throwing it on the floor, leaving only a corset inside. Not a moment later, she reached for her shorts again, intending to take them off as well. Lin Feng held her down, not letting her take them off anymore. Yi Tian wasn't conscious at all right now. If she finished taking them off, she wouldn't be able to say anything when she woke up in a while. Yi Tian was held down and her undressing stopped, but soon she reached out and hugged Lin Feng's neck again. Her legs coiled around Lin Feng's waist as if she was a sloth, tightly coiling around Lin Feng. Lin Feng was strangled by her and was a bit out of breath. Yi sweet, calm down, I'm giving you needles. I can't give them if you're like this. Although Yi Tian's appearance at this moment was very tempting and Lin Feng was very moved, this was not the time to take advantage. He struggled a few times and pressed Yi Tian back onto the bed. Taking advantage of the fact that she didn't continue to move, he stabbed a few silver needles into her smooth and white little stomach. As the silver needles were stabbed in, Yi Tian sat up and vomited on the side of the bed, throwing up all the wine she had just drunk. Lin Feng brought over a small bucket to help her catch it, and at the same time helped her pat her back. After vomiting, Yi Tian gradually came to her senses. Where am I? She looked around and asked with hazy eyes. This is a hotel room. Lin Feng replied. A hotel room? How did I get here? Yi Tian tried to recall what had just happened, but her mind went blank. She just remembered drinking 3 glasses of wine and feeling a bit sleepy afterward, and she couldn't remember the rest. Soon, she realized that her undershirt had been taken off and immediately turned her head to look at Lin Feng. Who took off my clothes? Was it you? It wasn't me who took them off. It was you who took them off. You just said you were hot and casually took them off. You also wanted to take off your pants as well. Luckily I stopped you in time. Otherwise you would have already stripped yourself naked. Lin Feng said slightly playfully. Yi Tian's pretty face flushed a little after hearing this, and she looked at Lin Feng with some suspicion. Did you just take the opportunity to peek at me? Did you take advantage of me while I was unconscious? Lin Feng hemmed and hawed. Am I the kind of person who takes advantage of people? To look at me is also to wait for you to wake up and look openly. Saying that, his eyes swept towards Yi Tian's chest. Yi Tian immediately reached out and blocked her chest, pouting. What are you looking at, rascal? She then took the small undershirt and put it back on. Lin Feng put on a complaining look. Just now if it wasn't for me coming to your rescue in time, I'm afraid you'd already lost your chastity. Even if you don't thank me, how dare you call me a rascal? I've done you such a great favor, not to mention looking at you for a few moments. Even if you do something more excessive, you should still agree to it. Yi Tian thought carefully. What Lin Feng said made sense, so she skimmed her lips and got a better attitude. Why did you come here today? At this time Lin Feng asked curiously. I'm following our leader here to participate in a charity show to raise money for the children in the orphanage. I see. Lin Feng nodded his head after hearing this. Originally, he thought that Yi Sweet was here to have fun, but he didn't expect that she was here to do good. He hadn't seen that Yi Sweet, who was usually arrogant and bossy and crazy, had a kind heart, so his impression of Yi Sweet was instantly much better. Right, where is our leader? Yi Sweet asked somewhat anxiously. Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, You're still worried about him? He left you behind and ran away long ago. Yi Sweet froze after hearing that. How can that be? What can't be? That leader of yours is not a good person. In the future, you stay away from him, otherwise you'll easily get screwed by him. Just now, the way Yi Tian's leader was groveling to Li Mingyang, Lin Feng had seen it all and could see that he wasn't a good person, so he reminded Yi Tian about it. Lest this stupid girl be sold one day without even realizing it. Chapter 52, Cheating at the Casino. Although Yi Tian was a little disbelieving that his teacher would be this kind of person, but she was more convinced that Lin Feng wouldn't lie to her, so she could only accept this fact with difficulty. After staying in bed for half a day, Yi Tian wanted to get out of bed and walk around. As a result, just as she took a step, she almost fell on the floor. Fortunately, Lin Feng was quick on his feet and hurriedly held her up. Yi Tian was immediately startled. How come I can't feel my legs at all? It's like they're not my own? Lin Feng immediately helped her take a look. After that he said, It should be that the medicine you ate just now has produced side effects, paralyzed your nerves. You haven't recovered yet. I've checked it carefully for you. It's nothing serious. I guess it'll be fine after resting for a while. Hearing Lin Feng say that, Yi Tian was relieved. The two people chatted for a while longer. Yi Tian's expression became a bit unnatural. It was as if she had something difficult to say, but she was too embarrassed to speak. Lin Feng looked at her odd appearance and was also a bit puzzled. Is there something else wrong with your body? Yi Sweet shook her head. No. Then what's wrong with you? It seems like you're having a hard time? Hearing Lin Feng ask this, Yi Tian's face turned a little red. After a while, she couldn't help herself before she stammered. I want to go to the restroom. Lin Feng immediately understood. Looking at Yi Sweet's appearance, it seemed like she couldn't hold it in a bit. Then I'll carry you. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and picked up Yi Sweet horizontally, quickly went to the bathroom, put her on the commode and turned around to go out. After about 2 minutes, Yi Tian's voice came from inside. I'm ready, come in. Lin Feng opened the door and walked in, carrying her from the bathroom back to the bed again. After chatting for a while longer, Qian Millionaire rushed over and Lin Feng asked him about what had just happened. What kind of person is that Li Mingyang? So arrogant that he dared to call you out? Qian Millionaire smiled faintly and spoke with some disdain. A dude only. His dad is also a real estate developer, and he's still a mortal enemy with me. Over the years his dad and I haven't had many fights, and we've each won and lost. From what I've heard, he's a guy who is narrow-minded, has a grudge, and his methods are very underhanded, and he also has dealings with a lot of underground forces. You've already offended him in order to help this girl, so I guess he'll find a way to retaliate against you. So if he really comes to find trouble with you, just tell me, no matter what. I'm still on top of the Li family in every aspect. As long as I'm around, he and his old man won't dare to be too reckless yet. Lin Feng nodded and thanked Qian Million, but even without Qian Million's help, he was perfectly capable of dealing with Li Mingyang with his own strength. Not long after, Yi Tian's legs recovered and she could walk on the ground. Qian Million brought Lin Feng and Yi Tianan back downstairs. This regal club was built in complete reference to the style of foreign casinos, with everything to eat, drink and play. This time Qian Million brought Lin Feng to the second floor. This was the casino. Anyone who could play here was worth at least $10 million. Qian Millionaire exchanged 1 million chips and gave half of them to Lin Feng. Brother Yi, come and play a couple of hands. Lin Feng waved his hand. He didn't have any interest in gambling. Qian Million didn't force himself and took the chips and found a table to sit at. Lin Feng and Yi Tianyan sat not far away and watched. Some days ago, Lin Feng had helped Yi Sweet out, and today he had saved her once more. So in Yi Sweet's mind, Lin Feng was already different from other men. She sat next to Lin Feng and peeked at him from time to time. If Lin Feng looked towards her, she would unconsciously ruffle her hair. Lin Feng felt a bit odd. Why was this chick so subdued? Could it be that there were still remnants of the medicine from earlier? After playing for a while, Qian Millionaire lost a lot of money. He cursed with dissatisfaction. Thomas, today's hand is too bad. Did I forget to wash my hands when I went to the toilet? This hand of cards stinks more than one hand. On the other hand, a middle-aged man opposite him won a lot. With a smug look on his face, a young waiter shuttled back and forth between the tables, serving tea and water to the people on the tables. Lin Feng looked seriously at the few people on the tables and the waiter pouring water. His eyes narrowed slightly. A moment later, he stood up and came to Qian Millionaire's side, whispering to him, "Don't play, there's a cheat here." Qian Million immediately stared with wide eyes, somewhat in disbelief. Really? Really? Did you see that waiter who poured the water? He colluded with the man opposite you, borrowed the time of pouring water, peeped at the cards of the several of you, and then used the secret word to tell that man, "Your cards have long been seen, so you can't win at all." Qian Millionaire was instantly enraged, slammed the table and stood up, shouting at the casino people, "Bring your manager here, I want to have a good talk with him." The staff at the scene all knew Qian Million and were startled by his voice. Hurriedly, they went to find the manager. "Mr. Qian, what happened? Why are you so angry?" Qian Million didn't have a good temper and said, "Your casino even has someone cheating. Do you care about this?" The manager was stunned upon hearing this. His brows locked. If the casino had cheated, that would definitely be the most discreditable thing, and they would never allow such a thing to occur. So the manager immediately said sternly, "Mr. Qian, if our casino really cheats, you tell me. I'll definitely make his life worse than death." Qian Millionaire looked at Lin Feng. "Brother Lin, tell them who the cheater is." Lin Feng raised his hand and pointed at the man across the street. "That's him." He also pointed at the waiter who had just poured the water. "And this waiter of yours? I saw with my own eyes that the two of them colluded and cheated Mr. Qian's money together." The man opposite immediately stood up and angrily shouted at Lin Feng, "You're farting. When did I cheat? Don't talk nonsense, otherwise I'll make you suffer." The waiter also denied it. "Manager, don't listen to him, I definitely didn't conspire with others to cheat." The manager looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Do you have any evidence?" "Of course I have. I just kept an eye on your place. There are several surveillance cameras. Basically there are no dead corners. As long as you guys look back at the footage from just now, you'll be able to find out whether or not they cheated." The manager immediately gave the person next to him a wink. The other person immediately ran upstairs to adjust the surveillance. After a short while, the staff member returned to the manager and whispered a few words. Just as Lin Feng had said, the two people had just conspired to cheat together, and the technique was so covert that if Lin Feng hadn't reminded them, they wouldn't have been able to discover it at all. They also pulled up the surveillance from the previous few days and realized that it wasn't the first time that the two of them had colluded to cheat in the casino. They had been secretly cooperating before, only to be discovered today. The manager shouted angrily, "Take him down for me, put him in the cold storage. No one is allowed to let him out without my order. Dare to cheat in our place. You guys are thinking that your lives are too long. several bodyguards rushed up like hungry wolves, knocking the man and the waiter to the ground and dragging them downstairs. The two men kept begging for mercy, but to no avail. At this point in time, no one would speak for them. After dragging the two men away, the manager hurriedly came up to apologize to Qian Million. "I'm really sorry. It's because we didn't do our job properly that this kind of thing happened. In order to express our apologies, we'll offer you and this little brother 1 million chips each as a way to express our apologies." Qian Millionaire was the richest man in the world, and usually brought a lot of socialites along with him. If he never came back in a fit of anger, their boss would probably have to beat him to death straight away. And it was an absolute scandal that the casino had cheated. If it got out, it would have a very big impact on the casino. So he was bound to please Qian Million. Qian Million looked at the manager and saw that he had a good attitude, so he did not intend to bother with him. The manager quickly had someone bring in 2 plates of chips, one for $1 million, one for Qian Million and one for Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't want to play himself and gave it all to Qian Million. Without the taza, Qian Millionaire's hand became better. Plus he was a regular at the casino and was already an expert, so he won more than $10 million in one night. Qian Million was so happy that he pulled Lin Feng's hand and had to give Lin Feng half of his winnings. "Elder brother Lin, if it wasn't for you discovering the cheater in time, not to mention winning 10 million, I guess I would have to lose 10 million, so it's not too much to give all this money to you, so don't be polite, just take it." Lin Feng was adamant that he wouldn't take it. After all, he didn't earn this money with his own effort. How could he be ashamed to take it? Chapter 53, Establishing a Company. Seeing that Lin Feng does not want, Qian Million suddenly had a bright idea and looked at Yi Tianan next to him. "Isn't this little girl here to raise money for the charity show today? I think it's better this way. Both of us don't take the money. All donate it to the orphanage. Anyway, I donate every year. It's not bad for this amount of money. As the richest man, the social image is very important. So the money million often engage in some charitable donations. Very generous. Donate a few tens of millions of eyelids do not bat an eyelid. So it is not too much care about the money." Lin Feng thought this was a good idea and expressed his complete approval. Yi Tianan was also happy. If she had this $10 million, she would be able to help the orphanage solve a lot of difficulties. Seeing both of them expressing their approval, Qian Millionaire immediately said, "I'll have my secretary donate it to the orphanage later. Don't worry you too." At this time it was getting late. Lin Feng took Yi Tian and said goodbye to Qian Millionaire, drove a tricycle and sent Yi Tian back home. Yi Lasan's face looked happy when he saw Lin Feng sending his daughter back. Lin Feng had purchased his family's watermelons and helped him a lot. He also had a good impression of Lin Feng. So there were some thoughts. If his daughter could be with Lin Feng, that would be a good choice. It was just that he didn't know what was in his daughter's mind right now, so he wasn't in a hurry to say anything about it. He would have to ask when he had the chance. If his daughter also felt that Lin Feng was good, he would open up to Lin Feng about it. After sending Yi Sweet back home, Lin Feng returned to the village. Shortly after arriving home, his cell phone received a text message. "Thank you for donating $10 million to the Spring Seedling Orphanage. Your good deed will be of great help to our orphanage. 3 days later we will be organizing a charity donation meeting. Please make sure you're there at that time." Lin Feng smiled somewhat helplessly after reading the text message. It seemed that Qian Million had not only donated the money, but also donated it in his name. Otherwise the orphanage wouldn't have sent him a thank you text message. There was another charity gala in 3 days. It was estimated that Qian Million would be there as well. So let's talk to him about this when we meet then. There were no words for the night. The next morning, Lin Feng came to the farm and took a turn. After some grooming, the farm had been given a new look. All the animals that had been collected had also been brought over. The operation of the farm was also on track. Lin Feng beat a few tanks of water, put a few drops of spiritual liquid in it, and then poured it into the sink. Drinking this water blended with the spiritual liquid, these animals would have a chance of producing all sorts of heavenly treasures. Lin Feng looked at the spiritual liquid in the vial. Now the watermelons that had to be watered with spirit liquid had become more numerous and there was a farm. So the spiritual liquid was somewhat not quite enough anymore. He had to find a way to increase some of it sometime before he could do so. Lin Feng couldn't stay at the farm every day, so he called his father over to help look after it. After all, this place could possibly produce some heavenly treasures every day in the future, so it was only safe to leave it to his own family. Lin Feng went back to the village, found Li Gang and officially took over his shed. This greenhouse Lin Feng intended to use it to grow flowers and supply Zhang Beilei's florist. Lin Feng knew that Zhou Qingqing was very fond of flowers and the shed needed someone to look after it, so he wanted to ask Zhou Qingqing to come over and help look after it. He found Zhou Qingqing and told her about his idea. After hearing this, Zhou Qingqing was a bit surprised and said, "You want to hire me to raise flowers for you? You've got the wrong person. I just like flowers, but I don't know how to raise them. If I raise them all to death for you, then who's to blame?" Lin Feng bared his teeth and smiled. It's fine. I've already found the person who will do the specific job. You'll just help take care of it. Just have someone water and fertilize it every day. It's equivalent to a gardener. If there's anything that happens, you'll just let me know and I'll take care of it. Zhou Qingqing blinked her eyes and said, sounds good. Then I'll give it a try. But if I don't do a good job, you can't blame me. Don't worry. I won't blame you even if you kill all my flowers. Lin Feng heatedly giggled. Seeing him say that, Zhou Qingqing agreed. Lin Feng immediately went and did the paperwork to set up the plantation, and he named the plantation Wind Clear Plantation. After dealing with these things, Lin Feng drove a tricycle and rushed to Mountain River Pharmaceuticals. Wang Dongjun personally received him. The herbs you sent are very good. After using your herbs, the medicine's strength has skyrocketed and sales are climbing. So I'm going to officially sign a contract with you. I hope to cooperate with you for a long time. What do you think? After seeing Lin Feng, Wang Dongjun was all smiles. In the past, it was always others begging him to cooperate. It was very rare to have him take the initiative to offer to cooperate with others. Lin Feng was also very moved after hearing this. After all, Shanha Pharmaceutical was the best person to cooperate with. However, he didn't agree immediately. Instead he opened his mouth and asked, I want to ask, is Qingfeng Hall your partner? Wang Dongjun nodded. That's right, Qingfeng Hall is our partner, and it's one of our biggest partners here. Does that have anything to do with the cooperation between us? Lin Feng remembered the conflict he had with Wu Chunjiang earlier. It was time for him to do something about it. Otherwise Wu Chunjiang would continue to cheat and deceive. It's fine for me to cooperate with you, but I have one condition? Lin Feng spoke indifferently. What condition? Wang Dongjun asked. Stop cooperating with Qingfeng Hall. Lin Feng spoke. This. Wang Dongjun scratched his head a little when he heard it. If Lin Feng had opened other conditions, he might have simply agreed. After all, he didn't want to lose a good partner like Lin Feng. But when faced with this condition, he was scratching his head a bit. What? You can't stop your cooperation with Qingfeng Hall? Lin Feng asked. Wang Dongjun nodded. Although the quality of your medicinal herbs is very good, the quantity is low. While the medicinal herbs provided by Qingfeng Hall are also very good in terms of quality. Other than you, the herbs they send over are the best of all the suppliers, and the quantity is particularly large, basically amounting to 1/10 of our purchases. If we stop cooperating with Qingfeng Hall, then we may have problems with our supply of medicinal herbs, and even if there are other suppliers who can replace them, the quality of the herbs they send over cannot be guaranteed. So I'm afraid I can't agree to your conditions. Although you're also important to us, you can't take the place of Qingfeng Hall at the moment. Lin Feng smiled slightly after hearing this. Then what if I can guarantee the quantity and quality of your supply of medicinal herbs? The quality of my medicinal herbs, as you know, is at least twice as good as the average medicinal herbs. Wang Dongjuan's pupils dilated a little when he heard Lin Feng say that. This is not just for fun. Qingfeng Hall is one of the 4 major suppliers of medicinal herbs in the county. There are a total of 20 townships in our county. They alone monopolize the purchase of medicinal herbs in 8 of them. More than 1/3 of them. What are you going to take to replace them? He obviously didn't believe that Lin Feng had the ability to challenge Qing Fengtang's position. In his opinion, Lin Feng was just talking casually, but Lin Feng said with a serious face, you don't need to care about this, you just need to tell me. If I can guarantee the quantity and quality of the medicinal herbs, can you terminate your cooperation with them? And if you think that I'm not strong enough, you can take a look at this again. Lin Feng said and pulled out the dog treasure in his pocket. Wang Dongjun took a closer look and a light lit up in his eyes. Don't look at just one piece of dog treasure. But it was already rare enough. According to their statistics, a piece of dog treasure in 10,000 dogs is already considered a high probability. And this piece of dog treasure, buying 100,000 up or down was not a problem. This piece of dog treasure of yours is very good. We can buy it at a high price. But what is the purpose of you giving to see this piece of dog treasure? Wang Dongjun looked at Lin Feng with some suspicion, not knowing what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. I have a lot more dog treasures like this. I can provide them to you on time just like other herbs. Apart from dog treasure, I also have horse treasure and cow treasure, which can be supplied on time as well. Together with this condition, is it enough to replace Qingfeng Hall? Wang Dongjun laughed out loud, as if he had heard something very funny. You can't be joking with me, right? I've been acquiring medicinal herbs for so many years, and I've never heard of one that can supply dog treasure, cow treasure and these medicinal herbs on time. These are all treasures that grow by chance in the body of an animal. They are not plants that grow when planted on the ground. We can receive a dozen or so a year even if it's too much. What are you going to supply us with on time? You're really getting more and more outlandish with each passing word. Chapter 54, A Widow's Difficulty in Labor. Lin Feng didn't rush to speak. He waited for Wang Dongjun to finish laughing before he spoke again. You don't need to be concerned about how I'm going to stabilize the provision of these precious medicinal herbs. You just need to tell me if all these conditions together are enough to replace Qingfeng Hall. Wang Dongjun said without hesitation. If you can really do all of this, not to mention Qingfeng Hall, any of our partners, with just a word from you, we can kick him out. I'm relieved with your words. Give me a few days. I'll prove what I said. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he stood up and left Mountain River Herbs. He didn't go home, but went to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Although Wang Dongjun didn't believe what he said, he himself knew that it wasn't difficult, so he was going to formally set up a medicinal herb acquisition company, so that when the time came, he could sign a cooperation agreement with Mountain River Pharmaceuticals. And in the future, he wanted to build the company into a whole industry chain company that integrated the business of planting, collecting, acquiring, processing, pharmaceuticals, development, and sales. The name of the company would be Linjiang Medicinal Herb Company. After completing the registration procedures, Lin Feng returned home. As soon as he entered his home, Lin Feng realized that his mother was sitting at home talking passionately about something with a middle-aged woman. This woman was a handful of years old, but she was still heavily made up and had red gloves on her hands. Lin Feng immediately recognized her. This was the village matchmaker, He Sang-gu. He couldn't help but wonder a little. What was third aunt He doing in his house? Guo Chunlan saw her son return and immediately introduced He Sang-gu. This is my son Lin Feng. He's not too young this year. I'm bothering third aunt to introduce a suitable girlfriend to my son. It doesn't matter if he's pretty or not, as long as he can live a good life. He San-aunt smiled confidently. I'll take care of it. I basically know all the girls in the 8 villages in the 10 miles. On top of that, I know quite a lot of girls in the city as well. You've come to the right person by looking for me. I'm sure I can find a good daughter-in-law for your son. Then thank you third aunt. This is a small token. You take it first. If it works out, we will be grateful. Guo Chunlai said while stuffing a few $100 bills into He Sang-gu's pocket. He Sang-gu didn't refuse. With a dry cigarette roll in her mouth, she carefully looked Lin Feng up and down. Lin Feng heard that his mother wanted to give himself a blind date. Some tears and laughter. He Sang-gu sat for a while, drank a few cups of tea and left. When she left, Lin Feng said with some complaints, Mom, you have nothing to do with giving me a blind date. Isn't this a waste of money? Guo Chunlan slapped Lin Feng on the shoulder and said somewhat reproachfully, You're not small anymore. It's time to find a girlfriend. You're not in a hurry yourself. Your father and I are still in a hurry. We want to hold grandchildren sooner. Recently, the family's conditions have improved. Guo Chunlan felt that the time was ripe to find a daughter-in-law for her son. The countryside is generally married earlier. Lin Feng's an elementary school classmate. The child has been in elementary school. Other students also have a lot of wife and children. Nothing in the circle of friends to show off the baby. When Guo Chunlan saw this, she became a bit anxious in her heart, so she approached He Sang-gu to help find a date. Mom, have you forgotten? I made a bet with Zhou Qingqing her mother. I'll marry Zhou Qingqing a year later. What's your hurry? Are you still not satisfied with Zhou Qingqing as your daughter-in-law? Lin Feng said with a smile. When Guo Chunlan heard this, a look of hatred appeared on her face. Why do you still take this matter to heart? Since you made this bet in front of the group, your father and I are too good to go out on the street. As soon as we went out on the street, people made fun of us. They also said that when you really become the richest man in the town, they'll elect your dad to be the village chief. Even Wang Changgui said that he'll definitely give up the village chief to your dad when the time comes. Lin Feng immediately got energized. Did they really say that? Of course, that's still false. But everyone can see that it's making fun of your dad. Guo Chunlan sighed helplessly. That's not necessarily true. One still needs to have dreams, in case they come true. Lin Feng laughed and said, You can pull back. Say you're fat and you're still panting. Guo Chunlan slapped Lin Feng again and turned around to go to the kitchen to cook. Lin Feng came to his sister's room and helped her check the recovery of her legs. Lin Shui took off her socks, revealing her white feet, and Lin Feng used a silver needle to pierce several acupuncture points in the center of her feet. As the silver needle pierced in, Lin Shui's willow brows knitted slightly. It looked like she had some feeling. Lin Feng was very happy when he saw this. Having a reaction meant that the prescription had had an effect. He immediately pulled out the silver needle and helped Lin Shui try to stand up. Originally, Lin Shui's legs had completely lost consciousness and she couldn't stand up at all. But after Lin Feng's careful treatment over the past few days, her legs gradually regained some sensation and the muscles in her legs had a sense of strength. After Lin Feng helped her up, she could actually barely stand. It was just that she couldn't walk yet, and she couldn't stand for much longer between them before she had to sit down and rest. But even so, they were very happy. According to this rate of recovery, Lin Shui's legs would recover completely in a matter of days. Just when the brother and sister duo were happy, a villager came running in hot and bothered. Where's Lin Feng? Is Lin Feng at home? Hearing that he was looking for himself, Lin Feng immediately walked out. I'm here. What's looking for me? The villager's face was full of joy when he saw Lin Feng. He wiped his sweat and hurriedly said, the widow in the village had a difficult labor. She's at the health center right now. Li Kaiyun is out of options. She asked me to come over to find you. She said that you might have a solution. Lin Feng frowned and asked with some incredulity, the widow in the village had a difficult labor? How does a widow have a difficult labor? Where does she get a child? The villager said with some embarrassment, we're also wondering, her husband has been dead for several years. How did she suddenly get pregnant? There are a lot of rumors in the village, and we don't know which one is true. She usually lives alone. It's very difficult. Just now she was about to give birth, so she went to Li Kaiyun. The result is that Li Kaiyun is also inexperienced. She got the village midwife to come over to take a look and say that it was a difficult labor. So she said that you might have a solution. Then why didn't you send it to the hospital? Lin Feng asked suspiciously. The villager stomped his foot anxiously. Don't you want money to go to the hospital? Even the child's father doesn't know who it is. Who would want to help her shell out this money? And she's about to give birth. It's too late to send her there. Lin Feng felt the same and immediately rushed to the health center with the villagers. Seeing Lin Feng arrive, Li Kaiyun seemed to have seen his savior and hurriedly pulled him into the house. Last time at the banquet, Lin Feng had stepped in to resuscitate her best friend's father, and she could tell that Lin Feng's medical skills were good, so she had thought of Lin Feng just now. She's having a difficult labor right now. If she's not treated in time, both mother and child's lives might be in danger. You quickly help and see if there's a way to save her. Lin Feng came to the inner room and saw a middle-aged woman with a big belly lying on the bed, her face full of pain. Sweat had soaked her hair. The woman was not bad-looking. Her skin was very white. Her body was very plump. Her clothes had all been taken off. Her body was only covered with a sheet. At this time there were two women standing next to her. One was the village's old midwife, already in her 70s. The other was Zhou Qingqing's mother, Xia Guizhi, who was the village's women's director. Seeing Lin Feng coming, she said somewhat angrily, why did you bring him here? This is midwifery. How can a man come in? Quickly tell him to get out. Li Kaiyun hurriedly explained. Lin Feng knows medicine. If he can't try, both the mother and child's lives will be in danger. This situation can't be cared about so much. And even if it's an obstetrics and gynecology hospital, there are many male doctors. Xia Guizhi snorted after hearing this. He's just a farmer. And before that he was a cutie. Which one of your tendons is wrong? To believe that he can heal. If he can heal, pigs would have gotten up trees. I think it's better to send him to the hospital quickly. Otherwise it's too late. Xia Guizhi said that she was going to look for a car, but she was stopped by Lin Feng. The hospitals that can deliver babies are all in the county, and the road is very bumpy. When you send them there, there's no need to deliver them at all. Just arrange the aftermath directly. Xia Guizhi immediately questioned without good humor. Then what do you think should be done? Lin Feng quickly walked over to the pregnant woman, lifted the sheet covering her, reached out and touched her rounded belly, helping her to double-check. A moment later, Lin Feng turned back and said, I can handle her difficult labor. Chapter 55, Pawning a Rich Woman. Lin Feng, this is a matter of human life. Don't talk nonsense. If there's a death, you'll be responsible. Xia Guizhi heard Lin Feng's words and warned loudly. I know what I'm doing. If something happens, I'll take all the responsibility. I definitely won't implicate you guys. Lin Feng reached out and touched a silver needle, performing the Hui Tian needle technique, stabbing a few silver needles into several acupuncture points on the pregnant woman's abdomen and thighs. After his examination just now, he found out that the reason why the pregnant woman had a difficult labor was because the child's head was facing inwards, and it happened to be stuck inside. In this case, the more tense the muscles were, the tighter they contracted, and the more the child could not be born. If too much time passes, the child will suffocate and die, and the pregnant woman will also die from excessive blood loss. The solution for now was to use the silver needle to stab into the meridians to make her muscles relax so that the child could be born smoothly. As the silver needle was stabbed in, the pregnant woman felt that the pain in the lower half of her body had lessened quite a bit, and the expression on her face had also soothed a lot. At this time Lin Feng said to her, if you feel better, keep pushing, the baby will come out soon. The pregnant woman immediately did as she was told and tried hard again. The three women behind her didn't dare to lean forward. They could only watch quietly, praying in their hearts that the pregnant woman would be able to give birth to the baby safely. Not much more than a moment later, a baby's cry rang out in the room. The three women instantly opened their eyes wide. After some treatment by Lin Feng, the pregnant woman had actually given birth to the baby. The old midwife took one look and immediately shouted to Li Kaiyun, quickly prepare hot water and scissors. Li Kaiyun ran out quickly. Not long after, hot water and scissors were brought. Seeing that the pregnant woman had already given birth to the baby without any problems, Lin Feng lifted his steps and left the room. After a few minutes, the midwife walked out holding the child. The pregnant woman had given birth to a boy and the mother and child were safe. Outside the door of the health center stood many villagers who were watching. When they heard that it was Lin Feng who had helped the pregnant woman to have a smooth labor, they all talked about it enthusiastically. It didn't appear that the former cutie pie, Lin Feng, actually knew about medicine. Xia Guizhi also walked out after a while, with a somewhat embarrassed expression on her face. Just now she felt that Li Kaiyun had brought Lin Feng here purely for nonsense. As a result, it didn't occur to her that Lin Feng had really succeeded. For a moment she didn't know what to say. Sister Ru Yun, why are you so stupid? If it wasn't for Lin Feng making a move just now, I'm afraid that both you and the child would be gone. At this point in time, don't you still want to tell us who the father of the child is? Li Kaiyun came to the pregnant woman's side and asked with a worried face. The woman was called Lu Ruyun, in her early 30s, and usually had a good relationship with Li Kaiyun. At the moment, she was lying quietly on the bed, silent. Many villagers had asked her the same question, and she hadn't answered. Even when her family asked, she kept her mouth shut. She was so angry that her family didn't care about her anymore. A widow's pregnancy would have been something that would have tarnished a woman's reputation, and it was also dangerous for a person to carry a child alone. So Li Kaiyun thought she was stupid. At the same time, she was also wondering who the father of the child was and why Lu Ruyun just refused to say. At this time Lin Feng also came in and stood next to Li Kaiyun. He was equally curious in his heart. Lu Ruyun looked deeply at Lin Feng and remained silent. The crowd had no choice but to disperse. As for Lu Ruyun, she could only temporarily stay at Li Caiyun's place. Otherwise there was no one to take care of her at all. The next morning, Lin Feng went to Yi Sui's house and pulled a cart of watermelons to send to Zhang Beilei. Yi Laosan had Yi Sui follow Lin Feng around. Since he was going to set the two up, he had to find more opportunities to spend time together. So Yi Laosan left everything related to watermelons to her daughter so that she could have more contact with Lin Feng. It didn't take long for the watermelons to be delivered. Lin Feng saw that it was still very early, so he parked the tricycle to the side and took Yi Tianan to the busiest commercial area nearby. He had never come here to shop before, and now that he had a beautiful woman with him, it was the perfect time to come over and take a look. Open, open, open. Full of green. Full of green. Lin Feng and Yi Sui were walking forward. Not far away came a loud noise. A group of men were shouting something at the top of their voices. Lin Feng became interested. What were these people doing? So he took Yi Tianan and walked over. Turning down a street, he arrived at one of the biggest commercial streets in the county. This street was all about the antique business. That's why it was also known as a street of antiques. At this moment, a large group of people were seen surrounding the entrance of an antique store. What are they doing? Yi Sui was also curious. I don't know. Just go over and take a look. There were a lot of people on this street, and for fear of being dispersed, Lin Feng took Yi Tian's hand and squeezed into the crowd. When they reached the front row of the crowd, they got a good look. It turned out to be a group of people gambling on stones. On the ground was a large pile of stones, large and small, in different forms. Next to it stood a small sign, writing the price of the stone. Big stone $1,000 a piece, small stone $500 a piece. Next to it is a stone cutting machine. A worker is cutting stones. Everyone at the scene was concentrating on the stone in the worker's hand. A few moments later, the stone was cut in half and there was nothing. It didn't hit. The worker held the stone with some regret and showed it to the crowd, then threw it to the side on a pile of stones. Although it didn't hit, the crowd still jumped at the chance. It didn't take long for a man to open and hit a piece. Inside was a piece of emerald green jade. Although the size and color were average, it was worth at least a few tens of thousands of dollars, so it still drew a lot of envy. Let's see. Let me try. At this time a youth's voice came from the crowd. The crowd was then peeled open a channel, and a youth squeezed in, and beside him, there was a woman around 50 years old. This woman was fat and strong looking, at least 180 pounds or so, with dark skin and a face of horizontal meat. The woman's dress, on the other hand, was very good, with 2 large jade bracelets on her wrists, and a bright pearl necklace on her neck was very conspicuous. What's all the squeezing for? A man next to him complained with some dissatisfaction. The youth glared his eyes and said forcefully, "What's wrong with squeezing you? You're not buying. Why are you standing here? Then do you buy it? Nonsense. If you don't buy it, why did I come in here? Poor bastards like you, hurry up and get out of the way. Don't affect my luck." The youth pushed the man aside. The man wanted to get angry, but looking at the fat woman's clothes next to him, she was definitely a rich person, so he held back. Lin Feng was also startled by the youth. He turned his head and instantly froze. Wang Kuan? The youth was none other than Wang Kuan, who he hadn't seen for a few days. Wang Kuan had also spotted Lin Feng, and a smug sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Isn't this Lin Feng? What are you doing here? This is an antique street. It sells antiques and jade. Is it a place where a poor bastard like you should come?" Lin Feng looked at Wang Kuan and then at the fat woman next to him. The woman was carrying Wang Kuan's arm with a close face. At a glance the relationship between the two was not ordinary. The fat woman then asked Wang Kuan, "Kuan D, who is he?" Wang Kuan said disdainfully, "A poor farmer from our village." The moment the woman heard that Lin Feng was a farmer, her face showed contempt. She briefly glanced at him and turned her head away, not looking at Lin Feng. Ever since the last time he had punched his face at the banquet and broke up with Chen Jing, Wang Kuan had realized a profound truth. It was that a girlfriend was actually a very important position. Finding a good one could lead to decades less of struggle, directly stepping on the feet of many people who couldn't catch up with them for the rest of their lives. So it must be carefully selected only. Absolutely cannot just find a random one, wasting this valuable position. After some searching, he finally found this rich woman. This rich woman was ugly, fat and old, but is very rich. There are dozens of houses in the city, is a veritable house sister. Originally, these houses are her husband's. Now her husband died, all became her property. Wang Kuan heart already have a plan. This woman all rich disease, cannot live long, and so she died. These properties are all his. By then he directly on the peak of life. Even if he didn't die, it wouldn't be long before he could get a lot of property from the woman and become a big rich man. At that time he would at least be the richest man in town. What young and beautiful girls didn't have, what he paid for now, he would get back 10 times 100 times in the future. When Lin Feng said that he was going to be the richest man, that was definitely bragging. And when he became the richest man, that was definitely true. On the day he became the richest man, he would definitely blind all the villagers, and Zhou Qingqing would naturally be in his pocket. As soon as he thought of this, he felt that his life had reached its peak. He was so smart that he couldn't help but have a spirited smile on his face. Chapter 56, Purple Jade and the Big Dipper. Sister May, I want to play with 2 pieces. Wang Kuan pointed at the pile of stones in front of him and said, "If you want to play with a few pieces." Being polite with sister. Recently Wang Kuan served the woman very satisfied. The 2 people are also in the honeymoon period, so the woman is very willing to give him money. Wang Kuan heard, proudly looked at Lin Feng, opened his mouth, "See Lin Feng, I told you, these days it's not about fighting and killing, it's about money and status. You're just able to fight again, and you'll always be a pauper in front of me." Lin Feng opened his mouth with a smile. "Wang Kuan, after not seeing you for a few days, you have degenerated. You even look for a rich woman to keep you. Are you really happy in such a day?" Wang Kuan laughed out loud and said loudly, "Lin Feng, don't be sour there. To be able to be adopted by a rich woman, that's also my skill. Do you want to be adopted? Do you have the qualifications to do so? You're being envious and jealous of me." At this time next to the fat woman with a face of impatience said, "Kuan D, don't talk nonsense with him, a poor peasant with him to say so much what to do. You're not one to open the stone it. Sis to open 100 for you." "Really? Of course it's true. As long as you are happy, it doesn't matter if all the stones here are opened for you. Sister May, you are really too good to me," Wang Kuan said with an excited face. The surrounding people all had a hard time when they saw the 2 people showing their affection in a carnal way. Yi Tianyi even spat out her tongue, almost spitting out her overnight meal. However, Wang Kuan was unimpressed and even smug. 100 stones can be $100,000. Think about the other day, he could not even afford to drink a few bottles of iron mouth Moutai in front of his classmates to embarrass and scandalize. And now, he is $100,000. Do not even blink. Really not the same as in the past. Thinking of times, he said to the boss boldly, "Boss, open 100 stones for me." The boss was so happy that he immediately treated Wang Kuan like a guest and personally helped him pick 100 stones. "Cut them all," Wang Kuan said with a wave of his hand. At the same time, he looked at the crowd and saw that they were all envious. His heart was even more complacent. Prickla, ear-piercing sounds rang out one after another. A piece of stone was cut, not a single stone out of the green. The last 100 stones all cut, still not a piece of jade. Wang Kuan's face changed with the storm clouds, more and more ugly. The people around him saw that he had bought so much, but none of the stones came out. They all showed gloating expressions. Lin Feng had been holding his shoulders and watching with interest. When he saw that none of the pieces had one, he couldn't help but open his mouth. "Wang Kuan, your luck is also too bad. $100 a piece did not win. Is it because you got married to this rich woman? Put your luck or overdrawn? So many stones, if all bring back, are enough to give your father to build a pigsty." Wang Kuan was already angry, and when he heard Lin Feng teasing him, he was furious and shouted, "I'm willing to not win even if I don't win a single piece. I am rich. This amount of money is nothing at all. As long as I'm willing, it's no problem to open another $100. Then why don't you open it?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Open it, boss, give me another $100. Wang Kuan shouted. The boss was overjoyed and hurriedly helped pick some more stones. This time, Wang Kuan himself also went out and picked a few pieces. After that, he let the workers cut all of them. The result is still not a piece. This time Wang Kuan some hang up on the spot to the boss angry. How is it possible to open 200 pieces of a piece are not in? I suspect that you have no jade in this pile of stones, the boss said with a speechless face. How is it possible that there is no jade? Before you came, someone opened out a piece. It's just your bad luck. No way. There is definitely no jade here. That person just now must be your trust. You quickly return the money to me, or we are not finished. Wang Kuan really can't accept this cruel reality. He spent $200,000, but nothing. This is too disgraceful. This $200,000 if you take to the hotel treat, you can show off once, and here, just buy a pile of broken stone. At this time, the boss was also a little reluctant. What's wrong with you? Don't play if you can't afford to lose. Didn't you say you were rich just now? Why are you heartbroken now? You, Wang Kuan was questioned speechless. Next to the fat woman pulled him said, forget it Kuan brother. Did not hit it. Sister does not care about this money. Is not 200,000 it. When to buy a happy. Although still very unhappy, but the woman said so. Wang Kuan can only hate to stop. Just at this time, Lin Feng walked out. I also come to open a piece of it. Try your luck. The corner of Wang Kuan's mouth revealed a contemptuous sneer. Just now I bought $200 and didn't win. You even dare to buy. Is your brain in the water? Lin Feng gently smiled. Just because you didn't win, doesn't mean others won't win. Wang Kuan snorted coldly, hugged his shoulders and looked at Lin Feng with a playful face. Then buy it, let me see how you won. Lin Feng glanced at him and didn't say anything. He came to the boss and handed him $500 bills. After that he lifted his steps to the front of the pile of stones and stared at the stones with both eyes. In an instant, a pair of Tai Chi patterns appeared in his pupils. At the same time, he saw a purple vapor slowly rising from the pile of stones. He immediately reached out and peeled away the pile of stones, taking out a stone from underneath. It was from this stone that the purple aura emerged. Some jade stones buried in the ground for thousands of years would absorb some chi. This stone was the one that had absorbed the chi, and it had absorbed the innate astral energy. In fact, when Lin Feng had just come over, he had used his chi viewing technique to discover this different stone. It was just that he was just about to strike when Wang Kuan came and interrupted him. Now he used the chi viewing technique again and picked out this piece of jade that had a chi. Help me open this piece. Why did you pick just one piece? And it's still a small one. You don't have no money on you, do you? Wang Kuan said sarcastically from the side. With good luck, one piece is enough. With bad luck 200 pieces are useless. Just like you just did, Lin Feng said with a faint smile. Wang Kuan's face stiffened. He gritted his teeth and said disdainfully, I think you're just poor. Don't make excuses for yourself. Lin Feng ignored him and handed the stone to the worker. The worker took the stone and put it under the cutter and started cutting. As a result, before he could cut in much of a piece, he saw purple crumbs splashing out of the stone. Out of jade, and it's still an extremely rare purple jade. This is a big profit. The price of purple jade is at least 3 times higher than that of green jade. Although this stone is a bit smaller, it is still at least $1 million to start with. Seeing that the stone had come out with purple jade, a shout of surprise rang out from the crowd. The crowd cast envious gazes at Lin Feng. It was so lucky to have jade come out of one piece, and it was also purple jade. And looking at Wang Kuan's face again, it instantly froze into a ball and turned into a pig's liver color. How is it possible? What makes him so lucky? What a hell! Seeing that Lin Feng bought a small stone and opened a rare purple jade, and then looking at the 200 pieces of waste stones he had just bought, his mind instantly collapsed. The atmosphere at the scene was a bit awkward. The crowd converged their gazes on him again. Seeing that the crowd was all scoffing, Wang Kuan glared at them and shouted in defiance. What are you looking at? What qualifications do you poor bastards have to laugh at me? Are you richer than me? Or did you also open the jade? Neither money nor jade. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? I'm asking you a question. Seeing his impotent and furious look, the crowd was too lazy to bother with him and shook their heads helplessly. Kuan D. The most important thing to come out to play is to be happy. Why should you care about them? Go, sis invite you to dinner. Relax your mood. The fat woman forcefully pulled Wang Kuan to quickly leave the place. Otherwise she also felt a little ashamed. Little brother, this piece of jade color is good. I think you don't open it. Directly sell it to me. I am next to the jade house. I can give you 2 million. At this time, a boss of the jade shop walked next to Lin Feng and opened his mouth with a polite face. He very much wanted to acquire this piece of purple jade from Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng politely declined. This piece of jade contained innate astral energy, and jade objects made from this type of jade could be worn on the body to ward off evil spirits. So Lin Feng wasn't going to sell it. but instead make a few jade pendants and give them to people around him to protect them. Chapter 57, Like a gas tank. Lin Feng picked up the stone and went straight to the jade store next to him and asked the workers to set the jade apart. An experienced master teacher helped Lin Feng calculate that the stone could be made into 8 jade pendants. Lin Feng immediately paid the money, so that the teacher master personally, all the jade stone into jade pendant. The master said that he worked all night long and could finish it in 2 days, and asked Lin Feng to come and pick it up 2 days later. After arranging for the jade, Lin Feng was very happy and took Yi Tianan to continue shopping. The other street apart from the antique street was the restaurant street. Yi Tian had come all the way here and was a bit hungry. Lin Feng was similarly so he pulled out the gold card that Qian Millionaire had given him. Qian Millionaire said that with this gold card, he could eat for free at the restaurants under his banner. Lin Feng happened to want to go and taste how the food at the restaurant owned by Qian Millionaire tasted, so that he could give him some advice later on, so he immediately looked around the neighborhood. There were several addresses on the gold card. He quickly found one of them in the neighborhood. The decoration of this restaurant was very upscale, and it looked like it was geared towards high-end consumers. The restaurant had 2 floors. The first floor was the general area, which was more crowded, and the second floor was the VIP area, which had a tranquil environment and better service. At this time is the time to eat. The first floor is already full. Lin Feng had to take Yi Tianan up to the second floor. At this time, a table by the window was empty. Lin Feng pulled Yi Tianyang to the table and sat down. A young waiter wearing a vest and bow tie immediately came up and handed the 2 people a menu. When Yi Tianan took a look at the prices on the menu, a pair of beautiful eyes immediately opened a bit wide, blocking her mouth with her hand. She whispered to Lin Feng, "Hey, why come here to eat ah? All the dishes here are so expensive ah. They're all a few $100s a serving. Even a glass of lemonade costs a few tens of dollars." Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. "Just eat, I'm treating you anyway. It's not easy for you to come out to eat with me once. It's only right that you eat something nice. I've never eaten before anyway. Just take it as a glimpse of the world." When the waiter next to him saw the 2 people, a look of contempt appeared on his face. Usually the people who came to eat with them were rich people who were worth a lot of money and were dressed and had a high-end demeanor. And Lin Feng was dressed as a peasant, and Yi Tianan was dressed like a middle school student. The 2 people didn't look like rich people at first glance, so naturally they couldn't catch his eye. The 2 people searched for half a day and finally ordered a few dishes. The waiter waited for half a day, took the menu with some impatience and turned around to order. Yi Sweet skimmed her mouth and looked at the departing waiter. "Such a nice restaurant. How come the waiter's attitude is so bad?" Lin Feng smiled lightly and spoke. "These people see rich people every day. After a long time, their eyes are higher than the sky. We're dressed in average clothes today. He must have some contempt for us in his heart. No need to pay attention to him. We are here to eat, not to see him." Yi Tianyi nodded and felt that Lin Feng was right. The view here was very good. Next to it was a penetrating floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window was a river named Qingchuan River. The word for river in Jiangshan County referred to this Qingchuan River. Lin Feng looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window and felt some emotions in his heart. The fact that Qian Millionaire could get such a good piece of land to open a restaurant not only reflected his vision, but also his powerful strength. After all, there must be a lot of people who can look at such a good piece of land, and it is not very easy to get it. Just as the 2 were enjoying the scenery, a discordant voice interrupted their thoughts. "You 2 are really here. You really made me guess right." Lin Feng turned his head to look, only to see Wang Kuan and the fat woman standing not far away, looking at them with a light smile on their faces. It turned out that just now Wang Kuan hadn't left, but had waited outside the antique street, waiting for Lin Feng to come out. If he had been in the past, he would have had to admit it if he had been hit in the face. However, now that he had fallen for the rich woman and had her backing him up, how could he swallow this tone of voice? He had to immediately find a way to get his face back before he could do so, and in the meantime, he would let Lin Feng have a good look at the strength he had now. After some persuasion from him, the fat woman also agreed, so the 2 of them waited outside the antique street until Lin Feng came out and quietly followed him, looking for an opportunity. Seeing that Lin Feng had actually come to this restaurant, Wang Kuan immediately laughed. How could this kind of high-class restaurant be a place where a poor peasant like Lin Feng could come to? It was really out of his depth. His chance to get back his offense had come, so he followed in with the fat woman with gusto. "How come it's you guys again?" Lin Feng saw Wang Kuan and spoke with some surprise. Wang Kuan smiled grimly and slowly walked over. "What? Are you disappointed to see me? You can come here. Can't I come? You poor bastard is also really enough. Just want a piece of broken jade. Just think of yourself as a rich man. Even come here to pretend to be a big-tail wolf. Really ridiculous. Wang Kuan, what the hell do you want to do? I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to fight with you." Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth. "What else can I come for? Of course it's dinner." Wang Kuan snorted coldly. "Then go eat instead." Lin Feng said. Wang Kuan looked around for a week. His eyes locked on the table in front of Lin Feng. A few bad smiles appeared on his face. I see that this table of yours is good. Please make way. I want to sit here and eat. Next to her, Yi Sweet heard that Wang Kuan even made such a rude request. She opened her mouth with some defiance. There are so many seats here. Why do you have to grab a seat with us? The fat woman next to him also spoke up. Where are the reasons? My Kuan D can sit wherever he wants to sit. And if I tell you guys to go away, then go away. Don't talk so much nonsense. You guys are too overbearing, right? Yi Sweet looked at her with some anger. The fat woman smiled smugly. That's right, it's overbearing. What's wrong? This is the social reality. Having money means you can do whatever you want. This is a high-class restaurant. It's for us rich people, not for you poor people. Please get out of the way immediately. Otherwise I'll have the waiter shoo you away, and then you'll see whose side they're on. Yi Sweet had never encountered such an arrogant and domineering person. Plus she was already rather short-tempered. This time she was completely on fire. Said to the fat woman nonchalantly, Rich how? Rich is terrific You see you look like a gas can. If you fall on the ground, do not know to help which head. Where do you come from the confidence to look down on us? How could the fat woman not expect? Yi Sweet dared to contradict her, and also said such a hard word. Immediately made her angry. Little, try saying one more sentence. See if my old lady doesn't tear your mouth. Yi Tian immediately repeated twice more. Gas tank, I just said it. What can you do? Little, I'm going to strangle you. The fat woman went completely crazy, reaching out to grab Yi Tian's face. Lin Feng next to her grabbed her thick wrist. This lady, you came to humiliate us first. You've humiliated us for so half a day. Can't we humiliate you twice? Don't you understand the principle that those who humiliate others will always humiliate them? Please keep your restraint and don't make a move, because you can't beat us even if you do. Lin Feng said, flicked his wrist and flicked the fat woman away. The woman quickly took a few steps back and almost fell backwards onto the ground. The wrist that had just been grabbed by Lin Feng was also vaguely painful. Wang Kuan saw that Lin Feng dared to do this. He was furious. He pulled his neck and shouted downstairs. Come on people, how does your restaurant do things? How dare you let this kind of dirtbag in for dinner? Aren't you afraid of affecting your restaurant's image? And they dare to hit someone. It's simply against the law. Do you care or not? Soon, the waiter from earlier ran up. Both of you, what happened? Seeing that Wang Kuan and the fat woman were not badly dressed, wearing gold and silver, his attitude was very respectful. Wang Kuan aggressively pointed to the table in front of Lin Feng and opened his mouth to the waiter. We've got our eyes on this seat. We asked them to let it out. They just won't let us. They're still roughing us up. What do you think about this? Who should we give this seat to in the end? Chapter 58, The Battle of the Seats. The waiter looked at Lin Feng and Yi Tianyan, then at Wang Kuan and Xian Millionaire, and quickly made a decision in his mind. Wang Kuan and the fat woman were rich at first glance, while Lin Feng and Yi Tianyan didn't have much power at first glance. He definitely had to be on Wang Kuan's side, so he quickly walked to Lin Feng and slowly spoke. This gentleman, there is already an empty seat downstairs. I suggest you two go downstairs to dine. The food is the same. This seat please give it up to the two of them, okay? Lin Feng's face immediately turned cold when he heard him say that. Why should we be allowed to go downstairs and not them? We were here first. We have to talk about first come first served, right? The waiter smiled faintly, feeling that Lin Feng's question was very childish. Did he still need to ask? Of course it was that people were richer, but this reason was not good to say directly in front of so many people after all. He could only change to a euphemism. We have regulations here. The second floor location is a priority for members to use. Although you were here first, but the two of them can do membership, so this location should be given to them. If you are also a member, then it's another story. The waiter turned his head to Wang Kuan and the fat woman and gave them a wink. He estimated that with Wang Kuan and the fat woman's strength, getting a membership would not be a problem at all. Wang Kuan immediately understood and said loudly, that's right, we can do a membership. It's a very easy thing for us. While poor bastards like you shouldn't think about it. Being able to come and have a meal and experience the life of a rich person is already your limit. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Then you should go and get a membership first. When it's done, Wang Kuan nodded and said with a playful face, you guys really don't want to see the coffin. You still have to hold out even at this point. You think we can't afford to do it right? Well, I'll let you see with your own eyes how we do membership. Saying that, he looked to the waiter and asked, what about your members here? The waiter respectfully replied, 20,000 a month. 200,000 will make you an annual member, with a 15% discount on food and beverage consumption, while enjoying top-notch services. A mere 200,000. Done, Wang Kuan said in a spirited manner. Okay sir, please the two of you come with me for a moment. I'll handle it for you right away. Once he heard that Wang Kuan wanted to do the membership, the waiter was so happy. His mouth was almost grinning to the root of his ears, because they have a rule here. If someone runs a membership, he can get a lot of commission. Wang Kuan looked at Lin Feng proudly, and then went downstairs with the fat woman to get a membership. At this time, Yi Tianyi couldn't sit still and whispered to Lin Feng, "We'd better hurry up and leave, lest they come over later and really drive us away." Lin Feng, however, smiled blandly, with a disinterested look on his face. "It doesn't matter. Even if he finishes his membership, it's useless. The ones who end up sitting here and eating must be us." Yi Tian had a disbelieving look on her face. "How can that be? Could it be that the restaurant would offend their members for the sake of the two of us? Don't worry about that. You'll just watch in a while." Lin Feng had a special gold card with millions of dollars in his hand. What members were scum in front of him? Not too long after, Wang Kuan came back with the finished membership card proudly, shaking the silver-colored card in his hand as he walked. He shook his head and came to Lin Feng, slapping the membership card on the table. "Lin Feng, see, premium membership cards, 200,000 apiece. I'm afraid your family wouldn't be able to save up that much money in a year without eating or drinking, whereas nowadays I can casually get one. That's the gap between you and me. I hope you're able to deeply realize that. Now that I've finished the card, you can leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid the security guards will have to ask you out." After Wang Kuan finished, he laughed to the sky, spitting out all his previous unhappiness. This feeling of crushing Lin Feng with money was really great. Thinking about the face he lost at the banquet before, and then thinking about the limelight he was robbed of at the antique street just now, all of it was stolen back with this card. At this time, the fat woman also walked up. A face of unforgiving said, "Go, think beautiful, just now this little even dared to scold me, must throw the two of them out to me, directly let them go was really too cheap for them." Wang Kuan also felt necessary after hearing this, and immediately asked to the waiter just now, "You can throw the two of them out, right?" Now that Wang Kuan had done the membership card, the waiter had earned his commission and treated Wang Kuan and the fat woman with more respect. He hesitated for a moment and slowly spoke, "By reason, we don't have the right to throw them out, but listening to what you two just said, they even roughed you up in our restaurant. This is definitely considered as a disturbance. With this, we can completely throw them out without any problem." Wang Kuan and the fat woman both revealed satisfied smiles, feeling that this waiter was very sensible and had a quick mind, a good talent that they liked. In order to make the two people happy, the waiter came directly to Lin Feng. His face became completely cold and his tone became very tough. "I've long looked down on you two. I'm now officially ordering you to stand up right now and give up your seats to the two of them. What I despise the most is your kind of people. Obviously they are all at the bottom of the social ladder, but they still have to experience the life of the upper class. Isn't it true that they will have to take a bunch of photos in a while, and send them to the circle of friends to show them off? Don't you guys feel that you're very vain? And you also dare to make trouble here. This has violated our rules here. We do not welcome people like you here. Hurry up and get out, or I'll immediately have security throw you two out." When it came down to it, the waiter didn't pretend anymore and said all that he had just thought in his heart. "You guys are too bullying. I'm going to find your manager to complain." Yi Tianyi really couldn't help herself and said angrily, "Find our manager? Let me tell you, no matter who you find, it's all the same, it's impossible to be on your side," the waiter said disdainfully. Hearing him say that, Lin Feng stood up, his eyes staring coldly into the waiter's eyes. "You'd better go and get him. You're just a minion. You don't have the right to make us leave. If your manager comes and tells us to leave too, we'll leave immediately." The waiter snorted lightly, thinking that Lin Feng was very ridiculous. Getting their manager would be absolutely the same. "You are a really stubborn person. Do you have to lose all your face before you'll give up? Then I'll make you happy." He reached for his walkie-talkie and informed their manager. Not a moment later, a round, middle-aged man rushed over. "What happened?" The manager came to the front with his hands behind his back and asked with a frown. "Manager, our members looked at this position. Let the two of them let out. They just don't let, and also moved against our members. I let them leave. They still rely on this does not go. Have to see you to go. You say this matter how to do it." After hearing this, the manager looked at Lin Feng, then Wang Kuan, and spoke bluntly, "Then what else is there to say? The member is God. Since the member said they want to sit here, they'll sit here. Tell them to let them out right away." Once the waiter heard this, a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He added, "These two members were treated rudely by the two of them just now, so they want to throw the two of them out. Do you think this request can be met?" With his hands behind his back, the manager replied without hesitation, "The members are our God, our bread and butter. All will be done." The waiter instantly laughed. Wang Kuan and the fat woman also laughed. "What did I say? Looking for our manager, you guys can only make a fool of yourselves. You guys don't listen. This is good. Our manager personally sent word to throw you two out. This time you guys are satisfied. Wang Kuan happily clapped his hands straight, shouting, throw, quickly throw, just before dinner to give us a boost. The fat woman also glared at Yi Sweet with a face of relief. Little, this time you know the old lady's power. I told you to scold me just now. Yi Sweet inhaled her nose, angry and resentful. Just now she said she wanted to leave. Lin Feng just wouldn't leave. Now she's going to lose face, right? She reached out her small hand and pinched Lin Feng's arm, looking at Lin Feng with a face full of grudges. The expression on her face seemed to be saying, just now I let you go. Now it's good. You're about to be thrown out. How humiliating to be thrown out on the street by someone. However, Lin Feng remained calm and collected, looking at the manager with a serious face. Chapter 59, Supreme Membership Card. As far as I know, this restaurant is owned by Qian Millionaire. Aren't you afraid that he will find out what you guys have done and come after you to settle the score? The manager was stunned at first. He didn't expect Lin Feng to know that this restaurant was owned by Qian Million, but when he thought about it, it wasn't a secret. So he turned to raise the corner of his mouth and said with a face full of unconcern, our boss Qian doesn't care about these details of the business. As long as we can make money, it's the right thing to do. And I'm just helping boss Qian to make money right now. So how would he come after me to settle the score? And how would our boss know about these things? Do you want to go to him and complain? Don't be ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Just the bottom of the social ladder like you. You can't even see our boss Qian's shadow, let alone complain to him. The manager revealed a scornful smile, feeling that Lin Feng was beyond ridiculous. Is that so? Then take a look at this card. Do you recognize it? Lin Feng reached out and pulled out the golden card from his pocket and slapped it on the table. You even took out a card. What card have I not seen? With a face of contempt, the manager looked at the golden card on the table, but as a result, the words in his mouth stopped before he finished speaking, and the smile on his face instantly froze and then gradually disappeared. A few moments later, he grabbed the card on the table, his eyes widened and he looked at Lin Feng with an incredulous expression, as if he had seen a ghost. How could you possibly have this kind of supreme membership card? Lin Feng smiled lightly. Your boss personally gave it to me. If you don't believe me, you can call and ask him right away. This, the manager was instantly speechless. The expression on his face was very stiff. The hands holding the card were slightly trembling. How could he not believe that Lin Feng could possess this kind of top-class supreme card? One must know that this was specially created by Qian Million for top-level connections, and there were definitely no more than 5 people who could get this card here. As far as he knew, there were 3 people who had gotten this card before, the first being the governor's son, the second was the president of the One-Day Dragon Society, the third was the chairman of Mountain River Pharmaceuticals. These 3 people were all top powerful people in the area, and only people at this level could get this kind of supreme membership card. And why Lin Feng could also have one? He couldn't figure it out. The waiter next to him saw his shocked appearance and asked with a frown, Manager, what's wrong with you? What kind of card is this? It scared you like this? This is Boss Qian's special supreme membership card. Seeing this card is like seeing the boss himself in person, the manager explained. Since this kind of card was so rare, the general staff didn't even know of its existence. The waiter was also dumbfounded upon hearing this. After a moment, he said with a skeptical face, You can't be kidding me. Look at the way he's dressed. How could he possibly have this kind of card? This card is definitely fake. The manager was furious after hearing this. There were not many people who knew about this kind of card at all. Who would make this kind of fake? Moreover, this card was made of pure gold. There were all sorts of anti-counterfeiting markings on it. Whether it was a real card or not, you could tell at a glance. Could he still be wrong? This card in Lin Feng's hand was definitely a real card. So at this moment his attitude completely changed. He slapped the waiter on the face. Mard, how are you doing your job? Now I'm being victimized by you. Seeing the gold card was like seeing the money millionaire himself. Just now when they humiliated Lin Feng, it was like humiliating the money millionaire. This was even better. The waiter was dumbfounded by the slap. Covering his face, he said, Manager, how can you blame me for this? How could I know that they had a gold card from Mr. Qian? If I knew, I wouldn't have dared to beat him to death now. The manager was so angry that he shouted, What's the use of wasting these words with me? Don't you dare to apologize to others quickly. The waiter then reacted and hurriedly came to Lin Feng and apologized. I'm really sorry. Just now it was my eyes that didn't recognize Tai. It's all my fault. You mustn't be ignorant of me. It's me that has eyes that don't know what's going on. It's me that's a dog's eye. I'm just stupid. Wang Kuan and the fat woman next to him were dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on at all. Didn't they say they were going to throw Lin Feng out? How come he pulled out a gold card and started apologizing? Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Isn't it just a membership card? Tell me how much it costs and we'll just get another one. Wang Kuan opened his mouth full of concern. The manager turned his head violently, looked at the two with an icy face and grunted out coldly. You two guys, you really haven't seen the world. This is our internal special membership card. The status is equivalent to our boss in person. It is only given to the most important contacts, although you two have a few bucks, but if you want to do this kind of card, you don't have this qualification yet. What did you say? Wang Kuan instantly widened his eyes with a look of disbelief. If what you said is true, then how could he have this kind of card? It couldn't be that he stole it or picked it up, right? The fat woman also spoke at the side. The average person doesn't even know that this kind of card exists. Even if they picked it up or stole it, they don't know what it's for. And this card is real name. When you swipe the card in a while, you will be able to see it. Who dares to take someone else's card and swipe it here with us? Isn't that looking for death? It's a loss for the two of you to be able to ask such a stupid question. How is this possible? If he didn't pick it up or steal it, how could a poor peasant like him have this kind of card? You guys must be joking with us. Wang Kuan couldn't accept this fact no matter what. He couldn't wait to see Lin Feng get thrown out just now. Why had it all changed now? Could it be that he could not wreak havoc on Lin Feng even though he had gotten attached to such a rich and wealthy woman? This wasn't true. This definitely wasn't true. Wang Kuan, this world is big. There are many things you don't know. Being rich isn't everything, because there are many people richer than you. At this time, Lin Feng's voice slowly sounded. Wang Kuan, where to listen to it, immediately lost his temper and shouted, You lesbol ***** here. We both grew up together, or in the same village. What is the condition of your house, don't I know? How can you have this kind of card? You quickly tell the manager. Where exactly did you steal this card? If you don't tell me, when you swipe the card later, you'll have to go to jail to tell me. Lin Feng didn't pay any more attention to him. Having been hit twice in a row, Wang Kuan's mind completely exploded. He couldn't listen to anything he said at this time. He could only tell him to go up to the side and cool off. Lin Feng turned his head to look at the manager. The two of them being here is seriously affecting my mood for dinner. Can you throw the two of them out immediately? The manager immediately said. Of course I can. Seeing the gold card is like seeing the money boss. I'll answer any request. He finished calling all the security guards. You guys, throw the two of them out immediately. The security guards could not help but pick up the two men and drag them out. Since the rich woman was too fat, the two security guards couldn't rack her at all. And in the end, 4 security guards were utilized to carry her out. Who are you to treat us like this? We're members. You can't do this. Lin Feng, you wait for me. I'll remember this account. Wang Kuan. I don't believe that Wang Kuan, can't fight you in this life as a poor hanger-on. Lin Feng watched Wang Kuan being dragged out, a satisfied smile on his face. There's also this waiter. His presence here is also affecting my mood for dinner. Lin Feng spoke again. Without saying a word, the manager directly pointed at the waiter's nose and said angrily, I now officially announce that you are fired. Turn around and pack up and get out immediately. At this point, the waiter no longer dared to say another word. He could only obediently recognize the punishment. Soon, he was also racked out by the 2 security guards and thrown out onto the street. After throwing all 3 people out, the manager wiped his sweat and gave Lin Feng a smile that was worse than a cry. I've done everything you asked for. Are you still satisfied? Not bad. Lin Feng nodded slightly. That's good. I'm really sorry for just now. I also hope that you'll be generous and don't ever talk to Boss Chen about what happened today. Otherwise I won't be able to keep this manager position. Lin Feng turned his head to look at him and slowly spoke. If I hadn't pulled out this gold card just now, would you have really thrown me out? When the manager heard this, he instantly froze. The expression on his face was stormy. He wanted to lie, but Lin Feng definitely didn't believe him. But if he was truthful, he was afraid that Lin Feng would get angry. If Lin Feng hadn't taken out the gold card, he would have definitely thrown Lin Feng out. This matter. The manager was so anxious that he didn't know what to say. His cold sweat broke out again. If Lin Feng went and told Qian Millionaire, he would definitely get lost. Chapter 60 Animal Squad. Lin Feng looked at the manager who was about to be scared less and reached out to point to the stairs not far away. You being here is actually affecting my mood for dinner. I'm giving you a chance now. If you can disappear from in front of me as fast as you can, today's incident will be treated as if it never happened. If you can't, then you're waiting to roll up and leave. Really? The manager was like an amnesty. Of course, but remember, it's at the fastest speed possible. The speed at which you disappear directly affects my decision. Disappear immediately. Lin Feng said this and fiercely drank out. The manager twisted his clumsy body, turned his head and rushed towards the crossbar of the stairs. The body leapt across the crossbar and jumped straight down. With that came the sound of the manager rolling down the stairs and his miserable scream. Seeing the clumsy manager become as dexterous as a monkey in order to disappear quickly, he directly jumped down the stairs in a hasty manner. Yi Sui couldn't hold back any longer and covered her stomach as she laughed her ass off. Lin Feng, why did you let him do that? Did you want to laugh at me? What good would it do you if you laughed me to death? Lin Feng looked in the direction where the manager jumped and smiled faintly. If I hadn't taken out my gold card, the ones who were thrown out would be us, so I have to teach him a lesson anyways. At this time, Wang Kuan and the fat woman had already been thrown out onto the street. Wang Kuan was infuriated as if he had gone mad and came to a big tree nearby and shouted, "Why? This is why. I, Wang Kuan, am a good-looking man. Why can't I fight Lin Feng? This country bumpkin. Why is this? Why is this?" He shouted to the sky while kicking violently on the tree, venting his resentment. There were a few birds that originally fell on the tree. Frightened by his shouting, they flew up in panic, and at the same time took a that snapped and fell into his mouth in an unbiased way. Wang Kuan went completely crazy, pointing at the sky and cursing, "Do even you damn birds dare to go against me?" At this time, the fat woman walked over and hugged him. "Kuan D, don't be angry, don't you still have me?" said the woman, pouted her big fat mouth and kissed Wang Kuan on his face. Vomit. Wang Kuan let out a dry retch. The fat woman immediately frowned. "What? You dislike me?" Wang Kuan hurriedly explained. No, I just didn't vomit the bird in my mouth just now." Although he had been slapped in the face by Lin Feng, he still needed the woman's money now, so how would he dare to dislike her? When the fat woman heard this, her eyebrows gradually stretched out and she stretched out her fat arms around his neck and furiously kissed him on the face a few times. "First forget about these unpleasant things just now. Turn around and I will definitely help you out. Now first go back with sister. Let's relax and unwind." The fat woman dragged Wang Kuan back to her car. The thought of having to accompany this woman for another toss. Wang Kuan's face had a lifeless expression written all over it. Lin Feng and Yi Tianyan had a big meal in the restaurant. After eating, they strolled around the nearby commercial street for a while. After that, Lin Feng sent Yi Tian back home first and then returned to his own home. As soon as he arrived home, he saw 3 silver figures running towards him. It seemed like 3 silver lightning bolts. It was Silver 1, Silver 2 and Silver 3. These 3 little squirrels had been sent by Lin Feng to the mountains to help him look for medicinal herbs. They ran back today. They must have found something. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and held the 3 of them in his hand. The 3 squirrels immediately squeaked. Lin Feng listened sideways and quickly heard them. The 3 of them had really found several precious herbs and had found many other little squirrels that followed them. Lin Feng was very happy and immediately jumped off the tricycle, letting the 3 of them lead the way and then went up the mountain together. Lin Feng followed behind and walked forward quickly. Suddenly a low growl came out and a black bear came out of the woods. Lin Feng instinctively jumped back and stayed on guard. However, when he got a good look at the black bear, his emotions gradually relaxed. The black bear in front of him was the same one he had encountered earlier when he went up the mountain. At this moment, the black bear was looking at Lin Feng blearily, as if it was expecting something. Lin Feng suddenly remembered. Last time he seemed to have promised the black bear that he would bring him more food next time, but this time he came in a hurry and didn't bring anything. Although it was a promise made to the dog bear, it was still a promise. Lin Feng thought carefully and with a movement of his consciousness, he summoned the vial. He fed the black bear a few drops of spirit liquid. Since this black bear had met up with him many times, it was destined to be with him. So Lin Feng had also energized it, and it could help find quite a few medicinal herbs in the mountains. After all, the black bear's IQ was much higher than the little squirrel. "I forgot to bring food on the mountain this time. I'll go down the mountain in a bit and bring it to you. You follow me first and protect my safety by the way, okay?" The black bear, who was psychic, understood Lin Feng's words and rolled on the ground to show his agreement. Lin Feng was very happy and took the black bear with him as he walked up the mountain. The little squirrel led the way, and soon they arrived deep in the woods. There was no longer a road here, and people who usually went up the mountain to collect medicines would not dare to continue on when they got here, because there were many poisonous snakes and beasts in there. It was more dangerous. However, Lin Feng wasn't afraid because he had gotten the Shin-Nong medical immortal inheritance and normal animals wouldn't hurt him. Lin Feng took the black bear and continued on. When they came to a cliff face, they couldn't go any further. At this time, Silver One jumped out and squeaked a few times. Lin Feng listened carefully and understood what it meant. Silver One said that there was a precious herb on the cliff, which it had found. Lin Feng looked at the steep cliff and scratched his head a bit. He didn't have any tools either. How was he going to go down? And the 3 little squirrels, their bodies were too small. They could only find herbs, but not collect them. The black bear next to him landed on all fours, came to the edge of the cliff, turned his body upside down, and slowly climbed down afterward. Psychic animals could communicate with each other, and it understood what Yi was saying, so it was going to help Lin Feng go down and pick up the herbs. Lin Feng couldn't help but slap his head. Why didn't he think of that just now? He immediately came to the edge of the cliff and looked down seriously. This black bear lived in the deep mountains all year round and had a very strong climbing ability. After climbing downwards for about a dozen meters, he saw it open its mouth and pick up something and climb back upwards. Lin Feng took a look and was immediately overjoyed, only to see that what the black bear was carrying in its mouth was a Ganoderma lucidum, and the most precious variety of lingji was this deep mountain lingji. The black bear quickly climbed up and handed the lingji to Lin Feng. He took it in his hand and looked at it carefully. It was a 300-year-old Ganoderma. Due to growing on top of the cliff, it had never been discovered. This time a treasure had been found. Lin Feng stroked the dog bear's big furry head and carefully put the lingji away. After that there followed the little squirrels to continue looking for herbs. Not long after, Lin Feng found another 100-year ginseng and a dendrobium, both worth more than $100,000. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Without the help of these little helpers, he wouldn't be able to find so many precious herbs even if he was exhausted. After finding the herbs, the three little squirrels brought quite a few ordinary squirrels. They were able to find such good medicinal herbs thanks to the help of these squirrels. Lin Feng looked at the hundreds of little squirrels in front of him. His heart was full of hesitation. With their help, what medicinal herbs couldn't be found? He immediately made a decision to compile these little squirrels into a few animal squads and develop them to grow, as a way to speed up the search for medicinal herbs. There were 4 squads on the mountain, namely the East Mountain Squad, South Mountain Squad, West Mountain Squad, and North Mountain Squad. Silver 1 was the captain of the East Mountain Squad. Silver 2 was the South Mountain Squad leader. Silver 3 was the West Mountain Squad leader. The black bear was named Xiongda by Lin Feng and was the North Mountain Squad leader and developed other black bears to join in. After all, the little squirrels could only look for medicinal herbs, and it was up to the black bears to go picking up medicinal herbs. In addition to the 4 squads on the mountain, Lin Feng also set up several animal squads in the village. The planting squad, with Big Yellow as the squad leader, is responsible for patrolling the plantation. The breeding squad, with Big Black as the squad leader, was responsible for patrolling the farm. The village protection squad, with Genie as the squad leader. Reporting squad, Tianyi is the squad leader. Lin Feng bought another hawk, named Little Tsong, responsible for patrolling the sky. When there was time to buy a few more, set up a patrol squad. After forming the various animal squads, Lin Feng appointed himself as the chief captain. Although the animals were still relatively few, it gave him a feeling of commanding 1,000 armies. With a grass stick in his mouth, he crossed his legs and lay comfortably on his back on the roof, looking at the clear sky, feeling as if his life had reached its peak. Chapter 61 Charity Donation. The day of the charity banquet at the orphanage had arrived. Lin Feng woke up early, ate breakfast and rushed to the orphanage in the county. This orphanage was the only orphanage in the county and there were over 100 orphans living in it. The location of the orphanage was rather remote, on the edge of the county's development area. The location was hard to find. Originally, this place sat a temple, but later it was abandoned and changed into an orphanage. Due to the orphanage's financial constraints, the houses were in a state of disrepair. The main purpose of this fundraising is to raise funds to renovate the orphanage. As the address of the orphanage was quite remote, Lin Feng searched for half a day before finding it. Parking his tricycle on the side of the road, Lin Feng got off the vehicle and came to the entrance of the orphanage. Normally, no one came here, and there was no one standing guard at the entrance. However, today there was going to be a charity donation, and there would be a lot of rich people coming here. In order to strengthen security, there were 2 security guards standing at the entrance, vetting everyone's identity and checking to see if they were carrying prohibited items on them. When Lin Feng arrived at the door, he was stopped by the security guards. "What are you here for?" One of the security guards looked at Lin Feng and asked. "I was invited to the charity banquet," Lin Feng replied. The 2 security guards looked at each other and smiled, as if they felt that Lin Feng's words were interesting. A moment later, the security guard turned back and smiled faintly. This spring seedling orphanage, although it's relatively poor, it doesn't need a farmer to donate money. "Right, what exactly are you here for?" "I'm really here to make a donation." Seeing that the 2 people didn't believe him, Lin Feng said somewhat breathlessly. The security guard nodded and held out his hand. "Since you're here for the charity banquet, take out your invitation and see. If you have an invitation, we'll believe you." Lin Feng shook his head. "I didn't receive an invitation." The security guard laughed contemptuously when he heard that. Another security guard next to him said with an impatient face, "Leave quickly if you don't have an invitation. Don't delay us here. There are quite a few business owners coming here today. You must have some other purpose. But unfortunately, with us here, we won't let you blend in. Hurry up and leave or we'll kick you out." Lin Feng frowned slightly. He indeed hadn't received any invitations. Could it be that the dean had forgotten? But after thinking about it carefully, it was normal, because it was Qian Millionaire's secretary who went to donate the money. Although his name was written, he must have forgotten to leave his home address. even if there was an invitation. He didn't know where to send it. Although there was no invitation, Lin Feng thought that he had a text message as proof. So he pulled out his cell phone and found the text message from earlier and handed it to the two security guards to read. Although I don't have an invitation, I have this. This should be sent to me by the director of the orphanage. Take a look. The two security guards stretched their heads over to look at the cell phone screen with puzzled faces. A moment later, the two men's pupils dilated at the same time. $10 million? You donated $10 million? The security guards looked at Lin Feng with an incredulous face. Lin Feng didn't say anything and smiled faintly. Impossible. How could you donate so much money? This tiny orphanage can only raise about $1 million a year at most. I've never heard of anyone donating 10 million. This text message of yours is definitely fake. The security guard next to him also followed and agreed. That's right. It's definitely fake. Lin Feng looked at the duo. He could completely understand them. After all, this was beyond their knowledge. Whether this text message is real or not, you can ask the dean to come out and take a look. This is what he sent. He'll come over and take a look and he'll know. The security guard also felt that Lin Feng had a point, so he immediately went inside and got the dean. Not long after, he saw a man in his 40s running out in a hurry. The man was a bit bald, so he kept the hair on the side long to cover the bald head on top. With this run, the hair was floating up, revealing the bald head again. He couldn't care less though. That day when he learned that someone had donated $10 million to the orphanage, he was so happy that he simply couldn't sleep. He had always wanted to meet which kind person did this. Now that he heard that this person had come, he was very excited. Coming to the door, the security guard pointed at Lin Feng. Dean, this is the person who said he donated $10 million. The dean looked Lin Feng up and down and was also filled with incredulity. Looking at Lin Feng in this outfit, he didn't look like someone who could donate so much money. Young man, can you show me that text message? The dean asked politely. Lin Feng reached out and handed over his cell phone. When the dean took a look, his face turned to joy. This was the text message he had sent. There was absolutely no mistake. You're Mr. Lin Feng, right? The dean asked tentatively. That's right, I'm Lin Feng. The dean immediately revealed a bright smile and took Lin Feng's hand. I originally thought that you would be a big boss with a successful career. You must be at least a few dozen years old. I didn't expect you to be so young and dressed in such a low profile. Hurry up and come in. Don't stand outside. The dean was so excited that he pulled Lin Feng and entered the orphanage. And the two security guards from earlier were standing in place with a dumbfounded look on their faces. They didn't know what to say. Lin Feng followed the director into the orphanage. The latter was very enthusiastic and took Lin Feng on a tour around the orphanage. Again, he met with all the orphans. These children were dressed in rags, and Lin Feng felt sorry for them even after looking at them. And at the same time, he admired the dean, who had to find a way to feed so many children all by himself. It didn't take long for the other business owners to arrive one after another. A luxury car filled the entrance of the orphanage. The people who came down were all bosses dressed in suits and gold, and some of them even brought their beautiful honeys with them. Their appearance at the entrance of this dilapidated orphanage seemed somewhat incongruous. Tramp, why is this place so shabby? It almost bumped off the bumper of my Big Ben. Is this a place for people to live? A man with golden glasses looked around and complained. The little honey beside him covered her nose and showed an expression of disgust. This place stinks, just like a pigsty. I wouldn't have come if I had known. It stinks to death. They didn't hide the disgust in their hearts at all. The dean came over to greet them, and when he heard the two of them, he was a little embarrassed and could only pretend that he didn't hear anything. Lin Feng was also attracted to the two of them and turned his head to look. When he saw the man's face, he couldn't help but stare. This man with the golden glasses was none other than Wu Chunjiang. He had to attend a few charity banquets every year to help his Qingfeng Hall brush up its reputation. Today, he was also invited and rushed over. Only, he hadn't expected that the place would be so shabby, so he was a bit dissatisfied. He also quickly spotted Lin Feng. A contemptuous sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth as he spoke faintly. Donations are being held here today. What are you doing here? In his eyes, Lin Feng was a poor peasant. He shouldn't even be on this kind of occasion. Lin Feng didn't bother with him and didn't say anything. The dean hurriedly explained. This Mr. Lin Feng is also a donor. When Wu Chunjiang heard this, he revealed a cold smile and said with a mocking face, the threshold for donations is really getting lower and lower now. Any cat or dog can participate. The secretary next to him fanned his purse and asked the dean with a frown. Do you have air conditioning here? The dean smiled somewhat embarrassedly. I'm really sorry. We don't have the funds to install an air conditioner in this place, so I can only condescend to you all today. What? There's not even an air conditioner. How can we stay then? I think we should go back, the secretary said with an impatient face. She and Wu Chunjiang sat in an air-conditioned office every day. Where could they accept such a humble environment? Wu Chunjiang also wanted to go back, But when he thought about the purpose of his visit today, he chose to endure it. A few days ago, the matter of his Qingfeng Hall cheating the elderly had spread out, causing a considerable impact on him. So he wanted to come here to make a donation and put on a show, as a way to salvage the reputation and word of mouth of Qingfeng Hall back. It's fine, we have air conditioning in the car, let's sit in the car first. We'll come out when the donation officially starts. It's only for a while, it's fine. After saying that, Wu Chunjiang got into the Big Ben, and the secretary also followed him up. The two people just sat in the car, not bothering to get out at all. Seeing their appearance, the dean secretly shook his head. These people were not genuinely doing charity at all. They were completely here for show. He sighed somewhat helplessly and continued to receive other guests. Not even a long time later, all the invited guests had arrived. Lin Feng suddenly saw Yi Tianyi's figure in the crowd and his eyes lit up. Today she wore a clean school uniform, tied a double ponytail, and had no makeup on her face. She looked very playful, very different from the kind of dress she wore before as a little girl. He quickly walked up and came to Yi Tiany's side. Why are you here too? Lin Feng asked curiously. Our school often donates money to orphanages and there are quite a few student aid initiatives, so we were invited as well. I was chosen by the school as the student representative, so I came along, Yi Tianyi said with some small smugness. I see, then it's just as well that we can be companions. Lin Feng bared his teeth and smiled. Just now it was just him and he was feeling a bit bored. Now that Yi Tian was here, he definitely wouldn't be bored. However, before he could be happy for long, a somewhat harsh voice rang out. Classmate Yi Sweet, who is he? Chapter 62. She's my girlfriend. Lin Feng turned his head to look, only to see a greasy-headed youth standing not far away, gazing at Lin Feng, with a few unfriendly looks on his face. Yi Sweet turned back to the youth and introduced him. His name is Lin Feng. He's my friend. So it's a friend. The youth mumbled in his mouth and slowly walked over, a faint smile on his face. Only this smile carried a few hints of hypocrisy. Seeing that Yi Tian and Lin Feng were close, he was obviously a little upset in his heart. At this time, Yi Sweet introduced Lin Feng again. His name is Shi Fuming. He's also the student representative elected by our school. He alone pulled in 100,000 yuan of sponsorship for the orphanage. He's the most powerful of us. Lin Feng looked at the other party and clearly felt the unfriendly gaze. Needless to say, this guy definitely had his eyes on Yi Tianyan. That's why it was a bit uncomfortable to see him with Yi Tian. Hello, I'm Shi Fuming, Yi Tian's class president. Shi Fuming added another sentence to himself, with a few hints of braggadocio in his tone. Hello, I'm Lin Feng, I'm Yi Tian's boyfriend. Lin Feng said with a faint smile. What? You're Yi Tian's boyfriend? Shi Fuming immediately widened his eyes and looked at Yi Tianyan next to him in surprise. Yi Tianyi didn't expect Lin Feng to say that. Her pretty face flushed and she hurriedly pinched Lin Feng. When did I become your girlfriend? Don't talk nonsense, Lin Feng said with a smile on his face. Before when Li Xiaoliang bullied you, you said yourself that you are my girlfriend. Have you forgotten so quickly? Yi Tianyi stomped her foot and said, wasn't it for you to help me out at that time? Why did you still take it seriously? Then I don't care. Since you said it yourself, it's not my fault. I can take it seriously. Lin Feng hemmed and hawed. Next to him, Shi Fuming's face turned very ugly. He had long had his eyes on Yi Tianyi in school, and he was very confident that out of all of Yi Tian's suitors, no one could be better than him. Therefore, he had completely internalized Yi Tian as his girlfriend, aiming to win for sure and not allowing anyone to compete with him. As a result, he didn't expect Lin Feng to come out halfway. Not only did he seem to have a good relationship with Yi Tian, he also claimed to be Yi Tian's boyfriend. This gave him a great sense of crisis and jealousy, and he was very uncomfortable in his heart. So he couldn't help but open his mouth and criticize Lin Feng. What's wrong with you? Yi Tian is just joking with you. Why are you still taking it seriously? Don't you look at yourself to see if you can match Yi Tian? Lin Feng looked at Shi Fuming, who was a bit angry, snorted coldly and spoke indifferently. It's not for you to say whether you're worthy or not. It's for Yi Tian to say. Just now he was deliberately testing it out. He didn't expect Shi Fuming to show his original form right away. This guy really had a lot of thoughts about Yi Tian. Shi Fuming immediately looked at Yi Tian. Spoke, Yi Tian students, you quickly tell him, he such conditions can be worthy of you. Yi Sweet said with some difficulty. Shi Fuming, he is just joking with me. Don't take it seriously. He is just like this. He likes to joke. Seeing Yi Tian avoiding answering, Shi Fuming became even more anxious, and persuaded bitterly. Yi Tian, this kind of thing must be said clearly, or else it will cause any misunderstanding, which is not good for everyone. What if he thinks that he has a chance to chase you even with this kind of condition? What if he stalks you? So you'd better tell him quickly that he's not qualified at all, so that he'll be dead in the water as well. In Shi Fuming's opinion, Yi-Sweet didn't need any hesitation at all to make a choice. Wasn't it obvious? Among all of Yi Tian's suitors, Lin Feng's qualifications probably wouldn't even make it into the top 100, so he could just kick it out. However, Yi Tianyi had surprised him and just didn't say anything. Sure, fuming. Today we're here on behalf of the school to attend the charity banquet. I don't want to talk about anything else. Sure, fuming stuttered, but quickly recovered, nodded and said, I know, you're a kind-hearted girl. You don't want to directly put words in your mouth. I get it. Let's continue to go to the charity banquet. Don't pay any attention to him. Saying that, he waved his hand at Yi Tian, signaling Yi Tian to follow him. As long as Yi Tian followed him, it proved that Yi Tian had eliminated Lin Feng. This method was more euphemistic and could keep Yi-Sweet from being embarrassed. However, Yi-Sweet stood still and didn't move, and somewhat unfavorably spoke to Sure fuming. There's a lot of people in our school. I won't go over there. I'd better follow him over there. He's quite bored alone. Yi Tian, you. How could Sure fuming not expect that not only did Yi Tian not side with him, she also decisively chose Lin Feng. This instantly made him feel a wave of unprecedented frustration. Little sweetie, it wasn't in vain that I helped you last time. You're still very conscientious. Lin Feng laughed out loud. Seeing the smug look, Yi-Sweet reached out and pinched him. What little sweet? Our relationship isn't that good. Don't call me that. It's meaty. And you less complacent. I just look at the fact that you helped my family sell the watermelon. Come over to stay with you as a loner for a while. There is no other meaning. Know it? Got it. Got it. I completely understand. Let's hurry up and go. Lin Feng had a smile on his face as he pulled up Yi Tian's hand and walked towards the other side, only leaving Sure fuming standing in place with an iron face and gritted teeth. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, he couldn't help but hate in his heart. Yi Tian, you really don't know what's good for you. How dare you not choose me? Are you out of your mind? At this time, a middle-aged man walked up to him and saw him glowering in one direction, tapped his shoulder and asked, Fuming, what's wrong? Who made you angry? Sure fuming turned around and the expression on his face instantly became brilliant. The man behind him was none other than his dad, Sure Chang. Dad, why are you here? I represented our company today and came over to attend this charity banquet, the man said with a smile on his face. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Sure fuming was overjoyed. His dad was the PR manager of Mountain River Pharmaceuticals. It could be said that he had the highest status among all the business owners at the scene, bar none. Once his dad made an appearance, he was bound to be the center of attention in the room. That was why he was so happy. When he thought about it carefully, the reason why Yi Tianyan chose Lin Feng and didn't choose to go with him must be because she hadn't yet learned about his family's strength. If Yi Tianan knew about his family background, it was absolutely impossible for her to choose Lin Feng again. On the contrary, she would have immediately drawn a clear line with Lin Feng and never interacted with him again, turning to his embrace. In that case, he would be able to formally establish a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Yi Tian. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. The corners of his mouth unconsciously revealed a smug smile. Dad, my classmates still don't know who you are. Come over with me and I'll introduce you to them. Okay, let's go. The father and son duo walked over to their classmates. Sure Fuming introduced them to a father of his own. The classmates and teachers all revealed surprised gazes. The status of Mountain River Pharmaceutical was unknown in the area, and being able to be a department manager in it was definitely a remarkable thing. Seeing them, Sure Fuming was very satisfied. When he met Yi Tian again in a while, he would immediately raise his father, and by then Yi Tian would definitely be just as surprised by his family's strength. In addition to the dozens of business owners present today, there were also quite a few media and reporters. Many of these bosses who donated were not genuinely for charity. Rather, they wanted to use this opportunity to publicize their businesses. It was equivalent to spending some money on an advertisement. So how could it work without media coverage? The crowd was led by the dean to the venue where the charity meeting was held. The small venue was stuffed to the brim. This place was previously a cafeteria for the orphans, but today it was temporarily transformed into a meeting place. On the humble walls, there were red banners with various slogans written on them. At the same time, background music was playing from the old tweeter at the scene. This is the call of the heart. This is the dedication of love. This is the spring breeze on earth. This is the source of life. Aha! If everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful earth. Chapter 63, The Prime Minister's Seat. Wu Chunjiang had already taken a seat in the front row by now. Sure Fuming's father, Sure Chang, was sitting next to him. Because Qingfeng Hall was Shanha Pharmaceuticals' most important supplier of medicinal herbs, the two had known each other for a long time and were on good terms. Today, the two of them were also the most powerful companies on the scene, so they were placed in the front row of the VIP seats. For a big enterprise like Shanha Pharmaceutical, donating money to the orphanage wasn't anything important. so they sent Shi Shangchang over. But for Qingfeng Hall, it was a different story. This was their best chance to show their face. Therefore, Wu Chunjiang spoke from the sidelines. Success! How much are you Mountain River Pharmaceuticals going to donate today? Sure Success stretched out 5 fingers. $500,000. When Wu Chunjiang heard this, he had a bottom in his heart. Every time they participated in charitable donations, they all had a tacit understanding. Each family basically donated about the same amount of money, 50,000 or 100,000. And every time Shanha Pharmaceutical was the most. After all, everyone just wanted to take the opportunity to publicize it, and didn't want to donate too much. And there are not many bosses who dare to steal the limelight with Mountain River Pharmaceuticals. But today's situation was a bit special. Wu Chunjiang needed to give his Qingfeng Hall a boost in fame and reputation, so he didn't want to give up the limelight to Mountain River Pharmaceuticals again today. Moreover, he was still on good terms with Shi Changdong, so as long as he said something, he would definitely agree. So he smiled on the side and spoke. Success! Ah, you can let me have this top spot today. Your Mountain River Pharmaceuticals isn't short of this top spot, and I'm short of that right now. Recently, my Qingfeng Hall has had some negative news and needs to be cleansed. What do you think? Shi Changdong had a good relationship with him and also felt that what he said made sense. And since he needed it, let's give it to him. So he nodded his head and agreed. Wu Chunjiang was very happy and thanked him repeatedly. In a moment when this place is over, you come with me. Let's go to the Palace Casino. My treat. At this time, the dean stood on the podium and read the words of thanks. Behind him stood several orphan representatives. From time to time, there were reporters taking a few pictures of them. It wasn't long before the dean finished reading and the donation officially began. In an instant, the atmosphere of the scene was lively. The flashbulbs lit up several times more frequently. Under the gaze of the whole audience, one boss stood up and walked onto the stage to start donating. The dean announced the amount donated by each boss from the side. Ebisu Corporation, donation of $100,000. Tongfu Company, donate $100,000. Onkong Herb Acquisition Company, donation of $100,000. Longevity Pharmaceuticals, donation of $200,000. First Middle School, donation of $200,000. As each boss dropped the donation check, the row of orphans on the stage gave them a bow, and the reporters under the stage quickly pressed the shutter to capture the footage. Soon, almost all the bosses had finished donating money. Only Mountain River Pharmaceutical and Qingfeng Hall were left to donate. At this time, everyone at the scene unspokenly turned their gazes towards them, because every year, it was them who made the finale appearance. Shi Changdong looked at his son at this time. Since he had already promised to give the seat of the Prime Minister to Wu Chunjiang, it was now their turn to go up. He took out the check from his pocket and handed it to Shi Fuming. Son, you go up and donate for Dad. Shi Fuming was overjoyed and immediately picked up the check and jumped onto the stage. Mountain River Pharmaceuticals, donate $500,000, the dean announced. After Shi Fuming finished donating the money, he looked at the stage with a proud face, looking in the direction of Lin Feng and Yi Tianyan. Soon, he found them. At this moment, he looked at Lin Feng with a provocative face. That expression seemed to say, "See, this is the strength of my family." When he got off the stage, Wu Chunjiang slowly walked up to the stage and pulled out a check with a smug face. Qingfeng Hall, donation of $511,000, the dean announced. Wu Chunjiang wanted to get this premier position, but didn't want to shell out more money, so he only endured the pain of shelling out $10,000 more than Mountain River Pharmaceuticals. Seeing that he had donated an extra $10,000 alone, many people on the stage showed a look of contempt, very much looking down on Wu Chunjiang's behavior of wanting to pretend to be a goody but not wanting to bleed money at the same time. Lin Feng did the same, looking at him with a scornful face, which was very much in line with his hypocrite style of behavior. On the other hand, Wu Chunjiang was unconcerned. After all, he was just trying to get the name of this premier good, because if he got the title of the first good, he would next speak on behalf of all the donors, and this speech will be highlighted by all the media and reporters on the scene. This is one of the biggest points of exposure. As long as he could get this speech, it was enough. He didn't care about anything else. Right now everyone had already donated their money, and he was the one who donated the highest amount. According to the rules of previous years, the person who donated the most would definitely go on stage to give a speech, so he was already prepared for his speech. Returning to his seat, he asked his secretary to take out the speech he had prepared long ago and started practicing under the stage, so that he could speak better on the stage later. The dean took stock of all the donations, totaling more than $2 million. He was already very satisfied with this amount. He once again went up to the stage and thanked all the bosses who had made donations, and then loudly announced, "Next is the last link. The donation representatives will go up to the stage to give their speeches." Hearing his words, the reporters at the scene all raised their lenses. This was the most important moment of the whole scene. At this moment, Wu Chunjiang adjusted his smile, straightened his clothes, took the speech, and already sat ready to go on stage. Next to him, Shi Changgong even patted his thigh, encouraging, "This prime minister is the one I let you have, so you have to speak well. Don't waste this precious opportunity." "Don't worry, I've long been prepared," Wu Chunjiang replied with a big smile. At this moment, the dean took out a donation list and announced aloud to the crowd in a single word, "Next we have the chief benefactor of this donation, Mr. Lin Feng, appearing on stage to speak on behalf of all the donors." At this point in time, Wu Chunjiang on the stage had completely entered a state of self-indulgence. All he could think about was the content of the speech, how he could say the most grandiose things and still make their Qingfeng Hall sound lofty enough. Moreover, in his opinion, the donation chief was him, and the speech representative was also bound to be him, so he didn't listen to the dean's words carefully at all. As soon as he heard the dean say debut, he instinctively stood up and was all smiles. As a result, only after he stood up did he realize that the name the dean had just read out didn't seem to be him, so he instantly froze in place again, and the scene was very awkward for a moment. The whole crowd is also basically the same. All did not expect to go to the stage speech as not Wu Chunjiang, but another person. This person in the end who was For a time, the scene was silent. A pin drop could be heard. In the midst of the crowd's confusion, Lin Feng stood up unhurriedly and walked slowly up to the podium. The entire production instantly focused their eyes on him. The dean had told Lin Feng earlier to come and give a speech. Lin Feng said that he hadn't expected to give a speech, so he hadn't prepared a speech. The dean then rummaged through a drawer to find one. Since he often had to organize donations, he had prepared a lot of speeches in advance for emergencies. Lin Feng walked onto the stage and the dean handed him the prepared speech. Lin Feng took it and was about to speak. At that moment, Wu Chunjiang's angry voice rang out from the stage. "This kid didn't even donate any money just now. Why should he be allowed to speak on our behalf? What virtue or ability does he have to represent us?" At this moment, he was dying of anger, so his usual humble gentleman persona couldn't be maintained and he acted a little out of character. He had just made all the preparations to go on stage. He had even begged Shi Shengcheng for half a day to get this opportunity. As a result, he didn't expect to be cut off by someone else, and what he didn't expect was that the person who cut him off was actually his enemy, Lin Feng. This really made him somewhat unable to accept it. Seeing his face of indignation, the dean hurriedly explained, "Mr. Lin Feng has already made a donation in advance, so there's no need to make another donation just now." Wu Chunjiang obviously couldn't be satisfied with this answer. He had just donated $511,000 for this speaking opportunity. Otherwise he probably wouldn't have donated a single cent. If it was really cut off by Lin Feng, then he would have lost this money. So he had to find out, how much did he donate to speak on our behalf? "You must give us an explanation. Otherwise, I, Wu Chunjiang, will be the first to disobey."